It was already evening when Xia Ruofei woke up after a nap. The employees of Qiantang Tongren Hall arrived at Taoyuan Farm in their dusty cars. President Lin and Dr. Huang also woke up with a tired face. They had drunk a lot in the afternoon. Fortunately, the drunken Ada Mortal's wine had no side effects, so they didn't have the headaches that they had after getting drunk. Xia Ruofei called everyone to the dining hall for dinner, then he ordered Qin Xiaojun to bring out the iron, hide-keyed dowdu that was provided to Tongren Hall. This time, Xia Ruofei only gave Tongren Hall 130 kilograms of iron, hide maple doors, which was slightly less than the last time. Of course, even if they provided this amount every month, it would definitely be more than the agreed supply in a year. In addition, he had gotten 2 precious wild ginseng today, so although President Lin was a little disappointed, he accepted it happily. Mr. Lin and Dr. Huang had personally examined the tin-keyed roses, which was just a routine. In fact, the quality of the tin-keyed roses that Xia Ruofei provided each time was far higher than the average special grade. Then, he waited again to confirm the weight of this batch of iron skinned maple buckets. Then, President Lin readily signed his name on the list of supplies that Peng Hao had drawn up and signed the supply agreement between Qiantang Tongren Tang and Taoyuan Company. The list of supplies was in effect with President Lin's signature. The specific amount of money was transferred from a public account to a public account. Peng Hao would follow up on the details, so Xia Ruofei did not have to worry about it. Xia Ruofei personally took out the 2 wild ginseng that CEO Lin had temporarily kept with him from the office safe. At the same time, he took out a small box of Dahongpo tea leaves that weighed about 50 grams and handed it to CEO Lin. President Lin personally escorted the car back to Jiangsu and Zhejiang province overnight. The small truck from Tongren Hall disappeared into the night. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. This series of busy work had finally come to an end. Over the past few days, Xia Ruofei's personal account had more than 25 million yuan in it, mainly from the sale of the blood-red dragon and the wild ginseng. The company's 22 million from the tin-keyed fight would soon be transferred to the company's account. In addition to the daily sales of Taoyuan vegetables, it was also a constant fixed income, so the company's funds were still quite abundant. Xia Ruofei had heard Feng Jing and Peng Hao's financial reports the day before. There was more than 30 million yuan in the company's liquidity account, and it could be said that the company was in a very healthy state. One had to know that Paradise Corporation had never taken a loan from the bank since its establishment. Until now, it still had zero debt. This was rare among startup companies, and it could even be said to be the only one. 4. The next 2 days, Xia Ruofei stayed at the farm to handle some daily work. He also called for a few meetings with the various business heads in the company to make decisions on some development issues. This was especially so for the pharmaceutical factory. The approval for the new drug had already entered the 2nd phase of clinical trials. The work in all aspects was very cumbersome. Other than grasping the general direction, Xia Ruofei also praised Xue Jinshan and the others and said many words of encouragement. Of course, there were also material incentives. Xia Ruofei also promised to give additional bonuses to the employees of the pharmaceutical company after the approval of the new drug was completed. Xia Ruofei had also considered that he would have to go out again, so before leaving the 3 mountains, he had to at least ensure that the company ran smoothly. Xia Ruofei spent the next few days with Ling Qingxue. It was already 3 days later when he finished sorting out the farm work. Xia Ruofei carried a backpack and went on a long journey again. Lei Hu drove Xia Ruofei to the international airport of Sanshan City in his Mercedes. However, his first stop wasn't Tibet. His destination was Ganjiang province, next to the southeast province. Lin Yu, the widow of old Luo, had returned to her hometown with Luo's ashes. Xia Ruofei estimated that the funeral should be almost settled, so he was ready to go there personally to complete the task that Wolf King Guizhan had given him. Of course, Xia Ruofei had always hoped to do something for the deceased, especially when Lin Yu was the family of old Luo. During the years he had served Lone Wolf, Lin Yu would bring a lot of good food whenever she visited. She would even rush to help the soldiers wash their clothes. Xia Ruofei respected this sister-in-law from the bottom of his heart. 2 hours later, Xia Ruofei's flight landed at the airport of Yuzhong, the capital of Ganjiang province. After Xia Ruofei left the airport, she immediately rented a taxi to head straight to squad leader Luo's hometown, Linjiang City, Guhuang County. Guhuang County was about 150 kilometers away from Yuzhong City. However, the mountainous roads were not easy to walk on, so Xia Ruofei only arrived at noon. He had spent 800 yuan on this car for the entire day. Hence, when they arrived at the county, Xia Ruofei and the driver found a restaurant to have lunch. Then, they went to the nearby streets to buy some offerings before taking the car to the Martyrs Cemetery at the site of the county. The Martyrs Cemetery in Guhuang County was located in the Wenling Mountain Forest Park on the outskirts of the county. Xia Ruofei arrived at the entrance of the forest park by car. He asked the driver to wait in the parking lot while he walked up the mountain with the offerings. He had only paid half of the fare, so he did not have to worry about the driver running away. Of course, there was only one exit in Wenling Mountain Forest Park, so the driver did not have to worry about Xia Ruofei running away. Besides, the 400 yuan fare was enough to book a car from Yuzhong to Guhuang. However, the driver might not be able to make another 400 yuan when he returned now, so he naturally waited for Xia Ruofei here with peace of mind. Xia Ruofei followed the trail leading to the park and walked up the mountain. After a while, he saw the road sign. There was a small path on the right that led to the cemetery of martyrs. Xia Ruofei followed the path for a few hundred meters and saw the entrance to the cemetery of martyrs. In fact, at the foot of the mountain, there was an eye-catching monument. It was the Monument of Liberation. Around the monument were the tombs of the martyrs who had sacrificed themselves from the anti-puppet war and the liberation war to peaceful times. There was a small house near the entrance of the cemetery of martyrs. An old man in his 60s came out of the house to dry his clothes. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he put down his basin and walked over to ask Xia Ruofei why he had come. The old man was wearing a green military uniform from the 1980s, which had been washed until it was a little white. He was also wearing liberation shoes that had stopped production by the army. When he heard that Xia Ruofei was squad leader Luo's comrade in arms, he had come from another place to pay his respects to squad leader Luo. He suddenly became very enthusiastic and personally took Xia Ruofei to squad leader Luo's grave. Not just anyone could be buried in this martyrs' cemetery. It had to be a martyr officially recognized by the country, and generally, only martyrs with ancient yellow records would be buried here. Therefore, sometimes there might not be a new resident for 1 or 2 years, so the old man naturally had a deep impression of squad leader Luo, who had been buried not long ago. The two of them talked as they walked. Xia Ruofei also learned that the old man's name was Luo Yuanshan's Kasaya. Luo was a big family name in Guhuang. Many of the Kasayas who were born and raised in Guhuang were once soldiers. They even participated in the border war in the 1980s. After they retired from the army, they volunteered to guard the graves of the martyrs and had been there for more than 30 years. Xia Ruofei could not help but respect Luo Yuanshan. Luo Yuanshan was quite strong, so he walked like a tiger and climbed the mountain at a fast speed. Soon, he brought Xia Ruofei to a new grave and said, "Little Luo, your comrade is here too." "See you, thank you, Uncle Luo," Xia Ruofei said politely. Luo Yuanshan smiled at Xia Ruofei and quietly retreated to a distance. He used to be a soldier, so he knew the friendship between comrades very well. He knew that Xia Ruofei needed a quiet environment at this time. Xia Ruofei knelt down in front of the gravestone of old Luo and said to himself, "Class Monitor Luo, I'm here to see you." The gravestone was inlaid with a black and white photo of squad leader Luo in his military uniform. In the photo, he had a confident smile on his face. The front of the grave was very clean. There were still some sticks left in the incense burner after the incense had been burned. There were 2 piles of dried candle oil on the altar. In front of the tombstone, Xia Ruofei placed the offerings one by one on the altar, lit the candles, and started burning joss paper. Xia Ruofei drew 2 circles in front of the grave, one big and one small. First, he burned a few stacks of paper money in the small circle. This was also a southern custom. These paper money were given to the land and passing ghosts. After they took the money, they would not fight with the class leader, old Luo. The paper money in the big circle was naturally burned for squad leader Luo. After Xia Ruofei had burned all the paper money and ingots that he had brought, he carefully put out the remaining fire. There were plants everywhere in Xuanji Forest Park. If they were not handled carefully, it would be easy to cause a mountain fire. Xia Ruofei opened another bottle of drunken 8 immortals. He first filled the 3 glasses on the altar, then took out another glass and poured about 50 grams of white wine into it. Xia Ruofei took the cup and pointed it at the photo of squad leader Luo on the tombstone. He said, "Class Monitor, I'll give you a toast." After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei raised his head and finished the entire glass of wine. Then, he picked up 3 glasses from the altar and slowly poured the wine on the ground. Xia Ruofei said, "Squad leader Luo, I'm going to your house to visit my sister-in-law. I hope sister-in-law can accept the job I'm offering her, otherwise it's too difficult for her to support a family on her own. You know sister-in-law the best, she's very strong and refuses to accept the help of her comrades. You must bless me with a smooth trip. By the way, Nan will be starting primary school soon. Don't worry, as long as sister-in-law is willing to work in Sanshan with me, I will definitely find the best school for Nan to study in Sanshan." Xia Ruofei held a bottle of wine in one hand and sat in front of the grave of old Luo. His back was leaning against the grave and he was chatting casually. From time to time, he would take a sip of wine from his cup. Of course, he did not forget to fill the cups on the altar with wine. As Xia Ruofei chatted, he started to talk about his days in the army. He didn't think much of the past when he was in the Lone Wolf Assault Team, but now that he thought about it, it became precious memories. It was not until the sun had gradually set in the west and Xia Ruofei's shadow was gradually elongated that he let out a long Sigh. He stood up and said, Class Monitor Luo, I still have to go to your house, so I won't be able to accompany you today. I'll come and visit you again when I have time in the future. Xia Ruofei slowly put the offerings into the bag and cleaned the grave of squad leader Luo before turning around. At this moment, he realized that the old soldier Luo Ziyuan had not left the tomb for the entire afternoon. He was sitting under a pine tree in the distance. When Luo Ziyuan saw Xia Ruofei leaving, he stood up. Master Luo, thank you, Xia Ruofei said. He had been chatting with squad leader Luo for so long that he had forgotten the time. He hadn't expected this veteran to actually wait for an entire afternoon. Luo Ziyuan patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder and said with a smile, Young man, I can see that you have a deep relationship with little Luo. Xia Ruofei nodded silently, and the two of them walked down the mountain. Back at the entrance of the cemetery, Xia Ruofei shook hands with Luo Ziyuan and said, Thank you so much for today, Uncle Luo. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my class monitor's grave in the future. Don't worry, young man. Luo Ziyuan smiled and said, I'll take good care of every comrade who is sleeping here. Xia Ruofei nodded and saluted to Luo Ziyuan. This was his respect for a veteran who had been holding fast. Luo Ziyuan was slightly stunned, but he immediately saluted back. Under the setting sun, one of them was dressed in casual clothes, while the other was wearing an old military uniform from decades ago. However, their military salutes did not look out of place at all. Instead, they looked very solemn. Xia Ruofei and Luo Ziyuan shook hands and then waved goodbye. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the parking lot at the entrance of the forest park at the foot of the mountain, the taxi driver was already getting impatient. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately said, Boss, if you still didn't come, I would really think that you've cheated on your order. Xia Ruofei smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I met an old friend and took up some time. You can go back after dropping me off at a place. I've delayed you for so long today, so I'll give you an extra 200 yuan for the fare. When the taxi driver heard this, he immediately smiled and said, Okay, thank you, boss. He even opened the car door for Xia Ruofei. After the two of them got into the car, Xia Ruofei said, Teacher, I'll have to trouble you to send me to Yongping Town's Luoshan village, then you can return to Yuzhong. All right. The taxi driver replied readily. Then, the driver started to set up the navigation on his phone. He had been driving cars in the provincial capital all year round, so he was not very familiar with the roads in Guhuang County. The Luo mountain village was about 40 kilometers away from the county. When the taxi arrived at the small square at the entrance of the village, the sky was already dark. The cement road from every village led to the village entrance. Xia Ruofei didn't know the exact location of class monitor Luo's house, so he asked the taxi to stop at the village entrance. Xia Ruofei gave the driver 600 yuan without hesitation and let him return to Yuzhong City on his own. In the summer evening, many villagers were chatting under the big tree at the village entrance. When they saw a strange young man coming into the village, everyone looked over curiously. Xia Ruofei carried his bag and walked over to an old man holding a fan. He asked politely, My lord, may I ask how to get to Lin Yu's house? As soon as Xia Ruofei said this, the villagers' expressions became strange. Xia Ruofei explained, I'm squad leader Luo Zhiqing's comrade. I'm here to visit sister, in La Yue. The old man nodded slightly and sighed, it's a pity for Zhiqing. Third granduncle, this Hoshing Mo is asking you for directions. Why are you saying this? A villager beside him said. The old man waved his fan and laughed at himself. Old people are long-winded. Little descendant. Jiqing's house is very easy to find. You can go west from this road and go to the house where the funeral is being held. Xia Ruofei's expression changed when he heard the words funeral. Squad leader Luo had long been buried in peace. At this time, his family naturally couldn't help him with his funeral. That was, someone in squad leader Luo's family had passed away again. What on earth was going on? Xia Ruofei's heart trembled as he thought, could it be that sister-in-law did something stupid in a moment of folly? However, he quickly denied his own guess. If Lin Yui was all alone, then it was possible. However, she and squad leader Luo's daughter, Nan Nan, was only 6 or 7 years old. No matter how miserable Lin Yui was, she would definitely not commit suicide for the sake of her child. A human's maternal instinct was very great. Xia Ruofei asked with a serious expression, "Sir, what's going on?" Squad leader Luo's family. Did someone die? The old man with the fan sighed and said, "It's Jiqing's mother. Her body wasn't good to begin with, and after hearing about Jiqing's matter, she suddenly," Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, "Haven't you been keeping the news from the 2 elders? How could that be?" A villager next to him said angrily, "It's all that reporter's fault." After hearing about Jiqing's matter, the villagers all helped to hide the news. When Jiqing's family held a funeral, they even sent the 2 elders to Jiqing's sister's place. Moreover, the place was strictly guarded. They even deliberately broke the TV, afraid that the 2 elders would see the news. But a reporter from Yuzhong somehow found Jiqing's sister's house. Jiqing's sister happened to go to the village entrance to buy vegetables, and the reporter took advantage of the loophole. The reporter came up and told them about Jiqing's sacrifice. He even wanted to interview the 2 elders. Jiqing's mother fainted at the time. A few of the villagers also talked about what happened that day, all of them filled with righteous indignation. Xia Ruofei's face turned green when he heard this. He asked, "My fellow townsmen, do you know the name of this reporter? What unit are you from?" The old man with the fan said, "I don't know his name, but the town leaders call him Reporter Chiu. I heard that he's from the provincial television station's entertainment channel." Xia Ruofei's lungs were about to explode when he heard this. A reporter from an entertainment channel had come to join in the fun and even said everything without holding back. It was meaningless for everyone to hide the truth from the old man out of goodwill. Even the mother of the monitor, old Luo, could not take it and passed away. It was simply too infuriating. Nowadays, some reporters had no news ethics or news ethics at all. They would do anything to attract attention. Whenever there was an accident or case, as long as there were casualties, there would be reporters interviewing the family members of the deceased. They would also ask about the details of the deceased without any scruples. There was a psychological stress period when a family member passed away, and this kind of interview was simply a kind of devastation to their already fragile mentality. Some of them were in a state of calmness, but as soon as they were interviewed, they immediately burst into tears and grieved. And some reporters couldn't wait for the victims' relatives to act like this, and their cameras were all waiting to capture such a scene. This kind of behavior was no different from opening the wounds of the family members of the deceased and then cruelly displaying it in front of the public. It was simply inhumane. This time's matter was even worse. The Two old men didn't know about squad leader Luo's sacrifice at all, and their family also strictly guarded it and used various methods to block the news. All their efforts were destroyed by an entertainment reporter's light words. And it also caused a serious direct consequence. The mother of squad leader Luo couldn't take the blow and passed away. Provincial Entertainment Channel, your surname is Chiao, right? Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, thank you. I'll go to sister-in-law's house first. With that, Xia Ruofei walked in the direction that the old man had pointed. After a short while, Xia Ruofei saw a white lantern hanging at the door of a house from afar. He could also hear the faint sound of suona. Xia Ruofei knew that it should be the home of the monitor, old Luo. He hurried to the door. This was one of the small courtyards that were common in the countryside a few years ago. It had a low mud wall and a somewhat old wooden door. Through the half-open door, one could see the scene in the courtyard. There was only one small bungalow inside, with a total of 3 rooms. The left and right sides were bedrooms, and the middle was the central room. There was also a simple kitchen, toilet, and so on. A dark red coffin was placed in the middle of the central room. Smoke curled up from it, and a few people could be vaguely seen sitting there, chanting suona. The white lanterns at the entrance of the courtyard and the yellow paper talismans pasted on the door beam also added a bit of sorrow to the atmosphere. Xia Ruofei strode into the courtyard and saw Lin Yu coming out of the kitchen with some snacks. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she was stunned. After a while, she called out, "Are you Ruofei? Why are you here?" Xia Ruofei quickly walked over and took the snacks from Lin Yu's hands. She reproached her and asked, "Sister-in-law, why didn't you tell us that such a big thing happened at home?" Lin Yu lowered her head and said, "It's nothing much. I can handle it on my side." This strong woman had always used her weak spine to bear all the hardships. She had never thought of asking her husband's old army and comrades for help. Xia Ruofei knew that Lin Yu was a strong-headed woman. He sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, let's talk inside the house." The two of them entered the house, and Xia Ruofei placed the desserts on the offering table. He then pulled Lin Yu to the side and asked, "Sister-in-law, where is Nan Nan?" "I sent it to my cousin's house in the neighboring village." Lin Yu said, "The house is too chaotic. I really can't take care of it." "Oh," Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Sister-in-law, how did this happen all of a sudden?" "I heard from the villagers at the village entrance that it was a reporter who revealed the truth." "What's the situation?" Lin Yu said with a bitter expression, "Ruofei, this is also my fault. My family had to arrange Jiqing's funeral, so they could only send the 2 elders to my sister-in-law's house. In order to hide it from the 2 elders, I didn't even let my sister-in-law come over when Jiqing was buried. I didn't expect such a thing to happen." Xia Ruofei asked angrily, "Do you know anything about this bullshit reporter? I'll go find him." "Forget it, are you Ruofei?" Lin Yu said, "Things have already happened. It's useless to look for him, but we can't just let it go like this." Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and said, "This kind of scumbag doesn't deserve to be a reporter. I'll beat the shit out of him when I find him." "Hitting someone is illegal," Lin Yu hurriedly said. "Ruofei, you mustn't do anything stupid. If old Luo knew, he would never let you do this." "Sis-in-law," Xia Ruofei said. At this moment, a middle-aged woman ran out of the house on the east side in a panic. She said in a choked voice, Yue, quickly come over and take a look. Our father also seems to be. Lin Yue's expression changed. She couldn't be bothered to talk to Xia Ruofei anymore and quickly ran towards the east room. Xia Ruofei's expression changed as well, and he quickly followed. In the dimly lit east room, an old man in his 70s or 80s was lying on the bed, coughing violently. He gasped for breath, but he seemed to be unable to breathe. His mouth was wide open in pain, and his face had already turned gray. Dad, Lin Yue cried out sorrowfully as she pounced on the bed. Dad, don't scare me. The middle-aged woman should be squad leader Luo's sister. At this time, she was also helpless and could only stand aside and wipe her tears. Xia Ruofei knew that the old man on the bed must be the father of old Luo. He could tell that the old man was in great danger and was on the verge of death. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to be slow. He quickly stepped forward and said loudly, Sister-in-law, make way. I know a little about medicine, let me see Uncle Luo. When Lin Yue heard this, she was like a drowning person who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She hurriedly stood up. Xia Ruofei immediately stepped forward and reached into his backpack. With a thought, he took out a bottle of diluted solution from the spirit heart flower petals. However, Uncle Luo was coughing badly and Xia Ruofei could not feed him directly. He first put the porcelain bottle containing the solution of the spirit heart flower petals aside, then helped Uncle Luo up and gently patted his back. This action seemed ordinary, but in fact, there was a lot of attention to it. Xia Ruofei had been studying Chinese medicine theories by himself for the past year. He had only been hitting a few acupuncture points on the human body, which were very effective in temporarily suppressing coughing. At this time, squad leader Luo's sister slowly recovered and asked in a low voice, Yue, who is this little descendant? Lin Yue looked nervously at her father-in-law, who was panting heavily on the bed, and replied, Big sister, this is a comrade from Zhiqing's army. He's a doctor? I don't know. He wasn't when he was in the army, but he left the army last year. Lin Yue said. Squad leader Luo's sister's heart had already been slightly relieved, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but become nervous again. At this time Uncle Luo had stopped coughing, but he still had some difficulty breathing. Xia Ruofei did not dare to be slow. He quickly opened the porcelain bottle and said loudly in Uncle Luo's ear, Sir, I have a bottle of special medicine here. You must drink it all, understand? Uncle Luo's eyes showed a trace of gratitude and he nodded with great effort. Xia Ruofei hurriedly placed the porcelain bottle in front of Uncle Luo's mouth. With one hand supporting the back of his head, he helped Uncle Luo to finish the entire solution. Lin Yue and squad leader Luo's sister looked at Uncle Luo nervously. After taking the medicine that Xia Ruofei took out, his breathing gradually stabilized, and the color of his face began to return. Although the two of them were not doctors, they could see that Uncle Luo seemed to have survived the crisis. Ruofei, thank you. Lin Yue said. Xia Ruofei turned around and smiled at Lin Yue. Before asking, Sister-in-law, what's the situation with the old man's body? Did you get a doctor too? Check it? Lin Yue and squad leader Luo's sister looked at each other and sighed in unison. Before Lin Yue could speak, Uncle Luo, who was lying on the bed, asked in a weak voice, Little descendant. You are? Xia Ruofei quickly took 2 steps forward and said, Uncle Luo, my name is Xia Ruofei. I'm a former comrade of squad leader Luo and a soldier that he used to lead. Oh. Xia. Thank you. Uncle Luo nodded slightly. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Uncle Luo, your body is weak. Don't talk. Lie down and rest for a while. Don't worry, I'll definitely cure your illness. Uncle Luo smiled bitterly and said, I can't be cured. This has been an old illness for many years. Besides, without my son and my wife, what's the point of me living? Lin Yu's tears were about to flow when she heard that. She said, Dad, please don't think that way. Mom and Jiqing are watching from the heavens, they definitely want you to be healthy. Squad leader Luo's sister also said with red eyes, Dad, what are you saying? Mom and brother are gone, but don't you still have us? You're the pillar of this family. If something happens to you, won't this family fall apart? Uncle Luo let out a long sigh and closed his eyes. His face was full of misery. Xia Ruofei went up to him and said, Uncle Luo, sister-in-law is right. Squad leader Luo's spirit is in heaven. He definitely hopes that you will be well. Uncle Luo, what you need to do now is to have a good rest and take good care of your body. Squad leader Luo can only be at ease if you are healthy and live a long life. Besides, Nan Nan is still so young. Can you bear to see her lose her grandparents and father at the same time? At first, Uncle Luo had lost all interest in life. He had become numb from his sadness. However, when Xia Ruofei mentioned Nan Nan, his wrinkled face finally moved slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, sighed, and nodded gently. Xia Ruofei knew that Uncle Luo had taken his words to heart. With Nan Nan as a tie, he should not continue to be so depressed and lose the will to live. Xia Ruofei had a way to cure all the physical diseases. However, if the old man could not get over it, Xia Ruofei could not do anything. Such a huge pain could only be slowly smoothed over with time. Xia Ruofei gave Lin Yu a look, and the two of them left the east room. Squad leader Luo's sister was still waiting on him in the room because she was worried about her father. In the central room, the Taoist priest that had been invited from outside was chanting sutras and playing swanas. It was extremely noisy. Xia Ruofei and Lin Yu arrived at the room on the west side. Sister-in-law, what's the condition of Uncle Luo's body? Xia Ruofei asked. Lin Yu sighed and said, My father-in-law has had asthma for many years. However, he's managed to control it well these few years. He basically doesn't have any relapses. Usually, his health is better than my mother-in-law's. A few days ago, when the reporter went to my sister-in-law's house, my mother-in-law passed out and never woke up again. My father-in-law also had an asthma attack and kept coughing. We found the village's barefoot doctor and he said that there might be a tumor in his lungs. Didn't you go to a big hospital to get a diagnosis? Xia Ruofei asked. Lin Yu shook her head. I've been busy with mother-in-law's funeral arrangements for the past few days. I didn't have the time. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Sister-in-law, Uncle Luo's illness is not a big problem. I should be able to treat him, but he may need some time to recuperate. Also, he must maintain a good mood, otherwise it will be very difficult to treat him. Lin Yu said, Ruofei, sister-in-law thanks you first. But with the current situation at home, how can my father-in-law be in a good mood? Xia Ruofei did not answer her question directly. Instead, he asked, "Sis. In law, before I came back from the army, the captain told me that the local government would arrange a suitable job for you in your family's situation. Has this matter been confirmed yet?" Lin Yue lowered her head and said, "Ruofei, there are arrangements, but I didn't accept them. Listen to me first. Little Gua has also advised me on this matter, but I have an agreement with old Luo. He told me that his job is very dangerous. If he were to die one day, he hoped that I wouldn't be sad. Also, I should try my best not to cause trouble for the organization and make any requests." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that old Luo would have such an instruction. What kind of thinking realm was this? In this world, there were some people who were perfect in spirit, such as class monitor old Luo. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel inferior in this regard. However, Lin Yue did not accept any work arranged by the organization, which was to Xia Ruofei's liking. After all, the work arranged by the local government was at most an idle job in a public institution. The salary was not too high, and it was already good enough that she could sustain her life. "Sister-in-law, since you don't have a fixed job, I have a suggestion," Xia Ruofei said after some thought. "Go ahead." Lin Yue raised her head and looked at Xia Ruofei as she spoke. Although Lin Yue didn't know the details of the mission, she knew that Xia Ruofei had personally killed the person who had killed squad leader Luo. Hence, Xia Ruofei's words still carried a lot of weight. In her heart, Xia Ruofei said sincerely, "Sister-in-law, you may have heard that I started a company in Sanshan City of the Southeast Province after I retired. After a year of development, the company is now very large. Since you don't have a permanent job here, I would like to invite you to work in my company. What do you think?" Lin Yue was stunned for a moment before she replied, "Ruofei, I appreciate your kind intentions, but, sister-in-law, don't be in such a hurry to reject me. Let me finish." Xia Ruofei said, "Sister-in-law, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the child, right? Do you have the heart to let Nan Nan live a bitter life with you? Also, squad leader Luo only told you not to cause trouble for the organization, but I'm not representing the organization. I'm just a private company boss now. Besides, I'm not giving you money, I'm just providing you a job. Isn't it natural for you to work in exchange for remuneration?" Lin Yue's mouth moved, but she didn't say anything. She knew that what Xia Ruofei said made sense, and it was impossible for her to not be tempted. After all, Xia Ruofei had mentioned Nan Nan again. However, she always felt that there was a barrier in her heart. Although Xia Ruofei emphasized that this was not charity or financial aid, and that he was only giving her a position to support herself, she knew that the nature was similar. The position that Xia Ruofei gave her would not be tiring at all, and she would even be paid very well. In Lin Yue's eyes, this was no different from giving her money. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei continued to persuade, "Sister-in-law, I can guarantee that I won't give you a single cent more. You'll be treated the same as the other employees. Besides, you should also consider Uncle Luo's situation." "My father-in-law?" Lin Yue asked in puzzlement. She then remembered that they were talking about her father-in-law. It was Xia Ruofei who had suddenly changed the topic. Now that Xia Ruofei had mentioned her father-in-law, she naturally attracted her attention. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "First of all, Uncle Luo's physical Condition is not very good. Although I'm confident that I can cure him, the process may take a long time. It's not realistic for me to stay here for a long time to treat Uncle Luo's illness. After all, the company can't do without me. So, it's best for you to bring Uncle Luo to the Three Mountains and work while treating his illness. Besides, at this point, Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and looked at Lin Yu's expression before he continued. As you can see, Uncle Luo's mental state is not very good now. If he continues to stay in his hometown, he will inevitably be reminded of the scene my company in Sancheon City is in. My own farm. The environment is definitely very good, and the entire security team in my company is made up of retired soldiers. Uncle Luo should have a lot in common with them when he gets there. Xia Ruofei already knew that squad leader Luo's father used to be a soldier in the 1960s and 1970s. He had always had a deep relationship with the army. Squad leader Luo had joined the army under his father's influence and finally grew into a soldier king. The more Lin Yu listened, the more moved she became. Her heart was also constantly wavering from left to right. Xia Ruofei added fuel to the fire. Sister-in-law, there's also Nan's problem. Nan should be in the first grade soon, right? The education conditions here are not very good, but I have some connections in Sancheon City. After Nan goes over, I promise to coordinate the best primary schools in the city for her and give her the best environment to grow up in. Lin Yu bitterly smiled and said, Ruofei, I really can't make a decision at the moment. Besides, this is not a small matter. I still have to listen to my father-in-law and sister-in-law's opinions. I understand. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Sister-in-law, I hope you will consider my suggestion carefully. I will. Lin Yu nodded her head heavily. Then, she said sincerely, Ruofei, thank you so much for making a special trip just for our matter. Sister-in-law, squad leader Luo is my old squad leader and brother. The soldiers of Lone Wolf are like brothers. You must not treat me like an outsider. Xia Ruofei said, Sister-in-law, I'll stay here tonight and treat Uncle Luo again tomorrow. His condition should be stable for the time being. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Ruofei, Lin Yu said. She then thought for a moment before continuing, then you'll stay in this house tonight. It's just that the house is a mess right now, so you might not be able to rest well. Squad leader Luo's mother was going to be buried tomorrow. According to the local customs, they had to stay up all night. After a while, the Taoist priest would chant scriptures, the musicians would play the swana, and the family members would also have some worship ceremonies. This was called a funeral. Sister-in-law, you can't do that. Xia Ruofei said. There are only 2 rooms here. If I sleep here, you won't have a place to rest. You can lay a bed on the floor in Uncle Luo's room. If he doesn't feel well at night, I can take care of him. Lin Yu said, there's no need. My sister-in-law and I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. There's a funeral here that will take an entire night. There are many ceremonies that we need to attend. You can rest in this room. If anything happens to my father-in-law, you can just walk a few steps over. There's no delay. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, okay. Sister-in-law, call me if you need anything. All right. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Oh right, you haven't had dinner, right? I'll go get you something to eat. Sister-in-law, don't worry about dinner. Xia Ruofei said seriously, I want to ask about the reporter, Lin. Yu's expression changed slightly as she said, Ruofei, don't bother about the reporter. He's from the province and has a strong background. Don't get into any trouble. Sister-in-law, Ruofei, don't say any more. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Yu said decisively, listen to sister-in-law. Don't bother yourself with this matter. All right. Xia Ruofei shrugged. Of course, he couldn't just ignore it. Even if Lin Yu refused to tell him, he still had his ways of finding out the situation. After all, many people had seen it that day. However, in order not to worry Lin Yu, Xia Ruofei had to compromise. Lin Yu nodded and said, Ruofei, you can rest here for a while. Sister-in-law will go get you something to eat. All right, thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Lin Yu went to the kitchen outside to cook a bowl of noodles for Xia Ruofei. She also added a few large pieces of pork trotters and duck meat to prepare for the funeral. These ingredients were already made. While Xia Ruofei was eating his noodles, Lin Yu took out a clean blanket from the cabinet and changed into it. Then, she said to Xia Ruofei, are you Fei, close the door and go to sleep after you're done eating. Otherwise, it'll be too noisy, Xia Ruofei said as he gobbled up the food. I know, sister-in-law, don't worry about me. Go and do your work. Lin Yu did have many things to do, and Xia Ruofei was not an outsider. Hence, she nodded and closed the door. After Xia Ruofei finished his noodles, he took the empty bowl and went out to wash it in the kitchen. Then, he went back to the central room to light 3 joss sticks for the old lady before returning to the west room. That night, it was windy and noisy outside. Xia Ruofei did not sleep well. He was basically in a state of half-sleep. At 6 o'clock, he was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. He got up and made his bed. Then, he took out the toiletries from his backpack and went out to wash his face. There was a sink in the yard, where he usually washed his clothes and washed his face. Xia Ruofei went over to turn on the tap and used 2 handfuls of cold water to wash his face. He instantly felt much more awake. Just as Xia Ruofei had finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, tidied up his toiletries, and was about to enter the house, there was a sudden noise from outside. Stop him, don't let him in. This evil spirit actually dared to come over. This is outrageous. A rough voice called out. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei heard Lin Yu's voice that was suppressing her anger. What are you guys doing here? I don't welcome you here. Please leave immediately. Then, a man with a quacking voice said with a hint of satisfaction, we are reporters from the provincial television station. We have the right to interview, understand? Come on, turn on the machine and take a picture. Let's see which of these unruly people dares to stop me. When the time comes, we'll expose them all on television. Xia Ruofei's face turned cold when he heard the voice. He threw the basin on the sink and strode towards the door. Huang Jinyu felt that his luck had been pretty good recently. He was originally just a correspondent of the county TV station and didn't even have an official news reporter's certificate. Every day, he would post some news about the county leaders to waste his time. However, 2 months ago, he met the deputy director of the provincial TV station's entertainment channel's reporter department at a dinner party. At that time, the provincial station was selecting reporters from all the news units in the province. After Huang Zhenyu learned of the news, he gave the deputy director of the entertainment channel's reporters department a big gift and invited him to the famous Tianxiang nightclub in the provincial capital for a night. Just the two chicks he ordered to sleep with the deputy director cost him 30,000 yuan. After he got his job done, Huang Zhenyu was also successfully selected and transferred to the provincial entertainment channel, becoming a reporter of the provincial media. Although his reporter's certificate had not been obtained yet, Huang Zhenyu had captured the information of many small celebrities during this period of time and had successfully gained a firm foothold in the entertainment channel. This time, when he was waiting for a celebrity at the airport, he saw a team of military vehicles with black veils on them, so he turned to follow this lead. Later, Huang Zhenyu found out that it was a martyr who had returned to his hometown to be buried, but the provincial and municipal media did not report much. Only Guhuang County TV station reported a piece of news, which was quite low-key. So, Huang Zhenyu asked around and found out about the martyr's parents. He took a cameraman and found squad leader Luo's parents directly. Squad leader Luo's mother couldn't take the shock and fainted on the spot after hearing the bad news. She passed away a few days later. Not only did Huang Zhenyu not feel guilty at all, but he even felt that this was a news headline. Didn't people like to watch such sensational news nowadays? When he realized that squad leader Luo's parents had heard the news of their son's sacrifice from him that day, he immediately edited the scene that was shot that day. Although the broadcasting standards at the provincial station were stricter, the corresponding new media platforms were relatively more relaxed. Very soon, the video was posted on the entertainment channel's official Weibo. Naturally, this Weibo post also received a lot of attention, and of course, there was a lot of controversy. However, Huang Zhenyu was not afraid of controversy at all. Controversy meant that there was a topic to talk about, and if there was a topic to talk about, it meant that he was going to be famous. Therefore, Huang Zhenyu was not ashamed of it. Instead, he was smug. The burial time in Ganjiang province was relatively early. After the overnight funeral, the deceased would be sent to the mountain the next morning. After Huang Zhenyu heard that squad leader Luo's mother was buried today, he actually brought two cameramen over, ready to give a follow-up report. When he arrived near the Luo family's house, he was stopped by the indignant villagers. These villagers hated the unscrupulous reporter and reprimanded him. When Lin Yu heard the news, she also came to the door to stop him. Ever since Huang Zhenyu went from being a correspondent of a county TV station to a provincial reporter, his ego had inflated rapidly. How could he still care about these countryside villagers? Huang Zhenyu stood on a rock and directed the cameraman to turn on the camera and start shooting. He then glanced at the crowd triumphantly and said, "We reporters have the right to interview. Do you understand? The right to interview? Whoever dares to stop me is breaking the law. Be careful, you'll be locked up after we take a picture of you." The villagers did not know what Huang Zhenyu's so-called right to interview was, but they could still understand what being in prison meant. They were intimidated by Huang Zhenyu's words, and their faces showed a hesitant look. They could not help but feel a trace of fear. Lin Yu's face was haggard. Her thin and weak body blocked the door as she said, "This is our family's private matter. We don't want to be interviewed." Huang Zhenyu looked at Lin Yu as if he hadn't heard her words. He asked, "You're Luo Zhiqing's lover?" I want to know the details of Luo Zhiqing's sacrifice and which unit did he serve in. When Lin Yue heard her husband's name, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart. She suppressed her anger and said, "I'm sorry, no comment." Huang Jinyu pouted and said, "We've consulted the publicity department of the provincial military, and they said they don't know anything about Luo Zhiqing's situation. This doesn't make sense. I think. Could it be that Luo Zhiqing didn't die on duty, or maybe he died in a man-made accident, and the uni that was in gave him a martyr title to avoid responsibility?" When Lin Yue heard this, she was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Her eyes were red as she shouted, "You're talking nonsense. Venomous slander. We don't welcome you here, so get lost." The corners of Huang Jinyu's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of smugness appeared in his eyes. This was the effect he wanted. The scene of Lin Yue flipping out had been completely captured by the camera. As for the words he had said earlier on when he had intentionally provoked Lin Yue, they could be edited out later. At that time, he could just casually make up some content and produce another sensational report. Huang Jinyu felt that everything had been going smoothly for him during this period of time. Even the city walls could not stop his good luck. It was boring to wait for a star at the airport, but he didn't expect to find such a big piece of news. Huang Jinyu gestured for the cameraman to continue filming as he said leisurely, "It's our job as reporters to investigate the truth. Why are you so agitated? Could it be that you're hiding something, and you're angry because I was right? You're talking nonsense." Lin Yue, who was usually weak, didn't realize that Huang Jinyu was deliberately provoking her. When she heard Huang Jinyu defaming her martyr husband, she had already lost her rationality. Lin Yue rushed up and pushed Huang Jinyu, saying, "Get lost. What right do you have to slander old Luo? Quickly get lost." Squad leader Luo's older sister quickly hugged Lin Yue from behind, and the scene was in a mess. Huang Jinyu smiled and said, "All right. Since you don't want to answer this question, then I won't ask. I heard that Luo Zhiqing's mother also passed away unfortunately and will be buried today. Can you tell me the specific situation? Had she always been in poor health? Luo Zhiqing's accident in the army, did you keep it from her?" The villagers couldn't help but start cursing. "Don't you have any shame? If it wasn't for you, would Aunt Luo have died from anger? This is too much. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs. You're really shameless. What are you doing? What are you doing?" Huang Jinyu scanned the agitated villagers and said loudly, "What are you unruly villagers trying to do? Don't you want to try the taste of prison food?" Lin Yue was so angered by this shameless so-called reporter that she almost fainted on the spot. Huang Jinyu saw the villagers' fearful expressions again and smiled smugly. He said to Lin Yue, "Don't misunderstand. I'm here today for the interview and to pay my respects to the old lady. I interviewed her a few days ago. I didn't expect him to be gone in just a few days." Huang Jinyu sighed pretentiously and was about to walk into the house. Of course, he wasn't so kind as to come and pay his respects to the old man, because before he walked, he signaled the two cameramen to quickly follow Ying so that they could take more photos. The old lady's coffin was parked in the central room. The coffin was not covered before the funeral. If the cameraman went in, it would mean that the old lady's body would be photographed. This was a big taboo in the countryside. Lin Yue and squad leader Luo's older sister were blocking the entrance. Lin Yue shouted, "What are you guys doing? I already said we don't accept interviews. You guys get out." However, how could two women compete with three tall and strong men? Huang Zhenyu said as he squeezed forward, even using his hands, to push Lin Yue away. Barry. Quickly, Lin Yue couldn't stand steadily and was pushed to the side. Naturally, the path opened up for her. Huang Zhenyu's mouth twitched, and he was about to step into the courtyard. At this moment, Huang Zhenyu felt his vision go dark. A tall figure was blocking the door, completely blocking the way. It was Xia Ruofei, who had been washing up in the courtyard and had rushed out when he heard the noise. Xia Ruofei had heard the entire argument just now. The anger in his chest was burning, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Without waiting for Huang Zhenyu to react, Xia Ruofei had already reached out and grabbed his neck, then strode forward. Huang Zhenyu subconsciously reached out to pry Xia Ruofei's hand away. However, Xia Ruofei's hand was as tight as an iron hoop. How could he pry it away? As soon as Xia Ruofei took a step forward, Huang Zhenyu could not help but stagger back. What was worse was that Xia Ruofei's grip was so tight that Huang Zhenyu was already having difficulty breathing, and his face quickly turned red. You let me go," Huang Zhenyu said with difficulty. Xia Ruofei did not say anything. He just looked at Huang Zhenyu coldly. However, that cold, emotionless gaze made Huang Zhenyu shiver. At this moment, he felt as if he had seen the god of death. Huang Zhenyu had no doubt that Xia Ruofei would really kill him. At first, the two cameramen were secretly excited. They quickly turned their cameras around and started filming Xia Ruofei. Nowadays, people who beat up reporters didn't have a good ending. After all, the news media controlled the mouthpiece. However, the cameraman quickly realized that something was wrong. It seemed like Wanwan was going to kill someone. Didn't he see that reporter Huang's face was turning purple? He would suffocate to death if he continued pinching. The cameraman quickly put down his camera and rushed over to pull Xia Ruofei away. However, it was as if Xia Ruofei had eyes in the back of his head. He gave a swift and clean back kick, causing one of the cameramen to take a few steps back and crash into the other. The two of them fell to the ground in a sorry state. Huang Zhenyu could already feel his vision turning black. If Xia Ruofei were to hold him for a few more seconds, he would definitely be strangled to death. At this moment, Xia Ruofei let go of her. Huang Zhenyu quickly covered his neck and took in deep breaths. For the first time in his life, he felt that air was so precious. Xia Ruofei only looked at Huang Zhenyu coldly, waiting for him to catch his breath. Huang Zhenyu had finally recovered a little. He glared at Xia Ruofei while panting and said, You dare to hit a reporter? I'm going to ruin your reputation. I'll send you to jail. Xia Ruofei didn't say a word. He went forward and grabbed Huang Zhenyu's collar, lifting him up with a light force. Huang Zhenyu, whose feet were off the ground, screamed in fear, What do you want to do? Quickly put me down. At this moment, Lin Yue had also regained her senses. She hurriedly called out, Ruofei, don't do it. Put him down. Although Lin Yue didn't understand the details of Lone Wolf's mission, she had some understanding of the combat skills of the assault team members. She knew that Xia Ruofei and the others were all combat experts and had terrifying strength. If Xia Ruofei went crazy, the reporter might really be killed by him. Xia Ruofei turned around and glanced at Lin Yue. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." With that, Xia Ruofei raised her other hand and slapped him. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and this slap landed solidly on Huang Zhenyu's face. Xia Ruofei hit him very hard. Huang Zhenyu's head turned to the other side, and he spat out a mouthful of blood along with 2 molars. "This slap is for squad leader Luo. I'll let you make venomous accusations. Pa! This is for Aunt Luo. Pa! This slap is for sister-in-law. Pa! I'm helping the villagers." In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei had already slapped him 4 times in a row. Huang Zhenyu did not have any ability to resist at all. His head was subconsciously turned to the left and then to the right along with Xia Ruofei's slaps. He seemed to be in a daze. In fact, if Xia Ruofei had used all his strength, 4 slaps would have been enough to kill him. Xia Ruofei had still held back. However, even so, a slight concussion was definitely not a small matter. Huang Zhenyu's teeth were almost all knocked out, and his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. His originally pretty face had now become like a pig's head. Xia Ruofei let go of his hand and Huang Zhenyu fell to the ground. You kill me if you dare," he shouted like a madman. "Otherwise, I will never let you off. You can just wait to go to jail." These words were originally quite imposing, but unfortunately, a few of his teeth had fallen out, his mouth was swollen, and his words were leaking air. It looked a little comical. After the villagers saw this, they felt very relieved and applauded. Huang Zhenyu had been very arrogant since he entered the village, and everyone already knew that it was this unscrupulous reporter who had killed Aunt Luo, so they were all filled with righteous indignation. However, the simple villagers were intimidated by Huang Zhenyu's so-called right of interview and the 2 cameras with red lights on, so they did not dare to act rashly. In fact, they didn't know that there was no law that stipulated the right to interview, and that the people had the right to refuse interviews. Now that Xia Ruofei had come out to teach Huang Zhenyu a lesson, the villagers suddenly felt that they had gotten their revenge. Of course, everyone was whispering among themselves. They were all worried about Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not feel any pressure. He turned around and looked at the 2 cameramen. The 2 cameramen quickly avoided his gaze. Facing this god-like man, they didn't even have the courage to come up and help. Moreover, Huang Zhenyu had just joined the company, and the cameraman did not have much of a relationship with him, so they naturally would not stand up for him. Xia Ruofei pouted, squatted down, and stared at Huang Zhenyu, asking, "I just want to know why you won't let me go. How are you going to make me go to jail?" Huang Zhenyu snorted coldly and said, "We've taken photos of everything. That's the evidence. I'll call the police." "Evidence?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and stood up. He walked to the 2 cameras that the cameraman had placed on the ground. "Are you talking about these?" As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he immediately lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. The 2 expensive cameras immediately broke into pieces. Xia Ruofei found 2 memory cards from the pile of junk and broke them in front of Huang Zhenyu. "Not anymore?" he asked with a smile. You, Huang Zhenyu trembled with anger. "How dare you damage our interview equipment? He's simply lawless." Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked, "Where's the evidence? Did you guys see that?" Xia Ruofei's last sentence was directed at the villagers. The villagers immediately laughed, and a few young men replied loudly, "We didn't see anything." Someone else said, "I saw it." These reporters started fighting among themselves and broke the machine. Ha ha ha, Huang Zhenyu was even more seething with anger. He said in exasperation, "Don't think that you can distort the truth. I'm telling you, I'm a reporter from the provincial television station. Let's see if the police will believe you or me. Inverting black and white? Grandson. Isn't that what you're best at?" Xia Ruofei sneered. "You can't take it anymore? The more satisfying part is yet to come." With that, Xia Ruofei walked to Huang Zhenyu's side to look at the villagers. They were relieved, but Xia Ruofei had not. Slandering squad leader Luo, angering Aunt Luo to death, pushing Lin Yui away, this unscrupulous reporter had done so many evil things that were hated by both man and God. How could a few slaps be enough? Huang Zhenyu saw that Xia Ruofei was walking towards him again. He was so scared that he dodged backward with all his might, and he even cursed, "Don't be too arrogant. You'll see how powerful the police are when they come." Xia Ruofei did not take Huang Zhenyu's threat to heart at all. As he walked, he raised his voice and said, "Fellow villagers, you've all been deceived by him. China's laws don't stipulate that reporters have the right to interview at all. Instead, every citizen has their own right to privacy and has the right to refuse interviews. This son of a bitch is pulling a tiger's skin and making a big flag." Huang Zhenyu's unscrupulous behavior had already aroused public anger, and Xia Ruofei's satisfying way of doing things made the villagers clap their hands in joy. After the villagers heard Xia Ruofei's words, they were even more enraged. They pointed at Huang Zhenyu and scolded him. A few of the short-tempered villagers even pretended to step forward and hit Huang Zhenyu. Huang Zhenyu was so frightened that he shouted, "Don't mess around. Hitting someone is illegal. Beating up a reporter is even more of a crime. Go to hell." A young man spat and said, "Reporters are amazing. You even dared to use the interview rights to scare us. If I don't teach you a good lesson, I won't be able to get over it. Attack together. I don't believe the government can lock us up. Beat him to death." The villagers all gathered around him, feeling indignant. Lin Yui saw that the situation had gone out of control, and Xia Ruofei had even slapped Huang Zhenyu a few times. She was burning with anxiety and quickly said, "Ruofei, quickly persuade everyone. Otherwise, something will really happen." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, calm down. Don't get yourself into a lawsuit because of a scumbag." Although Xia Ruofei was a foreigner, his actions had won the hearts of the people. So, everyone stopped once he spoke. Lin Yui heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Xia Ruofei had managed to control the situation. Although Xia Ruofei had already beaten up someone, at least no one had died. There was still room for change. Unexpectedly, after Xia Ruofei finished his sentence, he grinned and said, something like teaching a scumbag a lesson. "Just leave it to me." With that, Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared in front of Huang Zhenyu in a flash. Before everyone could react, he gave Huang Zhenyu a flying kick in the stomach. Huang Zhenyu suddenly felt a huge force coming at him, and his body flew backward involuntarily. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and vomited. On the spot, Xia Ruofei's ghostly figure followed closely behind. He aimed at Huang Zhenyu's legs on the ground and stomped them without hesitation. Gotcha! Gotcha! Two sickening sounds were heard. Huang Zhenyu was stunned for a moment, staring straight at his legs that had already appeared to be strangely twisted. Then, his nerves transmitted an intense pain to his brain. Huang Zhenyu howled like a pig being slaughtered, rolling on the ground in pain. Ruofei! Lin Yue cried out involuntarily. She was so frightened by this sudden change that her face turned pale. It was a pity that Xia Ruofei's movements were too fast. Lin Yue did not have any time to react. When she cried out, Xia Ruofei was already standing in front of Huang Zhenyu with his arms crossed. The villagers and the two cameramen gasped at the same time. This young man's methods were too ruthless. A lot of people had experienced fighting, but the scene of someone's legs being stepped on and broken was rarely seen even in movies. Today, they had seen it with their own eyes, and it was extremely shocking. Even though Huang Zhenyu was a bad person in the eyes of the villagers and everyone wanted to beat him up, they could not help but feel fear when they saw Xia Ruofei's attack. Xia Ruofei looked at Huang Zhenyu rolling around in pain with a normal expression, as if he had just done something insignificant, just like patting the dust off his body. Very quickly, Huang Zhenyu's voice became hoarse. He weakly called out to the two cameramen, You're not calling the police? Hurry! Hurry! Call the police to arrest him. Then, Huang Zhenyu stared at Xia Ruofei with a face full of hatred and shouted hysterically, You're dead! You're dead! Xia Ruofei's mouth twitched. He did not take Huang Zhenyu's threat to heart. He turned around and glanced at the two cameramen indifferently. One of the cameramen was secretly taking out his phone. When Xia Ruofei looked at him with a half-smile, he was so shocked that he dropped his phone on the ground. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, You guys better behave. My fellow villagers, do me a favor. Xia Ruofei shouted, Watch those two guys. Don't let them make any calls. Don't worry. Whoever dares to move, we'll beat the shit out of him. Leave it to us. Yes. The villagers responded. Huang Zhenyu wanted to cry but had no tears. All this time, he had felt that he had a halo around him. Wherever he went, people would flatter him. He was afraid of negative reports. He did not expect that he would suffer such a big loss in this remote village today. Now, he could not even make a call for help. Huang Zhenyu and the other two naturally did not dare to act rashly under the watchful eyes of the villagers. However, Lin Yue was very clear that if this matter continued to be in a deadlock, it would be impossible to resolve it in the end. She looked at Xia Ruofei with a bitter smile and said, Roof, you're too impulsive. It's not worth it, Xia Ruofei smiled. Sister-in-law, squad leader Luo is the god of war in our hearts. This grandson dared to slander him like this. Even if the Wolf King was here today, the result would be the same. Lin Yue heaved a long sigh when she heard this. She naturally knew the position of squad leader Luo Zhiqing in the hearts of her comrades. To be honest, she was very pleased with Xia Ruofei's performance today, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel deeply worried for him. Xia Ruofei laughed nonchalantly. Sister-in-law, I'll take care of things here. You don't have to worry about it, just go and settle Aunt Luo's funeral. Don't miss the time, but, Lin Yue asked worriedly, how are you going to resolve this? You don't need to worry about that. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, in any case, nothing will happen. Everyone's waiting, you can go back. First, I won't be going up the mountain after Aunt's funeral. Seeing that Lin Yu was still worried, Xia Ruofei smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Sister-in-law, don't worry. By the time you come down from the mountain, the matter here will have been resolved. Squad leader Luo's older sister also tried to persuade her. Lin Yu also knew that the matter of her mother-in-law's funeral couldn't be delayed, so she could only follow her relatives back to the courtyard with deep worry. Soon, the sound of blowing could be heard from inside again. There were still some rituals to be done before the funeral. Soon, Aunt Luo's coffin would be carried up the mountain. The tomb had been dug and was just waiting for the right time to be buried. In the open space at the entrance, Huang Zhenyu and the two cameramen were surrounded by the villagers. The two cameramen had never seen such a scene before. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Huang Zhenyu was sitting on the ground in a sorry state, gritting his teeth in pain. His legs were swollen, and the bones of his calves were twisted in a strange way. It was a shocking sight. After Xia Ruofei finished talking to Lin Yu, he walked towards Huang Zhenyu and the other two. When the villagers saw Xia Ruofei walking over, they immediately parted to make way for him. When Huang Zhenyu saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately glared at Xia Ruofei and said in a hoarse voice, if you have the ability, then kill the three of us. Or lock us up for life. Otherwise, we'll definitely call the police. You will soon pay a painful price for your atrocities. Don't try to provoke me. I've killed many people, Xia Ruofei sneered. The two cameramen were already scared to death. Just now, when Huang Zhenyu said those harsh words, they couldn't help but shrink their necks back. In their hearts, they were cursing Huang Zhenyu like a fountain. In such a situation, it was fine to just stay put. Wasn't it courting death? To provoke the god of death? When Xia Ruofei said that, the two cameramen couldn't help but shiver, and their faces turned pale. Who doesn't know how to brag? Huang Zhenyu sneered. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not explain so much to such an unscrupulous person. He said indifferently, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. The reason you're still alive is because I don't want to dirty my hands. And, Xia Ruofei squatted down and stared into Huang Zhenyu's eyes. He said word by word, do you think I'll let you go after I beat you up? You. What else do you want? Huang Zhenyu's heart trembled, and he asked, sternly. Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't be impatient. You'll find out soon. Xia Ruofei stood up and took out his phone. He found Song Rui's number and dialed it. The phone rang for more than 10 times. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to hang up, the call finally connected. Song Rui's sleepy voice came from Xia Ruofei's phone. Xia Ruofei, you bastard. Do you even have a little bit of public morality? What's going on? You're disturbing my sleep so early in the morning. Xia Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was just past 7 o'clock, which was indeed too early for Song Rui. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, you must have overworked yourself last night. Why do you sound so weak? Xia Ruofei was just teasing her, but he really heard a sweet voice from the other end of the phone. Young Master Song, who's this annoying person? Then, the voice on the phone became muffled. It was obvious that Song Rui had covered the phone. However, Xia Ruofei's hearing was better than ordinary people's. He could still hear Song Rui say, it's none of your business. Go to sleep. Then, Song Ruofei chuckled awkwardly and said, I'm just putting on an act. All men understand. What? Are you looking for me for? There's something urgent. Find a more convenient place to talk. Xia Ruofei said seriously. Give me 2 minutes. Song Ruofei said immediately and then hung up. Xia Ruofei shook his head helplessly and kept his phone. After about a minute, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. It was Song Ruofei who called back. He must have sent the woman away. However, he only gave her a minute to get dressed and leave. Young Master Song was really something. Can you say what you want to say now? Song Ruofei said, because of you, I did one less morning exercise. You have to compensate me. No problem. We'll talk about it when I return to the Three Mountains. Xia Ruofei said. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Does your family have any reliable people in Ganjiang province? It would be best if they were leaders of a certain level. Aren't you talking nonsense? Song Ruofei said. Have you forgotten where my old man is from? Xia Ruofei was stunned. He just remembered that Elder Song's hometown was in the Ganjiang province. However, he had joined the army when he was young and had been working in other places. Xia Ruofei had looked for Song Ruofei because he vaguely understood that the Song family's territory was in the Ganjiang province. He had forgotten that this was Elder Song's hometown. So you're saying that the answer you gave me is yes? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I can't guarantee anything too troublesome, but I can still do most things in the Ganjiang province. Song Ruofei said, don't keep me in suspense. What's the matter? Don't tell me you got some Ganjiang girl pregnant and can't clean up the mess? I'll go to hell. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, I'm talking business. Since you're so confident, then you have to help me do this. Well, otherwise, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my brother. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was so serious, Song Ruofei stopped teasing him and said seriously, you say it. As long as it's not murder, arson, or drug trafficking, I'll help you settle it. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, do I look like the kind of person who would commit crimes? Then, Xia Ruofei didn't keep Song Ruofei in suspense anymore. He told him the whole story from the beginning. Except for squad leader Luo's unit number and the specific reason for his death, which had to be kept secret, Xia Ruofei told Song Ruofei everything in detail. Song Ruofei was from a family of generals and had special feelings for the army. When he heard that someone dared to defame a martyr in such a despicable way, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck his grandpa. This grandson is not human. Then, Song Ruofei asked without hesitation, Ruofei, what do you want to do about this? How big was it going to be? Just give me the word, and I'll use all my connections to do it. If even I can't do it, I'll go and beg my dad and grandpa. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Xia Ruofei was touched when he heard that. He said, just 2 points. First, make all the deliberately edited information about squad leader Luo that has been posted online disappear. Second, this scumbag reporter. At this point, Xia Ruofei paused, looked at Huang Zhenyu, and asked, hey, what's your name? Huang Zhenyu snorted coldly and glared at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not wait for his reply and continued, I don't know his name, but he's from the provincial entertainment channel. You'll find out once you get your people to check. I want him to lose all his reputation and suffer a fate worse than death. Song Ruofei replied without hesitation, okay. I'll immediately get the head of the publicity Department of the Ganjiang Provincial Party Committee, to personally handle this matter. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and added, by the way, this grandson went to class monitor Luo's house to make trouble this morning, so I gave him a little punishment and taught him how to behave. If you have any leaders you are familiar with in the political and legal department, you should also give them a call. Don't leave any traces behind. Understood, Song Rui said. Then he asked with a smile, Ruofei, what's the level of your small punishment? Xia Ruofei replied indifferently, I didn't really hit him. I just took out a tooth and broke his legs. I'm already very kind with my bad temper. Song Rui was stunned for a moment before he muttered, fuck. I have to say, you fucking well done. Song Rui didn't say anything else and treated this matter as his own. The Song family's connections in Ganjiang province were all mobilized at the Luo family's gate. After Xia Ruofei hung up, he smiled and said, fellow villagers, disperse. There's no need to surround me so tightly, the third granduncle, who had guided Xia Ruofei at the village entrance yesterday, said worriedly, little descendant, if we don't keep a close eye on these guys, what should we do if we report them to the authorities? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, old man, it's fine. I'll watch them and they won't have a chance to call the police. Besides, we're not afraid even if we call the police. This kid can't even save himself now, he can't do much more. The villagers were convinced by Xia Ruofei's words, so they quickly dispersed and no longer surrounded the three of them. However, these simple and honest villagers were not at ease to leave. After dispersing, they stayed in the vicinity and chatted in twos and threes. Huang Zhenyu had heard Xia Ruofei's phone call with his own ears. He was a little nervous, but at the same time, he didn't believe it. He felt that Xia Ruofei was bluffing. He could already see that Xia Ruofei was Luo Zhiqing's comrade. What power could a foreigner have in Ganjiang province? Moreover, Xia Ruofei had been talking about the head of the publicity department of the Ganjiang Provincial Party Committee and the head of the political and legal department. It was as if Ganjiang province was run by his family. This was even more unbelievable. Hey! What do you want? Huang Zhenyu asked sternly, let us go quickly. Otherwise, you'll be charged with illegal detention. Xia Ruofei looked at Huang Zhenyu indifferently and said, don't worry. Your leader will come to pick them up later. TSK. Do you really think that Ganjiang province is your family's business? Huang Zhenyu said disdainfully, stop bluffing. Hurry up and let us go. Xia Ruofei couldn't be bothered with this clown. Like reporter. He pouted and walked away. No matter how efficient Song Rui was, he would definitely need time. Moreover, Guhuang County was still in the mountains. It would take time for the people from Gan River to arrive. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply asked a villager to bring some stools from Lin Yui's house and invited everyone to sit down and rest. He even took out some cigarettes and distributed them to the villagers. Then, he also took a stool and sat not far away from Huang Zhenyu and the other two. As for Huang Zhenyu and the two cameramen, naturally, no one would get them a stool. Huang Zhenyu fell to the ground and groaned in pain. From time to time, while the two cameramen squatted down dejectedly, Xia Ruofei smoked his cigarette calmly, looking very confident. Whether it was Huang Zhenyu's group of three or the villagers, they were all a little apprehensive. Huang Zhenyu and the rest were worried that Xia Ruofei was not bluffing. If he really had a strong backing, they would be in deep trouble. On the other hand, the villagers were worried about the opposite. They were afraid that Xia Ruofei had deliberately made the phone call in front of everyone to save face. The problem could not be solved if the stalemate continued. The Luo family's funeral procession carried Aunt Luo's coffin out of the door and went up the mountain to the graveyard. Ling Yue, who was wearing mourning clothes, looked at Xia Ruofei worriedly as she left the house. Xia Ruofei returned her a confident smile. Time passed by just like that. The atmosphere at the scene was quiet and somewhat oppressive. After about half an hour, Huang Jinyu's phone suddenly rang, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Huang Jinyu was shocked and subconsciously looked at Xia Ruofei. Although Qianqian refused to admit it, Huang Jinyu was indeed scared of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei pouted and looked to the other side. He was obviously not going to care about him answering the phone. Only then did Huang Jinyu carefully take out his phone. In the process, many scenes of the hostage-taker's clever suggestion to call the police flashed through his mind. He thought about how to subtly convey the news of his imprisonment through the person who called. However, when he saw the caller's number, all these messy thoughts were swept away. It was Lu Yang, the director of the provincial entertainment channel, who was the head of the entertainment channel. For Huang Jinyu, even the director of the reporter department was an important figure that he could not get close to, let alone the channel's director. He had only been selected to be transferred to the entertainment channel by bribing a deputy director of the reporter department. On his first day of work, Huang Jinyu had entered the phone numbers of all the channel leaders in his contacts book into his phone. However, he was not qualified to contact leaders at Lu Yang's level, so he naturally did not call even once. Huang Jinyu did not expect Director Lu to call him personally this time. He said in his heart, could it be that my luck is going to change? Recently, I've had a lot of highlights in my work. I've caught a few pieces of breaking news in a row. Even Director Lu has noticed me. It had to be said that Huang Jinyu's utilitarian heart was really too strong. It was just a call from a channel director, but at this time, he had completely thrown his current unfavorable situation out of the clouds. Huang Jinyu held all kinds of fantasies of soaring to the sky and hurriedly answered the phone. Director Lu, hello. He said in a flattering tone. May I ask for your instructions? Lu Yang's cold voice came from the phone. You're Huang Jinyu, from the press department? Yes, Director. You can just call me Little Huang. Huang Jinyu said with joy on his face. However, Lu Yang's next words made Huang Jinyu fall from heaven to hell, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. Huang Jinyu, you bastard! Lu Yang cursed. Who gave you the right to randomly interview people? Didn't you not get your reporter's pass? What right do you have to represent the provincial station for an interview? Ah? Distorting black and white, spreading lies, maliciously creating hype, and slandering martyrs, you really ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. The entertainment channel's face has been completely lost by you. If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Huang Jinyu's face turned pale and he stuttered, Director Lu, there must be a misunderstanding here. Please let me explain. The discipline inspection team has already investigated everything. The evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to explain? Lu Yang said angrily, you should save that nonsense for the group's discipline inspection team. Ah? Huang Jinyu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The SARFT was roughly in between a state-owned enterprise and a public institution. The so-called discipline inspection team was the organization that the Provincial Commission for Discipline inspection had assigned to the SARFT. The team leader of the discipline inspection team would enter the SARF's leadership team, so the discipline inspection team was equivalent to the local commission for discipline inspection. Of course, no one would like to be invited to tea by the discipline inspection team, especially Huang Zhenyu, who had a guilty conscience. Lu Yang's next words made Huang Zhenyu's heart sink to the bottom. "I forgot to tell you," he said. "Chen Ziqiang has already truthfully explained the situation of the bribery crime to the comrades of the discipline inspection team. You'd better not have any wishful thinking." With that, Lu Yang hung up the phone directly, and Huang Zhenyu fell to the ground. Chen Ziqiang was the deputy director of the Entertainment Channel's Reporters Department. Huang Zhenyu had been selected to be transferred to the provincial station through paying tribute to this deputy director Chen. Huang Zhenyu still had a glimmer of hope. Just now, he felt that if he asked Deputy Director Chen for help, there might be a glimmer of hope. After all, Deputy Director Chen was in the same boat as him. He would also be afraid that he would bite him out if he was forced into a corner. However, Huang Zhenyu did not expect that the situation had already become so bad that even Chen Ziqiang could not protect himself. He suddenly realized something and turned to look at Xia Ruofei in disbelief. Could it be that all of this was really caused by that phone call? In less than half an hour after the phone call, even Director Lu was alarmed. No, even the group's discipline inspection team was alarmed. Deputy Director Chen was even interviewed by the discipline inspection team and had even confessed to being bribed. All of this had happened in just half an hour. If it was really Xia Ruofei's doing, how much power did he have to make the people in the organization, who had always been stable, so efficient? Huang Zhenyu suddenly felt as if he had done something extremely stupid, putting himself in a situation beyond redemption. In reality, Huang Zhenyu did not know that this matter had not only alarmed the provincial SARF's disciplinary team. Half an hour ago, Luo Jiawei, the standing committee of the Provincial Party Committee and the head of the Provincial Party Committee's publicity department, had personally called the chairman of the provincial SARFT. Over the phone, Minister Luo had severely criticized the provincial SARFT for not being strict in the control of news and the lax management of its staff. This had scared the chairman of the SARFT so much that he was trembling with fear. He did not know what he had done wrong to make Minister Luo call him in such an angry manner. After the chairman carefully reflected and admitted his mistake, Luo Jiawei then told him about Huang Zhenyu's matter that Song Rui had retold. Then, he strictly ordered that the case should be investigated to the end. The chairman of the SARFT, who had been inexplicably reprimanded, was naturally extremely depressed. He was so angry that he beat and scolded the entertainment channel's director, Lu Yang. Then, the group's discipline inspection team quickly took action and launched an investigation into the incident. Seriousness was the only thing that could be feared. Moreover, Huang Zhenyu had only been employed for 2 months. It would not take long for them to find out how he had been selected to be transferred to the provincial station and what he had done in the past 2 months. The deputy director of the Entertainment Channel's reporter department, Chen Ziqiang, naturally fell from his position. After an investigation, the discipline inspection team found that Huang Zhenyu had not only stirred up a hornet's nest this time, but he had also not only been transferred to the station through improper means. He had only been on duty for a short 2 months, but he had actually violated several rules in several reports and had even accepted red packets from interviewees several times. Such a bold and insatiable villain had actually sneaked into the provincial station and the entertainment channel. Lu Yang was also inexplicably angry. After scolding several leaders of the press department, he still felt angry. He found Huang Zhenyu's phone number and personally called to scold him. Just as Huang Zhenyu was feeling as if he had lost his parents, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from Ganjiang. Xia Ruofei looked at Huang Zhenyu with a faint smile and answered the phone. "Hello, are you Mr. Xia?" The person on the other end of the phone was very young. His attitude was very polite, and he was also a little careful. "I'm Xia Ruofei, and you are?" Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "Hello, Mr. Xia." The young voice said, "I'm Lu Wen, the secretary of Minister Luo from the Provincial Party Committee's Publicity Department. When I called you, I was instructed by Minister Luo to report to you the investigation of the fake reporter Huang Zhenyu." Xia Ruofei was stunned and said, "Fake reporter? Interesting. Then, Secretary Lu, please explain it to me." "Alright, Mr. Xia." Lu Wen quickly said, "According to the investigation of the Provincial SARF's Discipline Inspection Team, this Huang Zhenyu was transferred from the Ning County radio and television station to the Provincial Entertainment Channel through improper procedures 2 months ago. So far, he doesn't have a news reporter's certificate." Lu Wen reported the results of their investigation to Xia Ruofei. Then, on behalf of the Publicity Department of the Ganjiang Provincial Party Committee, he asked Xia Ruofei to convey his apologies to the family of the martyr. Lu Wen said goodbye and hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei looked teasingly at Huang Zhenyu, who was covered in dirt. He raised his voice and said to the villagers, "Fellow villagers, the provincial television station has already investigated clearly. This guy is not a reporter at all. He is using the banner of a reporter to swindle people. Great, this guy is a liar." Third great uncle said happily. "Then the little descendant won't have to go to jail after beating him." A younger villager couldn't help but say, "Third great uncle, even if he's a scammer, beating him up like this is also against the law." Third great uncle was so angry that he smacked the villager's head with his fan and said, "What the hell do you know about magic, you dumbass?" Yes. Yes, yes. "I don't understand," the villager said with a bitter smile. His third great uncle was the most senior person in the village, so no one dared to refute what he said. However, the villagers were obviously not as optimistic as third great uncle. Their eyes were still filled with worry. The villagers who were further away from third great uncle were still whispering, discussing how many years Xia Ruofei would be sentenced to for beating someone up like this. At this moment, the sound of police sirens could be heard from afar. The villagers immediately became restless. Soon, 2 police cars arrived in front of the Luo family's house. 7 or 8 policemen jumped out of the cars and walked over quickly. Huang Zhenyu was also surprised. They didn't have the chance to call the police for help just now, so how did these police get the news and rush over? Moreover, even if they did call the police, it had only been half an hour, and the village was so remote. Wouldn't the police come too quickly? However, Huang Zhenyu did not think too much about it. It was better to get out of the control of this killing god first. Otherwise, he would have died from the pain before he was even detained by the discipline inspection team. Therefore, Huang Zhenyu immediately shouted, "Police! Help me!" The police officers separated the crowd and walked in. The middle-aged police officer in the lead said loudly, "We're from the County Criminal Police Force. We received A report that someone pretended to be a reporter and swindled people in the village. Where are the fake reporters? The villagers all pointed their fingers at Huang Zhenyu and the other two. Under the police's intense gaze, Huang Zhenyu said with a long face, "Police. We're all staff of the provincial television station. We have work permits and are not fake reporters. And they surrounded me and didn't let me leave. That young man even beat me up so badly. You have to help me." The middle-aged police officer looked at Huang Zhenyu's injuries and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, isn't this young master a little too ruthless? How did he end up like this? However, he was very clear about his mission and turned a deaf ear to Huang Zhenyu's words. He only curled his lips and said, "It seems that you are the fake reporters? What kind of situation was this? Who did it?" Xia Ruofei smiled and stood out. "Officer, I was the one who hit him. It has nothing to do with the villagers." The middle-aged police officer nodded and said, "Oh. It turns out that these swindlers were trying to deceive the village. After being exposed, they were ready to commit murder, so the villagers subdued them together in self-defense." Huang Zhenyu was dumbfounded when he heard this and quickly said, "Officer, you must have heard wrong." He himself. "I didn't ask you to speak." The middle-aged police officer glared at Huang Zhenyu and said, then turned to a young police officer next to him and said, "Have you noted it down? Captain Ching, the scammer was about to commit murder after being exposed. The villagers injured people in self-defense. Record everything down." The young policeman said immediately, You're distorting the truth." Huang Zhenyu shouted angrily, "Our interview equipment was also destroyed by him. The evidence that was taken inside was also destroyed." The middle-aged police officer looked at the camera fragments on the ground and raised his eyebrows. "What's going on?" Xia Ruofei saw the middle-aged police officer's serious look and couldn't help but find it funny. He stepped forward and said, "It's me. It turns out that they were in a panic while escaping and accidentally broke it." The middle-aged police officer immediately interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, "Xiao Zhao, note it down." "Yes, Captain Ching." The young policeman immediately jotted it down in his notebook. Captain Ching continued to ask a few more questions. Each time, before Xia Ruofei could finish, he would come up with a self-justified reason and let the young policeman write it down in the on-site investigation record. Although it seemed ridiculous, it was still according to the procedure. Finally, the middle-aged police officer said to Xia Ruofei, "Sir, we have already received the notice from the Provincial Public Security Department regarding these fake reporters. The provincial SARF's disciplinary inspection team is also preparing to implement 2 regulations on them. Thank you for helping the police catch these scammers. Then we'll be taking her away." How could Xia Ruofei not know that all this was the result of Song Rui's manipulation? He smiled and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble Captain Ching. However, this Huang Zhenyu seems to be quite badly injured. I'm afraid he needs to be sent to the hospital in time for treatment." "Yes. In the spirit of humanitarianism, we will also give the suspect necessary treatment," Captain Ching said. "Besides, it's still the investigation stage by the Discipline Inspection Department. We'll send him to the hospital and hand him over to the comrades of the Provincial SARF's Discipline Inspection Team." Captain Ching then said meaningfully, "I believe that the Discipline Inspection Department will definitely investigate all the questions about this fake reporter and deal with him seriously." If you're suspected of committing a crime, the judiciary will definitely investigate it to the end. Please rest assured, Mr. Xia. Of course I'm not worried, Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Captain Qing had successfully completed his mission. He immediately motioned for the police to escort Huang Zhenyu and the other two into the police car, then politely said goodbye to Xia Ruofei. The two police cars left as quickly as they came, and in a short while even the sirens could not be heard. The empty space at the Luo family's gate was silent. The villagers were looking at Xia Ruofei with admiration. When the funeral procession returned from the mountain, the villagers were still gathered in twos and threes at the Luo family's gate, enthusiastically discussing the scene that had just happened. Lin Yue was absent-minded during the funeral. She was mainly worried about Xia Ruofei. She walked to the vicinity of her house and saw that Xia Ruofei, Huang Zhenyu, and the other two were nowhere to be seen. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. When she vaguely heard the villagers say something about the county criminal police, she became even more anxious. Lin Yue hurriedly took a few steps forward. She pulled a familiar village woman and asked, "Aunt Wu, what happened to Zhiqing's comrade? Did the police arrest you?" Aunt Wu's face was full of admiration as she said, "Yue, Zhiqing's comrade, in arms, is really amazing. He made a call, and not long after, the big leader of the province called the fake reporter and scolded him. The fake reporter was so scared that he almost peed his pants." Lin Yue's mind was in a mess due to her concern, so she didn't pay attention to Aunt Wu's words. She tightly held Aunt Wu's hand and said, "Aunt Wu, what's with the police you were talking about? Where did Ruofei go? Did the police arrest you?" Aunt Wu looked at Lin Yue with a smile and said, "How is that possible? Yue, not long after you left, the police from the county's criminal police unit came. We all thought that things were going to be bad. Your Zhiqing's comrade might be arrested. I didn't expect the police to not arrest him at all, but take the three fake reporters away in the car." Lin Yue heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as Xia Ruofei was fine, the process didn't matter. If Xia Ruofei was really going to jail because of her family, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. At this moment, Xia Ruofei walked out from the door. When he saw Lin Yue, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you're back." When Lin Yue saw that Xia Ruofei had appeared in front of her unscathed, she finally felt at ease. "Ruofei, did the police make things difficult for you?" she asked. "Don't worry, sis-in-law," Xia Ruofei said, "I've already coordinated everything. Let me tell you, that Huang Zhenyu, that reporter doesn't even have a reporter's pass. He has also violated many rules and even violated many laws. The provincial SARF's discipline inspection team has already opened an investigation on him. He will be punished for all the bad things he has done." Lin Yue heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Ruofei, I thank you on behalf of old Luo. But are you sure you'll be fine after beating him up like that?" At this time, third great uncle, who had not left, said, "Yue, this kind of bad person deserves it. What's there to be afraid of if you hit him a few times?" The police from the county came today and were very polite to this little girl. They didn't make things difficult for him at all, so you don't have to worry about it. Lin Yue hurriedly said to her third great uncle, "I know, third great uncle." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I just gave Uncle Luo a traditional Chinese medicine treatment. Then, I gave him some medicine that I concocted. He's much better now." You can go in and have a look. Oh. Good, good, good. Lin Yue hurriedly said. She had been overwrought these few days. Her mother-in-law had passed away, and her father-in-law's health was very poor. She saw that this family was about to fall apart. Fortunately, when Xia Ruofei came, not only did he severely punish the fake reporter, but he also treated her father-in-law's illness. Her father-in-law's complexion had obviously improved the day before. Otherwise, if something had happened to her father-in-law, Lin Yue would not have been able to hold on. She quickly walked to the east room and saw Uncle Luo sitting on the bed. He looked much better, and his breathing was very stable. His face was also a lot rosier. When he saw Lin Yue enter, Uncle Luo sighed and asked, Yue, did you send your mother to the mountain? Dad, the funeral arrangements have been made. Lin Yue said, her eyes red. Aye. Uncle Luo said, it's been hard on you. Child, you haven't had a good life since you came to our house. Xiqing was in the army all year round, and your mom and I were in poor health. This family was supported by you. Later, Xiqing got into an accident, and your mom also passed away. As he spoke, Uncle Luo could not help but tear up. He was very sad. Lin Yue hurriedly said, Father, please don't say that. Isn't it my duty to take care of this family? Now that Mom and Xiqing are gone, you have to take care of your health. If anything happens to you, I'll really be too ashamed to see them in the future. I know, Uncle Luo burst into tears. My child, it's been hard on you. Dad, let's not talk about this. Lin Yue said, Ruofei said that he gave you another treatment this morning. How are you feeling? This child's medical skills are really good. Uncle Luo said, he gave me acupuncture for a while and boiled some medicine for me. I felt relaxed after drinking it. Lin Yue revealed a hint of joy and said, that means the medicine is right. Dad, you've been suffering from this for so many years, and so many doctors have seen you, but couldn't find a way to cure it. If Faye can make your condition better after just one day, he must have a way to completely cure your illness. Uncle Luo nodded and said, Xia said the same thing. Lin Yue suddenly thought of Xia Ruofei's suggestion from last night. She had been busy since last night and had no time to think about it carefully. Now that she saw that her father-in-law's condition had improved, she began to seriously consider Xia Ruofei's suggestion. In all fairness, the benefits of Xia Ruofei's suggestion were obvious. With a stable job, Nan would be able to receive a better education, and her father-in-law's illness would be treated effectively. No matter what, Lin Yue was very attracted. More importantly, if what Xia Ruofei said was true, that he was only providing a job and treated the other employees the same, then earning money through hard work, did not go against her principles or her husband's instructions before his death. Of course, Lin Yue also knew that her family had received help from Xia Ruofei in treating her father-in-law and coordinating Nan's admission to the academy. She owed him a huge favor. However, Xia Ruofei had personally taken revenge for squad leader Luo. He could never repay this favor in his lifetime. Hence, compared to her other comrades, Lin Yue was more willing to accept Xia Ruofei's help. This was a very subtle way of thinking. After pondering for a long time, Lin Yue was indeed tempted to go to Sanshan City. However, she knew very well that the greatest difficulty was not to get through this mental barrier, but how to convince her father sister-in-law. As an old man who had guarded his hometown for decades, and his wife and son were both sleeping on this land, it would be too difficult to persuade him to leave his hometown and go to the unfamiliar Sanshan. Lin Yue was feeling conflicted. In the end, she did not tell Uncle Luo about Xia Ruofei's suggestion. She only chatted with him for a while and told him to have a good rest in the house and not think about anything else. Then, she got up and left the east room. Xia Ruofei was smoking in the courtyard. When he saw Lin Yue coming out, he smiled and went up to her, asking, "Sister-in-law, is Sir's body in good condition?" "He's recovering quite well," Lin Yue said. "Ruofei, thank you so much." Xia Ruofei laughed, "You're always treating me like an outsider. By the way, sister-in-law, have you considered my proposal yesterday? Please don't refuse. I'm here to invite you. I'm being sincere, right?" Lin Yue revealed a touched expression and said, "Ruofei, you're really considerate. I've seriously considered your suggestion yesterday. It's indeed very attractive, but I'm worried that I won't be able to convince my father-in-law. After all, sister-in-law, as long as you agree, this matter will be easy to handle." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'll take care of Uncle Luo's work." "You?" Lin Yue looked at Xia Ruofei in disbelief. She was not even sure if she could persuade him personally, so how could Xia Ruofei convince that stubborn old man? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, just tell me if you agree or not. If you agree, I'll go and persuade Uncle Luo." Lin Yue muttered to herself for a long time before she finally nodded and said, "If you can treat me like an ordinary employee and not give me any special treatment, as you promised yesterday, I'm willing to work in your company." Xia Ruofei waved his fist in joy and said, "That's great. Sister-in-law, wait here for a while, I'll go in and have a good chat with Uncle Luo." Ruofei, Lin Yue's voice had just left her mouth when Xia Ruofei ran into the east room excitedly. Lin Yue shook her head helplessly and could only let him be. She paced back and forth in the central room uneasily. After about 10 minutes, Xia Ruofei pushed open the door to the east room and walked out. He smiled and made an okay gesture at her. "Sister-in-law, it's done." Lin Yue widened her eyes in shock and asked, "My father-in-law agreed?" Xia Ruofei chuckled, "Of course. I already said that there wouldn't be a problem if I were to take action. If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask Uncle Luo." Lin Yue didn't dare to believe it, and she hurriedly pushed open the door to the east room and walked in. "Dad," Lin Yue called out. "Uncle." Luo turned his head to look at her and said, "Yue, pack up your things in the next 2 days. Xiao Xia said that when he comes back from his business trip, he'll take us to the 3 mountains. You agree?" Lin Yue asked in surprise. "Yes, I've already promised Xia," Uncle Luo nodded. "No. Dad, did Ruofei give you some kind of bewitching potion?" Lin Yue also couldn't help but ask, "I thought you definitely wouldn't agree." "Yue," Uncle Luo said with a smile. "Is Dad such an old-fashioned person in your heart?" "No. No." Lin Yue hurriedly waved her hands and said, "I'm just very curious as to how Ruofei managed to convince you." Uncle Luo said, "Actually, it's nothing. He told me that it would take a long time for me to be completely cured. It's best if I go to Sanshan. He can treat me at any time." Xiao Xia Also told me that he had a lot of vegetables, fruits, and fish on his farm. It's actually not much different from the countryside. Also, there are many retired soldiers on the farm, some of them were from Xiqing's old army. In the end, he even promised me that if I wanted to come back to see your mother and Xiqing, I could ask at any time and he would personally send me back. After Lin Yue heard this, her eyes started to tear up. Yue, Uncle Luo said with emotion. Xiqing's soldier was really a person who valued friendship. We must remember his help to our family in our hearts. Lin Yue nodded her head. Uncle Luo continued, actually, what Xia said is not important. The key is that I think it's too hard for you to support a family on your own. You can't manage a few acres of land on your own. You can relax a little if you work in Xia's company. In addition, Nan Nan can also receive a better education. Speaking of this, Uncle Luo smiled and said, I'm already so old, how can I be a burden to you? Besides, as long as the family is together, isn't there a home? Uncle Luo had not read many books and could not speak of any great principles. However, his simple words had revealed many of his insights in life. Lin Yue nodded her head heavily and said, Dad, I know. Then let's go to the 3 mountains to have a look. If you're not used to it, I'll resign with Ruofei and come back to the village. Uncle Luo smiled and nodded, all right. It's decided. After Lin Yue left the east room, Xia Ruofei was still waiting in the central room. He smiled and asked, how is it? Sister-in-law, I didn't lie to you, did I? Ruofei, I really have to thank you for this. Lin Yue said. Sister-in-law, I still have to go to another city to do something. Your Aunt Luo's 7th day hasn't passed yet, so there must be a lot of things to do. Xia Ruofei said, when I'm done with my business, I'll send a car to pick you up. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements at Sanshan. I won't delay Nan Nan's school in September. Swish. Lin Yue said, we'll listen to you. There was a funeral at home, and many of the villagers came to help. They had to treat everyone to lunch, so Lin Yue didn't have time to chat with Xia Ruofei. She quickly went to work with squad leader Luo's sister. Lin Yue even asked someone to pass on a message, asking her cousin from the neighboring village to send Nan Nan back. At her age, Nan Nan did not have a clear concept of life and death, so she did not show much sadness when her grandmother and father passed away. Instead, she was very happy to see Uncle Xia Ruofei. In fact, every time Nan Nan went to the army with Lin Yue to visit relatives, she liked to play with the soldiers the most. She was very familiar with many soldiers of Lone Wolf. Xia Ruofei had successfully convinced Lin Yue and Uncle Luo. He was in a good mood and was having a good time with Nan Nan. However, he was still concerned about the Awito. Hence, after having lunch at the Luo family's house, Xia Ruofei bade farewell to Lin Yue's family and left squad leader Luo's house with his bag. Lin Yue had wanted to send Xia Ruofei out, but Xia Ruofei firmly rejected her. He smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you have so many things to do at home. Don't bother about me. I'm such a big boy. How could I get lost? With that, Xia Ruofei patted Nan Nan's head gently and left the Luo family's old house with his bag. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to walk to the road outside and hail a taxi. However, he had not gone far from the Luo family's residence when he heard the sound of an engine from behind. A tractor stopped beside him, and a villager asked enthusiastically, "Mr. Xia, where are you going?" Xia Ruofei did not know this villager, but he knew that this person should have participated in the encirclement of Huang Zhenyu and the other two at the Luo family's gate this morning. Otherwise, he would not know him. Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm going back. I'm going to rent a car in town. Come up. I'm going to the town to buy fertilizer, so I'll give you a ride," the villager said with a smile. "All right. Thank you." Since he didn't have to walk, Xia Ruofei was more than happy. He used one hand to get on the back of the tractor. The villagers laughed and started the tractor again. There were even some straw in the trunk. Xia Ruofei placed his backpack behind his head and laid down comfortably. He looked at the blue sky and felt a little proud. It had only been 2 days, but his prestige in the Luo mountain village had already risen. The road was a little bumpy, but Xia Ruofei was lying on a thick layer of straw and felt very relaxed. They arrived at the town in no time. The villager was very enthusiastic as he sent Xia Ruofei to a taxi stop at the big bridge. Many people in a small town were familiar with each other. The villager asked Xia Ruofei and found out that he was going to Yuzhong. He went to find a familiar driver and quickly negotiated a price for Xia Ruofei to book a car to Yuzhong. It was 500 yuan in total. It was indeed much cheaper than Xia Ruofei's car from the provincial capital. Xia Ruofei thanked the villager with a smile. Then, he got on the car and headed for the provincial capital, Yuzhong. Most of the areas in Ganjiang province were mountainous, so the roads were not easy to walk on. Xia Ruofei only returned to the provincial capital, Yuzhong, when night fell. He asked the driver to send him to a Shangri-La hotel in the city, paid the fare, and then went to the hotel with his bag to book a room. Yuzhong's economy wasn't as developed as the coastal cities. Although the Shangri-La here was also of the standard of a 5-star hotel, a normal king-sized room only cost about 800 yuan. To Xia Ruofei, this level of expense was naturally not a concern. He went to his room and took a bath, then lay down on the soft bed, feeling all the fatigue in his body swept away. Xia Ruofei lay down for a while, before he took out his phone and started to search for flight tickets on the internet. Soon, he booked a flight from Yuzhong to Lhasa, Tibet, at about 10 a.m. the next day. Then, Xia Ruofei called the front desk and booked a car for 8:30 p.m. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei had his breakfast at the hotel's buffet restaurant, he took a taxi to Yuzhong's Chongbei International Airport and successfully boarded the flight to Shuiyu Plateau. However, there was no direct flight from Yuzhong to Lhasa. Xia Ruofei's flight stopped in Xi'an and stopped at Xianying International Airport for more than 2 hours before boarding again. When he took off from Xi'an, he was even caught in traffic control. Xia Ruofei had to wait for more than an hour on the plane. When he finally arrived at Lhasa's Gongga International Airport, it was already around 8 o'clock in the evening. He had spent the entire day on the road. Before he came, Xia Ruofei had already done some research on the internet. The latest train from Lhasa to Nagku would depart at 6:20 p.m. So he had to stay in Lhasa for one night. As transportation was not developed, Xia Ruofei could not do anything about it. He took a taxi to a 4-star hotel near the train station and stayed there for the night. At the same time, he booked a ticket for the earliest train to Nagku the next day. The next morning at 8:50 Xia Ruofei's train started slowly and headed towards his destination, Nagku. The train traveled on the plateau. The blue sky was all that could be seen, and the scenery along the way was intoxicatingly beautiful. Sometimes, the train would cross the Qingzhong Highway. Xia Ruofei could see many backpackers on the Qingzhong Highway, cheering and waving in the direction of the train. As the train traveled on this unpolluted plateau, Xia Ruofei looked at the snow-capped mountains in the distance. He felt as if his heart had opened up. After 3.5 hours of travel, Xia Ruofei finally arrived in Nagku County. Xia Ruofei walked out of the shabby train station with a simple bag on his back. He was wearing a windbreaker, a pair of off-hiking shoes, a canvas bag on his back, and a pair of sunglasses that were necessary for traveling on highlands. He looked like an ordinary backpacker. Xia Ruofei found a small restaurant in the county and had lunch. Then, he carried his canvas bag and started to wander around the county. Nagku County was a well-known place for producing cordyceps, and there were many places in the county that sold it. Almost all the shops on the street had signs that said high-quality cordyceps. Xia Ruofei was not familiar with Awedo, so he could not identify it. However, he had his own way. Before Xia Ruofei left the house, he had taken out a lot of cash from the interspace and put it in his bag. Xia Ruofei always kept a lot of cash in the interspace. Other than the fact that there was no interest, the safety and privacy of the interspace were undoubtedly better than any bank in the world. Xia Ruofei, who had a lot of money in his pocket, wandered around Nagku County. For most of the day, he would go to every shop that sold Cordyceps sinensis, regardless of their size, even if it was a small stall. He would chat with them and buy a small amount of it. Xia Ruofei's behavior was no different from that of an ordinary tourist. He walked around the stalls and shops. When he bought something, he was cautious and did not buy much. However, no one noticed that after Xia Ruofei put the cordyceps he bought into his canvas bag, they would mysteriously disappear. In fact, Xia Ruofei had sent Awedo into the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei didn't understand Awedo, but Xia Qing did. As a precious Chinese herb, Cordyceps sinensis, Compendium of Materia Medica had a description of its effects. The spirit map space itself was used to grow spirit herbs and herbs. As a spirit puppet that served the spirit map space, Xia Qing was naturally very clear about the identification of cordyceps. In fact, from the perspective of spiritual herbs, Cordyceps sinensis was just a low-end herb. However, Xia Ruofei had never even heard of the more high-end herbs, let alone seen them. On Earth today, the spiritual herbs that Xia Ruofei did not know the names of, even if they existed, were extremely rare and could only be found by chance. Every time Xia Ruofei sent a serving of cordyceps, he would communicate with Xia Qing using his spiritual sense. He would have Xia Qing write a number for the caterpillar fungus in the space, record the store name of the purchase, and then identify it. Finally, he would rank all the Awedo, and Xia Ruofei would be able to easily determine which store had the best quality and fair price. Xia Ruofei hoped to use this stupid method to find a good business with good integrity, and then proceed with the next step. Just like that, Xia Ruofei wandered around Nagku County for the entire afternoon. In fact, he was gathering information. This was the only way Xia Ruofei could not have been introduced by someone he knew. He had to go straight to his destination. Under the circumstances where he was not familiar with the situation, this might be a good idea. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had visited 20 to 30 shops selling cordyceps. He bought a small sample from each shop and sent it to the spirit map. Space. By the time the sun set, Xia Ruofei felt that he had visited almost all the shops that sold cordyceps in the county. He was ready to find a hotel to stay in. Just as Xia Ruofei walked out of the last shop, he felt that someone was following him. Although the streets were bustling in the evening, the sixth sense of a special forces elite was very sharp. Xia Ruofei furrowed his brows slightly and walked faster without a sound. He wanted to test what the person behind him was up to. Xia Ruofei didn't expect that person to not hide anything and immediately followed him. He even called out in a low voice, "Sir, please wait a moment." Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned around. He saw a teenager of about 14 to 15 years old walking quickly towards him. The teenager was skinny and had the Tibetan's trademark red face. His clothes were also a little tattered. Xia Ruofei pointed at himself and asked, "You're calling me?" The Tibetan child nodded quickly and said in broken Chinese, "Sir, may I have a word with you?" Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. If it was any other person who had come to the unfamiliar Tibet, they would definitely not agree. However, Xia Ruofei was bold and confident. He was not worried that this child would harm him. He thought for a while and nodded. The Tibetan child immediately led the way and led Xia Ruofei through the streets and alleys. Soon, they arrived at a secluded place. Xia Ruofei stopped. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Can you tell me now?" After the Tibetan kid left the street, he heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded and asked, "Sir, are you looking to buy cordyceps?" Xia Ruofei squinted at the Tibetan kid and said, "You followed me?" "No." The Tibetan child quickly replied. "No. Sir, please don't misunderstand. I saw you coming out of several cordyceps shops on that street, and you bought a little bit each time. I'm guessing you must be conducting a market survey." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile and said, "You're quite observant." "You're right. But you called me. Here, do you also have wormgrass for sale?" The Tibetan child nodded and said, "Yes, sir. In fact, most of the shops on that street are controlled by the people of Zashi Doji. The wormgrass they sell are almost the same. Not only are they expensive, but the things they sell are also not authentic. When they see foreign guests, they often replace them with inferior wormgrass, broken grass, and hollow grass to pass off as first-class goods." Xia Ruofei looked at the Tibetan child and waited for him to continue. In fact, Xia Ruofei was secretly nodding in his heart. The cordyceps that he had bought in the afternoon had been appraised by Xia Qing, and most of them were of poor quality. There were even a few stores that were selling counterfeits and had no cordyceps at all. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly to himself. It was no wonder that people were full of suspicion these days. Be it food, milk, or clothes. Anything that could generate profit was full of fake goods. This time, Xia Ruofei had come to one of the main producing areas of the wormgrass. He did not expect to buy the same thing. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a foreigner who didn't know anything about wormgrass to buy authentic, high-quality wormgrass if he came here. The Tibetan child was also secretly observing Xia Ruofei's expression, but Xia Ruofei did not say anything. He felt that Xia Ruofei did not seem to believe him, so he swallowed and continued, "Sir, Zashi Doji almost monopolized the wormgrass market in Nagku. Even if the other wormgrass diggers had good products, they would not dare to sell them to you. Xia Ruofei looked at the Tibetan child with a half-smile and asked, "It sounds like this Zashidoji is very powerful?" "He's a demon." The Tibetan child gritted his teeth and said, "The grass diggers have gone through great hardships and even risked their lives to collect the wormgrass. He used his power and bought them at a very low price every time. Those who dared to resist him were beaten up badly by him, and you still dare to sell wormgrass to me?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Because I'm in desperate need of money," the Tibetan child replied. "Sir, I didn't dare to call you in Wormgrass Street just now. I just followed you secretly in case of being discovered by Zashidoji's men. Sir, my father met the wolf at the foot of the snow mountain when he was collecting wormgrass. He fell down the cliff to escape the wolf's pursuit and broke a leg. I had no choice but to take the risk to treat his injuries." The Tibetan child's expression was sorrowful, and anyone who saw it would feel pity for him. However, Xia Ruofei was as calm as an old well, and his expression was very calm. He knew that many of the scams nowadays originated from an emotional performance, and many people fell into it because of that. The peddlers in the capital's pan garden could tell a story of every object on their stalls, even if the object was so fake that even a layman could tell it was fake. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not moved by the Tibetan child's story. However, he did not forget his original intention. No matter how touching the story was, his only judgment was based on the quality of the item. "Money isn't a problem," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "The prerequisite is that the quality of your wormgrass must be good enough." The Tibetan child was overjoyed and said, "Don't worry, sir. Our wormgrass is all natural. Each one was dug up by my father from the mountains 4 or 5,000 meters above sea level. My father has been digging wormgrass for decades, and he never uses inferior quality wormgrass." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Let's take a look at the item first. As long as the quality of the wormgrass is good, money is not a problem. Sir, if it's convenient, can I invite you to my house to look at the goods?" the Tibetan child asked, carefully. He then explained, "The best quality of the cordyceps that my father collected is hidden at home. I don't dare to take it out easily, in case it is discovered by Zashidoji's people." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, let's go now. I hope your widow can satisfy me. You won't be disappointed." The Tibetan child quickly said, "Please follow me." With that, the Tibetan child led the way and walked through the familiar alleys. Xia Ruofei could tell that he was very careful. He was trying to avoid crowded places and took turns on the winding paths. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that this Tibetan child had ulterior motives and had deliberately brought Xia Ruofei to a less crowded place. However, Xia Ruofei was bold because of his skills. Even if the Tibetan child had any tricks up his sleeve, he was not afraid. He followed behind him and looked around from time to time, as if he was very interested in the Tibetan-style buildings in Nagka County. "By the way, what's your name?" Xia Ruofei asked, casually. "Sir, my name is Jisanluobu. You can call me Gesang," the Tibetan child quickly replied. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Gesang, your Chinese is pretty good." Jerson smiled shyly and said, "Sir, my mother is a Han. She taught me Chinese." "Is that so?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows in surprise. Intermarriage between Han and Tibetan was not unheard of, but it was relatively rare. "My mother passed away when I was 8, so my Chinese is," Jerson said sadly. Xia Ruofei patted Jerson's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry. Jerson smiled again and said, "Sir, it's all right. I was indeed very sad when she passed away 2 years ago, but I'm much better now. I just want to grow up quickly and make a lot of money so that my father won't have to work so hard to dig wormgrass." Xia Ruofei and Gesang chatted as they walked forward. After a while, the two of them reached the middle of a narrow alley. There was a rather dilapidated house here. When they reached the door, they could smell a pungent smell of medicine. "We're here. Please come in, sir," Jerson said. Then, Gesang opened the door and let Xia Ruofei in. Gesang's house was a typical Tibetan residence. It was built with stone and had 3 stories high. There was a small well in the middle. After walking in, they could see that the interior was actually very fine and meaningful. Beautiful auspicious patterns were drawn on the walls, mainly blue, green, and red, symbolizing the blue sky, the land, and the sea. As soon as the two of them walked in, a middle-aged man's voice came from the room. He asked loudly in Tibetan, and Jerson immediately replied loudly. Xia Ruofei could not understand what they were talking about. Although Jerson was young, he seemed to have a high EQ. After he answered, he immediately explained to Xia Ruofei, "Sir, my father was asking who came, and I told him I brought a guest to see the Uito." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Please come in, sir," Gesang said. He brought Xia Ruofei to a dimly lit room, where the smell of medicine was the strongest. Xia Ruofei could vaguely see a dark-skinned middle-aged man sitting on a bamboo chair. His left leg was swollen and there was some black ointment on it. The pungent smell was from the ointment. Xia Ruofei had learned some Chinese medicine, but he couldn't tell what medicine he was using. He guessed that it was a Tibetan medicine. As soon as Jerson entered the house, he spoke to his father in Tibetan. Then, his father looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "Where did this gentleman come from?" His Chinese was also quite good. It seemed that he had learned it from his Han wife. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "My surname is Xia. I came from the southeast province to buy some high-quality wormgrass. However, I'm not satisfied with the goods on the market. Gesang said that you have some good wormgrass at home, so I came to take a look." Gesang's father nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. My name is Solong Renzing." Gesang is right. Our wormgrass was dug up by my relatives and me from the mountain. There are high and low quality wormgrass, but they are definitely authentic twisted wormgrass. Let me take a look at the goods first," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Solong Renzing nodded and gestured to Gesang. Gesang immediately walked out of the house and came back with 3 or 4 bags after a while. "Mr. Xia, these are the cordyceps that my father personally dug up and dried," said Gesang. "The quality is the highest in this bag. 2 stalks reach 1 gram. After he finished speaking, Gesang looked at Xia Ruofei eagerly. The quality of wormgrass was similar to that of abalones. The bigger the size of a single wormgrass, the more valuable it was. 1 kilogram of high-quality wormgrass contained about 2,000 wormgrass, and 1 kilogram contained 2,500 wormgrass, 3,000 wormgrass. Of course, the better wormgrass contained 1,500 wormgrass, and could reach 1,000 grams. However, this was not an absolute standard of judgment. The quality of the wormgrass itself was also very important. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. He opened the bag of cordyceps that Gesang had pointed out. Gesang said, "Look, Mr. Xia. The worm Has a yellow and clean surface, and the ring pattern on its back is very clear. There are 8 pairs of legs in the abdomen, 4 of which are obvious in the middle. The color of the front 3 pairs of legs is darker, and the brownish, red eyes on the head can be clearly seen. The color of the grass head is also very straight. It is definitely the most authentic cordyceps. Succulent didn't say anything. He just looked at Gesang selling wormgrass to Xia Ruofei with a trace of relief. It seemed that Gesang was deliberately training his child. Xia Ruofei nodded his head as he listened. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of worm grass and put it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully. He seemed to be very serious. Neither Gesang nor Solong noticed that one of the wormgrass in the bag had disappeared into thin air. There were at least 1,000 or 2,000 wormgrass in the whole bag, so it was impossible to be discovered if one was missing. Xia Ruofei had sent the wormgrass into the spirit map space without anyone knowing. At the same time, he communicated with Xia Qing with his divine thoughts, asking him to immediately identify the quality of the wormgrass. Xia Ruofei chatted leisurely with Gesang while waiting for Xia Qing's test results. Soon, Xia Qing gave Xia Ruofei the feedback. As expected, this wormgrass was of the best quality among all the wormgrass that Xia Ruofei had bought today. It also had obvious characteristics, indicating that it was indeed produced in the Nagku city of Tibet. The wormgrass in Naku had some distinctive features, such as yellow and clean color, even fertilizer, bright and smooth, and a strong butter fragrance. It was easy for people in the know to judge. After getting a positive answer from Xia Qing, Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate and said directly, Gesang, your wormgrass is really good. If the price is right, I'll take them all. Gesang was overjoyed. He nodded and continued, Mr. Xia, thank you. I still have a few smaller ones. Here, Gesang. Succulent, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Mr. Xia wants the best wormgrass. You don't have to take out your level 2 and level 3 grass. Xia Ruofei smiled and looked at Solong. He felt that this middle-aged Tibetan was quite interesting. Judging from Ji Sang's age, Solong was at most in his 40s. However, he looked a little old after living on the plateau for so many years. The vicissitudes of time were written on his face. At the same time, he seemed very wise. His muddy eyes seemed to be able to see through all the changes in the world. Oh. Gerson nodded in disappointment. Then he immediately thought that if Xia Ruofei bought all the level 1 grass, he would be able to earn a lot of money, much more than what Jia Shidoji could make by force. At least, it would be enough to treat his father's injury. Therefore, Gerson's eyes quickly regained their warmth. He looked at Xia Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, we sell level 1 grass for about 250,000 yuan per kilogram. If we buy it in your mainland, it will cost at least 300,000 yuan. If you are willing to buy all of it, I can give you 220,000 yuan per kilogram. Xia Ruofei nodded to himself. He had done some research on the price of the high-grade cordyceps. He knew that Gesang was not asking for an exorbitant price. The price was reasonable. In fact, the 16888 yuan gift box that Mr. Lin mentioned before contained level 1 wormgrass. In terms of unit price, it was close to 340,000 yuan per kilogram. Of course, this was only the price at the end of the channel. In the place where the wormgrass was produced, it was naturally not so expensive. The premise was that one had to be able to Recognize the real and authentic wormgrass. Under Jerson's expectant gaze, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "No problem. We'll trade according to this price." Gesang immediately expressed his thanks and excitement, and Solong Renzing could not help but show a trace of excitement. These wormgrass were his main harvest for the day. Although there were still some level 2 and level 3 grass, the most valuable ones were all here. Solong Renzing was a well-known grass digger. Zashi Doji had sent people to buy it several times, but he had been fooled by him with some inferior worms, with the excuse of poor harvest this year. Although Zashi Doji had his suspicions, Solong Renzing had dug up the level 1 grass himself and did not buy it from other relatives. In addition, Jerson had hidden these treasures well. Later, Solong Renzing broke his leg, so Zashi Doji gave up reluctantly. Gesang quickly weighed the wormgrass in front of Xia Ruofei. It was 853 grams in total. Jerson was calculating with a calculator and said, "Mr. Xia, let's take it as 800 grams. It's a total of 176,000 yuan." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "The number is correct, but I don't have that much cash on me, and I'm sure you can't use a card here. The banks are closed now, so we can only wait until tomorrow to withdraw the money before we carry out the transaction." In reality, Xia Ruofei had at least 1 million in cash in the realm. However, he could not take out the money on the spot. Otherwise, it would be too illogical. No one would bring so much cash out for an entire afternoon, especially in the unfamiliar Tibetan area. Solong Renzing was also a forthright person. He immediately said, "No problem. Where are you staying, Mr. Xia? I'll have Jerson send the wormgrass to you tomorrow." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I started to shop at Wormgrass Street as soon as I got off the car. I haven't found a hotel yet. Why don't we exchange contact information?" It wasn't safe for Jerson to take such precious wormgrass out. Besides, there were still people of Zashidoji outside. "Let's do the trade here." "All right," Solong Renzing said with a smile. Gesang didn't have a cell phone yet, so Xia Ruofei and Solong Renzing exchanged cell phone numbers. The number was an anonymous card that Xia Ruofei had bought before he set off. Xia Ruofei entered Solong Renzing's phone number and dialed it. As soon as Solong Renzing's phone rang, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone and said with a smile, "I really can't find you here. I'll text you after I've booked a hotel tonight. I'll call you again tomorrow after I've withdrawn the money. Ask Jerson to pick me up at the hotel." "No problem," Solong Renzing said readily. He didn't ask Xia Ruofei to leave a down payment. It was obvious that this Tibetan man was very honest. In fact, Xia Ruofei had been secretly memorizing the route on the way here. For a former Special Forces elite, remembering the way was a basic skill. Even if Jerson took him a few more rounds, he could clearly draw out the route in his mind. However, Xia Ruofei had something to talk to Jerson about, and he could talk to him on the way from the hotel to his house. That was why he made this request. One must know that Xia Ruofei's trip to Nagku this time was not really to buy cordyceps. He wanted to try to restore the environment in which the cordyceps was formed in the spirit map space so that this precious Chinese medicinal herb could be produced continuously in the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei's previous purchase of the cordyceps was just a preparation. Xia Ruofei rejected Jerson's kind offer to send him out and left his house alone. He followed the route he remembered and walked to the street outside. He stopped a taxi and found a hotel, called the Nagku Hotel. In fact, this 3-star hotel was basically the best in Nagku County. After Xia Ruofei checked in, he took a shower and played with his phone for a while, before falling asleep. The next day, he waited until Ninio clock before calling Solong Renzing and telling him the hotel name and room number. At the same time, he took out 176,000 yuan in cash from his space, put it in a plastic bag, and stuffed it into his canvas bag. Xia Ruofei didn't have to wait for long before the doorbell rang. Jerson had arrived. Xia Ruofei called for a taxi from the front desk and went to Jerson's house with him. They alighted at the entrance of an alley. Xia Ruofei paid the fare and walked into the alley with Gesang. Gesang's footsteps were light because what he was worried about did not happen. Xia Ruofei kept her promise and informed him of the transaction after she withdrew the money. Xia Ruofei suddenly smiled and asked, Gesang, I'd like to stay in Nagku for a few more days. Can you be my guide? I can pay you your salary. No problem. Jerson immediately replied. Mr. Xia, I can be your tour guide for free, without a salary, Xia. Ruofei smiled. You still have to pay me. Not only do I want to tour the county, but I also want to take a look at the place where your father and the others dug the wormgrass. What's so nice about that place? Gesang asked in confusion. It's just some hills, and the altitude is high. There's also the possibility of encountering wolves. If it's not for digging grass, we locals are not willing to go there. Xia Ruofei smiled. I've heard about the story of you digging for wormgrass. I'm very interested in this magical land. I want to see it with my own eyes. Gesang thought for a moment and said, no problem. Since Mr. Xia wants to see it, I'll take you there. I've been following my father to the mountains to dig for grass since 2 years ago, so I'm very familiar with that place. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. If you're my guide, I'll pay you 500 yuan a day. Jerson quickly waved his hand and said, no need, no need. Mr. Xia, you're willing to buy my family's cordyceps, which is already a great help to us. I don't dare to charge you for leading the way. Just take it. What's wrong with you earning money through your labor? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, besides, I've already bought the wormgrass for more than 100,000 yuan. Do you think I'll be short of a few hundred yuan? It's decided. Jerson could only nod and said, all right then. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei patted Jerson's head and said, let's go. Your father is still waiting for you at home. Soon, they arrived at Jerson's house. Xia Ruofei looked at the bag of wormgrass again. After weighing it, he happily took out the 176,000 yuan wrapped in a plastic bag. After the father and son double-checked to make sure there was no mistake, Solong Renzing said happily, Mr. Xia, thank you for taking care of our business. Gesang was also very happy. That's great, Mr. Xia. I finally have money to treat my father's leg. Thank you. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's because your wormgrass is of good quality. It's a fair trade. There's no need to thank anyone. Gesang scratched his head and laughed. Then, he immediately remembered Xia Ruofei's matter and quickly explained it to his father in Tibetan. Solong Renzing also felt that Xia Ruofei's request was a little strange, but this was the privacy of the guests. Since Gesang had agreed, he did not object. A real Tibetan man was a man of his word and was very trustworthy. Furthermore, in the past few years, Gesang had followed him up the mountain to dig for grass every year. He was very familiar with the terrain in that area and could avoid the general dangers. Solongren was not too worried. He only reminded him to bring enough equipment and dry food and to pay attention to safety on the road. He was worried about Xia Ruofei's safety. After all, Xia Ruofei did not look like a tall and strong person. Outsiders would not be able to see the terrifying energy hidden in Xia Ruofei's thin body. Therefore, Solongren tried to persuade Xia Ruofei, but Xia Ruofei insisted on going to take a look. He had no choice but to agree. Gesang immediately went to prepare for the trip. He was still a young man. He did not feel anything when he followed his father up the mountain. This time, he was Xia Ruofei's guide, and it was a completely different feeling. It was like a young eagle finally spreading its wings and flying alone. Xia Ruofei also got up and said goodbye to Solongren. He had heard from Gesang that the traditional Chinese caterpillar fungus production area was quite far from the county, so he had made an appointment with Gesang to meet at the entrance of the alley. He went to rent a car first. After finding the only car rental agency in the county, Xia Ruofei submitted his driving license and paid the deposit with his card. He successfully got a fully filled Toyota off-road vehicle. In the mountainous area of Tibet, off-road vehicles were much more practical than ordinary cars. When Xia Ruofei drove to the alley near Gesang's house, Gesang was already waiting there with a huge backpack and a bundle of rope on his back. His face was full of excitement, as if he was about to go on an adventure. Xia Ruofei honked twice, and Gesang immediately noticed him. He quickly ran over, put the big backpack and rope into the back seat, and then sat in the front seat excitedly. Under Jersen's guidance, Xia Ruofei quickly drove out of the county and headed towards the traditional Chinese caterpillar fungus production area. Compared to the dangerous Sichuan, Tibet highway, the conditions of the Qingzhong highway were not bad. However, the continuous high altitude would make most foreigners feel a little uncomfortable. Even the locals would feel a little uncomfortable breathing. However, Xia Ruofei was not affected at all. He was driving leisurely and enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way. At first, Jersen was worried that Xia Ruofei would suffer from severe altitude sickness and would turn his head to observe his condition from time to time. However, after driving for a while, Jersen realized that Xia Ruofei did not seem to be affected by the altitude at all. He then heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, the top of the mountain was covered with white snow all year round. The lake beside the road was already full of vitality. The beautiful scenery of the plateau, which was almost unpolluted, made Xia Ruofei feel relaxed and happy. Gesang guided Xia Ruofei to the foot of a mountain. The mountain did not look steep, and the slope was relatively flat. However, even the foot of the mountain was more than 4,000 meters above sea level, so there was an invisible danger hidden under the seemingly calm appearance. Gesang pointed to the mountain and said, "Mr. Xia, this is the main production area of cordyceps in Naku. That hillside and several mountains in the west are where my father excavates cordyceps all year round." Xia Ruofei drove the car off the road and stopped as close to the foot of the mountain as possible. He smiled and said, "Then let's climb up and take a look." Jersen nodded excitedly. He picked up the rope and backpack and led the way. Soon, the two of them started to climb the hill. The hill at the foot of the mountain did not look very steep, but it was not as flat as Xia Ruofei had imagined. With the high altitude, even Gesang, a local, was panting after a while. However, Xia Ruofei did not seem to be affected. His footsteps were still very strong. At this time, the harvesting season of the cordyceps had just passed. It was the time for the land to recuperate, for bats and moths to lay eggs and for larvae to hatch. Therefore, there were no other Tibetan people in the entire cordyceps production area. There were also Fengma flags left behind by the Tibetan people on the hill. This was a unique sight in Tibet. Ever since Xia Ruofei entered Tibet, he had seen this kind of white, yellow, red, green, and blue banner on the roadside countless times. The wind on the mountain was very strong, and these banners fluttered in the wind, looking very spectacular. While climbing the mountain, Gerson breathlessly introduced, "Mr. Xia, you can already find wormgrass in this area, but the altitude here is not high enough, so the quality of the wormgrass is not as good as the ones above." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Then let's continue to look up." Gesang was speechless. Even he, a local, was so tired that his legs were weak, but Xia Ruofei looked as if nothing had happened. He did not even look tired. Her physical fitness was too amazing. However, since Gesang had agreed to be Xia Ruofei's guide, and Xia Ruofei had paid him in advance for the day before they set off, he naturally had to satisfy his employer's requirements as much as possible. Therefore, Gerson gritted his teeth and continued to climb. Gesang said breathlessly, "Mr. Xia, when my father and the other herb diggers were looking for cordyceps, they had to bend down and climb up little by little. Sometimes, they even had to kneel on the ground, because the exposed part of the cordyceps was only a very small tip. Even an experienced herb diggers would have to be very serious to not miss it." When Xia Ruofei really arrived at the caterpillar fungus production area, he experienced the hard work of a grass digger. After all, it was rare to find a person with such a strong body like him. Even if the Tibetan people were born and raised, it must be very hard for them to find wormgrass on such a high-altitude mountain. "It's really not easy," Xia Ruofei said. "Yeah," Gerson said. "After a day, their legs are painful and numb, and most of the grass diggers have serious rheumatism in their legs, which is caused by kneeling and lying on the ground for a long time to look for wormgrass." Gesang pointed to a small pit not far from his feet and said, "Mr. Xia, you see, there used to be a wormgrass here. It was found and dug out by a grass digger." As he spoke, Gerson knelt down and lowered his body. He took out a small shovel from the side of his backpack and carefully dug the soil. There used to be an cordyceps sinensis in this pit. After digging it out, the herb diggers would put back some barley and rice with blessings and wishes. This is their special feeling for the land. Xia Ruofei took a closer look and saw that there were indeed grains of rice and barley in the pit. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He had spent so much effort to find the region where the wormgrass was produced. He wanted to simulate such an ecosystem in his space, so he had to take the soil from this place. This was because only the soil and vegetation here had the most authentic mycelium and bat moth eggs or larvae. If that was the case, the land would definitely be affected. Although Xia Ruofei did not need a large amount and would not destroy the ecosystem here, he was embarrassed when compared to the Tibetan herbalist's piety. Gesang continued to lead Xia Ruofei up along the way. He explained to Xia Ruofei about the plants he had seen. Naturally, they encountered bats and moths along the way. Xia Ruofei carefully memorized the looks of the bats and moths. Gesang also carefully avoided the eggs hanging on the grass and leaves. Before they knew it, the two of them had been on the mountain for 3 to 4 hours. Xia Ruofei and Gesang sat on a high rock to rest. They had mineral water and dry food, and the unique scenery of the plateau was in front of them. Xia Ruofei had a clear understanding of the situation here. The two of them started to descend the mountain after eating. Gesang also heaved a sigh of relief. He was also exhausted. It was not the first time he came here, but he used to follow his father and other grass diggers. They always moved slowly and stopped every time. After all, they had to dig wormgrass. This time, they had to climb such a long mountain road in one breath, and he felt that it was too much for him. When they returned to the foot of the mountain, the two of them took their car and returned to Nagku County. Xia Ruofei dropped Jerson off at an alley near his house. He took out 500 yuan and handed it to him. Gesang, thank you for accompanying me to enjoy the most beautiful scenery of the plateau today. This is your salary. Mr. Xia, Jerson quickly declined. I was only your guide for half a day. You don't need to pay so much. Xia Ruofei smiled and stuffed the money into Jerson's hands. He said, You've worked very hard today. The extra money is my tip to you. Xia Ruofei saw that Jerson was still hesitating, so he smiled and said, Gesang, this money is not much, you can keep it. I might have to return to the southeast in a day or two. Ah? Mr. Xia, didn't you want to tour the Nagku County? Jerson asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei said, I feel like I've experienced the authentic Tibetan mountain scenery today. Also, I want to take back the cordyceps that I bought as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei waved at Gesang and said, Gesang, thank you for being my guide. Let's part ways here. I'll come to that song again if I have the chance. With that, Xia Ruofei stepped on the gas and drove away from the alley. He didn't return the car but drove straight to the Nagku hotel. After returning to his room, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, washed away the dust on his body, and then had a good sleep. He didn't get up in high spirits until night fell. After an afternoon's rest, Xia Ruofei's condition had been adjusted to its peak. He went downstairs to a food stall near the hotel for a Tibetan-style dinner. Then, he returned to the hotel parking lot and picked up the rented Toyota off-road vehicle before driving out of Nagku County. Xia Ruofei's destination was the mountain area that Jerson had brought him to this morning. He remembered the road conditions very clearly and arrived at the foot of the mountain where he had parked his car in the morning without a hitch. Xia Ruofei alighted from the car. He was wearing a windbreaker and hiking shoes. He was dressed professionally, but he did not carry heavy equipment on his back like the other backpackers. With the Spirit Map space, Xia Ruofei didn't need anything like a backpack. With a flip of his hand, a bright flashlight appeared in his palm. After turning on the flashlight, Xia Ruofei started to climb up the mountain along the route he had taken in the morning. Generally speaking, the quality of wormgrass was better at a higher altitude. Hence, Xia Ruofei was prepared to go to a higher place. Since Jerson was not by his side, Xia Ruofei did not have to control his speed. He was almost twice as fast as he was in the morning. After an hour, he had reached the highest point of the mountain. However, Xia Ruofei did not stop. He continued to climb after observing the mountain. Gesang also said that his father had once reached an altitude of about 6,000 meters to dig for wormgrass. Xia Ruofei held a flashlight in one hand and used the other to push away some tall weeds as he continued to climb higher. After about half an hour, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped and had a strange look on his face. That was because he suddenly felt that the leaf-shaped jade pendant that he had been hanging on his body seemed to be emitting a warm aura. Xia Ruofei was stunned. What did the heat from the jade leaf mean? This meant that there were world stones nearby. In terms of space upgrade, this magical thing was much better than ordinary jade. Now that the spirit map space had been upgraded to a certain level, every upgrade became very difficult. If he only relied on buying jade, he might not be able to upgrade 1 or 2 levels even if he used all his assets. However, obtaining a partial world stone was entirely dependent on luck. The sensory jade leaf that Xia Qing had created could only detect world stones within a range of 20 li, which was 10 kilometers. Compared to the vast heaven and earth, a range of 10 kilometers was really too small. If one specifically relied on the sensing jade leaf to search, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Being able to sense the existence of the world stone in Nagku was definitely a pleasant surprise for Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. He was not in a hurry to find the world stone. Because they were in the wilderness, there was no one within a 10 li radius. This world stone was definitely not kept at home by someone, but in the wilderness. Thus, there was no need to rush. As for the Awido, Xia Ruofei had basically arrived at his destination and could start implementing it. He tried to climb a little higher, and then felt the temperature of the jade leaf. He was very happy to find that the temperature of the jade leaf had increased by a small margin. This meant that he was a little closer to the jade leaf. Then, there would be no delay. Xia Ruofei continued to climb up. At the same time, he paid some attention to the temperature change of the jade leaf. When Xia Ruofei's watch showed that he was close to 5,800 meters above sea level, he gradually slowed down. Under the strong light of the flashlight, Xia Ruofei found a bat moth hanging upside down on a small branch. When the flashlight shone on it, the bat moth immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the light source. With a thought, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to drag the bat and moth into the spirit map space. In the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space, there was a huge gauze cage that Xia Ruofei had prepared a long time ago. The bats and moths appeared out of thin air in the gauze cage. Now, Xia Ruofei's control of his spiritual power had improved. He could accurately control items to appear at any location in the space without any errors. There were already more than a dozen bats and moths flying around in the cage. These were the bats and moths that Xia Ruofei had captured when he was climbing up the mountain. After Xia Ruofei captured the bat moth, he stopped and used his flashlight to look closely. He found that there were many bat moth eggs on the grass and soil in the area. With a thought, a shovel appeared in Xia Ruofei's hand. Out of thin air, he first marked out an area of about 2 meters by 2 meters, then began to dig carefully with the shovel. He tried not to damage the vegetation on the surface of the ground. He dug up the soil and the vegetation on the surface of the ground, which was about 10 to 15 centimeters thick. It might not be easy for an ordinary person to control their strength, but Xia Ruofei did it with ease. He quickly dug up a 20-centimeter piece of soil and sent it into the spirit map space with a thought. In the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space, there was a piece of land that was about 2 mu in size that had already been turned over by Xia Qing. The soil of the Tsushiwe region's high mountains that contained the eggs of bats, moths, worms, and fungi had been sent to the surface of this piece of land. Xia Ruofei was very fast. The soil and vegetation in the area he had marked out were quickly dug up and sent into the spirit map space. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei carefully dug up some soil nearby to fill up the area he had dug up. Although the color of this area was obviously different from the other areas, it was already past the cordyceps's growing season. No Tibetan people would come to this mountain. When they started to dig for the cordyceps in the next year, it would definitely be unnoticeable. After Xia Ruofei was done, he continued to search the area. According to Gerson's introduction, the soil in the nearby mountains contained almost all wormgrass and fungi. However, there were many accidental factors such as whether the eggs of bats and moths could hatch larvae, whether the larvae could drill into the soil, and whether the mycelium in the soil could infect the larvae. That was why the production of wormgrass was so low. Hence, Xia Ruofei's main goal was to find an area where the eggs were concentrated. He would collect the vegetation and soil in the area and move them into the spirit map space. The eggs of bats and moths were very small. If they were attached to grass, it would be difficult to find them even during the day, let alone in the night. However, Xia Ruofei's eyesight was amazing. With the help of the strong flashlight, he could easily find the eggs that were small targets. Just like that, Xia Ruofei continued to search for the eggs in the nearby mountains at this altitude and moved them into the spirit map space. Of course, this was a stupid method and it was very physically exhausting. If it was anyone else, it would be an impossible task. However, to Xia Ruofei, he only felt a little tired at most. After all, he was at an altitude above sea level. With such a heavy workload, it was impossible for Xia Ruofei to not feel anything. However, even though he was tired, it did not affect his work speed at all. When Xia Ruofei was looking for the bat moth eggs, he would capture the bats and moths he encountered along the way into the silk cage in the spirit map space and temporarily imprison them. Before he knew it, there were already 60 to 70 bats and moths in the cage. The 2 acres of land in the space were gradually covered by the vegetation of the Chushuiyu Plateau. A few hours passed. Xia Ruofei finally heaved a long sigh of relief after dealing with the last patch of vegetation and soil. Now, the 2 acres of land in the space were completely covered with the highland vegetation and soil. In addition, there was also the largest plastic tidying box half filled with space soil, which was also covered with a layer of highland vegetation and soil. Moreover, this small piece of highland vegetation and soil, which was about 1 square meter in size, was specially selected by Xia Ruofei. It contained the most bat moth eggs. This plastic box was naturally for Xia Ruofei's cultivation experiment. Tonight's operation was no doubt a very heavy physical labor. Even if Xia Ruofei's physical fitness was super strong, he was already covered in sweat. He sat on a huge rock and took out some water from the spirit pond to drink. Then, he sat down and rested for a while. While they were resting, Xia Ruofei communicated with Xia Qing in the space through divine thoughts and gave him instructions. Xia Ruofei had made some preparations before they set off, but there was no guarantee of safety in the wilderness. Xia Ruofei could not enter the spirit map space, so he had to leave the rest to Xia Qing. While Xia Ruofei was resting, his mind was constantly communicating with the space, and he could see Xia Qing's every move in the spirit map. After Xia Qing received Xia Ruofei's order, she immediately began to work on the land covered with bat moth eggs and wormgrass fungi. He set up the zinc plated pipes that Xia Ruofei had prepared earlier and inserted them into the reserved holes on the ground. The tubes were about 2 meters long and were connected to the mesh net. When the tubes were all set up, the mesh net would surround the land. Next, Xia Qing spread out another piece of muslin net that could cover the entire land. Then, this piece of muslin net flew up lightly and accurately covered the top of the entire land. With Xia Ruofei's permission, the surrounding muslin net formed a whole. Xia Qing, who was born for the spirit map space, could also use the power of the 5 elements in space. Xia Qing quickly reinforced the joint, and the part of the mesh that was in contact with the ground was also covered with a layer of space soil, to ensure that there would be no gaps. Then, Xia Qing carried the gauze cage and walked into the area covered by the gauze through the only door left with a magic switch. She released all the bats and moths in the gauze cage and quickly left the area of the gauze, filling up the only hole. Very quickly, an independent kingdom similar to the living space of hornets appeared in the mountain and sea realm of the spirit map space. After completing the first task given by Xia Ruofei, Xia Qing carried the largest packing box and shuttled into the Archean realm without stopping. Xia Ruofei's idea was the same as cultivating the abalones. He wanted to use the difference in the flow of time at the Archean realm to experiment and ensure that this method could perfectly simulate the environment that the cordyceps was produced in. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time and expression if they waited a year to find out that this method didn't work? Xia Qing moved the large sorting box containing the bat moth eggs and worm grass fungi to the side of the space spirit pond, next to the orange plastic box containing the little abalone. Then, he followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and found a small bottle of diluted spirit heart flower petal solution. He poured it evenly on the surface of the soil and vegetation in the sorting box. Then, Xia Qing also wrapped the top of the sorting box with a gauze net to ensure good ventilation and to prevent the hatched bat moth larvae from escaping from the sorting box. After Xia Ruofei confirmed that Xia Qing had completed all the work, he conveyed his approval to Xia Qing through his divine sense. The reason why Xia Ruofei wanted Xia Qing to finish the work as soon as possible was that he hoped to see the results of his efforts as soon as possible. Otherwise, by the time he returned to the farm, he would have wasted a few days. That would be equivalent to wasting a few months in the Archean realm. With this arrangement, Xia Ruofei only needed to wait for 7 or 8 days after he returned to the farm. He could basically judge whether his idea could really build an ecosystem in the realm. After sitting for such a long time, Xia Ruofei's energy had mostly recovered. Hence, he stood up and prepared to carry out the more important task of looking for the world stone. When Xia Ruofei was searching for the area where the bat moth eggs were concentrated, he was also very careful to feel the temperature of the jade leaf. He carefully controlled the direction he was moving in to ensure that he was getting closer and closer to the boundary stone that the formation had sensed. Even though he would sometimes deviate slightly from the direction for the nearby bat moth eggs and vegetation, he would quickly return to the right path after collecting the vegetation and soil. Now that he had completed the first step, Xia Ruofei had no more worries. He focused on sensing the slight changes in the jade leaf's temperature and constantly adjusted his direction, moving towards the possible location of the realm stone. If it was on flat ground, with the precise guidance of the radar that was the sensory jade leaf, it was not a big deal for a special combat elite like Xia Ruofei to find something within a 10-kilometer radius. However, this place was not flat ground, but a continuous mountain range. Sometimes, Yu could clearly sense that he should be heading in a certain direction, but there was a cliff in front of Xia Ruofei. As a result, he had to take a long detour to reach the other side. And after reaching the other side, according to the temperature of the jade leaf, it was likely that he would have to cross the same cliff at another location and return to the other side. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been tortured to the point of madness. However, Xia Ruofei's mental fortitude was not something that an ordinary person could compare to. Furthermore, the world stone was too important to him. No matter how difficult it was, he had to obtain it. Moreover, this was just a difficulty caused by natural factors. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, it was better than the world stone being kept by someone else. Xia Ruofei was very patient as he climbed up the plateau that was 5,000 to 6,000 meters above sea level. After walking for a short distance, he would stop and carefully feel the change in the temperature of the jade leaf. Then, he would either continue in the same direction or make slight adjustments to his route. Just like that, Xia Ruofei had been digging in the mountains for 3 to 4 hours. It was already the second half of the night, but Xia Ruofei did not feel tired at all. Instead, he was getting more and more excited because he could feel the temperature of the jade leaf getting higher and higher. This meant that his efforts in the past few hours had not been in vain. He was getting closer and closer to that world stone. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly stopped. His keen sense of danger made him alert. The moment he stopped, there was a rustling sound from the grass. Xia Ruofei could feel danger approaching him from behind. He instinctively dodged to the side, and at the same time, the military dagger that had accompanied him for many years appeared in his hand out of thin air. Xia Ruofei saw a black shadow pouncing towards him from the corner of his eye. He didn't have time to think and dodged the fatal blow while waving his dagger. The black shadow seemed to have felt the killing intent of the military dagger, but it could not dodge in the air. The huge inertia caused it to crash straight into the dagger. Xia Ruofei didn't do anything but raise the tip of his knife. With a ripping sound, the sharp dagger made a huge gash on the black shadow's body. It fell to the ground and struggled for a while before it stopped moving. Xia Ruofei shone his flashlight on it. It was a wolf that lived on the plateau. It had happened in a flash. If Xia Ruofei had reacted a little slower, even if he didn't lose his life, he would have suffered a great loss under the sharp claws of the wolf. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel relieved after killing Tsang Lang because he had sensed that the danger had not been eliminated. He suddenly turned around and used the strong light of the flashlight to sweep the distance. 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs. More than 10 pairs of green eyes were staring at Xia Ruofei with ferocity and greed. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. He had encountered a pack of wolves. Awu, on the highest rock, the largest wolf raised its head and let out a fierce roar. The alpha wolf's cry was like a charging horn. In an instant, more than 10 wolves pounced on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's expression was serious, but he was not flustered at all. He held the military dagger tightly and advanced instead of retreating, facing the ferocious wolves. Xia Ruofei turned his body slightly. His body was like a strong bow that was pulled to the maximum. No one knew the strength that was contained in his seemingly thin body. Although wolves were cunning animals, they were not humans. When they saw that Xia Ruofei had revealed an opening, they immediately pounced on him without hesitation. Xia Ruofei sneered. He turned around and kicked a strong wolf in the air, sending it flying. A few meters away. After the wolf landed on the ground, it was already motionless. Xia Ruofei did not hold back at all in his kick. The wolf's internal organs were all crushed. While it was in mid-air, the wolf was already dead. This kick was the prologue to Xia Ruofei's attack. At this moment, 2 more wolves had pounced on Xia Ruofei at the same time. He strode forward as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard and easily avoided one of the wolves. At the same time, he gently waved the military dagger in his hand, and the dagger flashed in the dark night, directly cutting off the head of the wolf. Song Lang's body continued to fly forward due to inertia. As it flew, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound on Song Lang's neck. The warm wolf blood splattered on Xia Ruofei's body and completely aroused his murderous intent. At this moment, a few wolves had arrived at the same time. The wolf that had dodged earlier also turned around and pincered Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei sprinted forward a few steps, then stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. In the air, Xia Ruofei aimed for a position and stomped on the head of a wolf. His body overcame gravity and flew into the air again. Just like that, Xia Ruofei stepped on the heads of 3 wolves in a row. They all fell to the ground and died after letting out a miserable howl. Xia Ruofei only had to step on them lightly and their heads were all crushed. Xia Ruofei did not linger in the battle. He chose to attack from the air. His actual target was the alpha wolf, who had been standing quietly on the rock. After a few tricks, Xia Ruofei's feet never touched the ground. He was already in front of the alpha wolf. The alpha wolf had obviously realized the danger that Xia Ruofei was in. It howled even more ferociously and crazily. The wolf's attack speed increased as well, surrounding Xia Ruofei from all directions. Xia Ruofei's body was obviously exhausted in mid-air, but he still turned his body fiercely and used the strength of his waist and abdomen to change his direction. He kicked out with both legs and kicked away 3 or 4 wolves. At the same time, he finally stood on the rock that was occupied by the alpha. It was as if Xia Ruofei had eyes on the back of his head. He turned his hand and accurately grabbed the front paw of a wolf. Then, he threw the wolf, which weighed more than 100 pounds, with a back throw. It hit the rock wall heavily. At the same time, the military dagger in Xia Ruofei's right hand drew a cold arc in the air and quickly slashed at the head wolf's neck. The alpha wolf howled and nimbly avoided its vital parts. Its huge body was extremely agile. In the blink of an eye, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xia Ruofei's neck. At the same time, at least 5 other wolves had already pounced on Xia Ruofei. Due to inertia, Xia Ruofei's right hand that was holding the knife was still slashing at the alpha's position. However, he did not panic at all. He used the momentum to turn his body and avoided the alpha's fatal blow. At the same time, he leaned his shoulder heavily against the alpha. The alpha wolf whimpered and staggered a few steps back from Xia Ruofei's collision. Xia Ruofei also took the opportunity to swing his hand back and took the lives of 2 more wolves in an instant. At the same time, he did not linger in the battle. With a kick of his feet, he rushed towards the direction of the head wolf. He swung his blade as fast as lightning. The alpha subconsciously dodged to the right, but it did not know how cunning humans could be. Xia Ruofei's attack was a feint, and its center of gravity did not move with the attack. The alpha dodged to the right, which was also within Xia Ruofei's calculations. He had already prepared his left fist and struck out heavily. This was completely out of the alpha's expectations. In a flash, it had no time to react, and Xia Ruofei's iron fist had hit its head. The alpha wolf howled and fell to the ground, blood flowing out of its mouth and nose. It kicked a few times with its 4 legs and died. Xia Ruofei had used all his strength in this punch. Its power was no different from a heavy truck. Moreover, the area affected was so small that the explosive force instantly turned the head of the alpha into a paste. After taking care of the alpha, Xia Ruofei turned around. His body was covered in warm wolf blood. His right hand was holding the military dagger in reverse. He stood on the high rock like a god of death. Under the moonlight, he looked murderous. There were only 5 wolves left in the pack. At first, they were all aggressive and unreserved as they pounced on Xia Ruofei. However, once the alpha wolf died, the 5 wolves seemed to have lost their momentum. They subconsciously stopped and looked at Xia Ruofei with vigilance. Xia Ruofei laughed coldly and took a step forward with his dagger. The wolves' eyes seemed to reveal a trace of fear, and they actually took a step back in unison. Xia Ruofei walked forward step by step while the 5 wolves retreated slowly. Finally, the wolves seemed to be unable to withstand the invisible pressure. One of the wolves howled, and then they all turned around and ran away in unison. Xia Ruofei pouted. He had no interest in chasing after them and just let them go. He was still concerned about the realm stone. These wolves lived in the highlands and mountains all year round, and there was no end to them. Since they had taken the initiative to escape, Xia Ruofei naturally would not care. There were 6 or 7 wolf corpses on the ground. Some of them had been cut open, while others had no wounds on their bodies but were already dead. Under the moonlight, the scattered wolf corpses were telling the story of the tragic battle just now. Xia Ruofei didn't want to waste anything and simply cleaned up the wolf carcasses. Xia Ruofei, who had gone through countless combat and survival training in the forest, was very familiar with handling the wolves' corpses. It did not take long for him to remove all their internal organs and dig out their fangs for storage. Xia Ruofei threw away the wolf's internal organs and kept the rest of the useful things in the spirit map space. Some people who had eaten wolf meat before didn't like the taste, but Xia Ruofei had eaten it once during a tropical jungle survival training. At that time, squad leader Luo had used a cooking method and the taste was quite good. This time, he had just killed a few wolves, so Xia Ruofei naturally wanted to try it. In addition, wolf fangs could also be made into good accessories. There were also several wolves, including the alpha wolf, which had no wounds on its body. The alpha wolf was particularly large, so the wolf skin was very suitable for personal use or to give away. After cleaning up the scene, Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to wash off the wolf blood on his body. He continued his search in the direction of the realm stone. 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning was the darkest time of the day. Even though the moon was pretty bright tonight, it was almost setting. Most of the time, Xia Ruofei could only rely on the strong light of the flashlight to find a way forward in the wilderness. However, after dealing with Song Lang, Xia Ruofei did not encounter any more danger. It was just that the terrain caused him to take a lot of unnecessary steps. But in general, Xia Ruofei was getting closer and closer to his goal. As the sky started to brighten, Xia Ruofei finally felt that he should be able to find the world stone soon. That was because the jade leaf on his chest was almost boiling hot. This was a small valley. The distance to the place where Xia Ruofei first found the jade leaf was about 6 to 7 kilometers in a straight line. However, Xia Ruofei had to walk 30 to 40 kilometers to find this place. Moreover, it was a high-altitude mountain with no roads at all. Although the valley was low-lying, Xia Ruofei's watch still showed that it was more than 4,500 meters above sea level. At this time, the sky was gradually turning bright. Although no one would come here during this season, Xia Ruofei had to speed up. There were some shrubs that were not very tall in the valley, and there was even a small stream winding through. The sound of flowing water could be heard faintly from the depths of the forest. Xia Ruofei carefully felt the change in the temperature of the jade leaf as he carefully moved his feet. Now that the jade leaf was very hot, Xia Ruofei had to keep moving and feel the slight changes in it to find a more accurate position. This was a delicate and cumbersome task. After another half an hour, Xia Ruofei finally arrived at a patch of grass. After repeated experiments, Xia Ruofei was almost certain that the world stone was within a 2 to 3 meter radius in front of him. Xia Ruofei first removed the jade leaf and kept it in the spirit map space. The jade leaf was too hot. If he kept it on his chest, he felt that he would be burned. After keeping the jade leaf, Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and took out the shovel from the space. He cleared all the weeds in the vicinity. The situation on the ground could be seen clearly. There was no black boundary stone that Xia Ruofei was familiar with. He expanded his search area a little, but still found nothing. Then there was only one possibility, and that was the world stone being buried underground. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He immediately took out a hoe and started to dig. Xia Ruofei would carefully rummage through the soil he dug out. After making sure that there were no world stones, he would then place them aside. In the past, when he was training in the jungle, Xia Ruofei often needed to dig some individual fortifications. He was very familiar with digging and had dug nearly 2 meters deep in a short time. However, he still couldn't find the world stone. Xia Ruofei was helpless about this. The induction array could detect the realm stone within a 10-kilometer radius. In theory, the realm stone could be buried very deep. It could be found by the induction array even if it was dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters deep. However, for Xia Ruofei, if it was really that deep, it would be very difficult to dig it out. The deeper they dug, the larger the area would naturally be. This was not something that could be completed by human strength. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and mumbled to himself, "We're in the wilderness, even if we rent an excavator, we can't drive it in." At this point, Xia Ruofei suddenly froze. He slapped his head and said, "He really has a pig's brain. Wasn't there a small excavator for farming in the spirit map space?" Xia Ruofei threw the hoe down and sent his thoughts into the spirit map space to check. After confirming that Xia Qing was not using the excavator, he immediately took it out. Xia Ruofei jumped onto the excavator. After starting it up, the excavator emitted black smoke. He operated the mechanical arm very nimbly and began to work. Although this little fellow could not be compared to those large construction machines, it could at least dig several times more than Xia Ruofei's manual work. Xia Ruofei's efficiency increased. The mini excavator worked for another half an hour and the soil it excavated formed a small mountain. Xia Ruofei had checked the soil and found no boundary stones. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He was very confident in the accuracy of the jade leaf. Since the world stone was here, it would not be able to escape. After a few minutes, the small excavator had dug out a small piece of soil. Xia Ruofei controlled the mechanical arm to raise it high and lift the soil up. Through the windshield of the excavator, Xia Ruofei's eagle-like vision immediately noticed a small black stone in the soil that was falling from a high place. He immediately turned off the small excavator and then quickly moved to the top of the mound. Xia Ruofei had already found the location and quickly found the small black stone from the pile of soil. The moment he saw this black stone, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He was almost certain that this was the world stone that he had spent so much effort to find. Xia Ruofei took out the sensing jade leaf. As expected, when he got close to the black stone, the temperature of the jade leaf reached its peak. Xia Ruofei almost couldn't hold it. He quickly put the sensing jade leaf into the spatial space and communicated with Xia Qing using his divine sense to confirm that absorbing the world stone at this time would not affect the experiments that were being carried out in the spatial space. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to summon the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, he held the realm stone and approached the scroll. There was a huge suction force from the spirit map. Xia Ruofei did not hold the realm stone tightly, so it was immediately sucked in and turned into a black light. The moment it came into contact with the spirit map, it disappeared into thin air. It took time for the spirit map space to absorb the world stone. Xia Ruofei kept the small excavator into the space and left it alone for the time being. After all, Xia Qing would tell him when he was done absorbing the world stone. Xia Ruofei followed the sound of the water and found the stream. Then, he took off his coat that was stained with wolf blood and washed up. He took out a spare coat from his backpack and put it on. If he returned to Nagka County covered in blood, wouldn't the hotel staff be so scared that they would call the police? Xia Ruofei cleaned himself up and left the valley. The sky was already bright. Xia Ruofei had been exploring the area for the whole night and was quite familiar with the terrain. He quickly planned the most reasonable route and started to retreat down the mountain. Xia Ruofei had spent most of his time walking around the area last night. It took him less than an hour to go down the mountain and he was already back at his car. Xia Ruofei drove the off-road vehicle back to Nagka County. After checking out of the car, he went online to buy a train ticket back to Lhasa. Then, he rested in the hotel room for a while. When it was almost time, he checked out and rushed to the train station. On Xia Ruofei's way to the train station, Xia Qing had already informed him through spiritual will that the spirit map space had already absorbed the entire world stone. However, with Xia Ruofei's current condition, it was obviously not suitable for him to enter the space to check it out. He also did not want Xia Qing to tell him what changes the space had undergone after absorbing the world stone. At this time, he still had to maintain a sense of mystery. Otherwise, when he went in to check it out again, he would not have that pleasant feeling. Xia Ruofei had already booked a direct flight from Lhasa to Sanshan City. However, there was only one flight per day. By the time the train arrived at Lhasa, it would not be able to catch the day's flight. Hence, Xia Ruofei had booked a ticket for the next day. He had no choice but to stay in Lhasa for another night. In the hotel in Lhasa, Xia Ruofei suppressed his curiosity and did not enter the spirit map space for the sake of safety. The next afternoon, Xia Ruofei's flight landed smoothly at the Chongping International Airport in Sanshan City. This trip could be said to be a long one, but the result was still not bad. It could be said that the harvest was quite rich. Ling Yu's family had agreed to come to the Three Mountains, and the journey to the Song had gone very smoothly. Xia Ruofei had completely achieved his expectations. More importantly, Xia Ruofei had even obtained a pleasant surprise by finding a world stone. If it wasn't for the Owido, Xia Ruofei might not have been able to go to Nagku in his entire life. He would have missed the opportunity to obtain the realm stone. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. The realm stone that had been buried in the frozen soil of the plateau for God knows how long had finally reached Xia Ruofei and was put to use. Xia Ruofei had already informed the company in advance. Hence, when he walked out of the airport terminal, Lei, who was already waiting at the entrance to pick him up. Lei Hu came forward and greeted Xia Ruofei respectfully. Then, he took his luggage, which was not much to begin with. On the way back to the farm, Xia Ruofei briefly understood the company's situation. After knowing that everything was normal, Xia Ruofei nodded and leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Back at Taoyuan farm, Xia Ruofei did not go to the office building. Instead, he went straight to the small villa. Lin Qiao was still interning in the company, so the Tibetan-style gifts that Xia Ruofei had prepared for her had not been used yet. Hu Zi's mother was preparing lunch at home. When she saw Xia Ruofei return, she was very happy. Ruofei, why didn't you tell us you were coming back? Hu Zi's mother reproached, I should have prepared a few more dishes. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Godmother, I'm not an outsider, do I need to prepare anything? Besides, as long as it's Godmother's cooking, I love it. You're such a sweet talker, Hu Zi's mother said with a smile. Godmother, don't be busy. Xia Ruofei took out a packet of cordyceps from his backpack as he spoke. These are some cordyceps that I bought from Nagku. It's good for your body to eat a little every day. Just soak it in water and drink it. These were the level 1 wormgrass that Xia Ruofei had bought at Gesang's house 2 days ago. He had spent more than 100,000 yuan on them. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were extremely valuable. However, Xia Ruofei had only bought them casually to confirm the quality of the wormgrass in Gesang's house. Hence, he had taken them as a gift for Hu Zi's mother when he returned. This is a Owido? This thing must be very expensive, right? Hu Zi's mother reproached, you child. Why are you wasting money again? Godmother's health is great now, she doesn't need any supplements. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he stuffed the packet of wormgrass into Hu Zi's mother's hands, and said, Godmother, I bought this from the wormgrass production area. It's not expensive at all. This is my filial piety. Alright. You're not allowed to waste money like this next time, Hu Zi's mother said. Even though she said that, she still felt very happy that Xia Ruofei was so filial. I know. Godmother, I'll go up and take a shower first. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Xia Ruofei carried his backpack and quickly went upstairs to his room. After locking the door and windows, Xia Ruofei immediately summoned the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. Although Xia Ruofei had long gotten used to the rich spiritual qi in the space, he still felt extremely comfortable the moment he entered the space. It was as if every pore in his body was cheering. Xia Ruofei had appeared in an Archean realm. Xia Qing, who was in the mountain and sea realm, immediately felt it. The moment Xia Ruofei entered the spatial zone, she also appeared in the Archean realm. Master. Xia Qing respectfully bowed and greeted him. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, Xia Qing, after the spirit map world absorbed the world stone, did it level up? Master, the spirit map world has not been upgraded yet, Xia Qing said with her head lowered. Xia Qing had gotten used to Xia Ruofei's words. For example, he knew that upgrade meant a breakthrough. Xia Ruofei was a little disappointed. But he quickly understood that after Ying absorbed the world stone, the spirit map space had only leveled up once. Although the effects of the world stone were much better than Jade's, it was impossible for it to level up. Every time it absorbed a piece of the world stone. Wouldn't it be like cabbages? Xia Ruofei smiled. This is within my expectations. However, I believe that after absorbing an entire realm stone, the spirit map world should have evolved quite a bit, right? Yes, Master. Xia Qing quickly said. Xia Ruofei nodded and began to patrol the space. Xia Qing also followed Xia Ruofei. The spiritual qi in the space condensed even more. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the humidity in the air had increased by quite a bit. In some places, the spiritual qi had started to liquefy. Especially in the area where the Phoebe Jiannan forest was. The spiritual qi had already formed dewdrops on the leaves. This would undoubtedly further promote the growth of the crops in the entire space. Xia Ruofei's eyes fell on the 2 plastic boxes beside the pond. One of them was a big orange box. Xia Qing saw it and immediately said, Master, I change the seawater 4 times a day and pour in the petal water of the spirit heart flower. Every once in a while. The abalones in here grow very fast. Oh? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and quickly walked over. It had been 11 to 12 days since he had placed the 30 net abalone seedlings in orange plastic boxes and placed them in the care of Archean realm cultivators. In other words, these net abalones had actually been in this environment for nearly a year. They had been living in an environment rich in spirit qi for a year, and the seawater they had been living in was also the space seawater. Xia Qing had also been regularly injected with the petal solution of the spirit heart flower. With all these factors combined, how far would these net abalone seedlings grow? Xia Ruofei was also full of anticipation. He reached the orange plastic box in a few steps. The seawater inside was very clear, and he could clearly see the small rocks and some seaweed at the bottom of the box. When Xia Ruofei saw a few abalones leisurely crawling on the reef, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. When the net abalone seedlings were first bought, they were only about the size of a 1 yuan coin. But now, among the few that Xia Ruofei had seen, the smallest one was about 12 or 13 centimeters in diameter, and the biggest one was even 15 centimeters in diameter. This was basically the size of an average 3-headed or 4-headed abalone that was sold on the market. One had to know that even if the flow of time was taken into account, these abalone sprouts had only been around for less than a year. The breeding cycle of abalones was about 3 years. If the time was doubled, or even less, the net abalones would undoubtedly grow to an incredible level. By then, 2-headed abalones and 1-headed abalones would no longer be a dream. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. It was not because the abalones were growing fast, but because this phenomenon had proven that it was completely possible to raise abalones in a spatial environment. Xia Ruofei knew that these 30 abalones were just preliminary experiments. The real big ones were in the mountain sea realm, where there were more than 10,000 abalones. Moreover, looking at the current situation, there was no need to wait for 3 years. At most, in a year to a year and a half, the abalones in the mountain sea realm could be sold in batches. Very good. Xia Ruofei said happily. Xia Qing, continue to take good care of these abalones. Add some spirit heart flower petal solution regularly and try to change the water as often as possible to ensure their living environment. Yes, master. Xia Qing immediately responded. Xia Ruofei had a large stock of the solution from the spirit heart flower petals. He could only use 1 or 2 petals to cultivate these abalones, so he was not too worried. He was doing this to cultivate the abalones as much as he could. It wouldn't take long for him to harvest 31 head abalones. 1-headed abalones were legendary existences. Every single one of them was an incomparably precious treasure. If Xia Ruofei released the news that he was going to sell 31-headed abalones, the rich people in Hong Kong would probably take action immediately. It would definitely cause an uproar. Of course, most people wouldn't believe that the 1-headed abalone was not as common as Chinese cabbage. One might not even appear in several years, let alone 31-headed abalones. However, if Xia Ruofei released the news through authoritative channels, there would surely be a large number of rich people waving their checkbooks to buy it. After looking at the abalones, Xia Ruofei took a look at the large plastic tidying box beside him. It contained the whole piece of vegetation and soil that he had transported from the caterpillar fungus producing area in Nagku 2 days ago. Xia Qing followed Xia Ruofei and introduced, Master, these bat moth larvae have been in the Archean realm for more than 2 months. I followed your request and watered them with some petal water of the spirit heart flower. The larvae are growing very quickly. Dozens of them have already come down from the grass and burrowed into the soil. Xia Ruofei looked through the veil. There were many bat moth larvae on the leaves. Some of them had just hatched from their eggs and were slowly crawling on the leaves. Just as Xia Ruofei was observing, a bat moth larva on the surface of the soil began to drill into the ground. Xia Ruofei knew that as long as these larvae burrowed into the loose soil, they would instinctively absorb the nutrients from the plant roots. At this time, their bodies would gradually become white and fat. At that time, the spherical spore would take the opportunity to drill into the insect's body, absorb its nutrients, and germinate its mycelium. The fungus's sphere of influence was growing. The larvae that were infected by the fungus gradually wriggled to a spot 2 to 3 centimeters above the ground and died from head to tail. Although he could not see the changes in the soil and the insides of the larvae, Xia Ruofei was full of anticipation. It would take about a year for Cordyceps sinensis to form. Xia Ruofei estimated that in an environment with such rich spiritual qi, the time needed might be even shorter. Hence, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Xia Qing, in the next 6 to 7 days, you have to pay attention and observe at all times. If there are purplish, red grass growing in the soil, you have to report to me immediately. The grass had broken through the soil layer, which meant that the awedo had already taken shape and could be harvested. Xia Qing's knowledge of awedo was much deeper than Xia Ruofei's. He nodded and said, I understand, Master. I'll keep an eye on you. Xia Ruofei nodded and walked towards the spirit heart tree. If the spirit map space was the foundation of Xia Ruofei's life, then the spirit heart tree was undoubtedly the key. The continuous production of spirit heart flower petals from the spirit heart tree had become an indispensable help to Xia Ruofei's career. The space had absorbed an entire world stone. Although it had not completely upgraded, the spirit heart tree had grown a section. As a result, although it was still very small compared to the gold Phoebe Nanmu in the distance, it was completely different from the small sapling it had been before. Xia Ruofei could not help but imagine the day when the spirit heart tree would grow into a towering tree. His gaze quickly fell on the spirit heart flower that seemed to have a soul, stirring magic. 8 slices? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but look back at Xia Qing in surprise. After the last upgrade, the number of petals of the spirit heart flower had increased to 7. Xia Ruofei did not have much hope at first, and he knew that the number of petals had reached a bottleneck. Even if the space was upgraded, the number would not increase. He did not expect to be surprised. Xia Qing smiled and said, "Master, the spirit gathering array I've set up around the spirit heart tree has been constantly improving the quality of the spirit heart tree. This time, when it absorbed the world stone, a large amount of spirit chi instantly surged in. Therefore, the number of spirit heart flower petals has also broken through again." Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. "Well done." It seemed that the spirit heart flower was getting closer and closer to its ultimate form of 9 petals. "Xia Qing, keep it up." "Yes, Master." Xia Qing said immediately. Xia Ruofei then took a tour around the Archean realm. He inspected the tea garden, Phoebe Zhenan forest, iron, skin dendrobium, red arowana, and many other valuable plants. He was very satisfied when he saw that these valuable plants and animals were growing well. Xia Ruofei had to admit that with Xia Qing as a soul puppet, he had saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, with the expansion of the space and the increase in the variety of animals and plants in the space, it would take a lot of energy for Xia Ruofei to take care of them. Now that Xia Qing had managed everything in the space in an orderly manner, Xia Ruofei only needed to assign tasks and Xia Qing would complete them to the letter. He was much more relaxed. After a round of inspection, Xia Ruofei brought Xia Qing to the mountain and sea realm, where time flowed at the same rate as the outside world. The concentration of spirit chi in the mountain and sea realm was about the same as that in the primal realm. After absorbing the world stone this time, the overall environment of the mountain and sea realm had also improved greatly. He first took Xia Qing and drove the all-terrain vehicle around the edge of the spatial barrier. Of course, he had to avoid the sea. Xia Ruofei made a rough estimate. The mountain and sea realm had expanded to more than 5,000 acres, and the space ocean, which had appeared for the first time since the last upgrade, had expanded by about 100 meters. The coastline in the dimension was 2 kilometers long. From the beach to the outermost space barrier, the range of the sea had reached more than 200 meters. The expansion of the ocean meant that Xia Ruofei would have more choices to breed more precious seafood in the sea. Xia Ruofei wondered if he should get a small yacht. However, considering that the ocean was still very small, even if he got a speedboat, there would not be much space for him to ride. Hence, this thought only flashed through his mind and he did not put it into action immediately. When he patrolled the beach, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual force to sense that the net abalone seedlings in the sea were growing very well. Each of them was quite healthy and had generally grown a circle. The largest one had a diameter of 4 to 5 centimeters. Compared to the outside world, this growth rate was absolutely shocking. In addition to abalones, there were also many pomfrets in this sea area. They originally lived in the sea, and in the unique environment of the space ocean, they were naturally like fish in water and grew well. It's time to provide another batch of Chinese perch seedlings to Jianghua, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. After a round of inspection, Xia Ruofei drove the all-terrain vehicle to the herb garden that Xia Qing had opened for inspection. Next to the medicine garden, Xia Qing had opened up more than 10 mu of land, all of which were planted with the medicinal herbs needed to produce the heart-nourishing soup. In more than 10 days, Xia Qing had already taken care of the medicine garden in an orderly manner, and the herbs were neatly planted on the ground. They all grew very well and looked quite energetic. Xia Ruofei's gaze turned to the side of the herb garden. Next to the medicinal garden, Xia Qing had also opened up a plot of land, which was also full of green crops. Xia Ruofei recognized it at first glance and said in surprise, "Iron, skin dendrobium?" "Yes, master," Xia Qing said respectfully, "after your instructions. Last time, I began cutting the iron, skin dendrobes in the Archean realm. When they grew to a certain extent, I would transplant them into the mountain and sea realm. Now, they have a scale of about 10 mu. Not bad, not bad." Xia Ruofei nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Xia Qing, continue to transplant. Anyway, there is a lot of land in the mountain sea realm, and there is nothing that needs to be planted for the time being. Just open up more land to grow iron, skin dendrobium." "Yes, master," Xia Qing replied. In addition to the iron, skin dendrobes, many of the third-generation De Hong Pao tea trees had also been transplanted to the mountain sea realm, forming a small tea forest. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Xia Qing's work efficiency. However, after thinking about it, he realized that Xia Qing was not a real human being. He didn't need to rest at all. He could work 24 hours a day. No wonder he could finish so much work in just 11 or 12 days. If it was someone else, even someone as strong as Xia Ruofei, it would be impossible for him to work without eating or sleeping for more than 10 days. After he was done with the outside, Xia Ruofei came to the stone room in the cave. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei had been taking the spirit nourishment soup and body tempering soup regularly. While his physical fitness was constantly strengthened, his spiritual power was also increasing. He wanted to see if he could open the next transparent cover to get the item inside, or if he could decipher the next page of the booklet. In the stone chamber, there were 4 green halos on the stone platform. Originally, there were 5 halos here. Each halo was an extremely tough protective shield. The first halo on the left contained that booklet. This had already given Xia Ruofei a lot of surprises. The elixirs such as the nourishing spirit soup, the body tempering soup, and the jade skin cream all came from that mysterious booklet. More importantly, Xia Ruofei also obtained the spiritual puppet Xia Qing through the booklet, which gave him the best assistant to manage the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei stood in front of the stone platform and looked at the 4 remaining halos. His eyes could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. He regularly took the body tempering soup and the spirit nourishing soup, and his physical quality and mental power were improving day by day. He would come to the stone room every once in a while and try to break the halo protective shield, but he had not succeeded even once so far. This time, the spirit map space had absorbed a new world stone. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that his compatibility with the space had increased. In addition, he had been out for a while and had not tried to break the protective halo for a long time. Hence, he was full of anticipation and was ready to try again. From left to right, the first 3 of the 4 light barriers each contained a jade tablet, while the last one contained a jade box. The first 3 jade tokens looked almost the same, but Xia Ruofei could not see the details because of the layer of green protection. He stood in front of the stone platform and took a deep breath. After adjusting his state, he slowly reached out to the leftmost halo shield. He knew that the energy of the shield was getting stronger and stronger from left to right. Now, even the weakest one had not been able to open it, so he didn't even need to try to open the remaining 3. As soon as Xia Ruofei's hand touched the surface of the protective shield, a soft but extremely tenacious repulsive force appeared out of thin air, as if it wanted to bounce his hand away. He would come over to test it once in a while, so he was no stranger to this kind of rejection force. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power and directed the invisible force of the space to gather in his palm. Then, he slowly but firmly pushed forward. The protective shield's halo started to shake slightly, and the repulsive force grew stronger as Xia Ruofei increased his strength. Xia Ruofei's physical fitness had reached an unimaginable level. However, in the face of this protective shield that could not be broken by brute force, he had no choice but to rely on his strong spiritual power. The stronger one's spiritual power was, the higher one's compatibility with space would be, and the stronger the invisible spatial power one could use. As the force increased, the force of rejection became more and more terrifying. Xia Ruofei felt that his palm was being pushed out by a huge force, while the spatial 5 elements force was pressing in. His palm bone seemed to be about to crack under such a terrifying force. His body trembled slightly, and he gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed a determined look as he continued to increase his strength. The shaking of the protective halo was also becoming more and more intense. The halo also began to fade slowly, like a lonely boat in the wind and rain, about to capsize at any time. Beads of sweat started to form on Xia Ruofei's forehead as he poured out his spiritual energy like it was free. In the end, Xia Ruofei shouted and used all his strength to push the door. The invisible spatial force exploded with a huge force. A wing sound was heard. The extremely flexible ball of light finally cracked, turning into spots of light and disappearing into the stone room. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He had finally cracked it. It had been more than half a year since he took out the booklet to crack the protective shield. During this period, Xia Ruofei had tried countless times, but to no avail. This time, his efforts paid off and he successfully cracked the second protective halo. Xia Ruofei impatiently picked up the jade token that was placed on the stone platform. This jade token looked unremarkable and very simple. Even the quality of the jade could not be compared to the best mutton, fat white jade that Xia Ruofei had used to inscribe array discs. However, Xia Ruofei knew that this item's value could not be measured by its appearance. How could something that the previous owner of the spirit map space so carefully protected in the halo be an ordinary item? Even the booklet on the far left had given Xia Ruofei so many surprises. This jade token was placed in the second halo, so it should be more valuable than the booklet. Xia Ruofei carefully examined the jade token in his hand. It was warm to the touch, and there were engravings on both sides, with the word human engraved on one side. Xia Ruofei looked at it for a long time and tried to use his spiritual power to investigate, but he found nothing. After a long time, Xia Ruofei patted his head and muttered to himself, "I've really been muddle-headed recently, and have abandoned what's near and sought what's far away. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei immediately used his spiritual will to inform Xia Qing to come over immediately. Xia Ruofei knew that Xia Qing was very familiar with this jade tablet, the remaining 2 jade tablets, and even the items in the last jade box. He had once asked Xia Qing about this information, but unfortunately, Xia Qing had told him that before his strength was enough to open the halo protective shield, he could not tell him. It was like a program built into a robot, and the priority of this rule was even higher than the command of the master. Xia Qing was only a spiritual puppet, not a real life. Thus, he would only strictly follow the rules that had been set in his body. Xia Ruofei had no way to deal with him. Now that Xia Ruofei had successfully opened the protective halo, he could naturally ask Xia Qing about the information of this jade card. The moment Xia Ruofei sent out his divine sense, Xia Qing's figure flashed and appeared in the stone chamber. He saw the jade token in Xia Ruofei's hand at first glance and cried out in surprise, "Master, you've already taken out the tripartite jade talisman?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "So it's called the Tri-Elements Jade Talisman. So you can tell me about it now? Master's strength has already met the requirements, so I will naturally tell you everything I know," said Xia Qing with a serious nod. Xia Ruofei nodded and waited for him to continue. "Master," Xia Qing said, "actually, the Tri-Elements Jade Talisman is a set. There are 3 pieces in total." Xia Ruofei's eyes immediately fell on the remaining 3 halos. They were the 2 jade tokens on the far left. He asked, "The remaining 2 pieces are in there?" "Yes." Xia Qing nodded. "Master, the Tri-Elements Jade Talisman is divided into 3 parts, heaven, earth, and human. The one you took out is the human character." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's talk about the Tri-Elements Jade Talisman." "Yes, Master." Xia Qing said respectfully, "There is a cultivation technique recorded in the Tri-Elements Jade Talisman. It is called the Great Tao Formula, Great Tao Arts." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but interrupt Xia Qing's words and asked, "It sounds like a cultivation technique? Is there any difference between this and the strange posture of the little golden men I cultivated before?" Xia Ruofei had not stopped practicing the postures demonstrated by the golden midgets during this period of time. Now, he was able to successfully perform the 4th set of movements. Xia Qing smiled and said, "Master, you used to cultivate a body tempering technique, while the Great Tao Arts is a qi cultivating technique. One focuses on the internal, and the other on the external. Only by cultivating both the internal and the external can they complement each other and bring out the best in each other. Congratulations, Master." Before Xia Ruofei obtained the spirit map space, he felt that Lone Wolf's assault team members were already close to the strongest individual combat power. However, after obtaining the spirit map space, his strength had broken through the limits that he had previously thought were impossible to reach. Therefore, he already had enough expectations for the cultivation techniques that only existed in legends. It was not like he had heard a fantasy. After Xia Ruofei heard Xia Qing's explanation, he quickly threw out his question, "You said that this jade talisman contains this cultivation technique, but I looked at it for a long time just now and couldn't see anything special about it. I can't find anything with my spiritual power. Is there something else?" "Master, the key to opening the Tri-Elements Jade Talisman is precisely the spiritual power," Xia Qing said respectfully. "It can't be?" Xia Ruofei was shocked. "Did I use the wrong method?" Xia Qing pointed at the jade talisman in Xia Ruofei's hand and said, Master, the key is the pattern on the jade talisman. It's actually a talisman. You need to use your spiritual power to draw an identical talisman in the air and then print it on it. The cultivation technique stored in the jade talisman will naturally appear. Using spiritual energy to simulate runes? This was the first time Xia Ruofei had heard of such a method of unlocking, so he was very surprised. Yes. The rune simulated by spiritual energy is like a key. Xia Qing said with absolute certainty, Master, you must have tried it just now. There is no effect when you pour your spiritual power into the pattern. You must simulate the exact same rune out of thin air and then print it on it. As long as there is a slight deviation, it will have no effect. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, This is too difficult, Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, when your spiritual power has been condensed to a certain extent, it can be almost tangible. It is nothing more than repeated attempts. Practice makes perfect. Since you have the strength to take out the man character, you will definitely be able to open it successfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, It seems like we can only try a few more times. Xia Qing continued, If Master can successfully simulate this talisman, not only will you be able to obtain the first 3 levels of the great Tao arts, but this talisman itself will also have a very wonderful use. After the human rune was activated, it could instantly draw on the surrounding spiritual qi to form a protective shield on the body. The defensive power was very strong. Of course, this requires Master to be extremely familiar with runes and be able to simulate them in an instant. Otherwise, it won't be of much use in actual combat. Xia Ruofei agreed, Yeah. You have to take things one step at a time. I'll think of a way to simulate the runes first. I believe that with Master's aptitude, you should be able to do it very soon, said Xia Qing with a smile. That's right, after Master practices the great Tao arts, he should be able to engrave this rune on a jade pendant or similar carrier. This way, you can give this defensive rune to the person close to you. If she is attacked or encounters any accident, the rune will be activated, which is equivalent to having an additional layer of protection. Xia Ruofei was even more motivated after hearing that. To him, a defensive rune wasn't very attractive. After all, with his current combat strength, there shouldn't be many people who could threaten his safety. However, if he could carve it on a jade carrier and give it to someone else, it would be much more useful to Xia Ruofei. People had their ups and downs, and no one could guarantee that they would not encounter any accidents. Even if they were walking on the road, they could be hit by drunk and unscrupulous drivers. If he could give Ling Qingxue, Hu Zi's mother, Qiao and the others he cared about a piece of jade with defensive runes engraved on it, his safety would be even more guaranteed. Therefore, after listening to Xia Qing's words, Xia Ruofei had made up his mind to practice well and grasp this rune firmly. Master, Xia Qing continued, the Tri-Elements Jade Talisman's benefits don't stop here. The talismans on each piece of jade talisman have their own magical effects. And if you can gather all 3 pieces of jade talismans, there will be a surprise. Oh. Really? What surprise? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Xia Qing revealed a mysterious smile and said, I'm sorry, Master. I can only disclose this part of the information to you after you have obtained all 3 jade talismans. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders. It's the damn authority again. All right then. Xia Ruofei said, "Is there anything else? You haven't told me about the tripartite jade talisman? If you don tea, you can go back to your work. I'm going to start learning that rune." "All right, master." Xia Qing immediately said, "I'll take my leave now." After Xia Qing left, Xia Ruofei took the human-shaped rune and looked at it carefully. According to what Xia Qing had said, the pattern on the side of the jade talisman with the character Ren engraved on it was the talisman that he needed to completely simulate with his spiritual power. He first spent about half an hour to memorize the shape of the rune's veined pattern. The spirit nourishment soup and body tempering soup had a comprehensive effect on Xia Ruofei's body and mind. Now, Xia Ruofei's memory was quite amazing. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had a photographic memory. Under such circumstances, he still spent half an hour to firmly memorize the runes. It was clear how complicated the rune patterns were. After Xia Ruofei memorized the lines, he tried to concentrate his spiritual energy. The first was naturally the release of his spiritual power. It was not difficult for Xia Ruofei as he used it almost every day. Then, it was the process of condensation. Xia Ruofei was extremely focused. He controlled the spiritual power that had left his body to a very small area in front of him, and then continued to output the spiritual power. In this way, the spiritual power that was confined in a small area naturally became more and more condensed and dense. Finally, Xia Ruofei continued to compress the space of his spiritual power. This was originally an invisible wave, but after compressing it to the extreme, the space in front of Xia Ruofei actually had a faint golden light. Xia Ruofei knew that the time was right. He carefully opened a small gap in the space that he had confined and guided the spiritual power that had almost been condensed to the extreme to leak out from the small gap. Just like that, his spiritual power was pulled into a thin line. Although it was almost invisible to the naked eye, Xia Ruofei could clearly sense the existence of this thin thread of spiritual power. He immediately followed the shape of the rune in his mind, guiding the thin thread of spiritual force to extend, turn, transform, and shuttle. Xia Ruofei could feel an invisible rune slowly forming in front of him. This process was very slow. Under his careful control, it took him more than 10 minutes to complete less than 30%. Besides, the runes were too complicated. Xia Ruofei felt that there was only a slight deviation in the control, and the runes he drew were already wrong. Although this mistake was very small, it already meant that this attempt had failed. This was because the rune had to be drawn in one stroke to be an effective rune, and there was no chance to go back and modify it. Xia Ruofei sighed. He released his control of his spiritual power and kept them back into his body. Xia Ruofei did not expect to succeed on his first try. However, after trying, he felt that the difficulty was beyond his expectations. "Looks like I'll have to work hard to succeed," Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. He didn't try again. It was almost noon when he got home. He spent a lot of time patrolling the space, activating the halo shield, and trying to draw the human rune. It was time for lunch. If he wanted to successfully draw out a complete rune, he still needed a lot of time to practice. This was not something that could be done overnight. Hence, Xia Ruofei left the medium. He didn't bring the human-shaped jade talisman with him. Instead, he left it on the stone platform. There was no place safer than the spirit map space. It was simply a super safe. Xia Ruofei quickly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went downstairs. "Who Zi's mother had indeed prepared lunch. Lin Xiao had also returned from the office building. Lin Xiao already knew that Xia Ruofei had returned home. When she saw him coming downstairs, she immediately asked for a gift. Xia Ruofei was already prepared for this. He took out some silver ornaments and beautiful crafts that he had bought in the Tibetan area. These Tibetan-style gifts were very beautiful and were perfect for the little girl. Lin Xiao accepted them with joy. After having lunch at home, Xia Ruofei chatted with Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother for a while. Before going back to his room, Xia Ruofei had been away for a few days. He should have gone to understand the company's operations first, but he had a break in the afternoon and did not want to disturb Feng Jing and the other executives. Besides, Xia Ruofei had more important things to do. After he returned to his room, he used his phone to give Lin Yue a call. Ying, now that the matter of the Oedo had been settled, he had returned to the Three Mountains. It was time to bring Lin Yue and her family over. Are you okay? Lin Yue's gentle voice came from the phone. Sister-in-law. I've already finished my business and returned to the Three Mountains. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, how are the preparations on your side? Can you come over now? Lin Yue clearly didn't have much confidence in her heart. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Ruofei, I've settled everything at home. But, what can sister-in-law do at your company? I've never worked in a big company before. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Sister-in-law. We've already agreed on this. Why are you backing out? Besides, it's not a big company, just a small one. More than half of our employees are ordinary villagers from nearby. They can do the job, so how can you not do it? Lin Yue said with some embarrassment, all right, Ruofei, what do you want me to do? Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Sister-in-law, I have a few positions here. What do you like to do? The first is to be the deputy director of our company's logistics department. You just have to manage the company's warehouse, cold storage, and some things like the purchase of office supplies. The specific things will be done by the people below, and you will be in charge of commanding. Lin Yue thought for a moment before asking, are there any other positions? Actually, the job that Xia Ruofei had offered was very easy. It did not require much exposure to the elements. However, Lin Yue felt that Xia Ruofei was obviously taking care of her. Otherwise, why would he leave such a good position for her to take? There's also the orchard manager, Xia Ruofei said. Sister-in-law, didn't you say last time that you used to take care of the small orchard in your house? This was the right specialization, right? There are also specialized workers in the orchard. You're mainly in charge of the management. As the business continued to expand, Xia Ruofei had long wanted to separate the orchard from the rest of the business. This way, Chao Taishu could also focus on the vegetable greenhouse. Old Chao was indeed a hard-working old cow who did his job with all his heart and soul, but he couldn't always be the only one using him. Sister-in-law, if you don't like this position, I still have, Xia Ruofei continued. No need. Ruofei, let's take the one in the orchard. This is suitable for me. Lin Yue hurriedly said. Although Xia Ruofei was still offering her a management position, Lin Yue knew that even if Xia Ruofei were to offer her a few more positions, she would not be able to become an ordinary worker. Indeed, she did not want Xia Ruofei's special treatment. However, she knew that Xia Ruofei's warm invitation to their family, to the three mountains, was already a special treatment. Lin Yue was the wife of a soldier. She was not a pretentious person. Since she had accepted Xia Ruofei's help, there was no need to be embarrassed about the position. She would just do her best to help him manage the orchard. Xia Ruofei said happily, "Okay. Sister-in-law, then. You should get ready. I'll come and pick you up tomorrow." "Alright, thank you for your hard work, Ruofei," Lin Yue said. She did not reject Xia Ruofei's good intentions. After all, she was bringing Nan along and her father-in-law was not in good health. If she were to go to the three mountains, she would be exhausted from all kinds of travel. Furthermore, she was going to live in the three mountains for a long time and had to bring a lot of things. She had to take care of the old and the young along the way by car and train. It was really a little unbearable for her. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he took a nap. When it was time for work in the afternoon, he strolled to the office building. The highly motivated Lin Qiao had already arrived at Xia Ruofei's office, so Feng Jing naturally knew about Xia Ruofei's return. As soon as Xia Ruofei arrived at the office, Feng Jing came over with a few middle managers to report on their work. The company's operations had been very smooth during this period. The new vegetable greenhouse had been put into use, and the production capacity was gradually increasing, but it would still take a cycle to reach the peak. Everything was going smoothly at the pomfret's breeding base. There were no signs of a large number of deaths, and the wild pomfrets were growing very fast. Jiang Hua was very excited when he talked about this. The second phase of the heart nourishing soup was being carried out extensively, and the results were as everyone had expected. It was quite good. The State Drug Administration was also preparing to further simplify the process. It was estimated that the second phase of the clinical trial would be successfully completed in a month at most. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied after hearing the report. He told Jiang Hua that a new batch of clam fish would arrive in a few days and asked him to be prepared. In fact, Xia Ruofei could take out the clam fish at any time. However, he had to pick up Lin Yue's family the next day. This matter had the highest priority, so he naturally postponed the clam fish. Jiang Hua was very excited to hear that. He quickly said that the breeding workshop was ready to receive the fish at any time. Xia Ruofei also talked to Chao Taishu, saying that he was ready to separate the orchard business from the others. When the time came, there would be a new supervisor in charge of the orchard business, and he asked him to prepare for the handover. Chao Taishu was a simple and honest villager. He had always been determined to carry out his boss's words. This time, he also agreed without any second thoughts. After talking to his capable subordinates about work, Xia Ruofei let them go back to their own work. He picked up the phone on his desk and called the security department. If the veterans were not on duty or patrolling, they would stay in the big office of the security department during the day. If they were looking for someone, they would be able to call here. The Lei Hu that Xia Ruofei was looking for was in the office. When he heard that Xia Ruofei was looking for him, he immediately jogged over to Xia Ruofei's office. "Brother Xia, you were looking for me?" Lei Hu ran to Xia Ruofei's office and asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Hu Zi, I'll let Peng how know later. Go to the finance department and get an advance of 200,000 yuan. Go back to the city immediately and rent a good nanny car. It'll be best if it's a Mercedes-Benz Spint. Tomorrow, you'll drive with me to Ganjiang province. I have to pick up a few people. Renting a car would definitely require a deposit. Xia Ruofei did not know how much a deposit was needed for such a high-end nanny car, so he asked Lei Hu to bring 200,000 first. If it was not enough, he would have to contact the company's finance department at the last minute. All right, Lei Hu immediately said. Then, he asked, curiously, Brother Xia, who's that important? You actually went to pick him up personally. She's the widow of a martyr. Her deceased husband was an old squad leader of mine in the army, Xia Ruofei replied. When Lei Hu heard this, he was immediately filled with respect. Xia Ruofei then briefly told Lei Hu about old Luo and Lin Yu's situation. Of course, he skipped the parts that involved military secrets. Even though Lei Hu was a retired soldier, he did not have the authority to know. In fact, if Xia Ruofei had not gone through the proper procedures to be recalled back to the army, he would not have had the authority to know even a little bit of information about the top secret operation of Lone Wolf. Lei Hu immediately said, Brother Xia, I understand. In the future, U.S. veterans will all be sister-in-law's family. Xia Ruofei nodded with relief and said, hurry up and get ready. Remember, the nanny car must be in good condition. Uncle Luo is old and in poor health. This trip will be a few hundred kilometers. We must ensure the comfort of the car. Don't worry, Brother Xia. I'll definitely get it done properly. Lei Hu patted his chest and promised. After Lei Hu left, Xia Ruofei sat in the office for a while, before going home. The company was running smoothly and the employees were used to him being the boss, so it didn't really matter if he was there or not. When they reached home, Hu Zi's mother was still resting in her room. Xia Ruofei went straight upstairs to her room. He locked the door and windows, then took out the spirit map. With a thought, he went directly to the stone room in the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. He was ready to continue practicing the drawing of the human jade talisman. Xia Ruofei also knew that if he were to train at the Archean realm, he would have a lot of time. However, he was even more aware of the principle that haste makes waste. The drawing of the human shaped jade talisman required a high level of concentration. If he practiced for a long time, it might backfire, and the effect would be bad. In addition, there was also a jade futon in the stone chamber of the mountain sea realm that could help one concentrate and speed up the recovery of one's mental power. This futon was fixed to the stone bed and could not be moved. Hence, Xia Ruofei still chose to practice in the mountain sea realm. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. He had always held a kind of normal heart that let nature take its course. Xia Ruofei sat on the jade futon on the stone bed and practiced for the entire afternoon. His progress was still slow. Now he could barely draw less than half of the runes, and any more would greatly increase the error rate. Moreover, his drawing speed was very slow and was far from reaching his requirements. Xia Ruofei didn't just want to open the human-shaped jade talisman and obtain the first 3 levels of the Great Tao technique. He wanted to practice this rune to the point where he had memorized it by heart, and it would be best if he could instinctively draw it out in an instant. This was the only way he could unleash the defensive power of the jade talisman. It was also the only way he could engrave the talisman on a jade carrier and make it into a protective talisman after he cultivated the Great Tao chant in the future. Xia Ruofei wanted to give an amulet to Ling Qingxue, Hu Zi's mother, Lin Xiao, and other close family and friends. Although the progress was not too fast, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner. So, he got down from the stone bed and left the medium. During dinner, Xia Ruofei told Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao that he would be going out again tomorrow. Lin Xiao complained that Xia Ruofei was wild now and only knew how to go out all day. She even said that she was going to complain to Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly and explain the situation briefly. He promised that he would only be out for a day, and he would return on the same day. After listening to Xia Ruofei's story, Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao could not help but sigh. Lin Xiao's attitude also took a 180-degree turn and she strongly supported Xia Ruofei. It was because they could empathize with Lin Yui's predicament. In the past, Huer's mother and Lin Xiao had also encountered this and that kind of difficulty, and it was their relatives who had sacrificed their lives for the country. This made them feel a natural sense of closeness to Lin Yui, who they had never met. After the meal, Xia Ruofei took a walk around the farm and saw Lei Hu driving an 80 to 90% new Mercedes-Benz Spant nanny van into the farm. Lei Hu also saw Xia Ruofei and the car stopped beside him. "Brother Xia, I'm back." Lei Hu stuck his head out of the driver's seat and said, "This kind of high-end nanny van is really not easy to rent. I ran around the whole afternoon before I found a car rental company that offered this service. They only have one, but fortunately, the car is in good condition." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Thank you. There might be no more food in the cafeteria, come to my house to eat. I'll get Xiaoer to cook some dumplings for you." "No need, brother Xia, I already had dinner on the way here." Lei Hu quickly replied. "By the way, the daily rent for this car is 3,000 yuan. I'll report it to you first." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No problem." If it wasn't for the fact that this kind of nanny van was rarely used, Xia Ruofei would have bought one without even blinking. This car only cost a few million. Xia Ruofei asked Lei Hu to park the car and told him to wait for Wan Wan at the villa at 6 a.m. tomorrow. The journey to Ganjiang province was nearly 400 kilometers, so they had to leave earlier. At night, Xia Ruofei first accompanied Hu Zi's mother to watch TV in the living room. After she finished watching the drama and went back to her room to rest, she went upstairs to continue practicing the human-shaped jade talisman. When it was past 10 o'clock, Xia Ruofei left the medium and went to bed. The next morning at 5:30 a.m., Xia Ruofei got up on time, washed up, and went downstairs. When they reached the first floor, Xia Ruofei saw that Hu Zi's mother was already up. It turned out that she had woken up early to prepare breakfast after knowing that Xia Ruofei would be leaving early. "Godmother, why are you up?" Xia Ruofei said, "I'll just eat something on the way." Hu Zi's mother laughed and said, "Can't you just eat something? Breakfast is the most important thing." Besides, his godmother was old and slept less. "He's already awake at 5 a.m. Huer's mother then said, "Quickly sit down and eat. I've been putting the congee out for a while, it's definitely not hot." Xia Ruofei felt warm in his heart. He said, "Thank you, godmother." "Silly child. You don't have to be so polite to your godmother." Hu Zi's mother looked at Xia Ruofei lovingly and said, "Hurry up and eat. You'll only have the strength to drive when you're full." Swish. The Chinese had nothing but porridge, steamed buns, and pumpkin pancakes that Hu Zi's mother had just made for breakfast. It was not a delicacy, but Xia Ruofei enjoyed it very much. This was because there was a sense of kinship in it. After finishing the food quickly, Xia Ruofei took out a food bag and put in a few steamed buns and pumpkin patties. He also took out a box of warm milk that Hu Zi's mother had prepared. After some thought, Xia Ruofei grabbed a pumpkin pie and put it in his mouth. As he chewed, he mumbled, "Godmother, I'll be leaving then." Hu Zi's mother saw that Xia Ruofei liked the breakfast she made so much and was very happy. She laughed and said, "Go, go. Be careful on the road." "I know," Xia Ruofei said. When he walked out of the villa, the black Mercedes Benz Spint was already parked at the door. Lei Hu was sitting in the driver's seat and playing with his mobile phone. Xia Ruofei walked over and knocked on the window on the side of the driver's seat. Lei Hu then realized that he had come out and quickly rolled down the window. "Brother Xia." Xia Ruofei passed the breakfast in his hands to Lei Hu and said, "Go to the side and have your breakfast. I'll drive in front." "Woof. Thank you, brother Xia." Lei Hu quickly took the breakfast and moved to the side of the car. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and got in. After setting up the navigation on his phone, he started the car and left the farm. According to the GPS, it was 432 kilometers from the Three Mountains to the Luoshan village, where squad leader Luo lived. That was why Xia Ruofei had asked Lei Hu to drive with him. It would not be too tiring for the two of them to switch places. The round trip was nearly 900 kilometers. Although Xia Ruofei's physical strength was beyond ordinary people, there was no need for him to suffer. However, Lei Hu did not let Xia Ruofei drive too far. Not long after he finished his breakfast, he suggested to take over Xia Ruofei's driving. At this time, the car had just entered the expressway. Xia Ruofei did not stand on ceremony with Lei Hu and exchanged seats with him at the next service area. Then, Lei Hu did not let Xia Ruofei sit in the driver's seat. Xia Ruofei did not force him. Anyway, it was not a big deal for a retired Special Forces soldier to drive a few hundred kilometers. At most, he would just drive a little longer on the return trip. It took them more than 5 hours to travel 400 kilometers. They finally arrived at Luoshan village at nearly 11:30. The road from the village entrance to the Luo family's house was rather narrow. An ordinary car could pass, but it would be a little difficult for a nanny van. Hence, Xia Ruofei had Lei Hu park the car on the empty space at the village entrance, and the two of them walked over. Along the way, they met many villagers. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they all warmly greeted Jianjia. After the fake reporter incident, Xia Ruofei's popularity in the Luoshan village was quite high. Although Xia Ruofei did not know who these villagers were, he still greeted them with a smile. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Luo family's residence. "Sister-in-law," Xia Ruofei shouted as he knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened. However, it was not Lin Yu, but Nan Nan. "Uncle Xia!" Nan Nan shouted happily. She then turned around and shouted, "Grandpa! Mother! Uncle Xia is here!" Xia Ruofei laughed as he carried Nan Nan and walked in. Lin Yu and Uncle Luo also came out. "Uncle Luo! Sister-in-law!" Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted him. He then asked, "Is everything ready at home?" Lin Yu nodded and said, "Ruofei, you've had a hard journey. Let's go in and have a seat. I've already prepared lunch. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, okay, that's good. Let's set off after dinner, and we'll be able to reach the 3 mountains by evening. Uncle Luo and Lin Yue welcomed Xia Ruofei and Lei Hu into the house with great enthusiasm. Lin Yue then said, Ruofei, take a seat first. There are 2 more dishes. They'll be ready in a moment. All right. Xia Ruofei sat down with Nan Nan in his arms and chatted with Uncle Luo for a while in the central room. After Xia Ruofei's treatment, Uncle Luo was much more energetic. Nan Nan was also very happy with Xia Ruofei's arrival. The central room was also filled with laughter. Lin Yue quickly prepared lunch, and everyone sat around the central room to eat. During the meal, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Nan Nan, shall we go to the 3 mountains with Uncle Xia later? Uncle Xia, why? Do we have to go to the 3 mountains? Nan Nan asked, puzzled. I still have to go to school. The summer vacation is almost over, let's go to Sanshan to study. The schools there are very beautiful, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ah? Nan Nan revealed a hesitant look. Although the little girl was still not very sensible, she was still a little unwilling to go to a strange place to study and leave the teachers and classmates she was familiar with. Xia Ruofei was a little surprised and asked softly, Sister-in-law, you haven't told Nan Nan? I've already told her once, Lin Yue said with a bitter smile. But she didn't seem to be too willing. Oh, Xia Ruofei nodded, then smiled at Nan Nan. Nan Nan, Mom is going to Sanshan to work, so you have to go to school there too, understand? When you arrive at Sanshan, you can stay with Uncle Xia. Uncle Xia has a huge farm, a lot of dogs, and many fruit trees. In the summer, the trees will be full of cherries and lychees, so you can pick them as you wish. By the way, Uncle Xiao's farm is still by the sea. I can take you to the beach to pick up shells and go surfing, how about that? Xia Ruofei described it vividly. After all, Nan Nan was just a child. After hearing it, she was immediately moved. However, when she thought of leaving her teachers and classmates, she showed a hesitant expression. Xia Ruofei smiled and continued, also, Nan Nan, it's not like you're not coming back from Sanshan. If you miss your classmates and friends, I'll get Uncle Lei to drive you back. How about it? Really? Of course it is. I'm a man, I won't lie to a child. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. I have a lot of uncles on my farm. They're all your dad's comrades like me. They can also accompany you to play everywhere. Really? And many of Dad's comrades? The balance in Nan Nan's heart finally tilted. She said, I agree, Uncle Xia, don't lie to me. Of course, we can make a pinky promise. Nan Nan stretched out her little finger excitedly. Xia Ruofei also extended his hand. A child-like voice rang out in the central room. You can't change your mind for 100 years, after the solemn ceremony, Nan Nan said loudly, Mother. Let's eat quickly. After eating, we can go to the 3 mountains. Xia Ruofei and the others looked at each other and smiled. Under Nan Nan's urging, everyone quickly finished their lunch. Yesterday, Xia Ruofei had already called Lin Yue, so she had already packed everything she needed to bring. They mainly bought some clothes and daily necessities, as well as Nan's books and toys. As for the other things, Xia Ruofei had told Lin Yue yesterday that they would be available at the 3 mountains, so there was no need to bring them along. Lin Yue had told squad leader Luo's sister yesterday that she was going to Sanshan to work, and that she would be bringing Uncle Luo and Nan Nan along. Hence, squad leader Luo's sister had come to their house to send them off. After lunch. After Lin Yue's family spoke for a while, everyone was prepared to set off. There were a total of 6 big bags. Xia Ruofei and Lei Hu each had 3 bags and carried them easily. Everyone walked towards the entrance of the village. On the way, the villagers greeted Xia Ruofei when they saw him. When they saw the big and small bags, they couldn't help but ask Lin Yue where they were going. When they found out that she was going to Sanshan to work and take Uncle Luo to get treated, the villagers were envious. Compared to the southeast province along the coast, Ganjiang province was relatively backward. Many of the farmers in Ganjiang province went to the southeast to work. The villagers knew that if Lin Yue went to Xia Ruofei's company, she was definitely not an ordinary employee. Now, the entire village knew that Xia Ruofei was a soldier that squad leader Luo used to lead. Last time, Xia Ruofei had broken the legs of the fake reporter because of squad leader Luo. Such a loyal person would definitely make proper arrangements for Lin Yue. As they watched Xia Ruofei, Lin Yue, and the rest walk away, the villagers started discussing in low voices. Yue is really lucky. Zhiqing's comrades take such good care of him. It's Mr. Xia who's loyal. Mr. Luo's illness was very serious, and I heard that he was dying. Mr. Xia brought expensive medicine last time, and it immediately alleviated his illness. This time, Mr. Xia must have arranged for Mr. Luo to go to Sanshan for treatment. TSK. He's really a good person. Xia Ruofei and the rest naturally did not hear the villagers' discussion. They quickly arrived at the village entrance. When Lin Yue, Nan Nan, and the rest saw the Mercedes-Benz Spent Nanny van parked under the big tree, they couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. What a beautiful car! Nan Nan cheered. Uncle Xia, is this your car? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Nan Nan, Uncle rented this. If you like it, Uncle can buy one in a while. When Lin Yue saw Xia Ruofei bringing a nanny van over, how could she not understand his intentions? Ruofei, she said, that's very thoughtful of you. The rental for this car must be very expensive, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's not that much. I'm mainly considering that Uncle Luo's health is not very good. If it's a long trip, this car will be more comfortable. Also, the back seat of this car can be completely laid down and directly become a bed. If Uncle Luo is tired on the road, he can also lie down. Xia, thank you, Uncle Luo said, touched. Squad leader Luo's sister also thanked him repeatedly. Xia Ruofei placed the luggage on the ground and opened the back door. The space in the nanny van was very spacious, and Lin Yue's 6 bags of luggage could be easily placed inside. Let's get ready to go. Xia Ruofei carried Nan Nan and said with a smile. Lei Hu immediately opened the side door and the threshold at the bottom of the car automatically popped out. Xia Ruofei carried Nan Nan into the car and arranged a seat in the middle row near the door. He fastened the seat belt. There were 2 rows of seats in the Mercedes-Benz Spent seating area. The middle row had 2 separate electric massage chairs for extreme comfort. Hence, Xia Ruofei arranged for Uncle Luo and Nan Nan to sit, while Lin Yue naturally had to sit in the back row. Lin Yue also helped Uncle Luo into the car. The three of them were stunned by the Spin's luxurious interior. The whole car was wrapped in United Kingdom calfskin, with Myanmar teak floors, Boschy sound system, electric coffee machine, electric curtains, starlight roof, and the whole car surrounding atmosphere lights. It was all the most luxurious and comfortable configuration. Lin Yue and the others had never seen a car like this before, let alone sat in one. Nan immediately cheered. After Xia Ruofei had arranged for Uncle Luo and Lin Yue to sit, he considered that it was their first time sitting in this type of nanny van and they were very unfamiliar with the facilities in the car. Xia Ruofei let Lei Hu drive the car in the front while he stayed in the seating area at the back. The electric door slowly closed, and squad leader, Luo's sister, waved goodbye to them from outside the car with red eyes. The Mercedes-Benz Spant started up slowly and drove out of the Luoshan village. Nan was very curious about everything. There was an adjustment control screen next to her seat, and the young woman could not help but press it here and there. Lin Yue was afraid that she would damage such an expensive car and quickly stopped her. "It's all right, sister-in-law." Xia Ruofei smiled. He had been sitting together with Lin Yue in the back row. At this moment, he stood up and walked to the front row to teach Nan how to operate the control screen. This model of seat had electric massage, automatic adjustment, and other functions. It could even turn 180 degrees and face the back seats, turning the car into a small meeting room. Under Xia Ruofei's guidance, Nan had a great time playing and laughed happily from time to time. After playing with Nan for a while, Xia Ruofei saw that she was tired and said, "Nan, be good and finish cooking. Uncle will play an animated film for you. How about that?" There was a 32-inch LCD TV in front of the electric massage chair. Nan immediately nodded her head obediently in agreement. Hence, Xia Ruofei turned on the satellite TV and found a channel to broadcast Balabala the fairies. Nan happily leaned against the soft and comfortable massage chair in the first-class cabin and watched the cartoon. Only then did Xia Ruofei return to the back row and sit down. He started to chat with Lin Yue and Uncle Luo. After driving for about 2 hours, Xia Ruofei saw that Lin Yue and the rest had gotten used to the environment. He picked up the phone in the car and said to Lei Hu, stop the car at the service area up ahead. "All right, brother Xia." The car drove for another 10 minutes before turning into a highway service area and stopping. Xia Ruofei asked everyone to get out of the car and move around while Lin Yue brought Nan to the washroom. When they got into the car and set off, Xia Ruofei did not return to the back. Instead, he sat in the driver's seat. Lei Hu was arranged to sit in the front passenger's seat. When they were in the taxi, Lei Hu had been driving the entire time. Xia Ruofei definitely could not do this on the return trip. Otherwise, it would be too unkind. Even though Lei Hu was his employee, and it was nothing for Lei Hu to drive for 9 hours with his physical abilities, Xia Ruofei still treated these veterans as his own brothers. Naturally, he could not order them around like servants. Lei Hu kept saying that he could do it and asked Xia Ruofei to rest at the back. However, Xia Ruofei glared at him and said, "Obey your orders." Lei Hu shrunk his neck and smiled awkwardly as he sat in the front passenger seat. Considering that Lei Hu had already driven a long way today, Xia Ruofei did not change the driver's seat after he got into it. He continued driving for more than 3 hours and finally entered Sanshan City at about 6 in the evening. At this time, the evening lights were on in the three mountains. Xia Ruofei picked up the phone in the car while driving, smiling and asking Nan Nan to enjoy the night view. At this time, the car happened to pass by the bridge on the third ring road. The lights of the city in the distance, the little fishing fires on the river, and the brightly lit boats upstream formed a beautiful night scene. Xia Ruofei could hear Nan Nan's cheers over the phone. He smiled and put the phone back. He did not enter the city, but drove directly from the third ring road to the farm. After more than 20 minutes, the Mercedes-Benz spent nanny car drove into Taoyuan farm. Xia Ruofei parked the car in front of the complex. After Lin Yue and her family alighted from the car, they looked around. Lin Yue said, "Ruofei, this is your farm. I took a look at it when I came in just now, and it seems to be quite big." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll bring you around tomorrow. Let's eat first." Xia Ruofei had already informed the canteen to reserve some food on the way. When they entered the canteen, Chao Tieshu's wife immediately brought out the food from the thermal lunchbox. Xia Ruofei had specially instructed the greenhouse to send over some Taoyuan vegetables. Lin Yue and the rest naturally enjoyed the meal. When they heard that the vegetables were produced on the farm, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Even Nan Nan, who usually had a small appetite, ate an extra small bowl of rice. Lin Yue was so happy that her eyes were squinted from smiling. After the meal, Xia Ruofei reminded Lei Hu to return the car the next day. Then, he brought Lin Yue and her family to the apartment that had been prepared for them. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. All the furniture and appliances were ready. Xia Ruofei had asked Peng how to buy new bedding and some kitchen utensils. The apartment had a small kitchen, which was more than enough for a family. Xia Ruofei put down his luggage and smiled. "Nan Nan, this will be your new home in the future. Do you like it?" The apartment was newly renovated and no one had lived in it before. Although the area was not very big, it was very heartwarming. Compared to the old house in Luojiashan, this apartment was much better. Hence, Nan Nan said happily, "I like it. Uncle Xia, can I live in an apartment too?" "Of course, this will be Nan's home in the future." Xia Ruofei squatted down and said to Nan Nan with a smile. Lin Yue quickly said, "Ruofei, this is the company's property, right? I don't think it's a good idea for me to take such a big set, right? How about this, we'll stay here for a few days. I'll get familiar with my job first, then I'll rent a house nearby." "Sister-in-law, this place is surrounded by villages. Where can we rent a house?" Xia Ruofei said, "Besides, this is a staff apartment. Every employee can live in such a house?" Lin Yue asked in disbelief. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Single employees have their own dormitory. Sister-in-law, your family is here. According to the company's rules, you can apply for an apartment. This is not special. You'll get your rent deducted when you get paid." "Is that so?" Lin Yue said. "How much should I deduct from the rent?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "The apartment and the dormitory are part of the staff's welfare. The rent is just a symbolic charge. A 2-bedroom apartment like this should cost around 200 yuan. Lin Yue couldn't help but exclaim, "So little? Wasn't this the same as living for free?" No. Sister-in-law, you're not the only one who's like this. Everyone in the company is treated equally. Xia Ruofei said, when the company built the house, it was to solve the staff's accommodation problem, not to earn rent. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other employees tomorrow. I'm not lying to you. Alright, Lin Yue said, thank you, Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and invited everyone to sit down in the small living room. He then said, Sister-in-law, Uncle Luo, let me know if you need anything in your life. This place is quite far from the urban area, so you have to go to town to buy groceries. So, I suggest that you don't start eating for the time being. It's more convenient for you to apply for a card and eat in the cafeteria tomorrow. Alright, we'll listen to you. Lin Yue said with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Uncle Luo still needs some time to absorb the medicine after taking the medicine last time. I'll come back in 2 days to check on you. Don't worry. As long as you persist in the treatment, your illness will definitely be cured. Uncle Luo chuckled and nodded, alright. Then, Xia Ruofei continued, Sister-in-law, let's talk about the salary and benefits. You'll be a supervisor at the orchard. According to our salary, your monthly salary is about 8,000 yuan, and you'll be given insurance, welfare, and other annual benefits. Lin Yue jumped in fright when she heard that. She hurriedly waved her hands and said, this is too high. There's no work in the orchard, and I don't have to do it myself, so how can I get such a high salary? Ruofei, just give me 2,000 to 3,000. Yeah. Uncle Luo also said. 8,000 is too much. It's even higher than the salary of our county head. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, how can you compare it like that? I'm a private company. If the company's benefits are good, the employee treatment will be high. Sister-in-law, Uncle Luo, the ordinary workers on our farm are paid 5,000 a month. Even the sister-in-law who worked in the cafeteria just now, her salary is more than 2,000 or 3,000. You're just an orchard manager with a salary of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. People can't say that I'm exploiting my employees. Lin Yue asked in disbelief, Ruofei, is the salary here really that high? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, of course. It's not a secret. When you're familiar with the employees in the future, you'll know once you ask them. Why would I lie to you? But Baqian is also, Lin Yue revealed an awkward expression. Sister-in-law, I'm really not giving you any special treatment. Xia Ruofei said seriously, the company has its own system. Even if I'm the boss, I have to follow the rules. Besides, the company is making money, so we can only give our employees such treatment. Don't decline. Alright then, Lin Yue could only helplessly reply. Uncle Luo was also speechless. Xia, is the salary in the southeast province so high? No wonder the young men in our village work in this area all year round and can earn tens of thousands of yuan every year. I used to think that they were bragging. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Luo, those who come out to work are all working hard to earn money. Not all companies had the same benefits as Gaofu. However, as long as sister-in-law continues to work in our company, the treatment will be even better in the future. It's not just her. All the employees will be the same. Xia Ruofei chatted with them for a while more before he got up and bade them farewell. They still had to pack their luggage. Besides, they had been in the car for a long time today. Nan also had to rest early. On the small path back to the villa, Xia Ruofei was in a very good mood. He had finally completed the task assigned by Wolf King Guozhan. At the same time, he had done something within his ability for squad leader Luo. As he walked, he took out his phone, found Guozhan's number, and dialed it to check if he had completed the mission. He definitely had to report to the chief. Xia Ruofei briefly reported the situation to Guozhan over the phone. When Guozhan heard that Xia Ruofei had gone to Luo Jieshen in person and that Lin Yui had agreed to work at the Peach Blossom Company, and that Xia Ruofei had brought the whole family to the farm, he was very happy. He laughed and said, "Blood Wolf, you did a good job this time. The next time we meet, I'll give you a toast. Do you think I would dare to not do my best to complete the task assigned by the Wolf King?" Xia Ruofei said lazily. Guozhan was silent for a moment, and then seriously said, "Blood Wolf, thank you. I thank you on behalf of all the brothers of Lone Wolf. At the same time, I would like to thank you personally." Squad leader Luo had followed Guozhan out on a mission and had sacrificed himself to protect him, so Guozhan had always felt a little guilty in his heart. He really wanted to help squad leader Luo's widow, but Lin Yui insisted on not accepting it. Now that Xia Ruofei had helped him fulfill this wish, Guozhan was very excited. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Wolf King, we're brothers for life. Don't say such polite words. Don't worry. Sis, in law is in my company, I'll take good care of her family. Come and visit them when you're free, alright? I'll try to take a few days off," Guozhan said straightforwardly. After talking to Guozhan, Xia Ruofei also walked to the entrance of the villa. As soon as he entered the house, Zi's mother and Lin Qiao both stood up and asked him about the situation. When they found out that Xia Ruofei had settled Lin Yui and her family, Zi's mother nodded and said, "Ruofei, invite their family over for a meal tomorrow." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and nodded. "Alright. I'll tell sister-in-law about it tomorrow." Xia Ruofei continued, "Godma, Qiao, you guys can continue watching TV. I've been sitting in the car the whole day, so I'm going up to rest. Go. Don't forget to do it tomorrow." Zi's mother said, "I have to see what else is in the refrigerator. If not, I'll go to town tomorrow to buy some." Xia Ruofei saw Zi's mother so eager to prepare the dishes for tomorrow. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He greeted Lin Qiao and quickly went upstairs. After returning to his room, Xia Ruofei went to the bathroom to take a shower to wash away the dust and fatigue. He changed into a clean set of short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and home clothes. He sat in front of the computer and lit a cigarette. After browsing the news for a while, he turned off the computer and went to sleep. After a long day of driving, Xia Ruofei felt a little tired. He decided not to practice drawing the human-shaped jade talisman in the medium. The next morning, Xia Ruofei came to the mixed-use complex and invited Lin Yui and her family to the canteen for breakfast. He also helped them apply for a meal card and asked Pang how to top up 600 yuan. Lin Yui asked for money. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, just deduct it from your salary. The finance department will take note of it." "Yeah, sis-in-law." Pang how nodded. "You'll know when the payslip comes." Lin Yui nodded. "That's fine. Don't forget to deduct the money." "That won't happen," Pang Hao said with a smile. "If I forget to deduct this money, then the account balance will not be fair." Won't I have to pay for it myself? So I will never forget. From the very beginning, Xia Ruofei had been emphasizing on the concept that the company was doing things according to the system and had not given Lin Yue any special treatment. Of course, in reality, Xia Ruofei still gave her some care. For example, she took on the position of a supervisor as soon as she joined the company. This was almost impossible for a newbie without work experience. It was the same for the apartment. This kind of two-bedroom apartment was usually reserved for the company's top management. However, Xia Ruofei had given the empty apartment to Lin Yue with just one word. This was the advantage of being a private company. The whole company belonged to Xia Ruofei. No one would tell him what to do, and there would be no rumors. After the meal, Xia Ruofei drove a small electric car that Lei Hu and the rest usually used to patrol and brought Lin Yue and her family on a tour of the farm. When Lin Yue arrived at the farm the day before, it was already dark. Furthermore, she couldn't tell anything from the view outside the car window. She only felt that the farm was huge. After today's visit, they found out that the level of modernization of Taoyuan farm was so high. Rows of expensive, professional, constant, temperature greenhouses, brand new cold storages, beautiful park planning, and magical palm fruits cultivation workshops. All of these had shocked them again and again. On the way, Xia Ruofei told Lin Yue that his godmother had invited them to lunch. When Lin Yue heard that Xia Ruofei's godmother was Lin Hu's mother, and that Lin Hu's younger sister was living on the farm, she immediately agreed without hesitation. Lin Yue still remembered that soldier who was in the same year as Xia Ruofei. Back then, he had also called her sister-in-law very sweetly. When she heard that Lin Hu had sacrificed himself, Lin Yue had been sad for a long time. And now, class monitor old Luo had also sacrificed himself, becoming a martyr like Lin Hu. Lin Yue felt the same way as Hu Er's mother, and she also felt a sense of closeness to Lin Hu's family. After Lin Yue agreed to have lunch with them, Xia Ruofei called home and informed Hu Zi's mother. In the end, Xia Ruofei brought them to the orchard that Lin Yue would be in charge of in the future. They sat in the battery-powered cart and made a round. This allowed Lin Yue to have a general understanding of the place where she would work. When he returned to the foot of the mountain, Chao Taishu, who had received the notice, was already waiting with a few workers who were working in the orchard. Xia Ruofei asked Uncle Luo to show Nan Nan around the area. Then, he introduced Lin Yue and Chao Taishu to each other. After that, he asked the workers of the orchard to meet their supervisor. Lin Yue stayed behind to take over the work at the orchard from Chao Taishu. Xia Ruofei drove Uncle Luo and Nan Nan back to the villa. Hu Zi's mother was wearing an apron and preparing lunch. Actually, it was still quite early for lunch, which showed how much importance she placed on the guests. Xia Ruofei brought Uncle Luo and Nan Nan back to the villa and introduced them to Hu Zi's mother. Hu Zi's mother immediately welcomed them to the living room and took out many sweets, biscuits, and fruits for Nan Nan to eat. Nan Nan was also very sensible. After getting her grandfather's consent, she said, "Thank you, Grandma," very obediently. Then, she picked up a small piece of milk candy and put it in her mouth. Xia Ruofei gave Lin Xiao a call and told her that Nan Nan had arrived at home. Lin Xiao immediately applied for leave from the company and returned home. Nan Nan was a very cute little girl. In addition, she and Lin Xiao had similar energy. One of them had lost her brother, and the other had lost her father. Moreover, the two martyrs were in the same army, so Lin Xiao simply loved Nan Nan very much. Although Nan Nan was young, she could also feel that someone was sincere and good to her. Therefore, she soon became very close to Hu Zi's mother. And Lin Xiao, especially Lin Xiao, who had become Nan Nan's good friend. Xia Ruofei gave Lin Yu a call. She had already completed the handover with Chow Tai Shu and was now getting a few workers to bring her around the orchard to familiarize herself with the situation. She was fully in the zone on the first day of work because she knew that she could not let down Xia Ruofei's good intentions and the high salary of 8,000 yuan a month. Therefore, she devoted herself to work on the first day. Xia Ruofei had wanted to ask her to come over after the handover, but she was so enthusiastic about work that Xia Ruofei did not want to dampen her enthusiasm, so he said, "Sister-in-law, you can come to the villa directly after you're done. If you don't know the way, you can ask a worker to guide you. Uncle Luo and Nan Nan are already here." "All right," Lin Yu said. Hence, Xia Ruofei stayed in the living room on the first floor to chat with Uncle Luo while Lin Xiao played with Nan Nan. Nan Nan was very curious about everything in the villa, especially the two beautiful blood-red dragons in the living room. She could not take her eyes off them. Lin Yu only arrived at Xia Ruofei's villa when it was almost noon. Everyone naturally exchanged pleasantries again. The Lone Wolf Assault Team had become the emotional link between everyone. Although it was their first time meeting, Lin Yu was very close to Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao. Hu Zi's mother had prepared a lot of dishes for the family dinner and even asked Xia Ruofei to bring out 2 bottles of Semillon wine. The vegetables were the peach garden vegetables that Xia Ruofei had prepared. They were not grown in the greenhouse, but in the spirit map space. At that time, he had harvested a large amount of vegetables, but he could not finish them in a short time, so he stored them in the space. Then, he would put them in the refrigerator every few days. Hu Zi's mother also thought that Xia Ruofei had taken it from the vegetable greenhouse, so she did not pay much attention to it. The taste of the paradise vegetables was much better than those grown in the greenhouse. In addition, there was also the Semillon wine stored in the spirit map space, which was also a top-grade wine. Hence, everyone enjoyed the meal to the fullest. They chatted until around 1:30 in the afternoon. Lin Yu saw that Nan Nan was already very tired, so she stood up and took her leave. Hu Er's mother personally sent Lin Yu and her family off. She even held Lin Yu's hand and said, "Yu, we've been staying at Ruofei's place during this period of time. We're so close to each other, so you should come and visit us when you're free." "I will, Auntie," Lin Yu said, "then we'll head back first. Nan Nan, say goodbye to Grandma and the rest." Nan Nan immediately said obediently, "Goodbye, Uncle Xia. Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye, Auntie Qiao Er." The little girl had placed Xia Ruofei first. It seemed that Xia Ruofei was still the highest in her heart. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei took care of the daily affairs of the company. For example, he went out and took out a batch of Kuan fish seedlings he caught in the medium and brought them back to the farm. Jiang Hua, who was in the pomfrets cultivation workshop, carefully transferred the treasures to the cultivation pool that he had prepared. In addition, Xia Ruofei also took advantage of his free time these few days to add the spirit heart flower petal solution to the water tank at the top of the farm. and the water tank in the pomfret's cultivation workshop to ensure that the crops on the entire farm were fully nourished. With the increase in the production capacity of the greenhouse, in addition to providing supplies to a few of its old partners, such as Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group, Sanshan's Lingji food and beverage chain, and Shijianyu Hui, some of its partners had also received a certain quota through their super channels. In the past, if people wanted to taste paradise vegetables, they had to go to a few chain restaurants like Lingji Restaurant. Now, they could buy them at the supermarket. Although the price of Taoyuan vegetables in the supermarket was not friendly at all, and the main source of goods was still concentrated in the southeast province, in any case, Taoyuan vegetables had taken the first step and entered the homes of ordinary people. In the past few days on the farm, other than dealing with the company's daily business, Xia Ruofei would also take some time out at night to practice the drawing of the human jade talisman in the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. Although the progress was still very slow, he could make progress every day. As it accumulated, Xia Ruofei was satisfied with the results. Now, he could draw 3/4 of the runes relatively smoothly. The last quarter was the most difficult part. Xia Ruofei would still make small mistakes after repeated practice. However, this way, he was becoming more and more familiar with the first 3/4 of the runes. This was because, after every failure, he would have to start from the beginning. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry and continued to practice. In fact, he didn't know that the runes on the human-shaped jade talisman were quite difficult. If he hadn't always maintained a calm attitude of letting nature take its course, his progress might have been even slower than now. While completing these daily tasks, Xia Ruofei did not forget that he had one more thing to do during the summer break, which was Nan Nan's school. Nan should be able to enter the first grade next semester. Xia Ruofei had thought about it carefully for a long time. With his current connections, he could arrange for Nan to enter any primary school in Sanshan City, regardless of whether it was a key provincial or key city school. There would be no problem. However, Lin Yu was now working on a farm. Regardless of whether Nan was going to the city or to study in a primary school in Chongqing County, it would be a big problem for her to pick her up. As for the primary school in the town, Xia Ruofei would not consider it at all. The conditions of both the software and the hardware were very ordinary. The quality of teaching was not much better than that of the primary school in Nan Nan's hometown. Xia Ruofei was troubled for a few days and decided not to think about it. In any case, there was still more than a month before school reopened. If he could not think of a solution in the end, he could just find the best primary school in Chongqing County and get Lei Hu to send someone to pick him up every day. This place wasn't far from the county, so it wouldn't take much energy to drive the child to school. The only worry he had was that Lin Yu wouldn't accept such special treatment. Time passed day by day. And soon it was the day of the college entrance examination. At noon on the 23rd of June, the search and distribution system would be open at 12 o'clock sharp. Xia Ruofei, Hu Zi's mother, and Lin Qiao had finished their lunch early. Lin Qiao brought her laptop to the living room and the three of them sat in front of the computer. Lin Qiao had already opened the website for checking scores. As soon as it was past 12 o'clock, she immediately entered her admission pass number and other information and clicked on the query. However, at this moment, there was a large number of points checking requests pouring in. The education department's server had been jammed for a short time. This was equivalent to a hacker's data package attack. In a very short time, it received A large number of data packages that exceeded its own processing ability and speed. The server could not handle it at all, and the machine crashed. This was a problem with the website server. Even though Xia Ruofei's home had a 100 Mbps optical fiber network, there was no way to prevent the entire website from freezing. The Ministry of Education immediately released an announcement, saying that the technical staff was dealing with it urgently and that they needed to add a few more servers. The Ministry of Education also urged everyone not to search at this time, as it would be much faster to open the web page at a different time. However, after studying hard for so many years, who wouldn't want to be the first to know their results? As a result, the number of query requests increased. The query window had long been stuck, and even the opening of the other pages of the website had become very slow. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and stood up. He knew that it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time, so he prepared to go out for a smoke. Xia Ruofei's phone rang. Just as he reached the door, Xia Ruofei had a cigarette in his mouth. He put the lighter back into his pocket and took out his phone to look at the number. Suddenly, he looked surprised. The call was from Elder Song's personal secretary, Manager Liu. Xia Ruofei knew that Manager Liu was so busy every day that he would not call him for no reason. Could it be that Elder Song is looking for me? Xia Ruofei answered the call as he thought about it. Manager Liu, hello. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Manager Liu also greeted Xia Ruofei with a smile and asked, Little Xia, do you have time tonight? The chief wants to treat you to a meal. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, the bureau chief has already given instructions. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time for this. Ha ha ha. He's a good political kid. Manager Liu made a joke and then said, see you at Guling Courtyard at 6 tonight. Okay, Manager Liu, I'll be there on time. Xia Ruofei said. Manager Liu did not mention why Elder Song was looking for him. Xia Ruofei was tactful and did not ask further. Anyway, no matter what it was, he would find out when they had dinner. Xia Ruofei put away his phone and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Lin Qiao shouting, it's finally open. Xia Ruofei hurried to the sofa and saw Lin Qiao staring at the screen nervously. The page that was usually opened in seconds was now being displayed slowly from top to bottom. Only now did they see the logo of the Ministry of Education at the top. Xia Ruofei and the other two were nervous as they watched the web page slowly unfold in front of everyone. Finally, the score section was revealed. The living room of the villa was silent for a moment, and then Lin Qiao cheered. According to the page, Lin Qiao's total score for this year's college entrance examination was 610 points, which was 7 points higher than the estimated score at the end of the college entrance examination. Among them, the mathematics and liberal arts scores were basically the same as estimated. The mathematics score was 132 points more than expected, while the liberal arts score was 208 points more than expected. Her Chinese was 5 points higher than Lin Qiao's estimated score, getting 128 points. Her English was even better, getting a surprising 142 points, which was also 2 points higher than her estimated score. Compared to the essay, Lin Qiao estimated the score conservatively when she was estimating the score. That's great. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but slap his thigh and said happily, Qiao is really awesome. This time, we'll have a lot of options to choose a university. Hu Zi's mother's face was also filled with joy, but at the same time, there was a trace of uncertainty. She repeatedly checked the names and admission ticket numbers displayed on the screen, afraid that she had made a mistake and found someone else's results. After the final confirmation, Hu Zi's mother was also so happy that her eyes were filled with tears. Mom. Brother Ruofei. I didn't embarrass you, did I? Lin Xiao said proudly. Huer's mother nodded and said, little girl, your performance this time is really not bad. Mom didn't dote on you for nothing. Xia Ruofei also touched Lin Xiao's head affectionately and smiled. I already knew Xiao was amazing, so I prepared the prize for you in advance. Xia Ruofei continued, by the way, have you decided on the design plan for the house the world? I'm very busy these days and don't have the time to deal with this matter. Grand Vision was the flat, floor apartment that Xia Ruofei had bought from Liang Weimin after Lin Xiao's college entrance examination. It came with an attic. This was Xia Ruofei's graduation gift to Lin Xiao. Back then, Xia Ruofei had put in a lot of effort to get Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao to accept this house. Later, he brought Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao to look at the house. Lin Xiao gave some of her opinions on the renovation plan of the house, and Liang Weimin immediately asked the designer to make some changes to the plan according to Lin Xiao's requirements. After that, Xia Ruofei did not follow up on this matter. The designer also contacted Lin Xiao directly. It's been renovated a long time ago, Lin Xiao said with a smile. I heard that they'd been renovated, but I didn't go to see it. All the bosses in the world are your friends anyway, so they definitely won't cut corners. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Indeed, we don't have to. We can just go and check it out when it's done. Uncle Liang will definitely arrange everything properly. Xia Ruofei had a good personal relationship with Liang Qichao and had helped the father and son a few times. Moreover, Liang Weimin's Jianda group was the one who handled most of the farm projects. Hence, Liang Weimin was very concerned about Xia Ruofei's affairs. Ruofei, Qiao, I'll make a few more dishes tonight. Let's have a good celebration. Hu Zi's mother said happily. Xia Ruofei's expression froze, and he said in embarrassment, Godmother, I have something on tonight, so I can't have dinner at home. Lin Xiao immediately pouted and said, Brother Ruofei, how can you be like this? What a happy day today. You're not going to celebrate with us, Xia Ruofei explained. Awkwardly, Qiao, an elder asked me to go to his house for dinner. He probably has something to tell me. It's not good to reject him. How about we celebrate tomorrow? Hu Zi's mother also quickly said, Ruofei, you should get back to your business. It's more important. We're family. It's okay. Xia Ruofei saw that Lin Xiao was still unhappy, and said, Qiao, how about I take you on a trip abroad to celebrate when you get your college admission notice? Really? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. This girl had never left the country before. When she heard that she could travel abroad, and with Xia Ruofei at that, she was suddenly interested. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Godmother will come with us, and we can have fun for a few days as a family. Hu Zi's mother waved her hand. I'm not going. I can't even speak Mandarin, let alone a foreign language. I'll make a fool of myself. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Godma, there's no need for foreign language skills to travel overseas these days. Besides, don't you have me and Qiao? You can just follow us. I Still won't go. Hu Zi's mother smiled and said, I'll stay at home. If you're free, you can take Xiao out. Actually, on one hand, Hu Zi's mother was a little afraid of the foreign environment. At the same time, the more important reason was that she wanted to save some money for Xia Ruofei. She knew that since Xia Ruofei had suggested it, he would definitely bring Lin Xiao out. Besides, Lin Xiao was so happy, so she didn't want to dampen her daughter's spirits. However, a plane ticket to another country would cost 10 to 20,000 yuan, and the expenses abroad were also very high. That was why she insisted that she didn't want to go. Godmother. Now that Xiao has been admitted to university, you don't have anything to worry about anymore. It's time to go out and take a look. Xia Ruofei advised. Many old people travel every year. They're busy when they're young. But it's time to see the beautiful scenery of the world after retirement. Hu Zi's mother waved her hand with a smile. I don't want to see any beautiful scenery. I'd just like to stay at home. Ruofei, don't try to persuade me. I really don't want to go. You can just bring Xiao along. Seeing that Hu Zi's mother was so determined, Xia Ruofei turned to Lin Xiao, hoping that Lin Xiao could persuade her. However, Lin Xiao didn't try to persuade her mother. She held her mother's arm and said, Mom. Then Brother Ruofei and I will bring back a lot of delicious food for you. Hu's mother chuckled. Okay. You guys go out and have fun. Just be careful. Seeing that the mother and daughter had reached an agreement, Xia Ruofei could only shrug his shoulders and stop trying to persuade them. Lin Xiao quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei, thinking that she would be traveling abroad with Xia Ruofei in a few days, and that it would be just the two of them. Her little heart began to beat faster and her pretty face became slightly hot. Xiao, you're not angry with me anymore, are you? Xia Ruofei asked. Lin Xiao was thinking about her own matters when Xia Ruofei suddenly spoke. She was shocked and glanced at Xia Ruofei guiltily. Then, she waved her hand as if nothing happened. She said, All right, I'm not blaming you. Serious matters are more important. Long live your understanding, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, I won't talk to you anymore. Everyone is showing off their scores in the classmate group. There are hundreds of messages, I have to go chat with my classmates. After that, Lin Xiao went back to her room while scrolling through her phone. After she closed the door, she put down her phone and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she gently patted her thumping chest and laughed in embarrassment. Xia Ruofei and Hu Zi's mother talked for a while, before everyone went back to their own rooms. However, Hu Zi's mother was so excited that she probably could not fall asleep. Xia Ruofei went back to his room and rested for a while. When he woke up at 3 o'clock, he started to think about what gift to give Elder Song. After some consideration, Xia Ruofei prepared a box of iron maple and 2 bottles of drunken 8 Immortals wine with the spirit heart flower petal solution. Xia Ruofei had bought these wines from Dingfeng Winery before the merger and acquisition. Not only did they have a longer storage time than the drunken 8 Immortals wine that the winery had sent over later, but they had also added a spirit heart flower petal solution. Whether it was the taste or the health effect, the drunken 8 Immortals wine on the market could not compare to them. Xia Ruofei had considered giving Elder Song a wild ginseng of the highest quality. However, on second thought, he had already given Elder Song a wild ginseng of the highest quality. Furthermore, the value of this wild ginseng was too high. Even the head of 100-year-old wealthy family, Elder Song, might not accept it. In the end, Xia Ruofei decided on the iron-hide keyed bucket and the drunken 8 immortals wine as gifts. These couldn't be bought on the market, and they were very good for the elderly, so they were suitable for Elder Song. When it was past 5 o'clock, Xia Ruofei brought the gifts, informed Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao, and left the farm. In night 15, Xia Ruofei walked along the 3rd ring road and arrived at the intersection at the foot of Guling. Then, he walked up the mountain road and arrived at Guling courtyard in a short while. Along the way, there were many sentries who were already familiar with Xia Ruofei's car. In addition, Manager Liu had probably given special notice to them, so they let them pass without any checks. After Xia Ruofei parked the car, Manager Liu, who had been informed by the sentry, came downstairs. The two of them exchanged a few words and walked into the building where Elder Song lived. Xia Ruofei carried the gift and followed Manager Liu to the 2nd floor. Manager Liu brought him to his office and said with a smile, "Xiao Xia, please sit here for a while. The chief is receiving a guest. The chief has instructed us to go directly to the dining room later." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. Manager Liu, you can go ahead. Don't mind me." "Alright," Manager Liu nodded. However, he didn't leave Xia Ruofei behind. Instead, he made Xia Ruofei a cup of tea and sat down to chat with him. From this detail, Xia Ruofei could also feel how much Elder Song valued him. The secretary was like a weather forecast for the bureau chief. Manager Liu's attitude towards him reflected Elder Song's impression of him to a large extent. 4. Someone close to the chief who enjoyed the treatment of a deputy department to put down his work and chat with him so that he wouldn't feel neglected. This already explained the problem. Xia Ruofei arrived at Guling courtyard at around 5:30 in the afternoon. The two of them chatted for a while in the office. Then, a staff member knocked on the door and came in. "Manager Liu, the restaurant is ready. The chief would like to invite Mr. Xia to the restaurant for a meal." Manager Liu nodded and smiled at Xia Ruofei. "Little Xia, let's go." Xia Ruofei also stood up quickly and said with a smile, "Yes, yes, yes, we can't let the bureau chief wait for us." The two of them walked quickly to the restaurant on the 1st floor. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the 1st floor, he saw Elder Song walking out from another staircase. There was another person accompanying Elder Song. The two of them were talking as they walked. Xia Ruofei was stunned. The person beside Elder Song was Lu Yu's mother, Tian Huilan. So Elder Song invited Secretary Tian, Xia Ruofei thought. Elder Song and Tian Huilan also saw Xia Ruofei and smiled at him. Xia Ruofei quickened his pace and walked over. "Chief, Secretary Tian." Xia Ruofei greeted him politely. Tian Huilan smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei. Elder Song looked at the gift in Xia Ruofei's hand and said with a smile, "Comrade Little Xia, you're corrupting this old man with gifts again." Xia Ruofei scratched his head. "With your wisdom, you could have kept the cloak and returned the cannonball to me." Eccentric Song couldn't help but burst into laughter. He stretched out his index finger and pointed a few times, saying, "You little Xia. Speak. What good stuff did you bring this time?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "They're all produced by our company. A box of tin can and 2 bottles of drunken 8 immortals wine. They're not worth much, The iron-hide Fingdo's packaging still had the logo of the Paradise Corporation. And the Dingfeng winery that produced the drunken 8 immortals had half of Xia Ruofei's estimated score. Elder Song was also aware of this. Naturally, he was only joking at the start. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he nodded and gestured for the staff to take Xia Ruofei's gift. Put the tin bucket away, Elder Song said. Don't take the wine. Down. Let's drink the wine Xiao brought for lunch. Yes. Chief. The orderly said immediately. The group of people arrived at the restaurant and took their seats. The waiters quickly served the dishes, while manager Lu personally opened the drunken 8 immortals wine that Xia Ruofei had brought. The alluring aroma of the wine immediately filled the dining room. Good wine. Elder Song sniffled and said, Little Xia, if you still have more of this drunken 8 immortals, bring me more. After I return to the capital, it's just right to entertain my old comrades. Those old guys will definitely die of hunger after drinking it, ha ha ha, no problem. Xia Ruofei agreed without hesitation. Then, he froze for a moment and asked in surprise, Bureau Chief, you're going back to Beijing? Eccentric Song chuckled and nodded, I've been living in the 3 mountains for a long time. Now that my body has basically recovered, I'm considering going back to the capital. After all, living here will cause trouble for our comrades in the central government and other places. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's good to go back. After all, the 3 mountains is now a new city. It's very hot in the summer. It's not as comfortable as the weather in the capital. That's right. Elder Song laughed. My old comrades also talk about me all day long. Old Zhu even clamored to play a few games with me every day. This old man, I heard that when I'm not in the capital, he claims to be the king, saying that no one can defeat him. Isn't this like when the tiger is not at home, the monkey will claim to be the king? Xia Ruofei, manager Lu, and the others all had strange expressions. They all knew that old Zhu was also a retired general. Although he didn't reach old Song's level before his retirement, he was still a famous tiger general in the army. Elder Song could joke around without any qualms, but Xia Ruofei and the others couldn't casually respond to him. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. Manager Lu personally poured wine for everyone, and then everyone looked at Elder Song, waiting for him to speak. Elder Song chuckled as he raised his wine cup. We're all family today, so there's no need to be so formal. Everyone, let's raise our glasses. After Elder Song brought the first glass of wine, everyone began to eat and chat. The seating arrangement in the restaurant was as such. Elder Song sat in the middle, and on his left and right were Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan. Manager Lu might have a high rank, but he was seated opposite the main seat. There was an empty seat beside Tian Huilan, and it was a seat with a set of chopsticks. However, since Elder Song didn't say anything, Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't ask. He raised his glass and said with a smile, Chief, remember to do regular health checks after you return to the capital. If you feel uncomfortable, contact me at any time. Elder Song laughed and clinked his glass with Xia Ruofei's. Okay. Now, your words are the doctor's advice. Old men like us are not afraid of anything, but the primary care doctor. Manager Lu and Tian Huilan couldn't help but smile when they heard this. Elder Song and the other old chiefs were assigned a full-time healthcare team by the country. From the perspective of the chief's health, the doctors had very strict plans for his daily work, rest, diet, and other aspects. Moreover, the healthcare doctors assigned to the chief were basically the kind of people who were track-minded and would never listen to the unreasonable requests of the old chiefs. Elder Song would always empty his glass when Xia Ruofei gave him a toast. This time was no different. He raised his head and finished the rest of the wine in his glass. Then, he said emotionally, "Little Xia. This old man's life is all thanks to you. You can be said to have pulled me back from the gates of hell. I won't say any more words of gratitude, but if you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as your company is operating legally, no matter what kind of trouble you face, we will always be your strong backing." Xia Ruofei was very touched. He quickly poured himself another glass of wine and finished it in front of Elder Song. "Thank you, Chief." Manager Lu and Tian Huilan were also slightly moved. Generally, people at Elder Song's level would not reveal anything. It was rare for him to be so direct. After chatting for a while, Tian Huilan suddenly took the initiative to raise her glass to Xia Ruofei. She smiled and said, "Ruofei, let's have a drink too." Xia Ruofei quickly stood up, picked up his cup and said, "Secretary Tian, I should be the one toasting you." Tian Huilan chuckled and said, "I should toast you with this glass of wine. If you hadn't treated him in time, my father might have passed away. You've helped Yu and Huixin's family during this period of time. Our family owes you countless favors." Xia Ruofei laughed in embarrassment. "Secretary Tian, it's all in the past. Besides, didn't you all already thank me?" Xia Ruofei also felt a little strange. Why did Tian Huilan bring up the past again today? And in front of Elder Song, too. She said it so formally, as if it was a farewell drink. Unexpectedly, Tian Huilan seemed to have heard Xia Ruofei's inner grumble. She smiled and said, "Are you au fait? This cup of wine is also to bid you farewell. I'll be leaving the Three Mountains in 2 days." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. Tian Huilan had just been promoted to the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee and the Provincial Party Committee of Sanshan City only a few months ago. Why would she suddenly be transferred out of Sanshan? Could it be that there was a problem at work? Manager Lu explained with a smile, "Xiao Xia. Secretary Tian is about to be appointed as the Deputy Director of XXX. The relevant procedures have been completed, and she should be taking office in a day or two." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he quickly raised his glass and said, "Secretary Tian, congratulations to Gao Xing." Tian Huilan was clearly very happy, but she only smiled and said, "It's not a promotion. It's just a normal job transfer, and there's no change in rank." "That's different." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're going to take on an important leadership position in the ministry this time. You'll be given an important role." "I'm serving the people wherever I go," Tian Huilan said with a smile. "But when I go to the capital, I'm most worried about Yu, other than my father." At this point, Tian Huilan couldn't help but sigh. She and the Song family had originally intended to match Lu Yu and Song Rui together. However, after Xia Ruofei had asked them to use a delaying tactic, the two families gradually realized that these two young people who were extremely suitable for each other in politics had no interest in each other at all. In layman's terms, there was no electricity at all. Although no one said it clearly, they were very clear in their hearts that if this matter dragged on, it could only be left unsettled in the end. If this had happened in any other wealthy family, the two juniors might not have had any room to resist at all. The family would have directly made the decision. However, the Song family was slightly different. When it came to the marriage of his children, although Elder Song also pursued marriage of equal social status, he respected everyone's opinions and would not engage in arranged marriage. Xia Ruofei felt a little guilty. He was the one who had taught them to go against their family and drag things out. Secretary Tian, Lu Yu, is already in university. Professor Tian is also in the university. You don't have to worry too much, Xia Ruofei said. We've spoiled Yu, and she has a bad temper. I'm just worried that she'll cause me more trouble without me by her side. Tian Huilan smiled bitterly and said, Are you au fait? I think she can still talk to you. Well, we're pretty good friends, Xia Ruofei said awkwardly. Then you should talk to her more often when you have time and remind her of anything. I feel that she can still listen to you, Tian Huilan said. I'll try my best, Secretary Tian. Xia Ruofei scratched his head. Actually, I haven't seen Lu Yu in a long time. Then you can ask her out to play, Tian Huilan said. You two are of the same age. You should have many common topics. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a headache and did not know what to say. Elder Song looked at Xia Ruofei with a smile and seemed to have a deeper meaning. Just as Xia Ruofei was feeling extremely awkward, a staff member came to his rescue. The staff member quickly came in and reported, Bureau Chief, Secretary Song is here. Eccentric Song raised his eyebrows and smiled. This little Song, he's so late, he has to drink a few more glasses of wine as punishment. Let him in. All right. After a short while, Xia Ruofei saw a middle-aged man in his 40s being led to the dining room by the staff. The middle-aged man was wearing a white shirt and navy blue trousers. He was burly and had a square face. He walked with an imposing manner, with a trace of righteousness and majesty on his face. One look and one could tell that he was a person of high status. However, this Secretary Song was not a leader in front of Elder Song. He walked over to Elder Song and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, Chief. The plane was a little late, so I'm late. Have a seat, Elder Song said with a smile. If you're late, take the initiative and drink 3 cups as a punishment. Yes, Secretary Song said immediately. He came to the seat next to Tian Huilan and nodded slightly to her and manager, Lu. He didn't sit down, but stood there and poured 3 glasses of white wine into an empty glass on the table. Chief, I'm late. I'll drink 3 glasses as punishment, he said as he raised his glass. After speaking, Secretary Song raised his head and drank the large glass of white wine. After swallowing it in one gulp, he showed the bottom of the glass to everyone. Well, you're a decent man. Have a seat, Elder Song said with a smile. Thank you, Chief. Secretary Song quickly bowed and sat down. Chiming, Elder Song said. You're already familiar with Huilan and Xiao Lu. Let me introduce you to Xiao. Xia. Then, Elder Song pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, Little Xia is my savior. Even the experts in 301 couldn't do anything. It was Xiao Xia who snatched me back from the king of hell. Secretary Song noticed Xia Ruofei the moment he entered the room. After all, Xia Ruofei was too young. He was particularly eye-catching when he sat beside Elder Song. Now that Secretary Song knew that Xia Ruofei and Elder Song had such a relationship, he quickly greeted Xia Ruofei with great enthusiasm. Xia Ruofei did not know where Secretary Song came from, so he just smiled and nodded at him politely. Elder Song continued, Xiao Xia, Qiming is the newly appointed Deputy Minister of the Southeast Province. At the same time, the organization has decided that he will take over the position of Comrade Huilan. You have to respect your parents. Xia Ruofei immediately understood why Elder Song had invited him to the dinner. Mr. Xia, Song Qiming quickly said, you can call me if you need anything in the future. This is my personal number. Then, Song Qiming leaned over and handed Xia Ruofei a business card. It was an ordinary business card in an elegant beige color, and it even exuded a faint fragrance. There was only the name Song Qiming on the card, and a mobile number below it. There were no titles printed on the business card to show Song Qiming's status. There was no need to add a series of titles on the business card to highlight his status. Moreover, leaders of his level basically did not use business cards anymore. They were obviously prepared for personal friends. Xia Ruofei looked at the name card politely and kept it carefully. He smiled and said, thank you, Secretary Song. I'll have to trouble you in the future. Song Qiming laughed. Mr. Xia, you started a business to support our economic development. As the Secretary of the Municipal Government, I should be protecting our economic development. Although Song Qiming had just gotten off the plane and did not know Xia Ruofei at all, the fact that Xia Ruofei was able to appear at Elder Song's dinner and was personally introduced to him by Elder Song showed how important Xia Ruofei was to Elder Song. Xia Ruofei also took out his name card and passed it to Song Qiming. He smiled and said, Secretary Song. You can just call me Xiao Xia. Alright, little Xia. We'll all be at the Three Mountains in the future. We can get to know each other more. Song Qiming said kindly. After Song Qiming arrived, Tian Huilan did not mention Lu Yu again. Instead, she talked more about the situation in Sanshan City with Song Qiming. After all, one was the relinquished secretary and the other was his successor. Song Qiming had lowered his attitude and was completely asking for advice. Tian Huilan didn't keep anything to herself. She told Song Qiming about her many years of experience in power at the Three Mountains, and she also emphasized the few tasks she had pushed forward during her time as the leader. On the one hand, Tian Huilan wanted to help Song Qiming get into the situation as soon as possible. On the other hand, she hoped that the work she had worked hard to promote could have a certain degree of continuity. She did not want it to be completely rejected just because of a new leader. Of course, they were all comrades with the same political view, so the possibility of such a situation happening was very low. They were all talking about high-level topics, but Xia Ruofei was not afraid. Occasionally, he would join in the conversation, and the atmosphere of the dinner was quite good. After the meal, Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan bade their farewells. They knew that Song Qiming had just taken over and Elder Song would definitely want to talk to him. This was the real reason why Elder Song had asked Song Qiming to rush to the Three Mountains overnight. Elder Song didn't ask them to stay. He bade Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan farewell with a smile and told Manager Lu to send them off. Then, he asked Song Qiming to follow him to the study. Manager Lu sent Xia Ruofei and Tian Huilan downstairs. Xiao Xia, Tian Huilan suddenly said, you drank quite a bit just now. You definitely can't drive. Why don't you take my car? Xia Ruofei's expression froze, and he was in a difficult position. That's good, safety first, Manager Lu said with a smile. Besides, it's not safe to drive on the mountain road so late at night. Xia, leave your car keys behind. I'll have the staff send your car to the farm tomorrow morning. Since Manager Lu had said so, Xia Ruofei had no reason to refuse. He could only smile bitterly in his heart and nod. Secretary Tian, I'll have to trouble you then. Tian Huilan stroked her hair and said with a smile, it's no trouble at all. This place is closer to your farm. I'll get the driver to send you first. How can I do that? Xia Ruofei quickly said, I'll send you off first. Wouldn't that be a waste of gasoline? It's decided, I'll send you off first, Tian Huilan said. At this moment, Tian Huilan's driver came over in her Audi. The driver jogged over to open the door. After Tian Huilan got into the car, Xia Ruofei also got into the car from the other side. Oldly, send little Xia back to the farm first, Tian Huilan said. All right, Secretary Tian. The driver, Oldly, started the car steadily and said without looking sideways. The driver, Old Li, had been to Taoyuan farm before, so he did not need Xia Ruofei's directions. The car left Guling courtyard very quickly. It was very quiet in the car. Xia Ruofei felt a little uneasy. He didn't know why, but he was a little worried that Tian Huilan would mention Lu Yu. However, when the car drove onto the mountain road, Tian Huilan still didn't say anything. She just leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes slightly. Just as Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief, Tian Huilan suddenly said, Xia, Secretary Qiming is Elder Song's distant grandnephew. Elder Song personally introduced you to him today. He will definitely value you greatly. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for him directly. As long as it doesn't go against his principles, he will do his best to help you. I understand, Secretary Tian. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Secretary Song is Elder Song's grandnephew? His age. It's a distant relative, but it hasn't been released yet. Tian Huilan smiled. That's why Secretary Qiming always calls Elder Song Chief. According to the backup, he should be called Granduncle. I see, Xia Ruofei said with understanding. He thought to himself, this Secretary Song doesn't look young, but he's actually Song Rui's clan brother. That kid's seniority is quite high. Tian Huilan seemed to be in the mood to chat as well. She started to talk about Song Qiming's situation with Xia Ruofei. Strictly speaking, Song Qiming was from the same village as Elder Song. However, everyone in the village was more or less related to each other. According to seniority, Song Qiming should be calling Elder Song Granduncle. Song Qiming was actually a poor child. He had an elder brother who was more than 10 years older than him. In the border war in 1979, his elder brother, who had just become a platoon leader, sacrificed himself in the war. In the same year, Song Qiming's parents were struck by lightning while they were working in the paddy field. They both died, and Song Qiming became an orphan in an instant. He was only 9 years old then. His brother was a war hero, and the government gave him a certain amount of subsidies. With the help of the simple villagers, Song Qiming grew up with a family. Elder Song heard about Song Qiming's situation when he returned to his hometown to visit his relatives. Elder Song was a soldier who loved his soldiers as if they were his own children. Naturally, he had a special kind of care for Song Qiming, the younger brother of a martyr. From then on, Elder Song started to sponsor Song Qiming. Elder Song was responsible for Song Qiming's tuition and living expenses. Song Qiming was also very hardworking. His academic results had always been among the best. In the end, he was admitted to the People's University as the top student in the county and became a well-known scholar in all the villages. After graduating from the People's Congress, Song Qiming was assigned to a province in the southwest and became a town clerk. Since then, he had been working in the southwest and had slowly climbed up to the position of a deputy provincial leader. Of course, this had something to do with Elder Song's appreciation. With Tian Huilan's transfer, there was a vacancy in the southeast province, and Song Qiming, who had enough experience, was naturally promoted. Xia Ruofei listened attentively. He had a deeper understanding of Secretary Song. When the car arrived at the entrance of Taoyuan farm, Tian Huilan did not mention Liu anymore. Xia Ruofei also heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei got out of the car. Tian Huilan rolled down the window and said to Xia Ruofei, "Xiao Xia, I'll probably be going to Beijing to take office tomorrow or the day after. I'll take it as a farewell today." "All right, I wish you all the best in your new post," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "I hope you can take care of Yu," Tian Huilan said with a smile. "I'm most worried about this girl." Xia Ruofei looked a little embarrassed and said, "I will." "Don't worry, Secretary Tian. If Liu Yu needs anything, please let her find me at any time." Tian Huilan smiled and nodded, then slowly rolled up the window. Xia Ruofei stood beside the car until Tian Huilan's Audi turned around and left. He waved his hand and watched the car leave Taoyuan farm before turning around and walking in. Xia Ruofei walked back to the villa. On the way, he had many thoughts. Tian Huilan's transfer was a little sudden, but it did not affect Xia Ruofei much. Song Qiming, the new secretary, could still be his strong backing. Of course, most of the time, Xia Ruofei didn't need to rely on his official connections. The core competitiveness of his business was the spirit map space that he controlled. This was something that no other business could imitate. When Xia Ruofei returned to the villa, Lin Xiao and Hu Zi's mother were still awake. The two of them were sitting on the sofa in the living room and seemed to be discussing something. It seemed like they had a heated argument. When they saw Xia Ruofei enter, Hu Zi's mother immediately said, "Ruofei is back. Come and persuade Xiao." "I don't know what's wrong with this girl, but she actually wants to apply for Sanshan University. With such a high score, isn't it a waste to apply to a mere Three Mountains University?" Xia Ruofei could not help but look surprised. It was not to say that Sanshan University was bad. In fact, Sanshan University was also a key university, and many of its majors were quite competitive in the country. However, Lin Xiao had gotten such a high score this year, even when the test paper was more difficult and the overall score was low. It was really a waste for her to apply to Sanshan University with such a score. She could have applied to a better school, or even a famous one. Lin Xiao pouted and said, "What's wrong with Sanshan University? It was also a 985 high school. And it was close to home. I can still take care of you. I'm not that old yet, I don't need you to take care of me," Huer's mother said unhappily. In fact, Lin Xiao's grades were usually in the middle. According to the ranking in the mock exam, her score was about enough to get into Sanshan University. But wasn't this because he had exceeded his usual performance seeing the college entrance examination? Now that she had scored more than 600 points, Xi's mother would naturally not be satisfied with San Shan University. Everyone had such a mentality. Xia Ruofei walked over and said, "Godmother, don't worry. Is Qiao filling in her application form? Isn't it? In the past few years, I've been filling in the application form as soon as I get the results." Xi's mother said anxiously, "How can I not be anxious? This child is disobedient." Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Qiao and asked, "Qiao, what's going on with you?" Lin Qiao lowered her head and said, "It's nothing. I feel that Sanshan University is quite good. Besides, haven't I been preparing to apply for it? This time's college entrance exam score is higher, so I can just pick a better major. But with your score, you can even get into Fudan University or Beijing Normal University, don't you know?" Xia Ruofei asked. Xi's mother also chimed in, "That's right. You could have chosen one of the top 30 universities in the country. Why did you choose a university that isn't even ranked 211? Lin Qiao wrinkled her nose and said, "Mom, didn't I just tell you? I really just want to be closer to home. Besides, it's pretty good for me to intern at Brother Ruofei's company. If I go to college in Sanshan City, I can continue to intern. I can really learn a lot there." Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's close to home. I can do my internship. How can this be a reason for me to choose a university? You should be able to tell which is more important, right? Qiao. If you want to learn something, you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. You only have one chance in your life to go to college, so you can't be willful. On this issue, Xia Ruofei firmly supported Xi's mother. He felt that Lin Qiao's decision was a little irrational. It was obvious that he had made the decision on the spur of the moment. Lin Qiao's eyes turned red and she said with a wronged expression, "Why are you all like this? I just can't bear to leave my mother and you, Brother Ruofei. Brother Ruofei, if I go to another place to study, my mom won't have anyone to talk to. How lonely would that be? I already said you don't need to worry about this." Xi's mother said, "Your task now is to choose the best and most suitable university for you and study well. Besides, how come I don't even have anyone to talk to? Isn't Ruofei at the Three Mountains?" Xia Ruofei patted Lin Qiao's head and said, "Qiao, we're not forcing you to make a choice that you don't like, but your reason is indeed not very good. I believe that no matter what major you choose at Sanshan University, you will definitely be able to find the same major in other better universities. Obviously, it will be more competitive than Sanshan University." Lin Qiao lowered her head and didn't speak. Xia Ruofei shot a look at Xi's mother, signaling her to keep quiet. Then, he sat down beside Lin Qiao and said, "Qiao, actually, I don't want to be too far away from Godmother, and I don't have to choose Sanshan University." Lin Qiao suddenly raised her head and asked, "What other schools are there?" Sanshan University was the best. In Sanshan City? Are you going to Southeast Normal University? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Why do you have to choose in Sanshan City? Actually, I think that Heron Island University is not bad. It was a famous brand in the country, and it was only a few hundred kilometers away from Sanshan City. With the convenience of the bullet train, it could reach the destination in 2 hours. Basically, it could be a round trip on the same day. It's no different from going to school in Sanshan City." P.S. Yesterday's chapter 555 was blocked for some reason. When Steel Gun received the text message, the editor had already left work. I will contact the editor in time tomorrow to make changes to the chapter and try to release it as soon as possible. As soon as Xia Ruofei finished speaking, Lin Xiao's expression, which was like a revolutionary who was not afraid of death, began to loosen a little. Heron Island University? Lin Xiao muttered to herself while thinking. Yup. Xia Ruofei struck while the iron was hot. Qiao it's really a waste of your marks to apply for Sanshan University. Although Sanshan University is a comprehensive university, its strong subjects are science and engineering. Its liberal arts majors are not well known in the country. On the other hand, Egret Island University is the opposite. Several of its liberal arts majors are ranked in the top 10 in the country. If you study in these majors, you won't be any worse than Fudan or Renmin University. Her daughter was taking the college entrance examination this year. So Hu Zi's mother naturally had a general understanding of the universities in the country. When she heard Xia Ruofei's words, her eyes lit up and she quickly said, Qiao your brother Ruofei is right. Heron Island University is not bad. This is the only famous university in the province, and the number of students enrolled in this province is relatively large. With your score, you can basically pick any major. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Qiao I know you're a filial child. You insisted on going to school in the local area so that you could take care of your godmother. Lin Xiao's face blushed. In fact, what Xia Ruofei said was an important factor, but she still had some girly thoughts that she couldn't say. Xia Ruofei didn't notice Lin Xiao's embarrassment. He continued to smile and said, actually, you don't have to worry so much. With me at the Three Mountains, I'll definitely take good care of Godma. Moreover, the intercity high-speed rail ran almost every half an hour. It only took slightly more than an hour to come from Egret Island. If you want to go to school at Heron Island, you can come back every weekend as long as you want to go home. I'll reimburse your ticket. Really? Lin Xiao smiled slyly and said, Brother Ruofei, a gentleman never goes back on his word. You can't go back on your word. I'll really come back every weekend. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. The monthly high-speed rail ticket for a weekly round trip only cost a little more than 1,000 yuan. To Xia Ruofei, this amount of money was nothing. He said, of course I mean what I say. When the time comes, I'll let paying. How no? If you want to come back, just give him a call and get him to help you book the tickets online. This isn't a problem. Lin Xiao sneaked a glance at her mother and saw that her mother didn't look happy. She said dejectedly, forget it, Mom will definitely not agree. Huer's mother retorted, so you know. I'm not your ATM, and I don't need to reimburse you for high-speed rail tickets every week. What are you thinking about? Xia Ruofei quickly gave Hu Zi's mother a look, meaning that Lin Xiao had finally moved on and was considering Heron Island University. She should not cause more trouble at this time. However, Hu Zi's mother was unmoved. To her, it was more important to cultivate her daughter's character. Although she knew that Xia Ruofei was not short of money, and she did not treat Xia Ruofei as an outsider, she did not want Lin Xiao to develop the bad habit of taking care of everything for her. To put it bluntly, she felt that Xia Ruofei doted on Lin Xiao too much. Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly and helplessly. He rolled his eyes and said, that doesn't matter. Qiao, you can continue your internship in our company's e-commerce department. As long as you continue to learn how to design software well, you can complete some of our e-commerce department's work remotely. A month's round-trip ticket only costs a little more than 1,000 yuan. Unless you have no talent in design at all, otherwise, it's impossible that you can't even earn a little more than 1,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and said, yeah. Brother Ruofei's idea was better. I'm self-sufficient. Mom can't say anything. Right? After that, Lin Xiao glanced at her mother as if she was showing off. Huer's mother shook her head with a bitter smile and said, I don't care how you use the money you earned, as long as you don't feel the pinch. Why would my heart ache? Lin Xiao took her mother's arm and leaned on her. I'll buy a high-speed train ticket to go home and see you. It's worth it no matter how much it costs. Huzi's mother was also touched. She gently touched Lin Xiao's face. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes were covered with a layer of tears. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Xiao, you've even planned out how to get home. Does that mean you've agreed to go to Egret Island University? Lin Xiao was stunned. He had been insisting on choosing the Three Mountains University. How did it turn into a discussion about returning to the Three Mountains from Heron Island every week after a few words from Brother Ruofei? However, on second thought, Xia Ruofei's suggestion seemed pretty good. Besides, there were obviously better schools to choose from. Under normal circumstances, no one would deliberately choose the worse one. After thinking it through, Lin Xiao gently nodded and said, Since it's Brother Ruofei's recommendation, then I'll choose Heron Island University. Huzi's mother heaved a long sigh of relief. Before Xia Ruofei came back, Lin Xiao had insisted on her opinion no matter what she said. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's few words made Lin Xiao give up the idea of applying to Sanshan University. Otherwise, she would have been really angry. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, That's right. Xiao, since you've decided, let's choose a good major. With your score, you can pick any major you want. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Brother Ruofei, which major do you think I should major in? Lin Xiao asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, The profession depends on personal interest. I personally think that there's no need to pursue a popular major. I'll support whatever major our Xiao studies. Lin Xiao tilted her head and said, I prefer designing and creativity, but this seems to be a major only in technical schools. Speaking of this, Lin Xiao laughed in embarrassment. Xia Ruofei sat down on the sofa and said, Let's check out the specialty liberal arts majors in Heron Island University first. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and did a quick search. Nowadays, search engines were very advanced. There were also Zhihu, Split, Answer, and other platforms. Hence, Xia Ruofei found the answer he wanted very quickly. He was browsing on his phone in silence while Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao sat on either side of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked at it for a while and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao, there's a profession that's really suitable for you. What's your major? Lin Xiao asked impatiently. Xia Ruofei showed the phone to the two of them and said, The advertising major of Heron Island University is one of the top universities in the country. It's known as the Huangpu Military School of the advertising industry. Many big names in the advertising industry are trained in this major. Lin Xiao snatched the phone from Xia Ruofei's hand and read it carefully. After reading it, she immediately said, I've decided. I'll apply for this major. Xia Ruofei and Huzi's mother looked at each other, then he said, Qiao, you have to consider this carefully. With this score, you should be able to get into a better major. I just checked, and the best liberal arts major in Heron Island University should be accounting. It said that it's the undisputed #1 in the country. Moreover, the career prospects of a finance major are obviously better than an advertising major. Lin Xiao thought for a while and said, forget it, I'll choose the advertising major. I'm not interested in finance, accounting, or anything else. But I really like creative advertising and design. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, sure. I'll respect your opinion. Interest was the most important. If he wasn't interested, no matter how good his profession was, it would be useless. Moreover, the advertising major of Heron Island University is one of the top in the country. It's definitely one of the best major in their school. Xia Ruofei's last sentence was mainly directed at Huzi's mother. It was every parent's wish for their son to become a dragon and their daughter to become a phoenix. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Huzi's mother naturally hoped that Lin Xiao would choose accounting. However, Lin Xiao eventually decided to choose advertising, so she could not help but feel a little disappointed. Of course, compared to choosing Sanshan University, this was already a very good result. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Huzi's mother was relieved. She smiled and said, Qiao, Mom also supports your choice. Since you've decided, let's apply for the advertising major at Heron Island University. Xia Ruofei smiled and added, Qiao, go to Egret Island and learn well. I'll leave a good position for you in the company's advertising department in the future. Lin Xiao happily replied, yes. Mom, Brother Ruofei. I won't let you down. Just like that, Lin Xiao's application was finally settled. She just had to go to school tomorrow morning to officially fill in the form, and Huzi's mother could finally have a good night's sleep. The next morning, Xia Ruofei asked Lei Hu to drive the company's Mercedes-Benz to send Lin Xiao to fill in her college application. Xia Ruofei also told Lei Hu to protect Lin Xiao well during the whole process. After what happened with Shuefei and Hu Lili, Xia Ruofei was also scared. He now attached great importance to Lin Xiao's safety. After Lin Xiao left, Xia Ruofei picked up his phone and called Liang Qichao, who was far away in Australia. Boss Xia. Any instructions? Liang Qichao asked teasingly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it seems like manager Liang is having a good time in Australia. Was it because there wasn't enough work? Looks like I'll have to increase your workload. Don't. You're my brother, okay? Liang Qichao quickly said. It's already tiring. Enough to be busy all day. Xia Ruofei laughed. Alright, I'll stop joking with you. How's Paradise Farm doing recently? It's so good. Liang Qichao got excited at the mention of work. Ruofei, the seeds you provided are really good. The survival rate was almost 100%, and when the first batch of vegetables came out, the Western workers were all shocked. They've never seen such beautiful and delicious vegetables since they were born. They all exclaimed that it was a miracle. Is it really that exaggerated? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Why not? Liang Qichao said, you've met our little supervisor, the last time you were here. That white man called Rodic kept saying that this is a piece of art. He strongly urged us to expand the planting area immediately. Haha, no hurry. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, your task now is to Conduct extensive experimental planting and find the most suitable species to be planted in Paradise Farm and meet the consumption needs of the Australian market. Before we expand the planting, we must first find the best combination. We must not start the project without thinking. Understood. Liang Qichao said, don't worry. I have a complete set of plans on my side. That's good. I believe you, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Haha, Ruofei, if you're worried, you can find time to come over for an inspection. Liang Qichao said jokingly. You don't say. I might really have to come to Australia in a few days. Xia Ruofei said, it's not that I'm worried about your job. I'm just here for a vacation and to visit you. Travel? Liang Qichao chuckled and asked, you're not alone, are you? You brought people? N. You brought a girl? You're really right. Xia Ruofei said, but she's really a girl. I'm bringing my sister over. Younger sister? Ruofei, how come I've never heard of you having a sister? Liang Qichao laughed evilly. Don't tell me she's your lover? Don't worry, I won't tell the great beauty Ling. Men, I can already imagine your wretched expression even without seeing you. Xia Ruofei said disdainfully, your mind is so dirty. She's not my biological sister, but she's no different from my biological sister. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment, then his voice became a little low. She's the sister of one of my comrades. My comrade has already sacrificed himself, and it was to cover me during a mission, so that's how it is. Liang Qichao stopped joking and said, I'm sorry, Ruofei. I just can't control my mouth. I like to talk nonsense. Please don't mind me, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's fine. Xiaoer just graduated from high school this year, and she did well in her exams. I promised to take her overseas as a reward, so, I understand. Liang Qichao said. Brother Liang, this is actually the reason why I came to find you today. Xia Ruofei said, send a business inspection invitation under the name of our Australian farm. The invitees are me and Xiao. I'll send you the details later on WeChat. No problem. Liang Qichao said, it'll be easier to get a visa this way. I'll get it done immediately. Xia Ruofei had a 3-year entry visa. He did this mainly because of Lin Xiao. Although it was fine to apply for a tourist visa, it was safer to use a business inspection invitation. The possibility of rejection was very low. I'll send you a WeChat message after I hang up. Xia Ruofei said, just fax it to me after you're done. Do you know the number of my office? I know. Just leave it to me. Liang Qichao said. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to hang up, Liang Qichao suddenly asked, oh right. Ruofei, where are you going to? Get a visa? There were 3 places in China where one could apply for an Australian visa. One was the embassy in Beijing, and the other was the consulate general in Shenzhen and Yongqing. That was why. Liang Qichao asked. Xia Ruofei said, I haven't decided yet. I guess it'll be either Shenzhen or Guangzhou. The capital was too far away. Xiao didn't even have a passport now. I have to get my passport first, Liang Qichao said, then I suggest you go to Shenzhen City. The old man's Xingbang group has an office in Shenzhen, so it's more efficient to let them handle these things, and it's less likely for accidents like refusing to sign. The old man Liang Qichao was talking about was none other than the head of Xingbang Group, the world-class rich man, Tang He. Xingbang Group was a world-famous big consortium with branches or offices in various large cities around the world. The office in Xinqing City was mainly responsible for coordinating various relationships. It had a wide network and was backed by a big tree like Xingbang Group. Even the Shenzhen consulate general in Australia had to give them some face. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, okay. Then he would go to Xinqing City to handle it. But wouldn't it be too troublesome for the office of Xingbang to handle this? Hey! This little thing is nothing. Liang Qichao said, our old master appreciates you so much. Isn't this a simple matter? I don't even need to look for my cousin, grandfather, I can just tell his office director. You don't have to worry about this, leave it to me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. Then I won't bother you two for the same matter. You've worked hard, brother Liang. Are you treating me as an outsider again? Liang Qichao said, all right, I'll stop talking to you. I have things to do here. Don't worry about the visa. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei sent his and Lin Xiao's identity information to Liang Qichao through WeChat and walked to the general office building. He lit a cigarette and walked leisurely while smoking. When he reached his office in the office building, he saw a piece of paper being spat out from the fax machine. It seemed that the fax machine in his office received the message automatically. Xia Ruofei picked it up and saw that it was the invitation letter that Liang Qichao had faxed over. With this invitation, he could apply for a visa under the name of a business inspection. In the past, many companies used to treat overseas research as a benefit, and many travel companies could easily get their hands on such invitations. In fact, when they went abroad, they would arrange trips to famous tourist attractions. Of course, now that all aspects of management were much more formal, the entire atmosphere of the officialdom from top to bottom had taken a new look, and this strange situation was much less. At noon, Lei, who drove Lin Xiao back to the farm. After lunch, Xia Ruofei told Lin Xiao, Xiaoer, find your identity card and household register. I'll take you to apply for a passport. Lin Xiao smiled and said, brother Ruofei, I haven't received the letter of admission yet. You're ready to fulfill your promise in advance? Xia Ruofei gently rubbed Lin Xiao's hair and said, it'll take 14 working days to get a passport. After that, you still have to apply for a visa. Do you think it's so easy to go abroad? Do you think you can leave with your bag? If you don't settle these procedures first, you might not even be able to make it when school starts. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said, besides, with your grades, isn't it almost certain that you'll be able to get into Heron Island University? Lin Xiao smiled proudly and said, that makes sense. Brother Ruofei, give me a moment, I'll go get my identity card and household register. The passport could be handled at the Entry Administration Department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau where the residence was located. If Xia Ruofei had asked Wu Liqian, it would have been settled on a special occasion. It would not have taken as long as 14 working days. However, Xia Ruofei felt that there was no rush to leave the country. After all, if they followed the normal procedures, they would be able to get their passports in less than 20 days. At that time, Lin Xiao probably hadn't received the admission notice yet. As for applying for a visa, the time required was even shorter. It could basically be done within 3 working days. Moreover, it only cost 50 yuan, and the consulate would provide mail service. So, after going through the procedures, one could go home directly. It was very convenient. Lin Xiao's household register was in Chongping County. Xia Ruofei drove her to the Public Security Bureau in Chongping County. She filled in the application form according to the normal procedure and provided all kinds of materials. The rest was to wait at home. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei's life returned to normal. Other than dealing with the daily affairs of the company, he would go on dates with Ling Qingxue every other day. Ling Qingxue had already met Hu Zi's mother the last time, so she would come to the farm occasionally. However, she would not spend the night there. After all, girls were thin-skinned. It would be fine if there was no one at Xia Ruofei's house, but it would be embarrassing if she stayed. Lin Yue had also gotten used to the work on the farm. The harvest of the orchard this year had been completed, and the main task was to maintain it. She and a few workers had taken care of it well. However, as time passed, Xia Ruofei had to seriously consider the matter of Nan Nan's admission. It was not difficult to register Nan Nan. What troubled Xia Ruofei was the problem of transportation. Although it wasn't difficult to send a car to pick them up every day, Lin Yue would definitely not accept such an arrangement. Xia Ruofei was sitting on the sofa in the living room. A summer drama was playing on the TV opposite him. However, his attention was not on the TV at all, so he did not notice what was on the TV. Xia Ruofei frowned and sighed at the thought that he did not know how to solve the problem of Nan Nan's admission. This was what he had promised Lin Yue. If he didn't do it well, he would be breaking his promise. Hu Zi's mother had just walked out of the house. Seeing Xia Ruofei's long sigh, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you Ruofei? Did you encounter any difficulties?" Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, "Oh, godmother, it's nothing, you child, if you have any difficulties, just tell godmother." Hu Zi's mother reproached, "Although godma can't help you much, it's not good for you to keep things to yourself." Then, Hu's mother suddenly asked, "Did you quarrel with Qingxue? You guys were still fine when she came to the farm a few days ago." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly, "Godmother, what are you thinking? Why would I fight with Qingxue for no reason?" "Then what's the reason?" Hu Er's mother asked. Xia Ruofei sighed and said, "Godma, it's Nan Nan's business. Wasn't she going to elementary school next semester? I have also promised sister-in-law that I will make proper arrangements for Nan Nan's schooling." Xia Ruofei then explained his dilemma in full detail. Hu Zi's mother was also silent for a while after hearing this. She said, "This is really not easy to handle." At this point, Hu Zi's mother's eyes suddenly lit up. "You don't say, I suddenly thought of a pretty good idea." "Oh, really? Godmother, hurry up and tell me." Xia Ruofei quickly sat up straight. "It's not convenient for old Luo and Yue to pick them up," Hu Er's mother said with a smile. "I can help them." "You're going to pick him up?" Xia Ruofei did not react immediately. Hu Zi's mother sat down beside Xia Ruofei and said, "Yeah. After school reopens, Qiaoer will be going to Egret Island to study. I also want to move back there. There are several primary schools near me. I can help her. Drive her around. Why don't you let Nan Nan stay with me? I'll send her back on the weekend." "How can we do that?" Xia Ruofei shook his head. "That's too much for you. What's so hard about taking care of a child?" Hu Zi's mother said, "Didn't I bring up Hu Zi and Qiaoer by myself? Besides, Nan Nan is so sensible. I can take care of her." Xia Ruofei hesitated as well. He had to admit that Huzi's mother's idea was a good solution. At least it was better than him not having any solutions before. Of course, it was hard to say if Lin Yue would agree or not. Godmother, can you really take it? Xia Ruofei asked uncertainly. You're old now, and your body is not as good as it was back then. My body is much better than it was a few years ago. Hu Er's mother said, when Qiao Er was in primary school, I was often sick. Now, I don't even catch a cold or cough anymore. The Chinese medicine you prescribed me during that time was very effective. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and finally nodded. All right. I'll ask Sister in law for her opinion. If she agrees, then I'll have to trouble you for a while. My company's headquarters should be moving to the city in the second half of the year. I'll change sister-in-law's position in the office and help her rent a suite in the city so that she can pick me up by herself. Huzi's mother chuckled and nodded, then continued, If she doesn't agree, I'll go talk to her myself. No need, no need. Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hands. Ruofei, why don't you just call Yue over for lunch? Hu Zi's mother said, when the time comes, we'll persuade her together. She'll definitely agree. All right. I'll give her a call. Xia Ruofei said. He took out his phone and gave Lin Yue a call. Lin Yue was currently working in the orchard. When she heard that Hu Zi's mother had invited her to eat wufa, Lin Yue didn't reject her and agreed. Hence, Hu Zi's mother went to the kitchen to prepare some food while Xia Ruofei sat in the living room and watched TV for a while. When it was almost time, he got up and went to the complex to personally invite Uncle Luo over. After Uncle Luo had settled down at Taoyuan Farm, Xia Ruofei had treated him twice, and his body was getting better day by day. Of course, the main use was still the spirit heart flower petal solution. After Xia Ruofei brought Uncle Luo and Nan Nan back to the villa, Nan Nan happily played with Blackie and Lightning in the yard. Xia Ruofei took out the best de Hong Pao and chatted with Uncle Luo in the living room while making tea. Xia Ruofei didn't mention anything about Nan Nan going to school. Yingluo's family matters were mainly decided by Lin Yue, so he wanted to wait until Lin Yue arrived. At noon, Xia Ruofei heard Nan Nan's excited voice from the courtyard. Mother! He knew that Lin Yue had come over, so he stood up and went out to welcome her. Lin Yue was wearing floral short sleeved clothes and a pair of sunproof white cufflinks. She was also wearing a straw hat as she walked into the courtyard, her face covered in sweat. Sister-in-law, the weather has been too hot recently. Don't go up the mountain in the afternoon, Xia Ruofei said. That won't do. Lin Yue smiled and said, the orchard has to be taken care of every day. If we don't apply fertilizer to it in time, the fruit tree will suffer from malnutrition. When the weeds grow taller, they will compete with the fruit tree for nutrients. There's work to be done every day. Besides, this is nothing. I'm not tired at all. Xia Ruofei actually wanted to say that there was no need for such meticulous care. With his spirit heart flower petal solution, these fruit trees would grow very well even without any care. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to dampen Lin Yue's enthusiasm for work, so he did not try to persuade her. However, he made a mental note to ask the canteen to prepare some food for the afternoon and evening to relieve the heat. For example, green bean soup, immortal herb, honey, and the like. Everyone entered the house together. Lin Yue went to wash her face first and urged, Nan Nan, to wash her hands. She had been playing with Blackie and Lightning in the courtyard earlier, so her hands were dirty. Huzi's mother had already prepared lunch, and Lin Xiao had also come back from work. So everyone sat around and started to eat. Auntie, you've prepared so many dishes again. It's really hard on you. Lin Yue said. It's not hard, not hard. Huzi's mother said with a smile, usually, it's just the three of us eating. It's more lively with you guys here. You'll make this place more lively. Everyone ate and chatted. After a while, Huzi's mother gave Xia Ruofei a look, and Xia Ruofei nodded slightly. Then, he organized his words and said, Sister-in-law, I have been thinking about Nan Nan's schooling for the past few days. It's about picking me up, right? Lin Yue said, I know that the location of our farm is a little remote. If Nan Nan goes to school in the city, she won't be able to pick her up. So why don't we just go to the primary school in the nearby village? This way, my father-in-law can pick me up every day. No, no, no. Huzi's mother quickly said, the village primary school is about to close down. Many of the children from the nearby villages have been sent to the town to study. How can we go to the village primary school? Wouldn't that be delaying the child? Sister-in-law. It's definitely not good to live in a small village. Both the hardware and the software are too poor. Xia Ruofei added. He paused and continued, I've discussed it with Godma today. We plan to find a better school for Nan Nan in the city. Then let Nan Nan stay with my Godma. She will help you guys to pick her up. I will pick Nan Nan up on the weekends. Ah? How can this be? Lin Yue subconsciously waved her hands and said, no, no. How could he trouble Auntie? Auntie is already so old, it's very hard for her to take care of a child. Sister-in-law, don't be in a hurry to reject me. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I didn't think it was appropriate at first, but after thinking about it, it's feasible. Xiaoer will be going to study at Heron Island when school reopens. Godma will be quite lonely by herself. Nan Nan can keep her company if she stays at her place. As for picking her up, Godma's body is quite strong, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Huer's mother also laughed and said, yup. Yue, I'm in good health now, and it's not tiring to pick me up and drop me off twice a day. I usually have to walk to exercise my body. Just take it as training, Lin Yue said hesitantly, Auntie, this is not appropriate. If Nan Nan stays at your place, it's not just a matter of picking her up and dropping her off. She has to take care of her meals, drinks, and even her toilet needs. This is too much trouble for you. Hee, I also want to eat. It's just a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks. How much can Nan Nan eat at such a young age? Huzi's mother said, there's nothing much in other aspects. I think Nan is quite sensible. There's no need to worry too much. Lin Xiao also said, Sister-in-law, I think this is a good idea. Don't reject me. I'm afraid that my mom will be all alone after I go to Heron Island. With Nan Nan, this little girl, accompanying her, I feel more at ease. After that, Lin Xiao gently pinched Nan Nan's little face and asked with a smile, Nan Nan, can you live with Grandma when we are in school? Grandma will make you delicious food every day. On the weekends, Uncle Ruofei will bring you back to the farm. Nan Nan looked at her mother and grandfather and said, "But I want to be with Mom," she said. "Mom wants to work on the farm," Lin Xiao said. "This place is too far from the city. She can't pick you up and take care of you unless you go to a nearby village primary school to study, but the village primary school is very old, and even the classrooms are about to collapse. It might even be worse than the primary school you went to on Luojia Mountain." The primary schools in the city were beautiful. There's a beautiful track, a bright classroom, and many, many sports facilities. Don't you want to go? I do, Nan Nan said. But I also want to be with Mom. What should I do? Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. She could only helplessly turn to Xia Ruofei for help. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Nan, we're not stopping you from being with Mom. We'll only stay at Grandma's house when we're in school, but we'll go back to the farm during the weekends and holidays. Besides, maybe I'll go to the city to work in a while. By then, you'll be able to be with me every day. But you'll have to overcome it. In the first few days. Nan Nan is a good child. She can't even overcome such a small difficulty? I can. Nan Nan raised her head and said, Uncle Ruofei, I can overcome this difficulty. This is right. As for you, study well with Grandma, and Mom can work in peace on the farm. Xia Ruofei said, I'll send someone to pick you up this weekend, okay? Nan Nan nodded her head heavily. Although she was still reluctant to part with her mother, she was a sensible child. She knew that Xia Ruofei was sincere and good to her, so she was especially obedient to Xia Ruofei's words. Ruofei, Lin Yu hurriedly said, Why would I go to the city to work? She hesitated for a moment when she said this, but she still felt that it was not good to lie in front of the child. Especially in the future, if she could not fulfill her promise, it would bring psychological harm to the child, so she could not help but say it. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to coax Nan Nan. Our company has been planning to move our headquarters to the city for a long time. If nothing goes wrong, it should be implemented in the second half of this year. By then, you can change to a suitable position and go back to the city to work. Right? What can I do? Lin Yu felt a little unconfident. I can be considered to have some experience in managing an orchard, but if it's an office job, I don't know anything. No one is born with that. Xia Ruofei said, Sister-in-law, you have a high school education and you know some basic computer operations. As long as you go through some training, you can at least be a normal clerk. Right? Xia Ruofei paused and continued, it's a realistic problem for Nan Nan to go to school. If you are in charge of the orchard business, you will not be able to take care of it at the same time. So, I think you can consider my suggestion and try to change your style. Xia Ruofei's words made Lin Yu fall into deep thought. She had really listened to him. For the sake of her daughter's growth, it was obviously not the best choice to work on the farm in the suburbs for a long time. If she could work in the city, it would just be a little harder on her own. However, she would not miss out on her child's growth. Lin Yu pondered for a long time before finally nodding and saying, Ruofei, I will seriously consider it. But at this stage, I'll take care of the orchard first. Even if I have to hand it over to other colleagues in the future, I won't leave them with a mess. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked with a smile, so you agree with our suggestion to let Nan Nan stay with godmother temporarily? Lin Yu. He turned her gaze to Uncle Luo and asked, Dad, what do you think? Uncle Luo usually let Lin Yu make the decisions for the family. However, Lin Yu was very respectful to her father-in-law. So she had to listen to his opinion on such matters. Uncle Luo said with a smile, you can decide on this matter. Lin Yu nodded. All right, Auntie. Ruofei. I'll listen to you. Then I'll have to trouble you in the future, sister. Uncle Luo said. Huer's mother was very happy and said, it's no trouble, no trouble, no trouble at all. I'm so happy. Nan Nan, you will live with Grandma after school starts. Grandma will make delicious food for you every day. Thank you, Grandma. Nan Nan said sensibly. At this time, Lin Yu said, Auntie, since Nan Nan is staying at your place, I'll pay you 2,000 yuan a month for her food. Hey, how much can a child eat? What's the point of paying for food? Huzi's mother waved her hand and said, no need, no need. That won't do. Lin Yu said sternly, Auntie, you have helped me take care of Nan Nan. I don't know how to thank you anymore. How can I let you pay for Nan Nan's food expenses? If you don't accept the money, I will definitely not let Nan stay there. You don't need so much. How can a little girl eat so much? Huzi's mother said helplessly. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Godma, since sister-in-law has said so, let's just take the money. When the time comes, you should prepare more nutritious dishes. Nan Nan is still growing. Xia Ruofei understood Lin Yu very well. If Huer's mother did not accept the money, she would definitely not be able to get over it. It would be a waste of effort to persuade her to accept the arrangement because of the food expenses. Besides, Xia Ruofei was giving Lin Yu a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. 2,000 yuan was not a big expense for her family. Besides, Xia Ruofei could also give her bonuses and benefits. So there was no need to worry about this issue. Since even Xia Ruofei had said so, Huzi's mother could only smile bitterly and nod. All right then. You're too serious. We're not outsiders, so why do you have to make such a clear distinction? Lin Yu smiled and said, that's a different matter. I can't let you work so hard to help take care of Nan Nan and have to fork out your own money. Lin Qiao smiled and said, all right. Since we've come to an agreement, let's have a toast. Just take it as wishing Nan Nan to go to the city to attend primary school. I also wish that Qiao will be studying at Heron Island University soon. Xia Ruofei laughed. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses together. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Xia Ruofei also heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally reached a consensus on Nan Nan's admission. The next step was to coordinate the schools. Relatively speaking, this was much easier. After lunch, Xia Ruofei returned to his room. After some consideration, he finally found the phone number of the new Sanshan Municipal Administrative Committee Secretary, Song Qiming, and made a call. Tian Huilan had already gone to Beijing with Elder Song a few days ago, and Song Qiming had officially taken office. Xia Ruofei also knew that it was a bit of a fuss to go to the secretary of the municipal committee for the sake of a child's education. However, all of his connections were of a higher level. If it was when Tian Huilan was in charge, he could go to Tian Huilan's secretary directly. However, the secretary had changed to Song Qiming. Xia Ruofei did not know Song Qiming's secretary, nor did he have his contact information. So he could only call Song Qiming directly. Song Qiming had given Xia Ruofei his own private number, so the call was picked up after 2 or 3 rings. Xia Ruofei heard Song Qiming's warm and hearty laughter from his phone. "Little Xia, how are you?" "Secretary Song, how are you?" Xia Ruofei said politely, "I hope I didn't disturb your rest." No, I'm doing research in the Bell Tower district." Song Qiming smiled and said, "I just finished a discussion with the members of the district party committee, and am about to go for lunch." "Xiao Xia, what's the matter?" "Yes. Secretary Song. I have a favor to ask of you," Xia Ruofei said. "What's the matter?" Song Qiming said. Readily. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he said, "Secretary Song, it's not a big deal. It's just that I don't know any other higher ups in Sanshan City, so I had no choice but to trouble you." Song Qiming laughed and said, "It's okay, just come to me. The chief has personally instructed that as long as your matter doesn't go against my principles, I will create conditions for you even if there are no conditions." "Thank you, Secretary Song." Xia Ruofei said, "I'm looking for you mainly because of a war comrade's child's school." Then, Xia Ruofei briefly explained Nan's situation and said, "Secretary Song, that's the general situation. You see, little Xia, you're really loyal." Song Qiming did not expect Xia Ruofei to ask him for help for the first time. It was about his comrade. He had a better impression of Xia Ruofei. He pondered for a moment and said, "The child is the child of a martyr. He should be given some care when he enters the school. This is also in line with the policy. Xiao Xia, have you guys chosen a school that you like?" "Secretary Song, if it's possible, I hope that Nan can enter Bell Tower No. 2 primary school," Xia Ruofei said immediately. The Zhong Central Primary School in the Zhonglu district was a key school in the province, and the corresponding junior high school was also one of the top junior high schools in Sanshan City, Yan'an Junior High School. Excluding the fact that junior high schools went to private junior high schools, it should be the best primary and junior high school plan in Sanshan City if only a public junior high school was considered. Of course, more importantly, the clock tower was only 2 stops away from Huzi's mother's home, which was the Forestry Bureau's family courtyard. They could pick up and drop off from school by foot every day, and they were on the same side, so they didn't need to go through any traffic lights. This was the best choice that Xia Ruofei could think of. "Xiao Xia, please wait a moment. Don't hang up yet," Song Qiming said. "Okay, Secretary Song," Xia Ruofei said. Bell Tower District, Party Committee. Meeting Room. The Standing Committee of the Bell Tower District's Party Committee and the deputy leaders of the government, People's Congress, and Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference were all gathered together. Because today was the day that Secretary Song of the Municipal Party Committee came down to do research. When a new leader took office, he would first go to the various areas of the jurisdiction to investigate and understand the situation. He would then determine the work ideas for the next period. This was already management. The first stop of Secretary Song's research was the Bell Tower District, which showed how much importance he attached to it. Today, there would be a discussion. In the afternoon, Secretary Song would have individual talks with the main leaders of the district party committee. Everyone was very enthusiastic about speaking during the morning discussion, so the meeting didn't end until around 12:30. Just as everyone was about to go to the district government cafeteria to eat, they saw Secretary Song get up to answer the phone. They gathered on the other side of the conference room to avoid any suspicion of eavesdropping on the leaders' conversation. The leaders of the bell tower district whispered to each other while paying attention to Song Qiming's movements. After Song Qiming said a few words, he covered the microphone and said, "Comrade He Feng, come over for a moment." The deputy district head in charge of education, He Feng, was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, "Okay, Secretary Song." Then, he quickly walked over. The secretary, district head, and other leaders of the bell tower district looked at each other and watched enviously as He Feng walked over quickly. Secretary Song had been transferred from another province, and there were almost no familiar cadres here. However, deputy district head, he had already made an appointment with Secretary Song so quickly. It was really the envy of others. Song Qiming walked out of the meeting room with his phone in his hand. He Feng naturally followed him. "Comrade He Feng, I have a friend's child who wants to go to the number 2 primary school of the clock tower," Song Qiming said in a low voice. "Okay, Secretary Song," He Feng quickly said. He was also overjoyed. The leader had just taken office, and he had the opportunity to perform. This matter was just a small matter to him, but it could leave a good impression on the secretary. It was like a pillow when he was drowsy. Song Qiming said, "Comrade He Feng, give your contact information to Xiao Chao. A young man with the surname Xiao will contact you. If he has any requests, you must try your best to satisfy them. If you have any difficulties, you can contact me directly." Xiao Chao was Song Qiming's secretary, Guangji Chao. He used to be an ordinary staff member in the municipal secretary office. This time, he was chosen by Song Qiming as his personal secretary and suddenly became a popular person in the political circle of the Three Mountains. "Yes, Secretary Song," He Feng said, suppressing his excitement. Song Qiming nodded slightly. Seeing that Song Qiming was about to continue the call, He Feng immediately bowed slightly to Song Qiming and went back to the meeting room to find Secretary Chao. Actually, Xia Ruofei's hearing was much better than the average person's. Although Song Qiming was covering the microphone, Xia Ruofei could still vaguely hear what he said. It was such a small matter, but Song Qiming still did it personally. He even specifically instructed He Feng to satisfy his requests. This made Xia Ruofei feel slightly touched. After He Feng left, Song Qiming continued to talk to Xia Ruofei. "Xiao Xia, I've already spoken to Deputy Mayor He Feng of the Clock Tower Division. I'll get Secretary Xiao Chao to give you Mayor He's contact information later. In addition, if you have anything in the future, you can also directly ask Xiao Chao to do it for you." Secretary Song, "Thank you very much," Xia Ruofei said sincerely. Song Qiming laughed heartily and said, "You and I don't need to be so polite. Little Xia, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. My comrades in the bell tower district are still waiting for me to eat." Okay. "Goodbye, Secretary Song," Xia Ruofei said. Not long after he ended the call with Song Qiming, Xia Ruofei received a call from a local phone in Sanshan. "Hello." Xia Ruofei answered the call. "Hello, are you Mr. Xia?" The young voice on the other end of the phone asked very politely. "I'm Xia Ruofei, and you are?" "Oh, hello, Mr. Xia. I'm Guangji Chao, Secretary, Song's secretary." The secretary asked. Me to give you Mayor his contact information. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Oh, it's Director Chow. Hello there. You're welcome. You can just call me Xiao Chow." Guangxi Chow quickly said. Song Qiming called Guangxi Chow over and gave him Xia Ruofei's phone number. He asked Guangxi to contact Xia Ruofei immediately and give him Yifeng's contact number. He also told Guangxi to do his best if Xia Ruofei needed his help. If he had any difficulties, he should report to him immediately. Guangxi Chow had just become Song Qiming's secretary, so he was at his most cautious stage. This was the first private matter Song Qiming had assigned him, so Guangxi Chow treated it very seriously. At the same time, he paid more attention to Mr. Xia. Although Xia Ruofei sounded young on the phone, Guangxi Chow still kept a low profile. Xia Ruofei laughed. I wouldn't dare. Director Chow is the secretary of Secretary Song. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. You're too kind, Mr. Xia. Guangxi Chow quickly said, I'm just an ordinary staff member who serves the leader. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Director Chow, let's add each other on WeChat. You can just send me district head his contact information through WeChat. Alright. Mr. Xia, please don't call me Director Chow, Guangxi Chow said. I'm not worthy of that title. I'm just a small soldier in the secretary department. Not to mention the municipal party committee office. You're too humble. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, since I'm working for Secretary Song, it's only a matter of time before I have to solve the problem. Song Qiming was the secretary of the municipal government and the leader of the provincial party committee. How could his secretary be an ordinary clerk? As long as Guangxi Chow had enough experience, he would at least be appointed as the deputy director of the first secretary department, and he would even become the deputy director of the municipal party committee office. Xia Ruofei continued, Brother Chow, we're not strangers. You don't have to call me Mr. Xia. You can just call me by my name. Guangxi Chow was delighted to hear that Xia Ruofei had changed the way he addressed him. He quickly said, Alright, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you brother Xia. Alright. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Brother Chow, you've just started working for the secretary. You must be very busy. When you have some free time, let's hang out together. I'll treat you to a drink. Alright. Then I'll be waiting for Brother Xia's good wine. Guangxi Chow said with a smile. The two chatted for a while. Xia Ruofei considered that Guangxi Chow still had to serve his leader, so he didn't talk to him for long and hung up. However, Xia Ruofei's first impression of Guangxi Chow was not bad. After a chat, they felt that they had gotten closer. Not long after the call ended, Guangxi Chow searched for Xia Ruofei's number and added him on WeChat. He also sent Yifeng's number. Xia Ruofei sent a thank you emoji. He didn't contact Yifeng immediately to remind him that Song Qiming was still doing research in the Bell Tower district. Besides, it was lunchtime at his place and Yifeng must be busy receiving the leaders. Xia Ruofei thought about it and decided not to cause any trouble. Xia Ruofei finally called Yifeng in the evening. In fact, he didn't know that Yifeng had been waiting for Mr. Xia's call the whole afternoon. Song Qiming's schedule in the Bell Tower district lasted until the evening, but in the afternoon, he was mainly talking to the members of the standing committee of the district committee. He Feng was only a deputy district chief who was ranked in the middle and did not enter the standing committee, so he had nothing to do in the afternoon. He Feng's mind was filled with the task that Song Qiming had given him. He had also called the director of the district education bureau in advance to find out about the enrollment situation of the second primary school in the bell tower this year and instructed him to make preparations in advance. The main purpose of this preparation was to let the director of education personally understand the situation of the special class of the number 2 primary school in the bell tower this year and arrange for better teachers to be assigned to that class. This was a matter that Secretary Song had personally asked about. That child would definitely be arranged to be in the special class. He Feng waited for an entire afternoon, but there was no call from Mr. Xia. However, He Feng didn't find it strange that Ing Luo could coordinate such a small admission matter through Secretary Song. She must not be a simple person. Maybe she didn't take this kind of small matter seriously. Besides, such a capable person must be very busy. In the evening, when it was almost time to get off work, He Feng was preparing to see how things were going. If Secretary Song ended the conversation, he could send him off in time and show his face in front of the higher-ups. At this moment, He Feng's phone, which had been on its maximum ringtone, suddenly rang. He sprung up from his chair and took the phone. The screen showed an unfamiliar number from Sanshan. He Feng quickly pressed the answer button. His tone was not as reserved as usual. Hello. It was Xia Ruofei. He asked, hello. Are you Mayor He? When He Feng heard that the voice on the other end of the phone was so young, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, he quickly replied, I'm He Feng, and you are? Xia Ruofei smiled. Nice to meet you, Mayor He. I'm Xia Ruofei. Secretary Song asked me to call you Mr. Xia. He Feng quickly replied. Hello, hello. The secretary has already given instructions for the children's admission, and I have already informed the District Education Bureau in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei smiled. Sorry to trouble you, Mayor He. Thank you. You're too kind, it's nothing. He Feng quickly said, Mr. Xia, I've spoken to the District Education Bureau. Your child, Mayor He. That's not my child. Xia Ruofei interrupted He Feng and said, he's the child of one of my comrades. He Feng smiled awkwardly and said, oh. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia, but does your comrade have any special requirements for the child's teacher? I can send you a copy of the master teacher register of the Bell Tower Second Primary School. No need, no need. Xia Ruofei was not used to He Feng's enthusiasm. He quickly said, Mayor He, you just have to apply for admission as usual. Okay. I'll get them to arrange for your comrade's child to be in the experimental class of the Bell Tower number 2 primary school. He Feng said, the experimental class is the name card of the second primary school of the Bell Tower. All the hard and soft conditions, including the best teachers, are inclined to the experimental class you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. That's great. Thank you, Mayor He. Xia Ruofei said, then. When do I register for the school? Do we need to prepare any materials? Mr. Xia, the registration for the Bell Tower No. 2 primary school has ended. He Feng said, but it doesn't matter. When are you free? Bring your child's household register and parent's ID card. I'll go with you to register. Actually, the registration was just a matter of He Feng's words. Xia Ruofei only needed to provide his name and identity number. However, He Feng had a little trick up his sleeve. He was sure that Xia Ruofei was a very important person and had a special relationship with Song Qiming. Hence, he had to make use of this connection. He planned to get closer to Xia Ruofei through the registration. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, "This Mayor it's just a registration. You don't have to come out personally, right? You can inform the Education Bureau or the school, and we will bring the required materials to register." Of course, He Feng said, "This is a task personally assigned by Secretary Song. So I have to be responsible to the end. Mr. Xia, it's fine if you're not free in the near future. There's still a month or so before school starts. When you have time, call me." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "I don't think so. In that case, do you have time tomorrow morning, Mayor He? If you're free, let's go and register tomorrow." No problem. He Feng asked, "Where does Mr. Xiao live? I'll get the driver to pick you up tomorrow morning." No need, Xia Ruofei replied, "I have my own car." District Head He. "Shall we meet at the entrance of the second primary school tomorrow morning at 9 a.m? All right. He Feng said, "Mr. Xia, I'll see you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, He Feng clenched his fists excitedly, as if he had his fate firmly in his hands. Xia Ruofei's voice sounded so young. He Feng guessed that he might be the child of some big leader. That was the only way Song Qiming would pay so much attention to him and personally ask about such a small matter. Such young people were often more useful than those leaders in important positions, because no one knew how much power they had. He Feng felt that he was about to get lucky. Just as he was celebrating with his fists clenched, his secretary knocked on the door and walked in, just in time to see this scene. He Feng frowned and the secretary quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Mayor He," entering the office without the permission of the leader was likely to leave an impression of rashness in the leader's mind. Moreover, he seemed to have seen the scene of District Head He losing his composure, which made the secretary even more uneasy. He Feng was in a good mood at the moment and didn't bother to argue with the secretary over such a small matter. He just asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" The secretary quickly said, "District Head He, the district committee has informed us that Secretary Song is about to end his conversation. They have asked the members of the team to go to the hospital to send Secretary Song off." No. He Feng said. He immediately tidied up his clothes and quickly left the office. The district committee and the district government were in the same compound, but they were in two different office buildings. The distance between the two buildings was not very far. After He Feng took the elevator down, several district government leaders had also come down. Everyone walked in the direction of the district committee office building. After a while, a lot of people gathered in the lobby of the district committee's office building. These were the deputy leaders of the district government, People's Congress, and Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Everyone stood there in groups of 2 or 3 and chatted, their eyes looking at the elevator from time to time. As they chatted, many people looked at He Feng with curious and envious eyes. The scene at noon had long been seen by these political, sensitive leaders. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, someone received a call to inform them that Song Qiming and his group had come out. Everyone also saw that the elevator had stopped on the floor of the small conference room of the district party committee and was starting to go down. As a result, the leaders who were scattered in the hall immediately lined up in 2 rows, as if there was an invisible hand directing these people. They found their seats according to their positions and ranks without any error. When everyone stood still, the elevator reached the first floor. Song Qiming took the lead and walked out of the elevator. Behind him were the main leaders of the district party committee and accompanying staff. The group of people walked out in a grandiose manner. When they reached the hall, Song Qiming stopped and said to the district committee secretary, Jiang Changhe, "Comrade Changhe, let's stop here." "Secretary, don't you want to stay for dinner?" asked Jiang Changhe. "The canteen has already—" "No, no, no." Song Qiming waved his hand and laughed heartily. "My wife and my girl just arrived at Sanshan today. I have to report to them as soon as possible." The district leaders immediately cooperated and let out just the right laughter. "If that's the case, then we won't dare to keep you," Jiang Changhe said with a smile. "Secretary, take care." Song Qiming smiled and nodded. He shook hands with Jiang Changhe and the others, then walked to the door with his secretary and attendants. The district leaders who had received the notice and rushed over were waiting near the entrance. When Song Qiming walked over, he shook hands with them one by one. "You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us." When Song Qiming walked to Hifeng and extended his hand, Hifeng quickly held Song Qiming's hand tightly and said in a low voice, "Secretary Song, I've done what you asked me to do. I'll accompany Mr. Xia to the school tomorrow morning to complete the registration procedures." Song Qiming stopped in front of Hifeng. He smiled and nodded. "All right, Comrade Hifeng, thank you for your hard work." Hifeng was overjoyed and quickly said, "Secretary, you're too kind." "It's nothing, N." Song Qiming nodded and said, "I'll leave this to you. Remember, you must satisfy Mr. Xia. This is my only request." "Understood, I will remember your instructions," Hifeng quickly said. After hearing what Song Qiming said, Xia Ruofei's image in Hifeng's heart grew even higher. Song Qiming nodded, then walked over to the other district leaders who were waiting to shake hands. Hifeng was still standing in the line, and his expression was also very calm, but his heart was already surging with emotions. Song Qiming purposely stayed by Hifeng's side for a while and said a few words to him. Even though the two of them had lowered their voices, and no one could hear what they were saying, Hifeng could clearly feel that the district leaders were looking at him with a meaningful look. This included the head of the district party, Secretary Jiang Changhe. Hifeng was already overjoyed. The next day, after breakfast, Xia Ruofei drove the domineering Night 15 off-road vehicle out of the farm and headed to the second central primary school in the Bell Tower district. Xia Ruofei didn't want to drive such a flashy car, but Feng Jing had to go to the city in the morning to inspect the location of the new headquarters. She was using the Mercedes-Benz, so Xia Ruofei only had two choices, a pickup truck and the Night 15. He couldn't drive a pickup truck to meet Hifeng, could he? Therefore, he could only choose this Night 15 off-road vehicle. Xia Ruofei left the farm at around 8:20. There was not much traffic in the city during the summer break, so he arrived at the clock tower number 2 primary school at around 8:50. The gate of number 2 primary school could be seen in the distance. Because it was still summer, Vacation, the gate seemed a little deserted. Xia Ruofei slowed down the car and drove night 15 into a parking spot on the street near the entrance of the clock tower. Just as he opened the door and got out of the car, the back door of the black Passat in the parking lot in front of him also opened. A fat middle-aged man got out of the car and greeted him with a smile. This man was He Feng, the deputy district head of the Bell Tower division. He Feng had arranged for the director of education to arrive at the school in advance yesterday, and he had also been waiting at the school gate half an hour earlier. Besides, He Feng did not inform the education bureau or the second primary school. He had even used a common official car in the district so that no one would recognize his car. That way, he could wait for Xia Ruofei at the entrance. After all, he didn't know what kind of temper this young master Xia had. If he made a big fuss and made him unhappy, it would be impolite not to welcome him here. Therefore, he had already put in a lot of effort for this detail. When Xia Ruofei's car drove over from a distance, He Feng had already noticed Jia. After all, this car was too eye-catching, and it was hard to ignore. He Feng immediately realized that Xia Ruofei must have arrived. In his mind, it was normal for Mr. Xia to drive such a car. After all, he was someone that Secretary Song valued so much. Therefore, He Feng immediately got out of the car. He walked over to Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Are you Mr. Xia?" Xia Ruofei was dazed for a moment before he came back to his senses and said, "I'm Xia Ruofei." "You must be Mayor He?" Yes, I'm He Feng." He Feng quickly said, "Hello, Mr. Xia, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us Mayor He. How could I trouble you to wait for me here?" Xia Ruofei smiled. I should. He Feng said, "Mr. Xia, then let's go in and complete the registration procedures first?" "I'll have to trouble Mayor He then," Xia Ruofei nodded. He Feng brought Xia Ruofei into the second primary school. The director of education and the principal had rushed to the school in person. They were surprised to see He Feng personally bring a young man to sign up for a student. However, they did not dare to say anything and were very enthusiastic. The registration process was actually very simple. Xia Ruofei took out Nan Nan's household register and Lin Yui's identity card. The school administrative staff made a copy and registered them on the spot. It was done in a few minutes. Naturally, Nan Nan was arranged to be in the experimental class. Moreover, since the normal registration had already ended, it was equivalent to forcing a student into the experimental class. He Feng was very careful and personally instructed the principal to arrange Nan Nan's student number in the middle, while the other students would be pushed back in order. According to the usual practice, Nan Nan would be last in the queue. In addition, there was one more person in the experimental class. Many people would make their own guesses. It could be said that He Feng had put all his thoughts on this matter, and he had considered all the details very thoroughly. Then, He Feng instructed the director of education and the principal in front of Xia Ruofei to arrange the best teacher and form teacher for the experimental class. He also requested the form teacher to pay more attention to Nan Nan's studies and life. These words were already quite obvious, and it was completely not the usual vague hint. The director and the principal naturally nodded in agreement, patting their chests to guarantee that they would carry out the district head's instructions. After the registration, the director of the Education Bureau carefully asked, District Head, I've asked Principal Lin to arrange a hotel. Shall we have lunch together? I won't be eating. You guys go do what you need to do. He Feng waved his hand. All right. The director of the Education Bureau said, with a hint of disappointment. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to He Feng, Mayor He, thank you. You're welcome, you're welcome. It's no big deal. He Feng quickly said, Mr. Xia, if Nan Nan needs anything in school, you can call me. At any time. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The director of the Education Bureau and the principal of the primary school were speechless. They thought to themselves, is it necessary to personally trouble a district mayor with a child's matters in school? Of course, the director and principal were also very curious about Xia Ruofei's identity, since He Feng was so respectful to him. At the same time, the principal also reminded himself that he had to take special care of the student named Nan Nan after she entered the school. He must not let anything happen to her. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. He Feng accompanied Xia Ruofei as they left the school. The director of education and the principal naturally saw them off. He Feng waved them off and accompanied Xia Ruofei to the car. Mr. Xia, I've made a reservation. Let's have lunch together. He Feng said. Don't worry, He Feng quickly added, the place I've chosen is very quiet, and there won't be any random people. It's still early, so we can go and make some tea first. The director of the Education Bureau had offered to treat He Feng to lunch, but he had rejected it. He wanted to treat Xia Ruofei to a private meal. From He Feng's point of view, this was an opportunity that could not be missed. He had been the deputy district head in charge of education for several years. The change in leadership of the district party committee was coming soon. Originally, he did not have much hope. After all, his ranking was relatively low. But now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Such an opportunity naturally had to be firmly grasped. Xia Ruofei did not have any special arrangements today. Besides, He Feng had put in a lot of effort to help Nan Nan with her enrollment. In the future, Nan Nan would also be studying in He Feng's area. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not reject him. He thought about it and nodded in agreement. Mr. Xia, I'll lead the way for you in my car. He Feng was overjoyed and quickly said. Mayor He. Please wait a moment, said Xia Ruofei after some thought. With that, Xia Ruofei quickly walked to his car, opened the door, and got in from the back. He took out a small box of tea leaves from the medium. He Feng had been busy preparing for Nan Nan's studies. Xia Ruofei felt that he should express his gratitude. This small box of tea leaves was naturally the best de Hong Pao tea leaves that Xia Qing had personally made. Xia Ruofei had specially bought some exquisite small clay pots, each pot only able to hold about 50 grams. In fact, even 50 grams was already a very precious gift. However, Xia Ruofei's gifts were all very expensive. For example, he had a gift box of iron, skinned keyed bucket in his storage space, which was worth 1 to 200,000 yuan. Even if Xia Ruofei didn't care about the money, it was enough to be considered a bribe. So after some consideration, he decided to give He Feng a small box of tea leaves to express his gratitude. After taking the tea leaves, Xia Ruofei got out of the car and handed the jar to He Feng. He smiled and said, Mayor He, I'll have to trouble you to help me with this matter. I don't have much to give you, so just take these tea leaves as a token of my appreciation. You are reading on our Content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so polite. He Feng quickly declined. It's just a small matter, how would I dare to accept your gift? Could it be that Mayor he thinks my things are too bad? Xia Ruofei said angrily. I wouldn't dare. He Feng quickly said, Then thank you, Mr. Xia. Then, he took the tea leaves with joy. In He Feng's opinion, this small jar could not hold much tea leaves. However, Xia Ruofei's kindness made him even happier. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Mayor this de Hong Pao is not bad. It's just that the annual production is too little. So, I don't have much of it. Please don't think that I'm stingy. Xia Ruofei could tell that He Feng's attention was not on the can of tea leaves, so he tactfully reminded Wan that she should let the other party know the value of the gift. It was not Xia Ruofei's style to do good deeds without leaving a name. He Feng then realized that this seemingly small jar of tea leaves could be very precious. In the Southeast Province, almost everyone knew a little about tea. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had mentioned de Hong Pao, so He Feng's heart could not help but be moved. Mr. Xia, could this de Hong Pao be? He quickly asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, although it's not from the mother tree, the quality is about the same. Aya, this is really too precious, He Feng quickly said. He was very shocked, not only because he knew the value of the mother tree de Hong Pao, but more importantly, he knew that tea leaves of this quality would not be sold on the market. Only a few leaders could get a certain quota. But Xia Ruofei was able to give away such tea leaves. What did this mean? It went without saying. He Feng was even more certain that he had met a benefactor. While rejoicing, he also secretly made up his mind to firmly grasp the opportunity. Even if this team adjustment could not go further, he must continue to maintain a good relationship with Mr. Xia. He Feng thanked Xia Ruofei again and went back to his car with Xia Ruofei. He Feng drove in front and led the way. Xia Ruofei followed behind. As he drove, he felt that the road seemed familiar. He couldn't help but mutter, Don't tell me he's going to Shijiangyu again? Xia Ruofei's guess was right. He Feng drove all the way to the side door of the West River Moon Club. After pressing the horn, he stuck his head out and waved. Immediately, a staff member opened the door and let them in. Even if the average person had a membership card, they could only park their car outside the scenic area and walk in. Although He Feng's rank was not very high, only deputy director level, the West River Moon Club was opened in his jurisdiction. As the leader of the district government, he still had some face. Xia Ruofei laughed and followed. The two of them parked the car under the guidance of the staff. Immediately, a tall and delicate welcoming lady in a cheongsam led the two of them to a private room. The two of them passed through the quiet bamboo forest and arrived at the moonlight at the Lotus Pond private room that He Feng had booked in advance. Xia Ruofei had been to the West River Moon Club a few times. He knew that this Moonlight Lotus Pond was the best private room in the club. This private room was not only decorated in an antique style, but it was also the largest room. Its location was also quite good. Through the window, one could admire the bamboo forest in the courtyard and the lotus leaves on the pond. Although the private room in the afternoon was not as tense as the one in the evening, it was obvious that He Feng had put in a lot of effort. When the two of them entered the Private room, a classical beauty in a blue and white porcelain-style Chong Sam immediately came over to make tea and serve them. Xia Ruofei and Yifeng sat at the tea table in front of the window. Opposite them was a quiet beauty in a Chong Sam who was making tea very elegantly. The faint fragrance of tea floated in the room, and they could hear the faint sound of guzheng music. In such an environment, they suddenly felt relaxed. Feng was just chatting with Xia Ruofei. He did not try to find out Xia Ruofei's identity or his relationship with Song Qiming. He was just looking for topics that Xia Ruofei was interested in, so the atmosphere was very harmonious. It was about 10 o'clock when the two of them arrived at the West River Moon Club. Time slipped away quietly as they drank tea and chatted. When it was close to 11 o'clock, Xia Ruofei heard some noise coming from outside the door. The room's sound insulation was pretty good. Yifeng did not hear anything, but Xia Ruofei's hearing was much better than the average person's, so he could hear everything. A young voice said, in dissatisfaction, President Xing, what do you mean? Is it because I, Yang Jianren, don't have face? Wasn't it just a private room? Won't I give you a straightforward answer? Then, Xia Ruofei heard President Xing's voice, Young Master Yang, all the customers here are our members. Our customers are our kings. The Moonlight Lotus Pond Club has indeed been booked in advance, and the guests have already arrived, then let's switch. Yang Jianren said indifferently, I heard that there are only 2 guests here. Isn't it a waste to use such a big room for 2 people? This might not be appropriate. President Xing had already understood that the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room was reserved by the leader of the Bell Tower district, so he was very embarrassed. Yang Jianren said casually, what's inappropriate about that? Do you know who we're inviting today? He's a very important leader. I'm not trying to scare you, but one word from this leader and your club will be closed. Yes, yes, yes. I'm relying on the help of all the noble people here, President Xing said. Yang Jianren raised his voice and said, President Xing, go in and tell the people inside to change to another room. Just say my name, you're not going? Then I'll go. By myself. Yang Jianren said with a cold snort. You are reading on our content copy site, please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Don T, don't be angry, young Master Yang, President Xing quickly said, I'll try. Then, Xia Ruofei heard President Xing's footsteps approaching. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shake his head. It was not easy to do business these days. President Xing usually had a wide circle of friends, and this club was doing very well, but the hardships behind it were not something that could be explained to outsiders. Just as Xia Ruofei was sighing, President Xing came to the door and knocked on it. President Xing's face had a trace of guilt. As soon as he entered the door, he said, Mayor no. President Xing stopped in the middle of his sentence, because he saw Xia Ruofei looking at him with a smile. He only knew that Yifeng had booked the room from the information he received, but he never expected that the guest Yifeng was inviting was Xia Ruofei. President Xia. President Xing said in surprise, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I was wondering why the magpies kept chirping today. President Xing, do you know Mr. Xia? Yifeng asked, surprised. Yes, I do. I'm old friends with President Xing, Xia Ruofei said, smiling. Yes. Old friend, President Xing said with a smile. Xia Ruofei looked at the door and asked, "By the way, what's the matter, President Xing?" Only then did President Xing remember that there was a difficult master waiting outside the door. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, then gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I just heard that district head he was coming over, so I came to say hello. I didn't expect President Xia to be here, too." "Well, you guys chat, I'll come over to propose a toast later." President Xing nodded at Xia Ruofei, and he phoned and left the room. As soon as President Xing came out, Yang Jianren, who was waiting not far away, asked noisily, "What do you think, Elder Xing? Will it work if you use my name?" President Xing sighed to himself, then made up his mind and said, "Young Master Yang, I'm sorry." In the corridor outside the private room stood a young man in a full set of Armani casual clothes. There were a few people behind him. After hearing President Xing's words, they couldn't help but change their expressions. The young man was Yang Jianren, who had just spoken. His face was a little pale, and it was obvious that he was usually drunk and lustful. Although he was covered in branded goods from head to toe, it could not hide his wretched temperament. As soon as President Xing finished speaking, Yang Jianren's bean-sized eyes suddenly shot out a dark look, and his face suddenly sank. Yang Jianren stared at President Xing and asked, "Elder Xing, what's the meaning of this?" President Xing's face twitched, but when he thought of the person in the room, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Yang, I'm sorry." The Moonlight Lotus Pond private room was indeed reserved by another guest. "I can't break the rules, Young Master Yang. I can arrange a room for you in the Moon Shadow Pavilion. The environment is similar to the moonlight in the Lotus Pond," President Xing said. "Bullshit." Yang Jianren cursed, "Elder Xing, who are you trying to fool? I gave you face, but you don't want it, right? Do you know who I'm treating today? Can you bear the responsibility for delaying my hospitality to the guests?" "Young Master Yang, how would I dare not to give you face?" President Xing said with a smile. "However, the people here are all our members, and they made the reservation first. There's no reason to force them to change." President Xing was a businessman. It was in his nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. If there were other members in the Moonlight Lotus Pond room today, even if it was only He Feng, he would definitely have begged them to change rooms. If Yang Jianren's name was mentioned when necessary, most people would still give him face. However, Xia Ruofei was also among them. President Xing didn't dare to say this no matter what. The cooperation between West River Moon Club and the Paradise Corporation in vegetable and fruit supply was secondary. The key was that President Xing had personally seen Xia Ruofei's terrifying network at the opening ceremony of the Paradise Corporation's comprehensive office building. President Xing was there. President Xing was amazed by the scene. Not only did Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group, the United States Xingbang Group, and other world-class consortiums send important people to attend, but they also sent expensive gifts such as Mercedes, Benz. More importantly, there were many local leaders and the young man who was highly suspected to be the young master of the Song family in Beijing. All of this made Xia Ruofei's status in President Xing's heart rise by a large margin. Although Yang Jianren also had a strong background, in President Xing's mind, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. That was why he would rather reject Yang Jianren than discuss with Xia Ruofei about changing rooms. I don't care. Yang Jianren said with a cold face, today, I've taken a fancy to this Lotus Pond Moonlight private room. You'll have to adjust it, even if you don't want to. A few people behind Yang Jianren also warned him. President Xing, could it be that you're still drunk from yesterday? Young Master Yang wants a private room, but you're so reluctant. Do you still want to keep this club open? Elder Zheng. I said that you're smart for a lifetime, but you're a fool for a moment. Hurry up and arrange a private room for young Master Yang, then apologize to him properly. Otherwise, you'll regret it. President Xing smiled apologetically as he apologized, but he had no intention of arranging a Lotus Pond Moonlight private room. Seeing this, Yang Jianren was even more upset. He snorted and said, all right. Old Jing. You're good. I'll remember this, and we'll slowly settle the score later. Humph. Didn't you refuse to change rooms? I'd like to see who's worthy enough to enjoy a private room that I, Yang Jianren, have my eyes on. After saying that, Yang Jianren strode towards the Moonlight Lotus Pond private room. Young Master Yang, you can't, President Zheng's face changed and he quickly went forward to stop him. Yang Jianren was in a fit of anger, so how could he listen? He pushed President Xing to the side, and then a few people behind him stopped President Xing. While laughing, there were two security guards not far away, but they both knew Yang Jianren. Seeing that their boss couldn't stop the young master, they didn't dare to come forward. Yang Jianren soon arrived at the door of the private room. He pushed the door open without knocking and walked in casually. In the private room, Xia Ruofei was still calmly chatting with Yifeng. As the private room was soundproof, Yifeng did not know what was happening in the corridor outside. He was focused on getting closer to Xia Ruofei. Of course, Xia Ruofei heard it clearly, but he did not care. Yifeng was personally pouring tea into the teacup in front of Xia Ruofei when the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Naturally, he was very unhappy and turned his head to glare at him. When he saw that it was Yang Jianren who came in, the dissatisfaction on Yifeng's face suddenly froze. Then, he put on a surprised look, stood up and said, Young Master Yang. What a coincidence, you're here. For dinner too? Yang Jianren's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a smile that was not a smile. He looked at Yifeng, then turned his head and said to President Xing, who broke free from his few followers and quickly walked over, Elder Zheng, so the distinguished guest you were talking about is Director He. Oh no, Deputy Mayor He? President Xing looked at Xia Ruofei awkwardly, his eyes filled with helplessness. Seeing Yang Jianren's unfriendly tone, Yifeng's heart also skipped a beat. He quickly thought for a moment, then frowned and asked, President Xing, what's going on? Young Master Yang, do you have any misunderstanding about me? When President Xing heard this, he was even more furious. So this time, he was like a pig looking into the mirror and looking at himself in disdain. There was really no way to do this job. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face as he looked on coldly. He didn't care much about this arrogant young Master Yang. No matter how impressive Ying Luo was, could she be more impressive than Song Rui? There aren't many rich kids like Song Rui in all of China, right? Didn't he still call him brother and scold him whenever he was unhappy? However, when his eyes fell on the person behind Yang Jianren, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. And the curve of his mouth became even wider. The man saw Xia Ruofei the moment he entered the private room. He stared at Xia Ruofei with a pair of dark eyes and a sneer on his face. Enemies really meet on a narrow road. Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart. The man's name was He Dong. He used to be a sales manager at Ling Xiaotian's company. He was also the son of Ling Xiaotian's comrade. At that time, Ling Xiaotian had even tried to matchmake him and Ling Qingxue. He was also Ling Qingxue's fanatical admirer. Back then, when Ling Qingxue had discovered the unique taste and beautiful appearance of Peach Garden vegetables, she had decided to collaborate with Peach Garden Farm to launch Peach Garden vegetables at Ling's restaurant. It was He Dong who had created trouble and deliberately made things difficult for Xia Ruofei. Later on, when Ling Xiaotian realized that Paradise Vegetables was a huge help to Ling Ji restaurant out of its predicament and took the initiative to ask for cooperation, Xia Ruofei's condition was to fire the sales manager He Dong, who did not distinguish between public and private affairs and worked for private purposes. At that time, Ling Xiaotian had even gone through an intense mental struggle. After all, He Dong was the child of his old comrade and former class monitor. In the end, Ling Xiaotian still made the right decision to kick He Dong out of the company. Xia Ruofei had thought that He Dong was just a passer-by in his life and that they would never meet again. In fact, he didn't even care about such a small character. What he didn't expect was that after more than a year, he would actually meet He Dong again. Under such circumstances, Yang Jianren didn't wait for President Xing to speak. He said loudly, "Mayor He, I have a very important guest to entertain this afternoon and would like to use this Moonlight Lotus Pond private room. I see that you only have 2 people here, why don't you change to another room?" Yang Jianren's words were as if they were natural, and He Feng was a little unhappy after hearing them. However, He Feng still suppressed this trace of unhappiness. After all, Yang Jianren's father was his old leader. Yang Jianren's father was Yang Jinsheng, the current deputy minister of the Municipal Organization Department. Although he was only at the chief level, he had a lot of power. More importantly, it was said that Deputy Minister Yang was about to be promoted to Deputy Director, and it was very likely that he would directly enter the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. Once he took this step, it would be a whole new world. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link. https://bom.so/sbjmia. To support us, there was also a key point. Yang Jinxing was promoted from the position of the executive deputy mayor of the KL district to the Municipal Organization Department. He had worked in the YL district for more than 10 years and had connections all over the district. When Yang Jinxing was the executive vice district head, He Feng was only the director of the Education Bureau. He Feng had a natural sense of respect for this old leader of the YL district. If it were any other time, He Feng might not have cared so much about it because of Yang Jianren's background and would have just changed it. However, he had invited Xia Ruofei to dinner today, and he could not consider the problem so simply. In He Feng's judgment, Xia Ruofei was most likely a young master from a big family. What did a young master like him value the most? Of course, it was face. If he had not come to the Lotus Pond Moonlight box today, he would not have minded the slight difference in the grade of the box. But the current situation was that they had been drinking tea and chatting here for a long time. Now Yang Jianren had barged in and asked for this room. If she rashly agreed to young Master Yang's request, where would she put the face of young Master Xia? Thinking of this, He Feng quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei. He saw that Xia Ruofei was still as steady as Mount Tai and had a faint smile on his face, so he was even more sure of his judgment. He secretly made up his mind and said with a smile, "Young Master Yang, I'm really sorry. I'm also entertaining a distinguished guest today, so I'm afraid I can't agree to the change of room." Yang Jianren couldn't help but be stunned. When he entered the room, he saw that the guest was Xia Ruofei, who was sitting next to He Fengshi. He completely ignored Wan and thought that changing rooms was just a matter of words. He could still vividly remember the time when his father was the executive vice district head of the YL district. The director of education, He Feng, had come to his house to pay a New Year visit with a respectful attitude. Now that his father's status was even higher, and he was going to advance further soon, his influence was even higher. How could He Feng not give him face? What Yang Jianren didn't expect was that He Feng really didn't give him any face. Yang Jianren's face suddenly darkened, and he said gloomily, "Deputy Mayor He, aren't you going to give me this little bit of face?" "Young Master Yang, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but it's really not convenient for me to come here today," He Feng said with a smile. Yang Jianren's face turned cold. Before he could speak, He Dong, who was behind him, suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. Yang Jianren's expression changed a few times as he listened. After He Dong finished speaking, he took a step back respectfully to highlight Yang Jianren's status. At the same time, he looked at Xia Ruofei with a cold smile on his face. Yang Jianren's beady eyes rolled a few times before he looked at Xia Ruofei with a sneer on his face. "Vice Mayor He, the distinguished guest you mentioned. Could it be the one beside you?" Yang Jianren said in a mocking tone. "Yes," He Feng said seriously. "Young Master Xia is a distinguished guest that I usually can't even invite. Today's room was specially reserved for young Master Xia." Yang Jianren turned around and met He Dong's eyes. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He Feng frowned and looked at Xia Ruofei worriedly. He asked, "Young Master Yang, are my words laughable?" Yang Jianren laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, "Deputy Mayor He, don't tell me you met a scammer? As far as I know, this guy is just a farmer. He opened a small farm and did some small business. And Master Xia? I think you've been blinded by lard." He Feng's expression changed, and he said loudly, "Young Master Yang, please be careful with your words." He didn't care about Yang Jianren's life after he offended Xia Ruofei, but he was worried that Xia Ruofei would be in a bad mood and his efforts today would be in vain. What if Xia Ruofei was a dandy with a weird temper? He might even vent his anger on her. At this moment, Xia Ruofei, who had been comfortably leaning on the sofa, stood up and said to He Feng, "Mayor He, he's right. I really do own a small farm. It's not wrong to say that I'm a farmer, young Master Xia, please don't joke around," He Feng said with a sad face. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "I'm not joking. President Xing and I are old friends, he can prove it." President Xing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded helplessly at He Feng. Just as President Xing was about to say that Xia Ruofei had more than just opened a farm, Yang Jianren could not wait to say, "Deputy Mayor He, did you see that? Elder Xing had also proven it. This was just a farmer. You're actually treating him as a guest of honor, what a joke." At this time, He Dong also finally couldn't help but jump out and echo, "Young Master Yang, it seems that scammers these days are really too rampant. Even a farmer dares to swindle people and pretend to be the young master of a rich family. And there are actually people who believe it, ha 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 ha. Yang Jianren's men couldn't help but burst into laughter. He Feng looked at Xia Ruofei and then at Yang Jianren. He said, "Young Master Yang, no matter what Mr. Xia's identity is, he's an important guest I've invited today, so you don't have to worry about it. We've already reserved this private room in advance. Please go back, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J. To support us." He Fengsher would never believe that Xia Ruofei was just a small businessman. Who had ever seen a farmer who could make the new provincial and municipal committee pay so much attention to his small matter? Perhaps Xia Ruofei had started a farm, but it was definitely for fun. Didn't all the rich young masters like to come out and start their own businesses? As He Feng thought about it, he made up his mind. Humph. Yang Jianren snorted coldly and said, "He Feng, you're good. Now that my wings have hardened and my dad is no longer the leader of the YL district, you're not going to care about me, are you? Don't forget that my dad is still working in the city. Besides, how do you know that my dad will no longer lead you in the future?" He Feng's face couldn't help but twitch, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Yang, I don't have any other meaning, but there's always a first come, first served basis. Even if Commander Yang were to come here personally, I would still say the same thing." "All right. You're good," Yang Jianren said through gritted teeth. At this point, they had basically shed all pretenses of cordiality and could not continue the discussion at all. He could be considered to hate He Feng. This kind of FOP might not be able to accomplish anything, but if he wanted to do something bad, he had all kinds of tricky methods that were impossible to guard against. Yang Jianren was already thinking about how to make He Feng suffer in the future. At this moment, a voice came from the door of the private room. "Yo. It's really lively today. Yang, you've gathered so many people today." Everyone looked towards the door of the private room. Xia Ruofei only glanced at them indifferently and realized that he did not know the person who had come. He then continued to sip his tea. And whether it was Yang Jianren or He Feng, when they saw the person, their faces subconsciously showed a trace of flattery. He Feng and Yang Jianren were both stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted in unison, "Director Chao." It turned out that the person who came was the newly appointed secretary, Guangxi Chao. If the political circle of Sanshan was compared to the entertainment circle, Guangxi Chao was undoubtedly the hottest fried chicken in recent times. Although Guangxi Chao was still the head of the municipal secretary department, everyone in the government knew that the position of the deputy director or even the director of the secretary department was basically Guangxi Chao's. The first secretary department served the secretary, and it was common for the secretary to be the director. Guangxi Chao only lacked experience. That was why He Feng and Yang Jianren both called Chao Guangxi Director Chao. He Feng didn't expect that Yang Jianren would invite Guangxi Chao. His heart sank. However, he thought about it and realized that Guangxi was just a new secretary. Xia Ruofei's relationship with Secretary Song was far more than that. Moreover, Secretary Song was the one who asked him to do the work for Xia Ruofei, and it was Guangxi who did the job. He gave Guangxi his phone number and then gave it to Xia Ruofei. Thinking of this, He Feng's heart gradually calmed down. Yang Jianren, on the other hand, glanced at He Feng with ill intentions. He was planning to find an opportunity to make things difficult for He Feng in front of Guangxi Chao. If the secretary didn't have a good impression of him, then his life as a low-ranking deputy mayor would be in trouble. As long as Guang Zhiqiao released a little bit of information, the leaders and officers of the Bell Tower district would definitely keep a respectful distance from Yifeng. 2. Put it more seriously, Yifeng's political career would basically come to an end. Yang Jianren couldn't help but feel a burst of pleasure as he imagined the predicament Yifeng was about to face. Guang Zhiqiao was about 30 years old. He was thin and looked refined. He said with a smile, "Mayor, he is here too." District head he. "Jianren, don't call me that. I'm not the division chief. It wouldn't be good if others heard you, Director." "Chow, isn't this just a matter of time?" Yang Jianren said in a flattering tone. "With the secretary's concern and support, it would be hard for you not to improve. Don't you guys agree?" The people Yang Jianren had brought, including Hidong, all nodded in agreement. Even Yifeng had to smile and say a few words. Guang Zhiqiao's arrival had brought peace to the tense scene. Xia Ruofei listened for a while and finally figured out Guang Zhiqiao's identity. In fact, Xia Ruofei felt that Guang Zhiqiao's voice was familiar when he heard it. However, they had never met before and the voice over the phone was a little distorted, so Xia Ruofei did not remember it at once. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. However, from their conversation, Xia Ruofei knew that this was Guang Zhiqiao, who he had talked to on the phone yesterday. Guang Zhiqiao didn't explain too much to Yang Jianren's flattery and the others' agreement, because he knew that the current state of the officialdom was like this, and it didn't matter what he said. Taking 10,000 steps back. If he was still a head of department staff who stayed up all night writing materials, Yang Jianren and Feng probably wouldn't even look at him in the eye. Why would they treat him as a guest like today? Sometimes, people were just that realistic. Guang Zhiqiao laughed. "By the way, Jianren, what were you guys talking about?" Guang Zhiqiao was going to meet with Yang Jianren today. Until now, he had thought that Yifeng was also a guest invited by Yang Jianren. After all, Yang Jinxing had been working in the Bell Tower district for many years, and he had many students and old friends. Yifeng was also a local official of the Bell Tower district. Yang Jianren looked at Yifeng with a dark look and said, "Chief Chow, it's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. Didn't I ask you to come to this Moonlight Lotus Pond private room? However, Deputy Mayor, he has already made a reservation. I was just discussing with him about changing rooms." "Right, Deputy Mayor he?" Although Yang Jianren's tone wasn't very intense, the word deputy was usually not used in official circles. He kept calling him Deputy Mayor he, which was already expressing his dissatisfaction. Guang Zhiqiao wasn't a newbie in the civil service, so how could he not understand? However, he only smiled faintly and said, "Jianren, everyone was just out for a simple meal, so which private room wasn't the same? There's no need to switch." Yang Jianren grinned and said, "Director Chow is really broad-minded. You look like someone who will do great things. Fortunately, you're not the kind of person who is calculative. Otherwise, this little brother would have lost face this time. This little brother's face is not big enough. Deputy Mayor, he doesn't really want to change rooms with me." Guang Zhiqiao smiled, but didn't say anything. He had just become Song Qiming's secretary, so he had accumulated connections in all aspects. At the same time, almost all the cadres in the city had their eyes on him, so it was time to be cautious and low-key. Naturally, it was not good to show too much power. Guangxi Chao didn't say it out loud, but he was still a little unhappy. Yang Jianren was playing a trick. In fact, he didn't tell He Feng that the person he was going to entertain was Chao Guangxi, but he didn't mention it at all, which made Chao Guangxi feel like He Feng didn't take him seriously. He Feng quickly explained, "Director Chao, I'm really sorry. First of all, I didn't know that you were coming to the dinner tonight. Also, the guest I invited is Mr. Xia, so I wanted to try to have a better dining environment." Deputy Mayor He, are you really that stupid or are you just playing dumb? Yang Jianren immediately mocked. Your so-called distinguished guest is just a small boss who grows vegetables in the countryside. How can this country bumpkin be compared to Director Chao? Yeah. He Dong also took the opportunity to say, I even did business with this boss Xia before. He only managed to get orders worth a few thousand yuan because of our boss's daughter's nepotism. After He Dong finished speaking, he stared at Xia Ruofei with a look of satisfaction and thought to himself, surnamed Xia, to think that you would have such a day. In the beginning, he had coveted Ling Qingshui's beauty and the Ling family's wealth. He had launched a fierce pursuit of Ling Qingshui, but Ling Qingshui had not given him any face. Instead, she had favored Xia Ruofei. This had already distorted his mentality. Later on, the Ling family had fired He Dong for Xia Ruofei, completely cutting off his last hope of becoming the son-in-law of the Ling family and inheriting Ling Xiaotian's family fortune. Thus, He Dong hated Xia Ruofei to the core. After he was kicked out of the Ling family, he didn't leave the Three Mountains. Instead, he thought of all sorts of ways to get close to the big tree that was Yang Jianren. He dreamed that one day, he would return all the humiliation he had suffered back then, never to return. However, He Dong didn't think that the reason he was fired by Ling Xiaotian was because he often took advantage of others in his work. What was even more excessive was that he almost shut out Paradise Vegetables, which could save Ling Ji's restaurant, for his own personal reasons. In some people's eyes, they were always right. If they were wrong, it was the fault of others. He Dong was this kind of extremely narrow-minded villain. However, Yang Jianren and He Dong didn't notice that when He Feng said Mr. Xia, Guangxi Chao's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He immediately turned his eyes to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't avoid his gaze. He looked back at Guangxi Chao with a smile. Guangxi Chao's mind was spinning. He knew that He Feng had been helping Xia Ruofei with the admission of his friend's child under his boss's orders. Since the secretary had personally instructed it, the efficiency must have been extremely high. It should have been completed by today. With He Feng's political sense, it was a must for him to invite Xia Ruofei to a banquet and take the opportunity to get closer to him. Therefore, Guangxi Chao immediately thought that this Mr. Xia must be the Xia Ruofei he had contacted yesterday. Hence, a smile slowly appeared on his originally calm face as he walked towards Xia Ruofei. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39 HPCN 6J2. Support us, Chief Chao. I don't know what kind of magic potion deputy district head he was given, but he actually called this farmer entrepreneur young master Xia. I don't even know where this young master is from, ha ha ha. Guangxi Chao's face slightly changed. He turned his head and scolded in a low voice, shut up. Yang Jianren was stunned. What was going on? Guangxi Chao had always been a low-key and humble person. Even after he became The secretary, he was still the same. Why would he suddenly turn against him? Yang Jianren thought that his performance just now was pretty good, and he didn't think that he had offended Guangxi Chao in any way. Guangxi Chao walked quickly towards Xia Ruofei after he had scolded Yang Jianren. Xia Ruofei knew Guangxi Chao's identity, so he couldn't just sit there. He stood up. Guangxi Chao was still a few steps away when he reached out his hand to Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Xia." Xia Ruofei shook hands with Guangxi and said, "Brother Chao, I didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. If I knew you were coming, I would have asked Mayor He to give up the room." The private room suddenly fell silent. Except for He Feng, who was still calm, everyone was stunned. Yang Jianren, He Dong, and the others stood rooted to the ground like statuettes. Their mouths were so wide open that a light bulb could practically be stuffed in. Wasn't he a farmer in the suburbs? How could he be so close to Director Chao? Yang Jianren had a big question mark in his heart. At the same time, thinking of what he had just said, he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. He Dong's mind was in a mess. He had thought that Xia Ruofei was going to suffer a big loss this time. After offending these rich and powerful people, the small farm would close down in an instant. He didn't expect that after Director Chao's arrival, the situation would have a huge reversal. He Dong's mind was in a mess, and he almost lost the ability to think. He just stared blankly at Xia Ruofei and Chao Guangxi, who were having a good conversation. President Xing and He Feng heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The two of them were relieved of a huge burden in their hearts. Guangxi Chao waved his hand and said, "Brother Xia, you're scolding me. I wouldn't dare to snatch your brother Xia's room." Guangxi Chao's words almost made Yang Jianren fall to the ground. This uncouth, looking young man was so powerful? Even Secretary Chao had to be so polite to him? He didn't know that Guangxi Chao had the same thoughts as He Feng, thinking about how to befriend Xia Ruofei. After all, Guangxi Chao had just become Song Qiming's secretary and had no foundation. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with Song Qiming. They were two completely different concepts. To put it bluntly, Guangxi Chao wouldn't have gotten this opportunity if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't transfer his secretary along with the leaders. He was just a secretary randomly picked by Song Qiming. In other words, he was still under probation. It was no exaggeration to say that if he offended Xia Ruofei, he could be replaced at any time as long as Xia Ruofei mentioned it to Song Qiming. After all, Guangxi Chao had just been appointed to the position, and he didn't have any relationship with the higher-ups. The only possibility for a secretary who was replaced after taking office for a few days was that he was placed in Qingshui Yamen and was idle. As long as Song Qiming was in Sanshan, no one would use him. So, Guangxi Chao only wanted to be on good terms with Xia Ruofei. He had heard all the mean things that Yang Jianren had said, and he was filled with hatred towards Yang Jianren. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Chao, you're being too serious. I'm just a commoner, but you're a division-level officer." "Brother Xia, don't make fun of me," Guangxi Chao said with a bitter smile. Guangxi Chao continued, "I said I'd buy you a drink yesterday. I think it's better to do it today than today. I'll make a toast to you. In the name of District Mayor He. District Head He, you don't mind, do you?" "Of course I don't mind. Director Chao is an important guest that I can't even invite," He Feng quickly said. He wasn't exaggerating at all. Guangxi Chao was the most popular person in the Three Mountains government. There would probably be a long line of people waiting to treat him to a meal. If it wasn't for Xia Ruofei, he wouldn't have been able to invite Guangxi as the vice mayor. He could drink and chat with Xia Ruofei, and also have the opportunity to drink with Secretary Chao at the same table. Such a good thing was naturally what He Feng wanted. When Yang Jianren heard this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly said, "See, Director Chao, I've already arranged lunch for you." He was trying to remind Guangxi Chao that he had come to meet him at noon. Guangxi Chao looked at Jianren Yang indifferently, and said in a cold tone, "Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. As you can see, I just met an old friend. We still have important work to talk about at noon. Let's meet again next time." Yang Jianren's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his rude words to Xia Ruofei had made the secretary unhappy. He didn't know who this Mr. Xia was. How could Secretary Chao treat him like Secretary Song? It was unbelievable. Yang Jianren didn't know what to do for a moment. He said subconsciously, "Director Chao, Mr. Yang, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Guangxi Chao's tone became even colder. "Or are you trying to force me to attend the banquet?" Yang Jianren quickly waved his hand. No. Director Chao, then I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave first." Guangxi Chao didn't look at Yang Jianren. He just gave a faint and turned to Xia Ruofei. Yang Jianren was very regretful. He hesitated and said to Xia Ruofei, Young Master Xia, I'm sorry if I offended you just now. I'm really sorry. I'll apologize to you with a drink next time." In fact, Xia Ruofei had not paid any attention to Yang Jianren from the beginning. At first, Yang Jianren had been sarcastic, but Xia Ruofei had been sitting on the sofa with an indifferent face. At that time, Yang Jianren had subconsciously thought that Xia Ruofei was guilty, so he had looked down on him. Now that he thought about it, she didn't put him in her eyes at all and was just sitting there watching the show. Yang Jianren couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. His performance of jumping up and down just now seemed no different from a dancing clown. He looked at Xia Ruofei nervously, hoping that Xia Ruofei would respond to him if he took the initiative to give in. However, Xia Ruofei didn't seem to hear him. He laughed and said to Guangxi Chao, "Brother Chao, I heard that you civil servants are not allowed to drink alcohol for 8 hours. Don't make a mistake just because you want to eat with me. The secretary gave me half a day off today." Guangxi Chao laughed. "I'll continue my research tomorrow. So, I'm sure it's not a problem to drink with you." Guangxi Chao was all smiles when he said that, but he was sighing in his heart. Song Qiming had some private matters to deal with at home today. It seemed like an important guest had come to visit, so he gave Guangxi a half-day off. If Guangxi Chao had been the secretary of a leader for a few years, he would have asked the secretary to help him with such private matters. This meant that Song Qiming didn't really treat Guangxi Chao as someone close to him. Guangxi Chao also had a sense of crisis. Of course, he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Only by working hard to show that he was worthy of the secretary's trust would the secretary slowly treat him as one of his own. For example, meeting Xia Ruofei by chance today was a very good opportunity. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Brother Chao, I won't stand on ceremony then. Today, I've formed an alliance with Mayor He. We won't stop until we've gotten you drunk." He Feng quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "You too." Have a fair fight. I'll be the judge." While Xia Ruofei and the other two were chatting happily, Yang Jianren, who had been ignored, felt awkward. "You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link. /39HPCN6J to support us." He didn't know whether to leave or stay. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Jianren could only force himself to say to Xia Ruofei, "Young Master Xia, I won't disturb you and Chief Chao anymore. You two take your time." After he finished speaking, he did not continue to invite ridicule. He bowed slightly and then left the Lotus Pond Moonlight private room. He Dong and the other lackeys naturally didn't dare to make a sound as they followed Yang Jianren and left the private room dejectedly. At this moment, President Xing of the West River Moon Club came forward and said, "President Xia, Director Chao, District Head He, please wait for a moment. I'll arrange for the kitchen to prepare the dishes immediately." "Sorry to trouble you, President Xing," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "President Xing, please add a few more dishes to my previous menu." He Feng said, "Also, give me a few bottles of Drunken Eight Immortals wine." Because of their cooperation with the Paradise Corporation, the West River Moon Club had a stable supply of wine. The supply of Drunken Eight Immortals wine, which was in high demand outside, was also quite sufficient. All right. President Xing said, "Don't worry. I will definitely make the proper arrangements." After that, President Xing went down to make the arrangements. Only Xia Ruofei and the other two were left in the boisterous room. Just then, Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Brother Chao, who was that clown just now? It's so noisy." Guangxi Chao smiled bitterly. "Brother Xia, Yang Jianren's father, Yang Jinxing, is the executive vice minister of the Municipal Organization Department. This kid opened his own trading company and made quite a lot of money by relying on his father's connections to buy low and sell high." Xia Ruofei pouted. He didn't care about such a low-class rich kid. Guangxi Chao noticed Xia Ruofei's disapproving expression and quickly explained, "Brother Xia, I worked in the organization department before I joined the secretary department. Director Yang is my old leader. Yang Jianren has invited me several times these days. I only agreed to come because I was too embarrassed to refuse. I didn't expect him to do this." "I'm really sorry," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Chao, why are you apologizing to me? This matter has nothing to do with you." Guangxi Chao said, "Brother Xia, Yang Jianren has always had a smooth life since he was a child. He's used to being arrogant and domineering. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He offended you today. I'll teach him a good lesson later." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chao, I'm not that petty. It's not worth it to know this kind of person." But Xia Ruofei hesitated. He had wanted to give Guangxi Chao a few words of advice, but even though they called each other brothers, they had just met. It might not be a good thing to have a deep conversation with strangers. Hearing this, Guangxi Chao said sincerely, "Brother Xia, if you have anything to say, you can just say it. To be honest, I've been trembling with fear these days, afraid that I'll have a mental breakdown soon." Seeing Guangxi Chao's sincere attitude, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Brother Chao, it's nothing much. I just wanted to remind you that your identity is a little sensitive now. You have to be more careful when interacting with others. Otherwise, it's easy for the outside world to misunderstand you, and it's easy for you to have a bad impression of yourself." Xia Ruofei's words were tactful, but Guangxi Chao understood. He looked thoughtful and said, "Brother Xia, thank you for your reminder. Don't worry, I'll be careful in the future. I won't have anything to do with people like Yang Jianren." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I'm just saying. Brother Chow, you just have to grasp it." At this time, He Feng laughed and said, "Director Chow, Mr. Xia has really opened his heart to you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said these words. In my opinion, Yang Jianren is a good for nothing who can't do anything good. Nothing good will come out of being related to him." He Feng had already fallen out with Yang Jianren just now, so he didn't have much scruples when he spoke. Although the people in the officialdom were particular about being smooth and being stable, they also paid attention to decisiveness in killing. Since he had already offended Yang Jianren, He Feng didn't expect to repair their relationship. He knew very well that Yang Jianren was a very narrow-minded person, and it could be said that he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Instead of humiliating himself and currying favor with Yang Jianren, it was better to seize the opportunity in front of him. If he could really rely on Secretary Song, not to mention Yang Jianren, even Yang Jinxing himself would have to think twice if he wanted to touch him. That's true, that's true. Guangxi Chao nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Xia." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Brother Chow, don't be so good. You still have a long way to go. We'll have more opportunities to communicate." At this moment, President Xing knocked on the door and walked in. He personally led 2 waitresses to serve the dishes. The clubhouse was not as busy in the afternoon as it was in the evening. With President Xing personally supervising the kitchen, the efficiency of the entire kitchen was maximized. Furthermore, the dishes in the moonlight private room at Lotus Pond were prepared first, so it didn't take long for the dishes and wine to be served like running water. President Xing didn't serve the dishes according to He Feng's menu. Instead, he made some changes. It was rare for Xia Ruofei to visit the clubhouse, so he had to spend more time on the dishes to satisfy Xia Ruofei. All the signature dishes of the West River Moon Club were ordered, and President Xing even ordered many dishes that used Taoyuan vegetables as ingredients. A box of the 3-month-old quality Drunken 8 Immortals was also brought in. Xia Ruofei smiled and invited He Feng and Chao Guangxi to the round table. The waiters opened Drunken 8 Immortals, while President Xing personally poured wine for the 3 of them. This made the waiters secretly speechless. President Xing was not an ordinary restaurant owner. The people who entered and left the West River Moon Club were all people of status, but they had never seen President Xing entertain guests so attentively. When some of the higher-ups came to visit, President Xing would at most go over to give them a toast. It was the first time he had directly gone down to greet the waiters. "You are reading on our content copy site, please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us." Therefore, those beautiful female waiters also secretly reminded themselves to serve the distinguished guests well and not neglect them. Under Xia Ruofei's suggestion, the 3 of them raised their glasses and drank a cup of wine in the midst of the rich aroma of wine. Then, they began to taste the cooking of the chef from Shijiangyu. The 3 of them drank and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. It was a joyous occasion in the Moonlight Lotus Pond private room, but the other group of people's atmosphere was more depressing. Yang Jianren's face had been gloomy ever since he left the Lotus Pond Moonlight box. He didn't have the mood to stay for dinner at all. He left the club with a few followers and drove away. Along the way, Hidong carefully sat in the last row of the business car, guiltily paying attention to Yang Jianren's expression. Yang Jianren, on the other hand, sat in the car without saying a word. His face was as black as a pot. Soon, the car returned to his mountain villa in the northern suburbs. Yang Jianren got out of the car with a cold face and quickly walked into the villa. Hidong and the rest naturally did not dare to speak, and hurriedly followed closely inside. After entering the villa, Hidong took 2 quick steps and explained with a smile, "Young Master Yang, I really don't know that Xia." Hidong was only halfway through his sentence when Yang Jianren suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and gave him a vicious kick. Yang Jianren's body had long been hollowed out by wine and women, and the speed of his kick wasn't fast, but Hidong didn't dare to dodge at all, and could only watch helplessly as this kick landed on his stomach. Woo! Hidong let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground, clutching his stomach. His face had also turned pale. Although Yang Jianren's body was a little weak, his kick was still very powerful since it was so close and full of anger. Hidong felt as if his stomach was being twisted by a knife. His stomach was also churning like rivers and seas, and he almost vomited on the spot. Yang Jianren stood there and stared coldly into Hidong's eyes. "You're quite bold, to actually dare to play with me," earlier at the West River Moon Club. If Hidong had not reminded him in time that Xia Ruofei was just a vegetable farmer who opened a small farm in the suburbs, he would not have been so unscrupulous in mocking Xia Ruofei this way. Even if there was some unhappiness between the two sides, it would not be as irredeemable as it was now. Yang Jianren had long hated Hidong to the core, and he wished he could throw him into Min River to feed the fish. Yang Jianren didn't say a word along the way, but the anger in his heart kept building up. After entering the villa, Hidong came to explain with a thick face, and Yang Jianren's anger finally exploded. Hidong clutched his stomach and said pitifully, "I'm innocent, young Master Yang. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I really didn't expect that kid to be so close to Chief Chow. When I was working at Ling's F&B, he was really just a vegetable farmer with a small farm." Yang Jianren's anger grew when he heard the word farmer. In the lotus pond under the moonlight, Yang Jianren had mocked Xia Ruofei more than once for being a vegetable farmer, but what was the end result? Even Secretary Song's secretary, the most popular official in the Three Mountains, Guangxi Chao, had to be polite to him. Not only had he offended such a powerful person and played the role of a funny clown, but he might also cause his father a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Yang Jianren was even more furious. He kicked Hidong's chest heavily again, completely kicking him to the ground. Then, Yang Jianren took 2 steps forward and stomped hard on Hidong's face. The bottom of his rough leather shoes rubbed heavily against Hidong's fair and clean face. Yang Jianren's veins were bulging as he stared at Hidong, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and said in a sinister tone, "Grandson, because of what you said, not only did I offend Master Xia, but I also angered Director Chow. Tell me, how should I thank you?" Hidong's soul was at its wit's end, and he repeatedly begged, "Young Master Yang, please spare me, young Master Yang, please spare me." He was so regretful that his intestines were turning green. He felt that Xia Ruofei was his nemesis. Nothing good ever happened to him. Last time, he had lost his job. This time, he was even more unlucky and might even lose his life. Yang Jianren's other followers were also scared pale, and they stood aside timidly, not daring to speak. There were also a few burly men. In black in the villa's hall, all standing next to Yang Jianren with their arms crossed, staring at Hidong. Like tigers watching their prey. Yang Jianren snorted and retracted his foot. He said indifferently, "Beat him up hard, just leave him with one breath." After saying that, Yang Jianren turned around, walked to the real leather sofa in the living room, and sat down. His hands were spread out on the back of the sofa, and he was half lying with his legs crossed as he coldly looked at Hidong. A few men in black immediately surrounded him. Hidong repeatedly begged for mercy. "Young Master Yang, please let me go. I know I was wrong." The eyes of those few black, clothed men didn't have the slightest bit of emotion, and one of them grabbed Hidong's collar and lifted him up before fiercely punching Hidong's face. Following that, the burly men swarmed up and started punching and kicking Hidong. Muffled plopping sounds and Hidong's agonized cries rang out one after another. In the villa, other than the sounds of a few burly men punching and kicking Hidong, as well as Hidong's agonized cries, no one else dared to even breathe loudly. Yang Jianren leaned back on the sofa with a sullen face until Hidong's screams gradually died down. He then said indifferently, "That's enough." The men in black immediately stopped and walked behind Yang Jianren. They crossed their arms and scanned the other people in the living room with a murderous look. The few people who had accompanied Yang Jianren to the West River Moon Club with Hidong couldn't help but shiver. They looked down at the floor under their feet, their hearts filled with apprehension. At this moment, Hidong was curled up on the floor with a face full of blood, occasionally letting out weak moans. His entire person was like a dead dog, and his face was bruised and swollen, mixed with blood, looking rather miserable. These superficial wounds were nothing much, as those few burly men had been very ruthless. The blood that occasionally flowed out from the corners of Hidong's mouth showed that his internal abdomen had also suffered considerable injuries. Yang Jianren didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Hidong had always been one of his dogs, but this dog had been quite obedient in the past, and he'd been quite comfortable with it, so he'd always kept it by his side during this time. Today, Hidong caused him to get into such a big mess, so he naturally would teach him a harsh lesson without the slightest hesitation. Yang Jianren leaned back on the sofa and squinted at Hidong. He said indifferently, "I'll give you 1 day to get out of the 3 mountains. The next time I find out that you're in the 3 mountains, it won't be as simple as today. I'll throw you to Min River to feed the fish, do you understand?" Yang Jianren suddenly raised his voice in the last sentence, and Dong was so scared that he shivered. He quickly said weakly, "Yes. Yes. I know, get lost." Yang Jianren spat and pouted. Hidong hurriedly struggled to get up from the ground and staggered towards the door. After taking 2 steps, his legs gave way, and he fell to the ground again. I'm sorry," Hidong repeatedly said. Then, he struggled to get up, but he was beaten up so badly that he couldn't get up, no matter how hard he tried. Yang Jianren's other lackeys were watching from the side. Hidong's status was similar to theirs, and they all worked for Yang Jianren. Seeing Hidong's tragic state, they couldn't help but feel sad. But under the fierce gazes of a few burly men, not a single one of these people dared to move. They only looked at Hidong with some pity. Yang Jianren said impatiently, 2 men go and help him up. Don't let him die in my house. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link. /39HPCN6J, to support us. Those few lackeys hurriedly went up to help Hidong up and supported him as they left the villa. There were two people who had a good relationship with Hidong, and they even helped him flag down a taxi. After Hidong left Yang Jianren's villa, he found a small hospital to treat his external injuries and then prescribed some medicine. On the same day, he bought a ticket and left Sanshan City like a stray dog. This time, he was so scared that he didn't even pack up his personal belongings. He only put away his cash, bank cards, and some valuable electronic devices before leaving in a panic, not daring to come back. In the villa, Yang Jianren glanced at everyone and said, "Pass down the order. Our people are not to provoke that young Master Xia in the future. If anyone causes trouble for me, don't worry about me not showing any mercy." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Yang Jianren waved his hand tiredly and said, "You may all leave. I want to be alone for a while." After the lackeys and thugs left, Yang Jianren got up and went to the wine cabinet. He took out a bottle of red wine, poured half a glass, and drank it all in one gulp. Yang Jianren lowered his head and thought for a while. Guangxi Chao should be almost done with his meal by now, so he took out his phone and called Guangxi Chao. Before he made the call, he had already thought about what to say. The mysterious young Master Xia really made him feel guilty. After leaving the West River Moon Club, he had been feeling uneasy and uncertain. Therefore, Yang Jianren wanted to contact Guangxi Chao. First, he wanted to explain it to him. Second, he wanted to find out what Guangxi Chao was up to. He wanted to know who this young Master Xia was. What Yang Jianren didn't expect was that after the phone rang twice, a mechanical, electronic voice came through. "I'm sorry, the number you've dialed is currently on the line." Guangxi Chao hung up the phone. Yang Jianren's expression changed slightly, and he felt that things were getting worse. The new secretary was transferred from another province. No one knew much about this secretary Song. All the leaders and cadres were very cautious in their work during this period of time, including Yang Jianren's father, Yang Jinsheng. He was afraid that something would go wrong in his work and he would be burned as the first fire of the new secretary. This was especially true when Yang Jinsheng was at an important juncture in his progress. Yang Jinsheng also knew what his son was like. So he specifically told him to be more honest during this time and not to cause trouble for himself outside. Yang Jianren didn't take it seriously at first. He was already used to the bright life under his father's power. He didn't think that changing the secretary would affect his life at all, so he continued to do what he wanted. He just didn't expect that he would really cause trouble for his father so soon, and it didn't seem to be a small one. Although Yang Jianren was foppish, he was not an idiot. Guangxi Chao didn't greet Xia Ruofei when he entered the room. He only noticed Xia Ruofei when Feng said, "Mr. Xia." This meant that Guangxi Chao and Xia Ruofei were probably meeting for the first time today. In the past, they had only talked on the phone. Guangxi Chao was already so respectful when they first met, and when he thought about how Feng, who had always been low-key and cautious, actually had the confidence to fight him head-on, it already explained the problem. The conclusion was that young Master Xia was very likely to have a close relationship with the new secretary. This was the only reasonable explanation for Guangxi Chao and Feng's attitude. Thinking of this, Yang Jianren couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Yang Jianren sat on the sofa in a daze, staring at the crystal ashtray on the coffee table and not moving for a long time. After a few minutes, Yang Jianren finally stood up and quickly walked out of the villa. He drove back to the municipal committee family hospital alone. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He felt that he had to report this to his father. Although Yang Jianren knew that he would be severely scolded by his father if he told him everything, he also knew that if he secretly hid it, it would cause his father to fall into a passive situation without knowing it, and the consequences would be more serious. His father was an old official who had been through the ups and downs of the court for many years. He would definitely have a better idea than him. Yang Jianren was even more concerned about his position than Yang Jinxing, because he knew that everything he had was brought about by his father's official title. Without that black hat, he was nothing. The car roared and rushed out of the villa. Yang Jianren, who was nervous, was ready to confess to his father. At the West River Moon Club, Xia Ruofei and the other two were having a good time drinking. 3 out of the 6 bottles of drunken 8 immortals had been opened, and there was only a little white wine left in the kettle on the table. On average, each of them had drunk about a pound. Of course, President Xing had also come over to propose a few toasts. There was still a little wine left on the table, so each of them had actually drunk about 7 or 8 taels. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Xia Ruofei probably drank the most, because he Feng and Chao Guangji kept toasting to him. However, Xia Ruofei's alcohol tolerance was good when he was in the army. Now that he had been taking the body-tempering soup regularly, his alcohol tolerance seemed to have increased as his physique improved. He only felt a little dizzy after drinking 1 pound of white wine. On the other hand, He Feng and Guangji Chao were already red-faced from all the drinking. He Feng, who was the most enthusiastic in toasting, was even talking a bit too much. Brother. Xia, it's so fun to drink with you. He Feng chuckled and said, come, let's have another round. Xia Ruofei smiled and raised his glass. He clinked his glass with He Feng's and said, Mayor He, please do as you wish. Xia Ruofei finished the wine in his glass. He Feng's eyes were a little dazed as he smiled and said, as you wish. How can I do that? Who would dare to drink casually with brother Xia? Chief Chao, do you dare to? After he finished speaking, He Feng also downed his glass without hesitation. Guangji Chao's condition was slightly better than He Feng's. He smiled and said, of course I can't be casual. Not only can't I drink casually with brother Xia, I've also never drunk casually with district head He Feng gave Guangji Chao a thumbs up and said, Director Chao, that's interesting. If you have any requests in the future, I will not refuse. He Feng was using the alcohol as an excuse to show his loyalty. He wasn't only showing his loyalty to Chao Guangji, but also to Song Qiming, Secretary Song, who Chao Guangji represented. Guangji Chao was also secretly envious of He Feng's good luck. He Feng was originally a deputy mayor ranked at the bottom, but because of this encounter, his future path of development might be much smoother. Guangji Chao smiled as he raised his glass, you're too kind, Mayor. Let's get closer in the future. He Feng was overjoyed. He quickly stood up and walked to Guangji Chao's side. He clinked his cup with Guangji Chao's and said, Director Chao, I'll drink first. With that, He Feng raised his head and finished the glass of white wine, then showed Guangji Chao the bottom of the glass. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he watched from the side. He knew a little about the politics of the government, but he would not get involved. Perhaps Yifeng thought it was a rare opportunity to invite Xia Ruofei and Guangxi Chao, but in reality, Xia Ruofei was just doing it casually. He always followed his heart. Yifeng had been very enthusiastic about Nan's admission. Objectively speaking, he had helped him, so he did not mind giving Yifeng a hand. After Yifeng and Guangxi finished their drinks, Guangxi laughed and said, "Brother Xia, I went to the bathroom just now and Yang Jianren called me again, but I didn't answer it and hung up." Xia Ruofei pursed his lips. "Don't bother with this kind of person in the future. I think this guy is born to be a fraud. With a son like him, Commander Yang probably can't even sleep well." Guangxi Chao and Yifeng couldn't help but burst out laughing, especially Yifeng. Guangxi Chao continued, "Brother Xia, I only found out today that the famous peach garden vegetables in the southeast is produced by your company. I still remember that a few months ago, when peach garden vegetables first appeared on the market, I brought my wife and child to eat it at Lingji restaurant once. After that, they couldn't forget it. They wanted to eat it every few days. But Taoyuan vegetables are available every time we go there, and they're also very expensive. If only I knew you earlier." After the meal, everyone knew each other's situation very well. Guangxi Chao also knew that Jianren Yang was not wrong. Xia Ruofei did start a company for agricultural products, but Jianren Yang's words were too mean and annoying. Guangxi Chao also knew that Xia Ruofei's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, how could a small business owner be valued by Secretary Song? Guangxi Chao didn't look down on Xia Ruofei at all. On the contrary, he was full of praise for Xia Ruofei's business. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brother Chao, now that we've expanded our production, we should be able to sell them in the big supermarkets in the Three Mountains." However, it was still a little difficult to achieve a sufficient supply, so the supermarkets were often out of stock. "But if you want to eat, just give me a call and I'll guarantee a sufficient supply." Guangxi Chao laughed, "Then I won't be polite." "Hey, there's no need to be polite with a few caddies of vegetables," Xia Ruofei said. "If you think it's too much trouble, I'll get you a gold card for Ling's restaurant. You'll get a 50% discount on everything you spend and you can eat Taoyuan vegetables at any time." "Brother Xia, it looks like the boss of Ling's restaurant really values you as a business partner," Guangxi Chao said, a little surprised. "Brother Chao, it's not really related to the cooperation. It's mainly because my girlfriend is the daughter of the boss of Lingji." Xia Ruofei chuckled. Guangxi Chao and Yifeng were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Guangxi Chao laughed as he pointed at Xia Ruofei. Brother Xia, you're really something. It's fine if you want to cooperate with them, but you actually took their daughter away. This is a little unkind." "Then you're wrong about me." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Qingxue and I were junior high school classmates. We've known each other since 10 years ago. The reason I'm working with Lingji F&B is also because of Qingxue. Otherwise, with my Taoyuan vegetables, many F&B companies would be fighting to cooperate with me. Why did I only choose Lingji?" "So they're childhood sweethearts." Guangxi Chao and Yifeng looked at each other and said with a smile, "No wonder." As they were chatting, Xia Ruofei's phone on the table vibrated. He picked up his phone and glanced at it, then made a gesture to Yifeng and Guangxi Chao to keep quiet and said, "It's Secretary Song." Yifeng and Chao Guangxi immediately shut their mouths. They put down their glasses and looked at Xia Ruofei nervously. Xia Ruofei quickly picked up the call and smiled. Hello, Secretary Song. Do you have any instructions? Song Qiming's hearty laughter could be heard from the phone. He asked, Are you Ruofei? I'm fine, I'm just asking. How's the enrollment of your comrade's child going? Are there any other difficulties? Xia Ruofei looked at He Feng and Chao Guangxi and said with a smile, Thank you for your concern, Secretary Song. Nan's enrollment problem has been properly resolved. He Feng, the vice mayor of the Bell Tower district, personally took me to the second primary school of the Bell Tower to complete the registration procedures. Everything went smoothly. When He Feng and Chao Guangxi heard this, they were extremely shocked. They did not expect Secretary Song to be so concerned about Xia Ruofei. It was not enough for him to personally order a child to go to school. He even called him personally to ask about it. The two of them now valued Xia Ruofei even more. When He Feng heard Xia Ruofei mention him to Song Qiming over the phone, he was delighted. He felt that his efforts for the past 2 days had not been in vain. Song Qiming chuckled and said, That's good then. Little Xia. If you have any difficulties, you can look for me directly. I will do my best to help you solve them. Or you can look for Secretary Xiao Chao, I've already told him. Xia Ruofei looked at Guangxi Chao and smiled, Secretary Song, I'm not going to do it with you. By the way, I'm drinking with Brother Chao right now. Is that so? Song Qiming was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled and said, Drink well. I've already given him half a day off. I won't be looking for him from this afternoon to night. Yes, we will definitely carry out the secretary's instructions. Xia Ruofei said half, jokingly, but if I get your secretary drunk, you can't blame me. Song Qiming laughed heartily and said, I promise I won't blame you. You can help me check Xiao Chao's alcohol tolerance. After the two of them chatted for a while, Song Qiming hesitated and asked, Xiao Xia, the chief holds your medical skills in high regard. I would like to ask, at this point, Song Qiming seemed to want to say something but stopped. Xia Ruofei understood what he meant and stood up to walk out of the private room. Then he asked, Secretary Song, do you have any relatives or friends who have some kind of difficult to treat illness? Song Qiming sighed. I wouldn't have bothered you if it was just a normal relative or friend. Xia, it's my daughter, Wei Wei. Then, Song Qiming started to explain his daughter's situation to Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming's daughter's name was Song Wei. She had been Song Qiming's pride since she was young. She was the typical other family's child. She was known far and wide as a talented girl and a top student. Song Wei didn't disappoint Song Qiming. She entered Yanjing University as the top humanities student in the city. However, Song Wei did not choose a popular major like business administration as Song Qiming had expected. Instead, she chose the Department of Archaeology at Yanjing University. Based on her own interests. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J. To support us basically, with Song Wei's ranking, if she chose Yanjing University, she would definitely enter a popular major. She also became the first recorded top scorer in the city of archaeology. Song Qiming came from a poor family. He did not have many restrictions on his daughter's education like those rich and powerful families. Although he was a little disappointed that his daughter had chosen her major in the college entrance examination, he still respected her opinion and did not interfere. It had been proven that choosing a major that one was interested in and willing To take as a career would definitely stimulate one's enthusiasm for learning. After Song Wei entered the Department of Archaeology at Yenjing University, she was like a fish in water. She had a solid foundation in the basic and professional courses and was well liked by the professor. She had long locked in a spot for a master's degree, and her research direction was still a branch of archaeology. After entering the fourth year, Song Wei had many practical opportunities and could follow the experts and professors to do field archaeology and tomb archaeology. During an archaeological event a year ago, the accident that Song Qiming was most worried about happened. At that time, Song Wei followed an archaeological team made up of experts from Yenjing University and the History Museum to an ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty that had just been discovered. The tomb of the Ming dynasty had been opened by tomb raiders. After the villagers found it, they immediately reported it to the government. At first, it was only the local cultural relics department that protected it. Later, the tomb was discovered on a large scale. After reporting it to the higher levels, the country set up an archaeological team consisting of experts from the Department of Archaeology of Yenjing University and the National History Museum to carry out a protective excavation of the tomb. Song Wei was the most outstanding student in the Department of Archaeology, so she also got the opportunity to practice. In the beginning, everything went smoothly. However, when they excavated the main burial chamber, an accident happened. Although fresh air had been pumped into the main burial chamber with a blast fan in advance, and it had been fully ventilated, and the air test had been carried out, no harmful gases were found. However, Song Wei and the other 3 archaeologists who were the first to enter the tomb started to feel dizzy and nauseated. They quickly left the main burial chamber and received treatment. There seemed to be a colorless and odorless invisible poison in the main burial chamber. The 4 of them, including Song Wei, were showing symptoms of different degrees of poisoning. As Song Wei was a girl, she was well taken care of by the archaeologists. Hence, she was the last one to enter the tomb and had spent a lot of time inside. The male team member who entered before her had already started to show symptoms of poisoning. Hence, Song Wei's symptoms were the least severe. The regular detoxification treatment was not effective, and the 4 people were immediately sent back to Beijing for a comprehensive examination at the 301 hospital. The strange thing was that a thorough examination could not detect any known poison in their bodies, but their bodies' reaction was that they were clearly poisoned. The poison didn't seem to be particularly violent, but it was slowly eroding the patient's body at all times. After receiving the news, all the archaeological activities in the front stopped and the main burial chamber was closed. The unknown was the scariest. Even the government was worried that the poison would leak out and cause a large-scale poisoning, which might lead to a disaster. Luckily, other than Song Wei and the other 3, the rest of the people did not show any signs of poisoning. Of the 4 people who were affected, Song Wei's condition was the lightest. She was almost the same as a healthy person, but the symptoms were still present. Song Wei could clearly feel that she would have intermittent dizziness, similar to anemia. The other 3 were in a worse state than Song Wei. They were all in different degrees of unconsciousness, and the most terrifying thing was that this kind of unconsciousness came without any warning. Maybe they were fine a moment ago, but suddenly, their vision went black and they fainted. The one with the most serious symptoms was a middle-aged expert from the History Museum. He was only 34 or 35 years old. After he returned to Beijing for treatment, there was no effect. He fell into a coma and never woke up again. Even 301 Hospital, which had top medical equipment and the best experts, could not do anything. They could only watch as the vital signs of the young expert, who was transferred to the intensive care unit, weakened day by day, and finally died. The other two archaeologists also fell unconscious frequently, and their condition was getting worse. The scariest thing was that so far, the doctors had not found an effective response. They had not even found the poison that had caused them to faint. All the test reports showed that they were completely healthy. After Song Qiming heard the news, he quickly used all his connections and even invited experts from abroad to check and treat Song Wei. However, it still had no effect. 3 months ago, there was news from Beijing that one of the two male team members had fallen into a deep coma. His symptoms were exactly the same as the young expert from the history museum who had passed away. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J. To support us, there was also a male team member who was fainting more frequently than before. Song Qiming was also anxious, because Song Wei was also starting to lose consciousness. 2 months ago, Song Wei started to show signs of fainting for the first time. At that time, Song Wei had already applied for a long leave of absence from school. She had returned to the southwest province, where Song Qiming was working to try Chinese medicine. One day, during breakfast, Song Wei suddenly fainted beside the dining table without any warning. Song Qiming and his wife were shocked. After about 5 minutes, Song Wei woke up again. She had no memory of the entire process of fainting. She only felt that her vision seemed to turn black, and her consciousness fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it would be 5 minutes later. In the past 2 months, Song Wei had fainted 5 times. And the frequency was obviously increasing, because the last 3 comas were concentrated in this month, and he would faint almost once a week without any warning. Her condition had obviously worsened. Song Qiming and his wife only had one precious daughter. When they saw their daughter's condition, they were naturally distressed and anxious. After he was transferred to Sanshan City, he immediately brought his wife and daughter to Sanshan. Through the Song family's connections, he found a Chinese medicine master to treat Song Wei's Western medicine methods. They had almost no hope. It was because of this Chinese medical master from Beijing that the newly appointed Song Qiming had to suspend his research activities and personally go home to receive him. However, the situation was similar to the previous few times. After the well-known Chinese medicine master took Song Wei's pulse, he did not have any good solution. He felt that it might be a coma caused by the reverse flow of liver qi, which was similar to the judgment of the famous Chinese medicine doctors that Song Qiming had seen before. Even the prescription given by this Chinese medicine master was similar to that of the previous famous doctors. Song Qiming was quite disappointed. After politely sending the Chinese medicine master off, he thought of the scene in Elder Song's study that night. Elder Song knew about Song Wei's situation. At that time, Elder Song said to Song Qiming in a meaningful way, "Qiming, if there's really no other way to deal with your Weiwei's situation, why don't you go and look for Xiao Xia? Little Xia?" Song Qiming was very surprised. "If little Xia is willing to help, we might be able to turn the situation around," said Elder Song with a nod. "But remember, if you can treat him through normal means, don't bother Xiao Xia. He doesn't like to be disturbed." Song Qiming was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "I'll remember that, Chief." Elder Song then said with deep meaning, "Qiming, Xiao Xia is a strange person. Don't simply think of him as a young man who has a close relationship with this old man. It'll be of great benefit to you to be on good terms with him, yes. Sir. I'll keep that in mind, Song Qiming said seriously. Song Qiming valued Xia Ruofei so much because of Elder Song's advice. When the famous Chinese medicine master couldn't find a better way to treat Song Wei's condition, Song Qiming finally remembered Elder Song's words. He thought for a while and finally gave Xia Ruofei a call. After listening to Song Wei's situation, Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Secretary Song, before I see the patient, I can't make any judgment. How about this? I drank a lot today and it's not convenient for me to come over now. Why don't I come over tomorrow or the day after to see the patient first? Although Song Wei's condition was strange and dangerous, it was not very critical. Now, other than a young expert from the History Museum who was the first to die, another archaeologist was in a deep coma. The other male team member was not too serious, but the frequency of fainting was much higher than Song Wei's. He would faint almost once a day. Therefore, Song Wei's life should not be in danger in the short term. Sure, Ruofei. Song Qiming quickly replied. I'll have to trouble you to come over tomorrow. I'll send a driver to pick you up. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, no need. It's more convenient for me to drive. Secretary Song, let's set the time. At 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right. Thank you, Ruofei. Song Qiming said. You're welcome, Xia Ruofei smiled. Song Qiming heaved a sigh of relief after he hung up the phone. He still could not imagine how Xia Ruofei would turn the situation around if even the old Chinese medical doctors could not do anything about this difficult disease. However, he believed in Elder Song's words. He knew that Elder Song would not say anything without reason. Since the old general admired Xia Ruofei so much, he must have a reason. Xia Ruofei kept his phone and returned to the room. Guangxi Chao asked impatiently, Ruofei, what instructions does the secretary have? Xia Ruofei had mentioned him on the phone, so Guangxi Chao was concerned about Secretary Song's attitude. Xia Ruofei laughed. Secretary Song has instructed me to have a few drinks with you. He also wants me to test your alcohol tolerance. Ah? Guangxi Chao couldn't help but say with a bitter face, no way? Although he had a sad expression on his face, he was actually overjoyed. The more casual Secretary Song's tone was, the more he treated him as one of them. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, why not? These were Secretary Song's exact words. District head he, the secretary, has already given us instructions. This time, we can form an offensive and defensive alliance, right? He Feng also laughed and said, of course. We're drinking by imperial decree. Come on, Director Chao, I'll follow the secretary's instructions and give you a big toast. The lunch was a happy one. He Feng and Chao Guangxi both felt that the trip was worth it. After interacting with them, Xia Ruofei felt that they were quite straightforward. Perhaps it was because they had not been successful in their careers, so they did not have many bad habits in politics. Xia Ruofei felt that the two of them were quite compatible with his temper, so he drank quite a lot in the afternoon. When he Feng was almost done, he quietly got up and left the room, going straight to the cashier. Lotus Pond Moonlight Private Room. Please. He Feng said to the beautiful female cashier and handed over his credit card. The female cashier smiled and said, Sir, the bill for Lotus Pond and Moonlight has already been paid. He Feng's eyes widened and he said, You bought it? That's impossible. Did you get it wrong? The cashier had a charming smile on her face and said, There's no mistake, sir. Mr. Dan Xia from the Moonlight Lotus Pond has already bought it. Mr. Xia? He Feng was stunned for a moment, then said, I see. Thank you. He picked up his credit card and turned around to walk back. Xia Ruofei was chatting with Guangxi Chao when He Feng returned to the room. He Feng shouted as soon as he entered, Ruofei. What you're doing is a little unkind. Xia Ruofei was confused, but he laughed and said, Mayor I didn't do anything. Every time you propose a toast to me, I always drink a glass. I've never cheated or cheated. Uncle Guangxi Chao joked, You didn't fall for a waitress, did you? And Ruofei beat you to it, did he? Guangxi Chao and He Feng had gotten closer after the lunch conversation, so they talked more casually than before. Director Chao, with my looks, I'm no match for Ruofei if I really want to snatch a girl, He Feng said with a bitter smile. Xia Ruofei and Guangxi Chao couldn't help but laugh. Even the two beautiful waitresses in the room couldn't help but smile as they looked at Xia Ruofei. After laughing, Xia Ruofei asked, Mayor you haven't told me what's going on. Why are you criticizing me so severely after coming back from a short trip? You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. He Feng glared at him and said angrily, You still dare to say that? Didn't we agree that I'll be the host today? Why? Did you secretly go and pay the bill? Do you think that I can't afford to buy you a drink? I'll pay the bill? Xia Ruofei was also stunned. However, he immediately understood what was going on and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This elder Zheng, then, Xia Ruofei turned around and said to the waiter. Can I trouble you to call your President Xing over? All right, please wait a moment. One of the tall waitresses immediately walked out of the private room and informed President Xing through the walkie-talkie. He Feng also noticed something was wrong and asked, What's wrong? You didn't pay for it? Xia Ruofei spread his hands and said, Of course not. I'm the stingiest person, didn't I say that you'd treat me today? Interesting. Guangxi Chao laughed as well. Soon, President Xing from West River Moon came to the room and said with a smile, President Xia and the two leaders, have you had a good drink today? President Xing, what's with this bill? Xia Ruofei asked, with a straight face. President Xing laughed and said, President Xia, I was the one who told the front desk to give you a free order. It's rare for you to come to our club. And the two leaders are our distinguished guests. If you charge for a simple meal, aren't you slapping my face? He Feng and Chao Guangxi looked at each other, both of them secretly shocked. They knew very well that the West River Moon Club was not an ordinary restaurant. It was a membership-based restaurant. Although the entry requirements were not as high as those of the top clubs in the capital, not everyone could come in and spend money. Moreover, He Feng had previously accompanied some of the higher-ups to have a meal here, but President Xing had never personally told him to give them a free meal. Xia Ruofei's face was really big. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. But Mayor, he is the host today. I'm just here for free food. Yeah. He Feng quickly replied. President Zheng, you're not giving me a chance to flatter Ruofei. This can't be, Mayor I was just trying to express my sincerity. President Xing quickly smiled. Don't do it again, don't do it again. Then, President Xing changed the topic and said, besides, since President Xia is the host this time, it'll give you a chance to invite President Xia back next time. I promise I'll only give you a VIP discount next time, no discount. And I'll definitely keep this Lotus Pond Moonlight private room for you. President Xing was indeed a smooth businessman. After he finished speaking, He Feng immediately smiled. Actually, President Xing was right. Since Xia Ruofei was treating, he had a reason to treat him back. China was a society of human relationships. Didn't the friendship between people gradually deepen with the banquets and exchanges? You said it yourself. He Feng said. If I can't get a Lotus Pond Moonlight private room next time, I'll look for you directly, old Xing. No problem. President Xing said bluntly. Uncle He, don't forget to invite me when you're treating next time. Guangxi Chao said with a smile. Definitely. He Feng said happily. After the small episode of paying the bill, Xia Ruofei and the others were almost done drinking. Hence, they called President Xing over for a round of reunion wine and ended the drinking session. He Feng and Guangxi both had chauffeurs, and they also enthusiastically offered to send Xia Ruoxin back to the farm. Ran had drunk so much in the afternoon that she definitely couldn't drive. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to leave his car in the club as he had to go to Song Qiming's house to treat Song Wei the next morning. Hence, he politely declined their offer. Xia Ruofei asked President Xing to prepare a guest room for him in the club. After sending He Feng and Chao Guangxi off, he went back to the guest room to rest. In fact, with Xia Ruofei's current alcohol tolerance, it was not a problem for him to drink so little and drive in the afternoon. However, he did not want to cause trouble for no reason. After all, if he was caught in a drunk driving inspection, the alcohol content in his breath would definitely exceed the limit. However, his physique was far better than the average person's, so this little amount of alcohol couldn't affect his mind at all. President Xing had even asked the servants to prepare some tea for him to sober up. Xia Ruofei went back to his room and drank the tea before going to the bathroom to take a shower. Now, Sanshan City had become a new furnace city. Furthermore, the weather in Sanshan was humid and hot, different from the dry and hot weather in the north. One would definitely be covered in sweat if they moved a little. It was normal to shower 3 or 4 times a day in the summer. The room was using central air conditioning and was always maintained at a constant temperature of 24 degrees. After Xia Ruofei took a shower, he lay down and soon fell asleep. Xia Ruofei woke up at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. President Xing warmly invited Xia Ruofei to have dinner and wait for the weather to cool down before going back. However, Xia Ruofei still politely declined. After saying goodbye to President Xing, he went out to drive the night 15 and left the clubhouse. This was because when Xia Ruofei woke up, Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space, told him through spiritual will that the cordyceps in the Archean realm had already grown purplish-red grass heads. Hence, Xia Ruofei was also anxious to return home. How could he be in the mood to stay for dinner? Xia Ruofei drove at the speed limit and reached the farm in half an hour. After parking the car in the courtyard, Xia Ruofei was not in the mood to play with Lightning and Blackie. He quickly walked into the house. Huzi's mother, who was preparing dinner, heard the noise and peeked out from the open kitchen. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had returned, she quickly asked, "Are you Fei is back? How's the matter of Nan's admission?" Xia Ruofei walked up the stairs with his eyes wide open as he said, "The procedures are all done. You can just report to school on the first day." Huzi's mother shouted again, "Ruofei. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, remember to come down for dinner. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. No, godmother." When Xia Ruofei said this, he was already upstairs. Huzi's mother couldn't help but shake her head and smile. "This child. You're usually quite steady, why are you so energetic today?" After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he immediately locked the doors and windows, pulled up the curtains, and then summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. With a thought, he entered the medium. "Master." Xia Qing was waiting in the Archean realm. When she saw Xia Ruofei, she hurriedly and respectfully asked, "How are the wormgrass?" Xia Ruofei nodded. "The quality should be very high." Xia Qing said, "But you didn't come back, so I didn't go to dig." "Let's go and take a look," Xia Ruofei said. The two of them came to the spatial spirit pond. There were 2 plastic boxes here, one big and one small. The orange one was used to cultivate reticulated abalone, while the smaller one was used for the cultivation of wormgrass. It was small compared to the plastic box used to store abalones. In fact, this one was quite big. It was the largest plastic box in the space. It was 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter deep. There was a layer of mesh covering the top of the plastic container. Xia Ruofei could see through the mesh that the surface of the container was covered with dense purplish-red grass. It looked like a purple carpet. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei had learned a lot about a weedo. He knew that under every blade of grass was another weedo. In this small area, a conservative estimate would be that there were hundreds of them. The density was quite scary. If the Gasang father and son had seen it, they would have thought it was a miracle. The traditional herbalists of Naku would take a long time to find one wormgrass on a hill that was 4 or 5,000 meters above sea level. They would be considered lucky if they could find a second one within a few meters. For hundreds of them to grow in such a small area was something that he didn't even dare to dream of. Not all the bat moth larvae were infected with the wormgrass fungus. Some lucky larvae had grown up healthy and turned into bat moths. They were all attached to the mesh or stopped between the grass. Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to find an empty plastic sorting box. Then, the two of them carefully opened the gauze net and transferred the bats and moths on the gauze net and in the sorting box into the sorting box. They covered them with the same gauze net. In the mountain and sea realm, Xia Ruofei had cordoned off another 2 mu of land to specially cultivate the wormgrass. However, without the acceleration of time, the effects of the cultivation there were still not apparent. These bats and moths could still be placed in the mountain and sea realm. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. More importantly, it wouldn't be a problem if they were allowed to fly around freely in the Archean realm. Furthermore, the environment in this space was unique, so they would definitely reproduce very quickly. It would be a small problem if they were to flood the place. After cautiously moving all the bats and moths into another plastic container, Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to start collecting the wormgrass. Although Xia Ruofei had read a lot of information about wormgrass, he had never put it into practice. Professional things should be left to the professionals. Xia Qing's database had ready-made information on the collection of precious medicinal materials like wormgrass. Xia Qing had already prepared a small and exquisite shovel. He carefully and gently began to dig at the outermost part of the soil. His movements were very gentle, for fear of damaging the cordyceps in the soil. The soil was very soft, and Xia Qing quickly dug out one of the wormgrass. Then, Xia Qing picked up a soft brush and carefully cleaned the soil on the surface of the caterpillar fungus. A huge caterpillar fungus was presented in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took it and looked at it. Just from the size, this wormgrass was much thicker than the level 1 grass that he had bought from Gasang some time ago. It felt heavy in his hand. Xia Qing also put down her tools and came over. She said in surprise, "Master, this worm grass is of extremely high quality." "Congratulations, Master." Xia Qing pointed at the wormgrass and explained. "Master, please take a look. Its surface is very yellow and clear, and the whole body is transparent and oily. The ring pattern is very clear with the characteristics of 3 narrow and 1 wide. Out of the 8 pairs of feet, the middle 4 pairs are very obvious, and the last 3 pairs of feet have basically all degenerated. There are also brownish red eyes on the head, and the color of the grass head is also quite pure." Then, Xia Qing leaned closer and sniffed it hard. She said in surprise, "Even the rich butter fragrance was preserved. It's even more authentic than the most authentic cordyceps, Xia Qing. It seems like my method of bringing the highland plants, soil, cordyceps, and fungi into the medium is feasible," Xia Ruofei said happily. "That's right." Xia Qing nodded repeatedly. The characteristics of the wormgrass have been preserved, and the environment of the spirit map world is obviously better than the outside world, so the quality of the wormgrass has also been greatly improved. Will the medicinal properties of these wormgrass also be improved? Xia Ruofei asked. "That's for sure." Xia Qing said proudly, "This wormgrass is definitely a treasure in the secular world. Even if a cultivator were to consume it, it would still have extraordinary effects." Xia Ruofei laughed happily when he heard this. His hard work in Tibet had not been in vain. Other than the difference in the flow of time between the mountain and sea realm and the Archean realm, the overall environment and the concentration of spirit qi were basically the same. Thus, if one could successfully cultivate high-grade wormgrass in the Archean realm, it was only a matter of time before the wormgrass in the mountain and sea realm matured. The only thing that Xia Ruofei was concerned about was the quality of the wormgrass. In addition to the above quality characteristics, there was another important factor in measuring the quality of cordyceps. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. On average, 2,000 wormgrass could reach a weight of 1,000 grams, which was level 1 grass. In the outside world, level 1 grass was sold at a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands of yuan per 1,000 grams. And if a single wormgrass was heavier, it would be even more priceless, and the price would be even more outrageous. So Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Xia Qing, dig out all the wormgrass in the plastic box and clean them up. Let's weigh them. Let's see how many wormgrass can reach 1,000 grams." "Yes, Master," Xia Qing said immediately. There were hundreds of cordyceps, so Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't stay here stupidly and wait. Anyway, Xia Qing would be more professional than him in handling such work. So after Xia Ruofei assigned the task to Xia Qing, he left the medium with a thought. He went to the bathroom and took a quick shower. He changed into a fresh set of short-sleeved casual clothes and went downstairs to eat in his slippers. After Lin Xiao filled in her application form, her work at school was done. All that was left was to wait for the letter of admission. With her grades, she was almost certain to be admitted to Heron Island University. Therefore, she continued to intern at Xia Ruofei's company as a way to gain some work experience in advance. When Xia Ruofei went downstairs, Lin Xiao had just returned from the company's general office building. Although she was only interning in the company, and the employees all knew that she was the boss's sister and took good care of her, she still followed the working hours consciously. She even bought 2 sets of professional clothes for work, making her look more formal. Xia Ruofei saw Lin Xiao, who was wearing a business suit and changing into slippers, and couldn't help but smile. Not bad, not bad. Xiao is becoming more and more like a white-collar worker. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "Brother Ruofei, you're making fun of me again." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I'm complimenting you. How's work been?" "It's pretty good. Everyone's been taking good care of me," Lin Xiao said happily. "Recently, I've been busy with the renovation of the online store with my 2 masters. We designed all the elements of the website ourselves. I'm sure you'll be impressed." Xia Ruofei laughed and replied, "Yes. I have confidence in my sister," Lin Xiao said with embarrassment. "Actually, I'm just an assistant. The main work was done by the masters." "Brother Ruofei, you have to give them a bonus after this job is done. My 2 masters are very serious people. They didn't download any ready-made templates. They wrote thousands of lines of code themselves and designed every web page element." Xia Ruofei patted Lin Xiao's head affectionately and said, "Okay, okay, okay. When the time comes, I'll not only give them a red packet, but also give you an encouraging red packet." At this moment, Huzi's mother walked out with a dish and said, "Xiao, why are you pestering your brother to talk the moment you come back? Why aren't you changing your clothes, washing your hands, and eating?" "Oh. Got it." Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully and ran back to her room. After a while, Lin Xiao also changed into her home clothes and came out. Xia Ruofei helped Huzi's mother bring out the dishes, and the family sat around the table and ate dinner happily. After dinner, Xia Ruofei accompanied Lin Xiao to play with Blackie and Lightning for a while before going back to his room. After he locked the door and windows, he took out the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the space. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us due to the time flow being 30 times faster. Xia Qing, who was in the Archean realm, had already completed the work assigned by Xia Ruofei. She was currently busy at the Da Hong Pao tea tree not far away. When he saw Xia Ruofei enter the medium, he immediately stopped what he was doing and walked over quickly. "Master," Xia Qing called out respectfully. "You dug out all the Uido?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Yes, master." Xia Qing quickly took a small plastic tidying box from the side and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took it and saw that it was full of yellow, brown wormgrass. The head of each wormgrass was connected to a small dark purple grass head. If someone with trypophobia or a natural fear of insects saw so many wormgrass placed together, they would probably feel numb in their hearts. However, this little thing that looked a little scary was actually a precious medicinal herb that was worth cities. Xia Ruofei took a quick look and found that the wormgrass was of uniform size, similar to the first one Xia Qing dug out before dinner. Each One was much bigger than the level 1 grass jerson sold to him last time. It was clear that this batch of wormgrass was of high quality. Xia Qing, how many are there in total? Master, I've counted. There are 597 in total. Xia Qing said respectfully, I've also weighed them. These wormgrass weigh about 490 grams in total. It's just a little short of 1 caddy. Under Xia Ruofei's guidance, Xia Qing had also learned how to use modern precision weighing tools such as a scale and an electronic scale. Xia Ruofei did some quick calculations and said happily, that is to say, we only need about 1,200 wormgrass of this standard to weigh 1,000 grams. It's indeed a top quality wormgrass. The standard for level 1 grass was roughly 2,000 pieces of worm grass per kilogram. If a single worm grass was heavier than this, it would be a special product. However, it was already amazing if a special product could reach 1,500 wormgrass per kilogram. Xia Ruofei's experimental product had reached 1,200 wormgrass per kilogram. 1 or 2 wormgrass of the supreme quality might appear occasionally, but it was almost impossible to produce them in large quantities. Yes, master. Xia Qing also happily replied. I took a wormgrass and checked its properties. It's indeed much better than the level 1 nagku grass you bought last time. The effect of this wormgrass is far better than that of ordinary wormgrass. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, very good. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Qing, you have to take care of the tumu of land in the mountain sea realm as well. I hope that in a few months, we will be able to harvest a large amount of this grade of cordyceps. Yes, master. Xia Qing said immediately. Xia Ruofei planned to contact Director Lin of Tongren Hall in the next 2 days and ask him to estimate the price of the worms. However, he had to go to Song Qiming's house to treat Song Wei the next day. So he decided to put this matter aside for the time being. Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to keep the 500 grams of worm grass first. He thought for a while and asked, by the way, Xia Qing, help me make a batch of medicinal pills with the petals of the spirit heart flower. Okay, master. Are there any other requirements besides the petals of the spirit heart flower? Xia Qing asked. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, the main ingredients are the petal solution of the spirit heart flower and honey. Also, we can find a few of the Chinese medicines that are nourishing to a girl's body. We can add them together. Xia Ruofei prepared a batch of pills for Song Wei. He considered that he used the same medicinal soup every time he treated people, and it was inevitable that some speculations would arise if he used it more often. So, he decided to change the form of pills this time. Of course, it was actually a different soup and not a different medicine. The active ingredient was still the petals of the spirit heart flower. I understand, master, Xia Qing said immediately. How many do you need? Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, you can use 2 spirit heart flower petals. As for the rest of the honey and Chinese medicine, you can decide the ratio. In the end, you just need to make about 50 pills. Yes, master, I'll start now. Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei nodded. He walked around the medium and left. The next morning, Xia Ruofei asked Lei Hu to prepare the company's Mercedes-Benz in advance. He drove away from Taoyuan Farm at around 9 o'clock. He mainly considered the fact that he was going to the villa area of the municipal committee. The Night 15 was too ostentatious, and the pickup truck was obviously not suitable, so He chose the Mercedes-Benz, which looked more stable. Just as Xia Ruofei's Mercedes-Benz left Taoyuan Farm, a black Audi A8 slowly drove out of the municipal council compound and headed towards the villa of the municipal council standing committee by the Crescent Lake 3 kilometers away. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Song Qiming was supposed to go to Chongping County for research this morning. However, he had an appointment with Xia Ruofei to treat his daughter Song Wei at home today, so he postponed the trip and had a heart-to-heart talk with the team members in the office. Song Qiming ended the conversation at around 9:30 a.m. and returned to the villa with his secretary, Guangxi Chao. The car drove steadily towards the villa area. Song Qiming's driver, old Zhang, was a secretary he had brought over from the southwest. According to the rules, the secretary could not be transferred with the leader, but the driver was an employee establishment. Moreover, the driver that the leader was used to would always be by his side. Old Zhang was also a retired motorized infantry soldier. His driving skills were very solid. In addition, he came from Sangzhou, the hometown of martial arts. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young, so he could also work as Song Qiming's bodyguard. Song Qiming also regarded him highly. In contrast, Guangxi Chao, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was a little excited and nervous. It was not his first time going to Song Qiming's villa. Ever since he was selected and transferred to be Song Qiming's secretary, he had to send Song Qiming home every day. On the day Song Qiming's wife and daughter came to Sanshan, he had to go to the airport with them to pick them up. Also, that was the first time he had dinner at Song Qiming's house. However, Guangxi Chao was still nervous. He knew that Secretary Song had come home for a private matter. Song Qiming still brought him along, which meant that the secretary was gradually treating him as one of his own. Perhaps it was because of what Xia Ruofei had said on the phone yesterday, but Guangxi Chao subconsciously felt that it had something to do with Xia Ruofei, so he felt a little more grateful to Xia Ruofei. The villa area of the municipal standing committee was located by the Crescent Lake, not far from the municipal compound. The car quickly drove into the villa area and slowly drove to the entrance of Villa Number 1. In fact, due to the urgency of the transfer order, and the fact that Tian Huilan had gone to the capital to take up her post without staying in Sanshan, the villa she lived in had not been vacated in time. The administrative bureau had temporarily tidied up a vacant villa that was of the same specifications as Tian Huilan's villa. They had added furniture and appliances for Song Qiming's use. However, Song Qiming was now the secretary, so the villa he was living in was naturally Villa Number 1. Guangxi Chao put his thoughts aside and quickly got out of the car to open the door for Song Qiming. After Song Qiming got out of the car, Guangxi Chao followed him with his briefcase. Zhang, the driver, didn't get out of the car. He parked the car in the parking lot and waited. When they heard the sound of the car, the housekeeping staff arranged by the organization, Xiao Luo, had already opened the door. As soon as Song Qiming entered, she immediately handed him a pair of slippers. Song Qiming brought Guangxi Chao into the house. A curvaceous and graceful woman was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Song Qiming asked as soon as he entered, "Liyun, where's Wei Wei?" The woman was Song Qiming's wife, Feng Liyun. She said, "He's in the room upstairs." "Hello, Aunt Feng." Guangxi Chao greeted her as well. With a smile on her face, Feng Liyun said, "Little Chao is here too." Come and sit for a while. Thank you, Auntie. Guangxi Chao quickly said. Xiao Chao, sit down and drink some water. Then, go to the entrance of the neighborhood with old Zhang to pick up Xiao Xia. I've arranged to meet him at 10 o'clock. He should be here soon, Song Qiming said. Guangxi Chao then realized that the secretary had pushed back his original schedule to meet Xia Ruofei. Secretary, you don't have to drink the water. I'll go over now, he said hurriedly. It's still early. Fang Liyun laughed. There's no hurry. Little Chow, come. Drink some water. The weather in the Three Mountains is too hot. Fang Liyun had been living in the southwest with Song Qiming. She had seen the power of the new furnace city the moment she arrived in Sanshan. So she stayed in her air-conditioned room all day and did not dare to go out. Guangxi Chao quickly took the cup and said, "Thank you, Auntie." He hurriedly took 2 sips and said, "Secretary, I'll go wait for Ruofei at the door." Go. Song Qiming nodded. Guangxi Chao said goodbye to Fang Liyun and left the villa. He called the driver, old Zhang, and drove the Audi to the entrance of the community. First, he told the armed police at the gate that Secretary Song's visitor would be coming in a while. Then, he stood at the gate and waited. The summer in Sanshan was very hot. The sun was already very bright at 9 o'clock in the morning. Guangxi Chao was already covered in sweat. Zhang called him a few times and asked him to wait in the air-conditioned car, but he refused with a smile. Guangxi Chao was worried that he did not notice Xia Ruofei immediately. When he found out that Xia Ruofei was coming over today, he was even more certain that the secretary had brought him along because of Xia Ruofei. He was eager to have a chance to show his sincerity. Guangxi Chao waited under the scorching sun for a while before Xia Ruofei's Mercedes-Benz arrived at the entrance of the villa district. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Xia Ruofei could see Guangxi standing under the sun on a sunny day from afar. He kept looking into the distance, and it was hard not to notice him. Xia Ruofei stopped the car in front of the no-go line, rolled down the window, and waved at Guangxi Chao. Guangxi Chao finally saw Xia Ruofei. He quickly signaled the armed police to let him in, then jogged to the front passenger seat of Xia Ruofei's car and got in. On the other side, old Zhang also started the Audi. Just follow that Audi. In front, Ruofei, said Guangxi Chao. All right. Xia Ruofei stepped on the accelerator and the car started moving slowly. He smiled and said, "Brother Chao, why didn't you avoid the sun? Wouldn't I be committing a huge sin if I get a heat stroke?" "I've only just arrived," Guangxi Chao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei glanced at Guangxi Chao's shirt, which was almost soaked in sweat. He smiled but did not say anything. Soon, the 2 cars arrived at Villa No. 1 after another. The moment Xia Ruofei got out of the car, he saw Song Qiming personally waiting at the entrance of the villa. He quickly walked up to him and called out, "Secretary Song." Song Qiming smiled kindly and said, "Little Xia, you've worked hard." "You're welcome, Secretary Song." Xia Ruofei didn't waste any time on small talk and said, "Let's go in and see the patient." Yes, let's go in," Song Qiming said quickly. The 3 of them walked into the villa. Xia Ruofei asked, "Secretary Song, where is the patient?" "She was in the room upstairs, just now." Song Qiming smiled and said, I've already asked my wife to go up and get her, as soon as. Song Qiming finished his sentence, Fang Liyun exclaimed from upstairs, Wei Wei. Wei Wei. Wei Wei, what's wrong? Song Qiming and Xia Ruofei's expressions changed at the same time. They took 2 quick steps and ran upstairs. Xia Ruofei was young and strong, so he was naturally faster than Song Qiming. He ran up the stairs, followed by Guangji Chao. Guangji Chao followed Song Qiming. Soon, Xia Ruofei arrived at the door of Song Wei's room. He saw a woman squatting on the ground with a young girl in her 23s or 24s in her arms. The girl was wearing a light blue dress and had long hair that fell over her shoulders. Her eyes were closed, and her face was pale. Her skin was as white jade and flawless. She had an exquisite oval face and her facial features were very delicate and soft. Her 2 faint black eyebrows made her entire person exude a classical beauty. The woman was naturally Song Qiming's wife, Fang Liyun, and the unconscious girl was Song Qiming's precious daughter, Song Wei. Xia Ruofei quickly took 2 steps forward. He had no time to greet Fang Liyun and reached out to feel Song Wei's pulse. Song Qiming and Chao Guangji were already at the door. Fang Liyun was in a daze and she shouted, Song, Wei Wei. She fainted again. After all, Song Qiming was an old man. He had used up a lot of energy just now, so he was panting heavily. However, he was still calm. Liyun. Don't be nervous. Let Xia take a look first, Song Qiming said calmly. Only then did Fang Liyun notice the young man who had rushed over to check Song Wei's pulse. She quickly said, Dr. Xia, please check on Wei Wei. Guangji Chao's eyes narrowed when he heard Fang Liyun call Xia Ruofei Dr. Xia. His understanding of Xia Ruofei was limited to the fact that Xia Ruofei had opened a very famous agricultural products company in the southeast province. In addition, he seemed to have a wide network of connections, and even Secretary Song took good care of him. Guangji Chao did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so skilled in medicine. Even Secretary Song's family had invited him to treat Song Wei. Xia Ruofei was feeling Song Wei's pulse with his eyes closed. After Fang Liyun interrupted him, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and said with a pleasant expression, Auntie, don't be nervous. Let me check on Song Wei first. Liyun, please be quiet. Don't disturb Ruofei, Song Qiming quickly said. Okay. I won't say anything, Fang Liyun said hurriedly. Xia Ruofei asked Fang Liyun to lay Song Wei flat and asked her to wait at the side. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. After Song Wei laid flat on the floor, her chest appeared even more perky. Through the light blue dress, one could even see a touch of pink. Xia Ruofei's eyes quickly shifted away. Luckily, Song Qiming, his wife, and Guangji Chao were too anxious to notice it. Xia Ruofei quickly cleared his mind and put his hand on Song Wei's wrist again. Xia Ruofei was no longer a rookie in Chinese medicine. His brain had long surpassed that of ordinary people. After a lot of theoretical study, he was able to draw parallels by analogy. His actual medical skills were not weaker than ordinary doctors. After taking her pulse, Xia Ruofei could feel that there was no obvious sign of illness. Although it was more stable than the average person, it was still very strong. No wonder even the best Chinese medical practitioner couldn't find a cure, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Song Wei's pulse could barely be considered as liver qi going against the flow. However, it was very weak. Xia Ruofei guessed that this was not the cause of the illness. It was because after this encounter, Song Wei had suffered a certain shock. In addition, the cause of the illness could not be found. It was caused by her depressed mood. Xia Ruofei's medical skills were not as good as the Chinese medical doctor's. He only took her pulse because he wanted to feel Song Wei's condition. After knowing that he couldn't find anything, Xia Ruofei immediately reached into his bag and took out a small bottle of diluted solution from the space. To Song Qiming and the others, Xia Ruofei had just taken out a small porcelain bottle from his bag. Xia Ruofei opened the lid of the porcelain bottle and turned his head. "Auntie, please come and help Song Wei up." All right. Fang Liyun quickly replied. She knelt on the ground and lifted Song Wei's upper body. She let Song Wei lean on her legs and supported Song Wei's back with her hands so that Song Wei was in a half-lying position. With her head up, Xia Ruofei reached out and pinched Song Wei's cheek. The smooth touch made Xia Ruofei's heart skip a beat. He calmed himself down and used some force. Song Wei, who was unconscious, opened her cherry-like mouth unconsciously. Xia Ruofei quickly moved the porcelain bottle closer and carefully fed half a bottle of the petal solution. Then, Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "Auntie, please hold on for a little longer and maintain this position. Song Wei should wake up soon." Xia Ruofei was worried that Song Wei did not have any reaction from swallowing the flower petal while she was unconscious. There was still some flower petal solution in her throat. If she laid it flat now, she would easily cough. He was very confident in the effectiveness of the petal solution. He believed that it would take effect soon and Song Wei should be able to wake up. "All right. Thank you, Dr. Xia." Fang Liyun said. "You're welcome," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he stood up and asked Song Qiming, "Secretary Song, how long has Song Wei been in a coma? How's the frequency?" "She fell unconscious for the first time 2 months ago, and the frequency of fainting is getting higher and higher," Song Qiming quickly replied. Song Qiming could not help but frown. He looked worried and continued, "In the first month, she fainted twice, but this month, including today, it's the 4th time. The last time she fainted was 4 days ago." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Looks like it's getting more and more serious." Fang Liyun, who had been maintaining a half-squatting position, also asked, "Dr. Xia, do you have any way to treat Wei Wei's condition?" Xia Ruofei smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Song Wei's eyelashes suddenly moved. She frowned and let out a long sigh. She slowly opened her eyes. Fang Liyun's eyes turned red and she quickly shouted, Wei Wei, you're awake. Do you know? You fainted again just now, and you scared Mom to death." Song Wei shook her head lightly, her face revealing a trace of confusion and helplessness. Yesterday, she knew that her father had hired another doctor for her today. In the morning, she was resting in her room. When she heard her mother calling her at the door, she got up and walked out. She didn't expect that after taking 2 steps, she felt her vision go black and then she lost consciousness. If I'm not wrong, this should be the 4th time she's fainted this month, right? Song Wei sighed to herself. She felt that she was slowly following in the footsteps of the male archaeologists. She did not know when she would fall into the endless darkness and never wake up again. So far, There had been no progress in all the treatments and examinations. What happened to the male team members today would be Song Wei's tomorrow. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was the process of sliding towards death step by step. It was especially so when one clearly knew where the problem was, but couldn't stop this process at all. It felt like one's life was counting down every day. This kind of situation was the most terrifying. Even though Song Wei was an independent girl, she still felt helpless in this situation. Although Song Qiming was also looking at his daughter with concern, he still noticed something. This time, her daughter was in a coma for a much shorter time than the last time. The first time Song Wei was unconscious, it lasted for about 5 minutes. After that, the duration of her unconsciousness became longer and longer. 4 days ago, she took a full 15 minutes before she woke up. Today, from the moment they entered the house to Fang Liyun's exclamation, to Xia Ruofei running upstairs to save her, and then to Song Wei waking up, the entire process only took about 4 to 5 minutes. It was much shorter than the last time. Song Qiming immediately realized that this must have something to do with the medicine that Xia Ruofei had fed Song Wei. Song Qiming was suddenly filled with hope. If the medicine was effective, did that mean that Xia Ruofei had a way to cure Song Wei's poison? Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Song Qiming looked at Xia Ruofei with a burning gaze and asked, Ruofei, after taking your medicine, Weiwei's unconscious period has shortened significantly. You must have a way to get rid of the poison in her body, right? Fang Liyun immediately realized this and quickly said to Xia Ruofei, Ruofei, you have to save Weiwei. Do you have any more of that potion? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Secretary Song, Auntie, I've done a preliminary examination. The poison in the patient's body is very well hidden, but at the same time, it's very dangerous. It's indeed quite tricky. However, I already have a preliminary idea of the treatment. I'll think about it when I go back and perfect it. Then, I'll make the medicine and send it to you. It was an emergency just now, so Xia Ruofei had used the spirit heart flower petal solution. He could only take out the pill concocted by Xia Qing when it was time for actual treatment. Otherwise, it would not make sense for him to prepare the right medicine without even seeing the patient. Okay, then. I'll have to trouble you, Song Qiming said quickly. Song Wei only noticed Xia Ruofei then. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity. She was surprised to see that the doctor her father mentioned yesterday was so young. Xia Ruofei was not a luxurious person. He always put cleanliness and comfort as his top priority. Today, he was wearing a simple t-shirt, jeans and white canvas shoes. They were not branded and did not cost more than 1,000 yuan. However, he had absorbed the petals of the spirit heart flower in the early stages, and later on, he had continued to drink the body-tempering soup and the spirit-nurturing soup. His entire temperament had unconsciously become transcendent. Her refreshing short hair, a simple t-shirt, jeans, and white canvas shoes gave people a very comfortable and intimate feeling. Song Wei couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei a few more times. After all, even the Chinese medicine master from yesterday could not do anything about the poison in her body. Her father had actually invited him to treat her today. This meant that he must have real skills. However, since when did China have such a young Chinese medicine expert? Archaeologists were always curious about everything. Hence, Song Wei was already curious about Xia Ruofei. The poison in her body acted up without any warning. She was fine one moment, but she would suddenly lose consciousness the next. However, when she woke up, she would be like a normal person. Even the most advanced equipment could not detect any abnormalities. Song Wei tidied her clothes and walked to Xia Ruofei. She smiled and said, "Dr. Xia, thank you for saving me." Xia Ruofei was not as flattered or nervous as the others when he was faced with a beautiful woman with a classical aura and the little princess of a provincial official. He only smiled faintly and said, "You're welcome. Actually, even if I didn't do anything, you would still wake up. It's just that it would take a little longer." Song Wei's eyes were filled with anticipation. She looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, "Dr. Xia, do you really have a way to get rid of the poison in my body? I could lose consciousness at any time and I might never wake up again. This kind of life is really too torturous," Xia Ruofei said seriously. "To be honest, I'm not absolutely sure. However, I already have an idea. I can only say that I'll try my best." Song Qiming quickly said, "Ruofei, just try your best. Weiwei's condition is very complicated. Even many experts in 301 hospital are helpless. We've tried many methods in Chinese medicine, but none of them worked. So, don't be stressed." "That's right, that's right," Fang Liyun chimed in. "Dr. Xia, no matter what the result is, we're very grateful to you." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Relax. Don't keep thinking about this. It's good for your recovery." Xia Ruofei was talking to Song Wei. Song Wei gently nodded and said, "I know, thank you." She sighed in her heart. This kind of pain of walking step by step towards death, this kind of helplessness of knowing that there was a bottomless abyss not far away, but still involuntarily moving forward, how could people who had never experienced it understand? Song Wei did not have much hope for Xia Ruofei. In fact, she had already experienced the process of anxiety, disappointment, reignited hope, and finally, complete despair. Now, even she did not dare to hope that her condition would improve. Song Wei could only stay at home every day. Other than watching movies and TV shows on the internet, she also kept in touch with her friends in the archaeological team through social software so that she could find out about the situation of the two team members who had been poisoned. Their condition was also developing rapidly. One of them had already fallen into a deep coma. According to the condition of the team member who died first, this one would probably only be able to hold on for about a week. In fact, among Song Qiming's family, Fang Liyun and Song Wei did not have much confidence in Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming, on the other hand, was still hoping for a miracle because of Elder Song. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Secretary Song, Auntie Fang, I'll leave this half bottle of medicine to you. Remember, only take it when the patient faints again." Okay. "Thank you, Dr. Xia." Fang Liyun quickly took the small porcelain bottle and held it in her arms like a treasure. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Xia Ruofei said, "I'll go back first. If everything goes well, I should be able to prepare the medicine in 2 or 3 days. I'll come back then." "Ah?" Song Qiming quickly replied. "Ruofei, it's almost time for dinner, let's eat before you leave." Yeah. Fang Liyun immediately agreed. "I've already asked little Luo to prepare it." It's just a simple meal. Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. Saving a life is like putting out a fire. I'd better hurry up and make the medicine. This, Song Qiming, could not help but feel awkward. From the bottom of his heart, he definitely hoped that Xia Ruofei would come up with the medicine as soon as possible. However, it was almost lunchtime and Xia Ruofei had come all the way here to treat his daughter. He didn't even ask her to stay for a meal. It was unreasonable. However, Song Wei was even more carefree. She smiled and said, "Dad, since Dr. Xia said so, let him go back. There will be many more opportunities to thank him in the future." Xia Ruofei chuckled. That's right. I'd better get down to business first. The earlier I can relieve Song Wei's pain, the earlier you guys can be at ease. Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "By the way, Auntie, Song Wei, please don't call me Dr. Xia. I'm not a full-time doctor. You can just call me by my name. It's more intimate." Although Elder Song had personally helped Xia Ruofei to get his medical license, Xia Ruofei was not a doctor. He felt weird when Fang Liyun and Song Wei called him Dr. Xia. Song Qiming could not help but laugh. Right, we're all on the same side, so it's too distant to call each other that. In the future, everyone will call you Ruofei. Also, Ruofei, stop calling me Secretary Song. I'm older than your parents, so you can just call me Uncle Song. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "All right, Uncle Song." Although Song Qiming was the Deputy Secretary of the Southeast Provincial Party Committee and the Secretary of the Political Committee of Sanshan City, Xia Ruofei even addressed Elder Song's son, Song Jingping, as Uncle Song. Moreover, Song Qiming was only Elder Song's distant nephew. Speaking of which, Xia Ruofei already had a few Uncle Song. It was not a big deal to have one more Song Qiming. Song Qiming laughed happily. All right. Ruofei, I won't keep you any longer. I'll leave Weiwei's matter to you. Don't worry, Uncle Song. I will do my best. Xia Ruofei said. Song Qiming's family personally sent Xia Ruofei to the entrance of the villa. They only returned to the villa after watching Xia Ruofei drive away. Song Qiming seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said, "Little Chow, you and old Zhang should stay for lunch. Your auntie prepared a lot of good food for Ruofei, he's not lucky enough to enjoy it." Guangji Chow was flattered and quickly said, "Thank you, Secretary." Song Wei was a quiet girl. She told her parents, nodded at Guangji Chow, and went back to her room. Song Qiming asked Chow Guangji and Uncle Zhang to sit down in the living room. Fang Liyun poured a cup of tea for Song Qiming. Chow Guangji quickly stood up and took the cup from Fang Liyun. He carefully placed it on the coffee table in front of Song Qiming. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. When he saw Fang Liyun pouring water for him and Uncle Zhang, he quickly said, "Auntie, don't be busy. I'll do it." Guangji Chow was a good secretary. Even though he was in Song Qiming's house, he was still very busy and made sure that he had enough service. In comparison, the driver, Zhang, who had been with Song Qiming for many years, was much more comfortable. He sat upright on the sofa, not as nervous as Guangji Chow. Song Qiming's brows relaxed a lot. He smiled and started chatting with Guangji Chow and Zhang. Song Qiming had just been appointed to the position, so he only knew Guangxi on the surface. Song Qiming took the opportunity to ask about Guangxi Chao's family and his lover's child. Guangxi Chao was flattered, but he had been dealing with mechanisms for many years, so he responded appropriately. Guangxi Chao knew very well that as a secretary of a leader, it wasn't nice to flatter too much. The key was to leave an impression that he was neither humble nor overbearing, that he was reliable and trustworthy. Obviously, Guangxi Chao's performance wasn't bad. Song Qiming was in a good mood today, so he was quite satisfied with Guangxi Chao. He nodded to himself. Fang Liyun, on the other hand, was still unsure. She sat on the side and waited for Song Qiming and Guangxi to finish their conversation before she interrupted. Old Song, do you think Xia Ruofei really has a way to deal with Wei Wei? Many famous doctors have. Song Qiming frowned and said, Liyun, Ruofei is different from other young people. Even the chief admires his medical skills. The chief personally gave me some advice this time. That's why I invited Ruofei over. Since he said that he has a plan for treatment, there must be hope. Song Qiming was very certain. Fang Liyun's mouth was wide open in shock. She seemed to have lost her composure. She knew very well that Song Qiming would only address one person as chief, and that was Elder Song. Even the highly respected old chief had personally recommended Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming had never mentioned this to her before. When she first heard about it, she could not help but be shocked. Fang Liyun quickly replied, since the chief personally recommended him, there shouldn't be any problems. Fang Liyun and Song Qiming's respect for Elder Song was even greater than that of his biological children. They believed in his words without a doubt. Song Qiming nodded slightly and said, yes, the bureau chief and Ruofei have told me that Ruofei hopes to keep a low profile when it comes to medical skills. Otherwise, there will be an endless stream of people who come to him for treatment. He'll be annoyed to death. So, you just have to keep this in mind and don't let anyone know. I know, I won't spread it out, Fang Liyun quickly replied. Song Qiming turned to Guangxi Chao and Zhang. You guys too, just keep this matter to yourself. Understood, Secretary Song, Uncle Zhang replied immediately. Guangxi Chao's heart was also surging, and he quickly said, I'll remember that, Secretary. Don't worry, I won't say anything. After Xia Ruofei left Song Qiming's house, he drove back to Taoyuan Farm. Because of the 30 times time flow, Xia Qing had already prepared the 50 pills that Xia Ruofei needed. However, Xia Ruofei did not plan to take it out so quickly. Firstly, Song Wei had just fainted once. According to the usual pattern, the poison would only act up after a few days. Furthermore, he had left half a bottle of spirit heart flower petal solution for Song Qiming. Even if Song Wei fainted again, she would not be in any danger. Secondly, the poison was so difficult to deal with. It was a little unreasonable to take out the right treatment medicine so quickly. It would be more credible to give the pills to Song Qiming and the others after a few days. When Xia Ruofei returned to the farm, Huzi's mother had just finished preparing lunch. He, Huzi's mother, and Lin Qiao had lunch together and returned to his room. He took out his phone and was about to contact President Lin of Tongren Hall. President Xia. Mr. Lin was very enthusiastic. He said with a smile, is there a new iron-keyed bucket? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, CEO Lin, there's still a long way to go before we can get the goods. Aren't you a little too impatient? President Lin said, a little embarrassed. President Xia, it's mainly because your company's iron-skinned kit is selling so well. We have so many stores all over the country, and every time the goods arrive, we give everyone a share. It's sold out in a few days. I didn't know that there were so many rich people in China. As long as the goods are good, they don't even blink when they spend money. Isn't that good? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the more rich people there are, the more we earn. Furthermore, these nourishing herbs are all consumables. The better the efficacy, the more returning customers we will have. Isn't it? Those regular customers are urging me to get the goods every day. President Lin said, we've already sold out all our stock. Where would we have any more for them? Ha ha ha. This is a happy problem, Xia Ruofei said. But I can't help you, President Lin. Our raw material production is limited. We've already done our best to maintain the current supply cycle and scale. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Actually, Xia Ruofei had reserved some goods. However, their company's online store was about to be relaunched. How could they not reserve some of the best goods? Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to give this stock to President Lin. CEO Lin knew that Xia Ruofei had the final say. As long as Xia Ruofei supplied the goods according to the contract, he would not be able to find any fault with it. Hence, he could only complain. Director Xia, President Lin said with a smile, since it's not about the iron keyed fight, there must be other opportunities to make a fortune for me? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, didn't you tell me about the Awedo last time, wormgrass? President Lin suddenly became energetic and said quickly, President Xia, Tongren Hall will buy all the wormgrass you have. We can follow the old rules and use your brand and packaging. Our Tongren Hall will provide the channel and only collect a certain sales share. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. President Lin, you don't even know the quality of my wormgrass, and you're in such a hurry to be the agent? President Lin chuckled and said, Brother Xia, when has your Paradise Corporation ever produced anything of low quality? I have confidence in you, Brother Xia. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. Mr. Lin, I've used almost all of my channels after you mentioned it last time. I've finally found some clues recently. I brought back some samples these past 2 days, so I'd like to ask you and the experts from Tongren Hall to help identify it and estimate the price. When President Lin heard this, he said without hesitation, no problem. President Xia, I'll book a ticket immediately and fly over in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, President Lin, we're not in such a hurry, are we? You can come over whenever you're free, my brother Xia. President Lin said. You're not in a hurry, but I am. I have a feeling that this is another super high quality source. I don't want others to get it first. Brother Xia, let's talk when we meet, President Lin said. I'll book the plane ticket first, AI. Mr. Lin. Remember to tell me the flight number. Xia Ruofei was only halfway through his sentence when he heard the busy toot from the phone. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. He could imagine CEO Lin's flustered look. However, since President Lin was so enthusiastic, Xia Ruofei could not stop him from coming. Hence, he sent him a WeChat message and asked him to send him the flight number after booking the ticket so that he could arrange for someone to pick him up. Within a few minutes, Xia Ruofei received the flight information from CEO Lin. It was a flight at 1:30 p.m. and would arrive at Sanshan at around 3 p.m. Hence, Xia Ruofei forwarded the flight details to Lei Hu and gave him a call to ask him to pick her up at the airport. On time. It was not Lei Hu's first time picking up CEO Lin. Everyone already knew each other, so Xia Ruofei did not have to give him any special instructions. Xia Ruofei took a short break in the afternoon and walked slowly to the company's general office building at 3 o'clock. Lin Qiao had already come to work by then. Compared to the diligent intern, Xia Ruofei was too lazy as a boss. However, everyone was already used to Xia Ruofei's style. On the contrary, if Xia Ruofei went to work and left work on time, the employees would find it very strange. Xia Ruofei sat in his office for a while, before he received a call from Lei Hu, telling him that the car was about to reach the farm. Hence, Xia Ruofei got up and went downstairs. After waiting for a minute or two, the black Mercedes-Benz from the company arrived in front of the building. President Lin did not wait for Lei Hu to open the door for him. He pushed the door open and got out of the car. Then, he walked quickly towards Xia Ruofei and extended his hand from afar. He said enthusiastically, "Brother Xia, why did you come down personally to wait for me? I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it." "Mr. Lin," Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "you've come all the way here to help me. It's only right that I come to welcome you." Then, Xia Ruofei gave a friendly nod to the person behind President Lin. This time, President Lin had brought the old Chinese medical doctor with the surname Huang. Everyone was familiar with each other. After some small talk, Xia Ruofei invited Mr. Lin and Dr. Huang to his office. "Brother Xia, where are the wormgrass?" As soon as President Lin entered the door, he said impatiently, "Let us open our eyes first." Xia Ruofei had wanted to make them a cup of tea, but seeing how anxious CEO Lin was, he smiled and put down the cup. He walked to the safe in the corner, entered the password, and verified his fingerprint. Then, he took out the small plastic arranging box that he had put in the afternoon. There were about 600 pieces of high-quality Awito inside. Xia Ruofei opened the lid and pushed the small plastic box in front of Director Lin and Dr. Huang. He smiled and said, "You too, I'll have to trouble you to help me take a good look at the price of this Awito." When Mr. Lin and Dr. Huang's eyes fell on the small box of cordyceps, their eyes immediately widened, and their faces revealed a look of disbelief. Mr. Lin and Dr. Huang were stunned for a few seconds before they pounced over at the same time. They grabbed the small plastic box and carefully took out a few cordyceps sinensis for a closer look. Especially Dr. Huang, who was wearing reading glasses. His hands trembled slightly as he repeatedly observed the wormgrass in his hand. In the end, he even put it under his nose and sniffed it deeply. He couldn't help but show an intoxicated look. Xia Ruofei sat down on the office chair behind the office desk and looked at the two with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Lin's and Dr. Xia's reactions were within Xia Ruofei's expectations. He had a basic idea of where the cordyceps that was produced in the realm was. After a while, Mr. Lin and Dr. Huang put the wormgrass back into the plastic box. They looked at each other and Mr. Lin finally said, "Brother Xia, you've given me a big surprise." "No, it's a shock. This product of yours is really too scary," Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Mr. Lin, if these were just ordinary herbs, Tongren Hall wouldn't be interested in them. How was it? My samples are good enough for you, right?" President Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xia, what you said is like a slap in the face. I've been in the business for so many years and have seen a lot of precious herbs, but this is the first time I've seen such a top-quality wormgrass. Dr. Huang added, what's more, the quality of this batch of wormgrass is very average. None of them are small. This means that the overall quality is very high. Yes, yes. President Lin asked with hope, Brother Xia, has the same quality wormgrass been mass-produced? Xia Ruofei smiled non-committally. He did not answer President Lin's question directly but asked, President Lin, Dr. Huang, based on your experience, what is the market price of a weedo of this quality? President Lin smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xia, you've really given me a difficult problem. Elder Huang, you talk to President Xia. Dr. Huang took off her reading glasses and said, Mr. Xia, the current market price is like this. There are about 2,000 pieces of level 1 grass per kilogram. Depending on the quality, the price is between 300,000 and 350,000. However, the specifications of your batch of wormgrass are comparable to level 1 grass, Xia Ruofei chuckled. I've weighed them after they were made into dried grass. There are about 1,200 pieces per kilogram. Even though the experienced Director Lin and Dr. Huang had a rough idea after seeing the wormgrass, they still couldn't help but exclaim when Xia Ruofei confirmed it. Dr. Huang thought for a moment and said, Mr. Xia, the price of special-grade wormgrass ranges from 400,000 to 500,000, but the largest one I've seen is only 1,500 wormgrass per kilogram. Yours has 1,200 wormgrass, and the quality is very pure. I believe the medicinal analysis results must be quite good. It's not easy to judge the price, Brother Xia, President Lin said. I personally feel that this grade of wormgrass is priced at 600,000 to 700,000 yuan per kilogram. There will definitely be rich people fighting to buy it. Xia Ruofei smiled. Okay. With Mr. Lin and Dr. Huang's judgment, I have a rough idea. Thank you. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us then. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Come, have some tea. I've already asked the restaurant to prepare dinner. Let's have a few cups of tea tonight. Xia Ruofei picked up the plastic lid of the small plastic tidying box and was ready to put the wormgrass away. Brother Xia. Wait. President Lin called out after a moment of hesitation. Xia Ruofei stopped and asked in confusion, Is there anything else? President Lin? President Lin smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Brother Xia, these samples, can you sell them to our Tongren Hall? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows in surprise and smiled. There's only about 500 grams in total. You're willing to accept such a small amount? It's a dereliction of my duty as a manager if I don't take such good wormgrass to Tongren Hall. President Lin said half-jokingly, Brother Xia, you can't be reluctant, right? In fact, when he saw these a weedo, President Lin already had the intention to buy them. As he had said, it was the first time he had seen such high-quality wormgrass in his many years of business. Although there was not a large amount, it could be used as the shop's signature. These wormgrass, through exquisite packaging, could be made into at least 10 to 20 gift boxes. If they were placed in an eye-catching position in Qiantang Tongren Hall, it would be a symbol of the company's strength. Xia Ruofei waved his hand indifferently and said, What's there to be reluctant about? I just thought that the business was too small, and I thought that President Lin wouldn't be interested. Since you want it, I'll sell it to you. That's great. President Lin was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Xia. After we take this batch of wormgrass back, we'll take 1 or 2 samples and send them to the authorities to test the medicinal properties. This way, when you can supply them in bulk in the future, you'll have a more specific reference standard for pricing. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Sure, thank you, CEO Lin. It's no trouble, not at all. President Lin quickly said.